Brother Hao, wake up. The Twilight of the Gods server opens at 9. If you sleep any longer, you'll miss the launch. Twilight of the Gods server launch. Lin Tianhao snapped his eyes open, staring at the familiar yet unfamiliar surroundings. This is the Dream Chaser Club. Wait, wasn't I killed by that treacherous Wu Xiaodao while exploring the gods' ruins? What's happening now? Lin Tianhao grabbed his phone. The time on it clearly showed May 20th, 2032. I have been reborn 10 years ago, just as Twilight of the Gods is about to launch. Zhou Xiaopeng, seeing Lin Tianhao's intense reaction, immediately comforted him. Brother Hao, don't worry. We brothers will find a way to raise the money. Your sister will be fine. Memory gradually cleared. Lin Tianhao suddenly remembered that at this time in his past life, his sister was hit by a car, causing a brain hemorrhage. The surgery cost 300,000. The driver fled the scene, and with no surveillance cameras, the police never found the culprit. The burden of the surgery fee fell on Lin Tianhao. Although his brothers tried to help even after taking out loans, they could only scrape together 260,000. Lin Tianhao knelt in the hospital begging, but lacking 40,000, the hospital refused to operate. In the end, his sister died on the hospital bed. Thinking of that lively and lovely figure, Lin Tianhao clenched his fists. Sister, don't worry. This time Big Brother will save you. Lin Tianhao's eyes were resolute. Living once more, I must change my fate and not let tragedy repeat. Looking at Zhou Xiaopeng in front of him, Lin Tianhao suddenly broke into a smile. Fatty, let's enter the game. Fate is ours to write. Zhou Xiaopeng saw Lin Tianhao return to normal and breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Hao, go for it. Entering the game pod, Lin Tianhao still felt a lingering bitterness. Twilight of the Gods, a cross-era virtual reality online game, was publicly claimed to be a second world jointly built by over 100 countries. But having experienced his past life, Lin Tianhao knew this game was not built by nations at all. It was a god-forging game created by the galactic main god, using the power of Earth's ancient deities. The purpose was to prepare for the great cataclysm 5 years later. 5 years from now, the Alet system would attack the Milky Way galaxy and the catastrophe would begin. Having lived through the great cataclysm, Lin Tianhao fully understood the importance of accumulating power within the game. In my past life, I died without awakening my talent. In this life, I will finally see what my talent truly is. Lin Tianhao entered the character creation page. A magnificent promotional video began to play. It was 8 hours long, unskippable except by jumping or watching normally. In his past life, almost every player skipped the video, not wanting to fall behind. 8 hours seemed but Lin Tianhao did not skip it because the first person to finish watching would receive a Divine Talent Awakening Stone. Talent was a special mechanic in Twilight of the Gods. Everyone's talent is different. The grades are Yellow, Profound, Earth, Heaven, Saint, and Divine. To awaken talent, one needs a Talent Awakening Stone. Lin Tianhao had obtained a Saint grade Talent Awakening Stone in his past life, but ultimately failed to awaken his talent. This meant his talent was a rare Divine grade. The few who had Divine grade talents in his past life were all dominant superpowers. This life he too would awaken a Divine grade talent. Coupled with his memories of the past life, Lin Tianhao was confident he could reach the pinnacle and crush the Alet system. Time passed bit by bit. Finally, the long 8 hours ended. Ding, congratulations. You are the first player to finish watching the Twilight of the Gods promotional video. Reward Divine Talent Awakening Stone 1. Sure enough, Lin Tianhao's face showed a satisfied smile. The next instant, he appeared in the character creation hall. Class Archer. Nickname Xue Di. Without any hesitation, Lin Tianhao spoke his past life choice. Ding, character created successfully. You will soon enter Novice Village 10086. The next instant, Lin Tianhao appeared in Novice Village 10086. Each Novice Village could hold 10,000 players. In other words, over 100 million players had already entered Twilight of the Gods, demonstrating its explosive popularity. Lin Tianhao walked to an empty corner, took out the Divine Talent Awakening Stone, and chanted Awaken in his heart. Ding, due to your talent being too high, the Divine Talent Awakening Stone can only awaken part of your talent. Ding, you have awakened the talent Heavenly Punishment Hand. Lin Tianhao was stunned. What? Even a Divine grade stone could only awaken part of his talent. Shocked, Lin Tianhao immediately checked his talent. Heavenly Punishment Hand Super Divine Star 1. Effect 1, each normal attack deals true damage equal to 1 of your max HP. Effect 2, each normal attack permanently increases HP by 1. Proficiency 0 1 0 0 0. Note, only damage to living beings can stack HP. Lin Tianhao stood frozen. Super Divine. In his 10 years of past life, he had never heard of such a rank. And this talent was simply too monstrous. Permanent increase in HP. After a brief shock, Lin Tianhao habitually pulled up his own status panel. Nickname Shui Di. Level 1, 0, 100. Class Archer. HP 100,100. MP 5050. Attack 9. Magic Power 5. Armor 3. Magic Resist 1. Attack Speed 0. 63. Move Speed 3. 1. Physical Pen 0. Magic Pen 0. Special Attributes none. Free Points 0. Luck Hidden. Talent Heavenly Punishment Hand Super Divine. Skills Volley Star 1. Equipment Novice Longbow. Without Heavenly Punishment Hand, the stat page would be utterly ordinary. But because of Heavenly Punishment Hand, his potential was terrifying. First level up. Lin Tianhao knew he had already wasted too much time. Leaving the novice village, the fields outside were filled with level 1 reed rabbits. Reed Rabbit Normal Level 1. HP 9090. Attack 5. Skills none. Stats were average. Any player with decent mechanics could hunt them solo. Whoosh. Lin Tianhao fired an arrow without hesitation. 8. At the same time, he noticed his HP had increased by 1 point. With this talent, he was virtually invincible. Lin Tianhao hunted reed rabbits while stacking HP. Currently, his attack speed was slow, about 1.5 seconds per arrow. For Lin Tianhao, whose past life attack speed reached 13.5. This was somewhat uncomfortable. Ding, you killed a reed rabbit? Experience 1. Although the reed rabbits were easy to hunt, their experience points were pitifully low, and they almost only dropped the quest item Red Eye, with even copper coins being extremely rare. Yet Lin Tianhao hunted them tirelessly, for his main goal was still to stack health points. As long as his health increased, his attack damage would naturally rise as well. Moreover, Lin Tianhao knew of a hidden reward in the newbie village. When submitting the reed rabbit quest, instead of the required 100 rabbit eyes, one could hand in 10,000. Doing so would grant a special skill that increased normal attack range, and when maxed out, it was said to boost normal attack range by 50%. For classes like mages and priests, this might be somewhat useless, but for Lin Tianhao, an archer, it was extraordinarily powerful. Once his attributes were stacked and he obtained this attack range increasing skill, his next plan could be set into motion. Ding, you have slain a reed rabbit? Experience 1. Ding, you have slain a reed rabbit? Experience 1. In 3 seconds, he could stack 2 health points, 40 per minute. Accounting for movement and respawn gaps, Lin Tianhao averaged 30 health points per minute. At first, Lin Tianhao needed 12 arrows to kill 1 rabbit, then 10-8-5. When it dropped to 5 arrows, a system notification chimed. Ding, your talent Heavenly Punishment Hand has been upgraded to 2 stars. Heavenly Punishment Hand Transcendent Grade 2 stars. Effect 1. Each normal attack deals true damage equal to 2 of your max health. Effect 2. Each normal attack permanently increases max health by 2. Proficiency 0-1-0-0-0-0-0. With the talent upgrade, Lin Tianhao only needed 3 arrows per rabbit. Fortunately, more than 8 hours of game time had passed, and no other players remained at the rabbit area, or otherwise Lin Tianhao might have drawn quite a crowd. During this process, Lin Tianhao smoothly leveled up to level 2, gaining 5 free attribute points. He added all points to attack speed, raising it from 0.63 to 0.73. Although it was an improvement, it was still far from enough. Equipment and free attribute points are what I lack right now, Lin Tianhao thought to himself. At the same time, an arrow flew out, striking a nearby reed rabbit. 30. With his increased health and talent, his normal attack damage was already considerable. 3 arrows per rabbit meant higher efficiency, but also required frequent targeting of new rabbits, slowing down his attack rhythm. Originally, he could attack 30 times per minute, now only 20. However, the talent upgrade gave 2 health per attack, totaling 40 per minute more than before. But now Lin Tianhao faced a problem. Hunting level 1 monsters at level 2 granted no experience points. In Twilight of the Gods, aside from dungeons bosses and a few special monsters, killing monsters below your own level yielded no experience. Without hesitation, Lin Tianhao decided to continue farming reed rabbits here, just for that special attack range. 2 hours flew by. Lin Tianhao's level remained at 2, but his health had soared from 100 to 4,800. This was an absolutely terrifying increase. At this stage, even a level 5 warrior who added all points to health might have only 500 health. In Twilight of the Gods, different classes had different attribute point multipliers. For example, archers gained 0.02 attack speed per point, while other classes got 0.01. Warriors gained 20 health per point, while others got 10. Specifically, warriors had double bonuses for health, armor, and magic resistance. Archers focused on attack speed and critical strike. Assassins focused on attack movement speed and critical strike. Mages and priests focused on spell power, mana, and movement speed. Thus, different classes had different attribute point allocation paths. However, relying solely on level-up points was a drop in the bucket. Equipment was needed for a comprehensive boost. Checking his backpack, he had collected over 1600 eyes, so far still far from the required 100. But Lin Tianhao wasn't worried at all because now he could kill a rabbit with one arrow, making future collection much easier. Just then Lin Tianhao received a message. An external device was ringing. He checked the game time. Over 10 hours had passed. It was probably time to log off for dinner. Emerging from the game pod, Zhou Xiaopeng exclaimed excitedly, "Brother, how this game is so real, it really feels like a second world." Talking, the two walked toward the dining hall. Dream Chaser Club was one of the 3 major gaming clubs in Binhai. Lin Tianhao and Zhou Xiaopeng were just gold farmers, the lowest tier of the club. But for Zhou Xiaopeng, getting room board pay and being able to play games, what could be better? Over a dozen people were already eating in the dining hall, all gold farmers from Dream Chaser. Once everyone was seated, a portly middle-aged man walked in, followed by a long-legged secretary in black style. The general manager of Dream Chaser Club, Li Haitao, also known as Li Blabbermouth. No gaming talent, just all talk all day. Today, Twilight of the Gods launched. You all entered the game 10 hours ago. From left to right, report your levels and gold earnings. Level 4, 45 copper coins. Level 4, 53 copper coins. Level 4, 32 copper coins. One by one, they reported, almost all uniformly level 4. Finally, it was Zhou Xiaopeng's turn. He said smugly, "Level 5, 2 silver coins." Li Haitao, who had been unimpressed, looked up with some surprise, then nodded, "Acceptable." Lin Tianhao lowered his head to eat. Zhou Xiaopeng nudged him, "Brother, how your turn?" Level 2, 15 copper coins. The drop rate of level 1 reeded rabbits was truly pathetic. Lin Tianhao had killed over 1,000 and only gotten this few copper coins. Hearing this, Li Haitao slammed the table hard. "Lin Tianhao, what are you doing? Everyone else is level 4, how are you only level 2? Watching the promotional video took some time. Lin Tianhao replied honestly. "Watching promotional video? Don't you know how precious early game time is? And you watch promotional videos?" Li Haitao scolded him relentlessly. "Lin Tianhao, our club doesn't support slackers. We don't need a net addict like you. Pack your things and get out now." Zhou Xiaopeng quickly stood up. "Manager Li, brother, how must be watching the promotional video to better understand the game. And I just earned 2 silver coins today. How about I share one with brother Hao?" "No," Li Haitao said coldly. "In the game, 1 step slow means every step slow. How will you keep up with the pace later?" Zhou Xiaopeng wanted to say more, but Lin Tianhao raised his hand to stop him. "Fatty, forget it. But your sister still needs money for surgery. If you lose your job, don't worry, I can earn the surgery fees." Lin Tianhao stood up and turned to leave. Stepping out of the Dream Chaser Club, he felt a weight lift off his shoulders. In his past life, he had wasted too much time here, focusing too much on gold farming. Zhou Xiaopeng chased after him from the club. "Brother, how there's still 20,000 yuan in this card. Use it for now. Once I earn more, I'll give you some more. It'll definitely help you gather the money for Qingqing's surgery." Lin Tianhao was deeply moved. Fatty, Slim Monkey, and Glasses. These were his 3 closest brothers. They were the ones who, in his past life, had spared no effort to help him when he was destitute. "Fatty, leave the Dream Chaser Club and come work with me. Let's start our own studio and be our own boss." Zhou Xiaopeng was taken aback. "Brother Hao, if you say so, I won't hesitate. But your sister? I know what you mean. Give me 3 days, just 3 days, and I'll earn enough from the game for the surgery." Lin Tianhao's gaze was resolute. Even without a god-tier talent, with the memories of his past life, he still had ways to earn his sister's surgery fees through the game. "All right." Zhou Xiaopeng didn't question Lin Tianhao. "I'll call Slim Monkey and Glasses too." "Good." Zhou Xiaopeng returned to the Dream Chaser Club and quit on the spot. He resigned without severance, walking away with nothing. But it didn't matter. He believed in Lin Tianhao. That was brotherhood. Slim Monkey and Glasses weren't in Binhai at the moment, but Zhou Xiaopeng had already messaged them. Both replied that it was no problem at all. Heading to the Twilight of the Gods login device sales point, Lin Tianhao and Zhou Xiaopeng spent 20,000 yuan on 2 gaming pods. Then they returned to their rented room. His sister was in the hospital, but Lin Tianhao didn't go to see her. It wasn't that he didn't care. He knew that the most important thing now was to earn money. "Fatty, level up first after entering the game. Don't rush to the main city until you reach level 10. "Got it." He logged back into the game. Twilight of the Gods was directly bound to Iris and DNA, so switching devices didn't create a new account. It was still the same one. Back in the game, Lin Tianhao continued hunting reeded rabbits. 5 hours flew by in an instant. 9,998. 99.99. 10,000. Finally enough. With 10,000 red eyes gathered, he could finally submit the quest. Returning to the beginner village, Lin Tianhao found the village chief. He accepted the red eye collection quest first, then submitted 10,000 red eyes. Great adventurer, you truly possess extraordinary perseverance. I shall grant you a special reward. The old village chief smiled at Lin Tianhao with great satisfaction. Ding! You have completed the red eye quest. Reward experience 1,000 silver coins 5. Skill basic attack amplification 1. Learn skill. Lin Tianhao learned the skill without hesitation. Basic attack amplification passive skill 1 star. Effect increases your basic attack range by 5%. Cooldown none. Cost none. Proficiency 0-1-0-0-0. Indeed, brave adventurer, your perseverance is like nothing I've ever seen. If you can slay 10 bosses, I shall grant you an unexpected reward. Lin Tianhao was stunned. 10 bosses. What kind of god-tier advancement quest was this? He had anticipated that this quest might have a follow-up, but he never expected it to be this absurd. Ding! The village chief has issued you a new quest: slay 10 bosses in the beginner village. Quest penalty deprivation of your skill basic attack amplification. Quest reward unknown. Do you accept? Accept. Slaying bosses aligned perfectly with what he was planning next. To make money, he would inevitably need to hunt bosses. Leaving the beginner village, Lin Tianhao headed straight for the territory of the level 10 Twisted Treefolk. He needed to level up first, or his attack speed wouldn't be enough to take down bosses. Twisted Treefolk normal level 10. HP 1900-1900. Attack 32. Skills Vine Spin Revival. Swish. Lin Tianhao raised his hand and loosed an arrow. 424. After hunting reedied rabbits, his health had reached over 21,200 points. Though his attack couldn't penetrate the Twisted Treefolk's defense, the true damage from the passive skill Heavenly Punishment was nothing to scoff at. With 1900 health, it would take just 5 arrows. Ding! You have slain a Twisted Treefolk. Experience 90. A satisfied smile spread across Lin Tianhao's face. The experience reward for killing monsters above his level was truly generous. Normally, killing a regular Twisted Treefolk only gave 10 experience points. But now he was getting combined with the 1,000 experience from completing the quest. Lin Tianhao only needed to kill 20 Twisted Treefolk. Moreover, killing monsters above his level also boosted the drop rate. Ding! You have slain a Twisted Treefolk. Experience 90. Ding! You have slain a Twisted Treefolk. Experience 90. Ding! You have reached level 3. Free attribute points 5. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Tianhao allocated all free attribute points to attack speed. His attack speed rose from 0.73 to 0.83. After killing 20 Twisted Treefolk, equipment finally dropped. Revival Ring Common. Equip requirement level 10. Effect restores 2 HP per second. Durability 100. A ring? Lin Tianhao was astonished. This was the rarest equipment to drop in Twilight of the Gods. However, the effect was rather useless to him. Restoring 2 HP per second. Pathetic. But even if it was useless to him, someone would surely be willing to buy it. With that thought, Lin Tianhao immediately listed the item on the trading market. He chose the bidding mode with a starting price of 500 and a bidding duration of 5 minutes. If this were one of the earlier beginner villages, Lin Tianhao would have set the price at 10,000, knowing that guilds vying for an early advantage would pay top dollar. 5 minutes later. Ding! Player Futu Dunshan has purchased your equipment. Ding! Player Futu Dunshan requests to add you as a friend. Someone from the Futu Guild. Seeing the prefix, Lin Tianhao was somewhat surprised. The Futu Guild was one of the top 10 major guilds in the Dragon Kingdom. It shouldn't have entered the game this late. Shwedi, let's be friends. May I ask how you obtained that revival ring? I'm willing to pay for the information. Dropped from monsters. Lin Tianhao replied simultaneously, receiving a notification of 9,000 yuan credited to his account. Holy crap, Snow Emperor, do you know some monster farming spot to grind level 10 mobs without taking damage? It was no wonder Futu Dunshan was astonished. Lin Tianhao was only level 3 and capable of taking down level 10 monsters. Hidden. No! Lin Tianhao responded curtly, then ignored Futu Dunshan and resumed farming. Futu Dunshan looked at the ring in his hand, a smile spreading across his face. Want tell me, huh? I'll find it myself. Level 10 monsters were the Twisted Treefolk, information uncovered by the exploration team of the Futu Guild as soon as the game launched. Thus, Futu Dunshan quickly arrived at the spawn point of the Twisted Treefolk. At that moment, Futu Dunshan saw an archer ahead farming monsters. 426. 426. Futu Dunshan's eyes widened. At this stage, who the hell could deal 426 damage with a single arrow? Even the elite members of his guild with their equipment barely broke 100 in attack power. Lin Tianhao's arrow dealing over 400 while fighting above his level was nothing short of astonishing. Snow Emperor. Futu Dunshan dropped to his knees immediately. He had entered the game late due to real-life issues, and his progress had fallen behind. For someone who used to dominate every game, this was utterly unacceptable. Snow Emperor, how about teaming up and carrying me through levels? For a fee. Lin Tianhao initially wanted to ignore Futu Dunshan, not wanting to waste time. But thinking of his sister lying in the hospital, he changed his mind. Fine, but ITLL cost you 300,000. 300,000. Hearing this, Futu Dunshan barely held back a torrent of curses. 300,000 to get him to level 10. He could hire gold farming groups for at most 20,000. I'll get you to level 10 by today. Futu Dunshan paused, eyeing Lin Tianhao skeptically. Though it was only 4 in the morning with 20 hours left. Even without eating or resting, getting him to level 10 in 20 hours was a pipe dream. But even so, the price is too high. He had money, but he wasn't a fool. I know it's high. What if I throw in a full set of level 10 elite gear? At these words, Futu Dunshan's breath quickened. Snow Emperor, are you serious? Yes, Lin Tianhao answered firmly. Level 10 elite treefolk could drop a full set of gear provided one was lucky enough. But farming enough would do the trick. Alright, I'll give you a 50,000 deposit first. No, 300,000 upfront. Futu Dunshan hesitated, but seeing Lin Tianhao's farming speed, he agreed after a moment's thought. Fine, I'll transfer the money. Twilight had a transfer feature, no need for bank cards. Soon Lin Tianhao received a notification of 300,000 credited. Money in hand, Lin Tianhao sent a message. Wait for me a moment. With that, he hid behind a large tree and logged off. Futu Dunshan. Damn, was I scammed. Took the money and ran. Crap, I trusted you, and this is how you repay me. Futu Dunshan wasn't short on cash, but he felt as if he had swallowed 10 piles of dung, utterly miserable. Lin Tianhao, of course, hadn't run off. With money now, he rushed to the hospital to pay for his sister's surgery. Gazing at Lin Qingqing lying on the hospital bed, Lin Tianhao clenched his fists. He would make up for the regrets of his past life. After paying the fees, Lin Tianhao hurried back to his rented room and logged back into the game. In Novice Village 10086, Futu Dunshan was miserably grinding level 4 windhounds with a few players. Suddenly, he saw a message pop up from his friend list. Level 10 Twisted Treefolk come over. Futu Dunshan froze, thinking Lin Tianhao had fled. On my way. Though he had mentally cursed Lin Tianhao's ancestors, he now scurried over eagerly at the prospect of being carried. Without a word, Lin Tianhao sent a team invite setting loot drops to be picked up only by himself. Futu Dunshan hesitated but said nothing. Yet the next moment he noticed something absurd. Experience distribution. 9-1. 9 for Lin Tianhao, 1 for him. Was this supposed to be carrying him? Snow Emperor, is the experience split wrong? No. Lin Tianhao replied and began farming. 426. 426. 5 arrows per twisted treefolk. Though his attack speed was slow, he killed one in 10 seconds. At least 6 per minute. 360 per hour. Moreover, his health kept increasing. Futu Dunshan watched Lin Tianhao slaughter the treefolk, utterly dumbfounded. If it were just high damage, he might suspect a hidden item or early talent awakening. But Lin Tianhao's kiting technique was too smooth. The treefolk never got near him. Don't think this is easy in a full dive VR game. As a member of the Futu Guild, Futu Dunshan knew that kiting was harder here than in traditional games. Moving, drawing the bow, aiming, shooting. For steps. Any hiccup in one step made the whole sequence jerky. Even the top archers in his guild couldn't kite. This is pure art. Futu Dunshan couldn't help but marvel, recording Lin Tianhao's kiting. He planned to send it to the Futu Guild for their elite archers to study. Lin Tianhao, however, paid no mind. Kiting was second nature to him, barely a skill in his eyes. Snow Emperor, what was your old ID? With kiting like that, you couldn't have been unknown. Kiting? Isn't it just basic? Lin Tianhao replied instinctively. In the era of the Cataclysm, almost every archer could do it. What truly challenged archers was infinite crit and crowd control. Stacking stats for 100 crit was inefficient. But attack techniques could achieve infinite crit even with just 5 crit rate. That was fatal strikes. Hitting vital spots like a treefolk's core or a humanoid's head or heart massively boosted crit chances. As for crowd control, it was the hardest for archers, especially in group battles. But he had no time to explain to Futu Dunshan, continuing to hunt treefolk. As he moved forward, normal treefolk gave little XP. To get a deadweight to level 10 in a day, he needed elite treefolk. While farming, Futu Dunshan sent the video to their guild leader. Futu Shenlong, the guild leader, was leveling when he received the video from Futu Dunshan. Focus on leveling, not sending me videos. Boss, check it out. There's a surprise. Futuristic wolf god slew the flame serpent before him and opened the video. Such high damage was his first thought. Yet, in the next moment he froze. How could someone achieve such fluid kiting at this stage? As an archer himself, one of the elite among archers, Futuristic wolf god knew all too well the difficulty of executing smooth kiting in Twilight of the Gods. Which guild does he belong to? We must recruit him at all costs. An annual salary of 10 million is acceptable. After the brief shock, Futuristic wolf god began scheming to poach the player. Understood, guild leader. I'll ask around. Meanwhile, Lin Tianhao was swiftly harvesting the twisted treefolk. The drop rate in Twilight of the Gods was truly disheartening. Despite slaughtering so many twisted treefolk above his level, Lin Tianhao had only obtained the Ring of Revival earlier. Suddenly a crisp sound rang out as a piece of equipment dropped. Treefolk Shoulder Guard Common. Requirement level 10, all classes. Effect HP 200. Durability 100. Do you want this equipment? Lin Tianhao glanced at Futuristic Shield Mountain. Yes, but Lord Snow Emperor, the price can't be the same as the ring. 3,000, Lin Tianhao said flatly. Shoulder guards were standard equipment, relatively common, so naturally they couldn't command a high price like the ring. In truth, money would become useless later on. Lin Tianhao only needed it now to cover his living expenses for the foreseeable future. Once he had enough spending money, he would consider trading equipment for in-game items. Just then, a system notification chimed. Server announcement: congratulations to player Berserker Blade for being the first to reach the main city. Reward gold 500, class-specific iron set 1, class-specific skill book 1, free attribute points 50. Let this be known to all players and may you strive further. Server announcement: congratulations to player Berserker Blade for being the first to reach the main city. Reward gold 500, class-specific iron set 1, class-specific skill book 1, free attribute points 50. Let this be known to all players and may you strive further. Holy crap! Futuristic Shield Mountain checked the time. So fast. That Blade Kid actually reached level 10 already. And being the first to leave the beginner village comes with such generous rewards. Lin Tianhao remained utterly indifferent. Such paltry rewards were beneath his notice. The beginner village was a treasure trove. To leave it with strength never to return again. In his past life, countless players had later discovered the hidden benefits of the beginner village and bitterly regretted their hasty departure, beating their chests in anguish. Keep at it, Lord Snow Emperor. By the way, with such skill, which guild does Lord Snow Emperor belong to? A solo player. Solo. Futuristic Shield Mountain was taken aback. Lin Tianhao's technique seemed far too polished for a lone wanderer. But in a flash, Futuristic Shield Mountain understood the reason. Lin Tianhao must be an ancient gaming god. In the past, those who dominated PC games, with sharp game sense, impeccable technique, and clear strategies, had gradually been phased out as age slowed their reflexes. Yet Twilight of the Gods was a full-dive virtual reality game. Everything was digitized, so hand speed was no longer a limiting factor. Seeing Lin Tianhao focused on grinding, Futuristic Shield Mountain wisely fell silent. Ding! You have reached level 4. Free attribute points 5. Lin Tianhao allocated all free points to attack speed, raising it by 1 to 0. 93. Meanwhile, his HP increased by over 1,000, further boosting his basic attack damage. 448. 448. At this damage output, he still needed 5 arrows to finish off a single twisted treefolk. But he was getting closer to bringing it down in 4. Watching Lin Tianhao level up Futuristic Shield Mountain could only silently envy him. The lion's share of experience went to Lin Tianhao, making it tough for him to level. Finally, it's out. Lin Tianhao's face lit up with satisfaction as he spotted the twisted treefolk ahead. Twisted treefolk Elite level 10. HP 57005700. Attack 49. Skills: Regeneration, Vine Spin, Vine Entangle. The elite twisted treefolk now had an additional control skill. Lord Snow Emperor, do you need me to tank? Futuristic Shield Mountain, built as a pure tank and flush with cash, had a few low-level equipment pieces. In his own eyes, his stats were quite impressive. No need. Lin Tianhao replied calmly and began attacking. 449. 449. The damage was consistent, but he still required 13 arrows to kill an elite twisted treefolk. Moreover, with his kiting strategy, the treefolk was slain before it could even close in. Ding! You have slain an elite twisted treefolk. Experience 321. A satisfied smile spread across Lin Tianhao's face. Hunting elite monsters yielded far greater experience gains. Even futuristic Shield Mountain grouped with Lin Tianhao gained 32 experience points. 1, 2, 3. Lin Tianhao's HP steadily accumulated. Just then server announcements began chiming one after another. Players from major guilds, and a few solo players, had reached level 10 and entered the main city. Futuristic Shield Mountain watched with envy, unable to do anything but stare. This loss is too great for me. Lin Tianhao maintained his aloof demeanor, ignoring futuristic Shield Mountain. Just then, another piece of equipment dropped. Treefolk Armor Elite Level 10. Effect 1 Magic Resistance 10. Effect 2 HP 500. Durability 100. Awesome Lord Snow Emperor. Is this one of the set pieces you mentioned? Lin Tianhao nodded and tossed the equipment to futuristic Shield Mountain. Yes. By hunting enough elite twisted treefolk, you can obtain a full treefolk set. Futuristic Shield Mountain's eyes lit up. Lord Snow Emperor, you're too kind. Earlier when you logged off, I thought you were going to bail on me. Lin Tianhao's forehead darkened with exasperation, but he said nothing more and continued grinding. An hour passed. One great thing about the beginner village was the incredibly fast respawn rate of monsters. Otherwise it couldn't sustain Lin Tianhao's relentless slaughter. Ding! You have reached level 6. Free attribute points 5. In just 1 hour Lin Tianhao had gone from level 4 to level 6. And his attack speed had risen from 0.93 to 1.13. Meanwhile, he had also obtained 3 more pieces of the treefolk set, all of which he gave to futuristic Shield Mountain. A player could equip up to 13 items: main weapon, boots, chest guard, armor, helmet, cloak, rings, 2 necklace, shoulder guards 2, and leg guards 2. Futuristic Shield Mountain now had 4 pieces with 9 remaining. This set was without a doubt the strongest Shield Warrior set before level 20. Unrivaled. Even those multi-level 20 sets were slightly inferior to this Treant set. Once 10 pieces of the Treant set were gathered, the set effect could be triggered. Effect: restore 50 health points per second uninterrupted by attacks. This was an incredibly powerful effect in the early stages of the game. Upon collecting all 13 pieces of the set, a second set effect would unlock. Effect: all physical attacks you receive automatically reflect 10 damage. Combined with the Treant set's attribute boosts, it would create a shield warrior with high recovery damage output and durability. Futu Dunshan's offer of 300,000 for this set was an absolute steal. Ding! Due to your extensive hunting of twisted trents, you have incurred the wrath of the twisted Treant King. It will arrive on the battlefield in 5 minutes. Please leave immediately. Lin Tianhao and Futu Dunshan both received the system notification. Finally here. Futu Dunshan, also alerted by the system, immediately became excited. Senior Shui Dia boss has appeared. Should we fight it? Lin Tianhao nodded, and then Futu Dunshan received another system notification. Ding! You have been removed from the team by Shui Di. Futu Dunshan? Senior Shui Di, what do you mean? Fighting the boss without me? Lin Tianhao merely nodded again. Just stay out of it. Keep your distance. But Futu Dunshan felt bitter. How could he treat his benefactor like this? Senior Shui Di, isn't this a bit unfair? I only agreed to level you up to 10, not to share the boss. Lin Tianhao replied simply. Every boss's first kill granted special rewards, and a solo first kill would yield even richer prizes. Bringing Futu Dunshan a dead weight would only hinder his reward acquisition. Just as Futu Dunshan was about to protest, he noticed a massive creature approaching them. Twisted Treant King Black Iron Boss Level 10. Health 116800. Attack 325. Skills: Summon Trance, Revival, Vine Bind, Thorn Shield, Vine Cage. Holy crap. Futu Dunshan was stunned. This is the boss. Over 11,000 health and that attack power, who can beat it at this stage? Even if Lin Tianhao dealt 500 damage per normal attack, it would take over 200 hits to finish it. This is just insane. Futu Dunshan instinctively stepped back, feeling a hint of schadenfreude. With such overpowering stats, let's see how you handle this. After all, the Twisted Treant King was a magical creature. Its hidden magic attribute was surely far higher than its attack. With 2 control skills, who would dare solo it at this stage? Then, just as Futu Dunshan expected Lin Tianhao to back down, whoosh. An arrow precisely struck the Treant King's core. 501. A damage number appeared. 0 crit rate. Even hitting a weak spot can't trigger critical damage. Lin Tianhao frowned slightly but showed no fear. As the arrow flew, he immediately repositioned and loosed another. 501. The damage was decent, but the Treant King's movement speed, attack speed, and range were incomparable to ordinary monsters. An extremely long vine lashed out at Lin Tianhao. 319. A single normal attack dealing over 300 damage left Futu Dunshan wide-eyed. Having just reached level 6 with equipment, his health barely exceeded 700. This attack meant he could withstand at most 3 hits. But the next moment Futu Dunshan witnessed a hair-raising sight. After losing over 300 health, Lin Tianhao's health bar barely budged. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. Now Futu Dunshan could only utter those 2 words to describe his feelings. If he hadn't known about the game Twilight of the Gods, he would have sworn it was cheating. But this felt even more absurd than hacking. Lin Tianhao ignored the stunned Futu Dunshan. He had deliberately tested the Treant King's attack. Normal attacks were like a tickle. Of course, skills were still unbearable. With that in mind, there was no need to kite and waste damage output time. Forming his plan, Lin Tianhao stopped dodging normal attacks and began trading blows with the Treant King. This spectacle left Futu Dunshan utterly astounded. Trading blows with a boss? What kind of legendary figure was this? Shaken from his shock, Futu Dunshan started recording again. He was certain that if his guild leader saw this, their jaw would drop. Yet what Lin Tianhao did next truly dumbfounded Futu Dunshan. The Treant King's vines began to move, preparing to unleash a skill. Futu Dunshan sneered, knowing the Treant King was a magical creature, and its skill damage would be deadly. But just as the Treant King began casting, Lin Tianhao's arrow struck its swinging wrist, abruptly interrupting. Is that precision striking? As a seasoned gamer, Futu Dunshan immediately grasped the principle behind Lin Tianhao's move. Still, knowing the theory was one thing, hitting the Treant King's arm among so many vines to interrupt its spell was something even an Olympic archery champion might fail to achieve. Whoosh! Lin Tianhao's attack rhythm didn't falter. His fluid kiting was a joy to behold. Every time the Treant King tried to cast a skill, Lin Tianhao's precise arrow strike interrupted it. What kind of monstrous prodigy was this? Futu Dunshan could accept Lin Tianhao's high stats. Maybe he had been lucky and obtained gear or rewards beyond the current stage at the start. But having such incredible stats combined with such absurd skill made Futu Dunshan ponder deeply. Just what kind of monster was Lin Tianhao? The mighty black iron boss was being toyed with, completely helpless. Its attack seemed high, but on Lin Tianhao it was just a scratch. With Lin Tianhao's health exceeding 25,000, even tanking the hits, he could endure 300 normal attacks. And he was still kiting. A monster. We must recruit this monster into our guild. Futu Dunshan made a silent decision. He was not just an elite member of the Futu Guild, but also the young master of the guild. The Treant King's health bar continued to drop. Lin Tianhao's attack rhythm remained steady. Finally, the Treant King's health fell to 5% on the verge of being slain. But to Futu Dunshan's surprise, Lin Tianhao stopped. Confused, he then saw Lin Tianhao fire an arrow into the empty air behind the Treant King. Whoosh! The arrow pierced the air. Clang! A dagger emerged from thin air, cleaving Lin Tianhao's arrow in two. Holy crap, an assassin! Futu Dunshan was startled once more, having been so engrossed in watching Lin Tianhao's maneuvers that he failed to notice an assassin stealthily approaching. After a brief moment of surprise, Futu Dunshan quickly reacted. Brother Shuedi, he wants to steal the boss. Lin Tianhao ignored Futu Dunshan and fixed his gaze on the assassin. The assassin was already equipped with a fair number of gear pieces. His eyes were sharp, brimming with killing intent. This man was no ordinary player. The murderous look in his eyes was not something an average player could possess. Moreover, he had just sliced through Lin Tianhao's arrow with his dagger. Such a maneuver was common in the mid to late game, but in the early stages, especially on the very first day, it was extraordinary. Invite me to the party and we'll split the boss. The assassin spoke coldly, his voice devoid of emotion. Lin Tianhao shook his head. No! Hearing this, the assassin said nothing more, retreating and vanishing into stealth once again. Damn it, what's his game? Is he really going to try stealing the boss while stealthed? Futu Dunshan fumed. Listen here, kid from the Futu Guild. I suggest you leave now or else. Watch out! Before Futu Dunshan could finish, Lin Tianhao shouted. As his voice fell, an arrow had already been SSH. The assassin materialized behind Futu Dunshan, bypassing the novice skill backstab and going straight for a throat slash. A crimson critical hit appeared. 642. Bleeding. 90. 90. In the next instant, Futu Dunshan collapsed to the ground. Lin Tianhao narrowed his eyes. Such clean, decisive methods. And such high damage. Even with a critical hit, his attack power must have exceeded 300 to achieve that. His level was 8. Even if he had poured all points into attack, it should only be around 80. That meant his equipment or some passive skills provided a massive attack boost. Assassins had passive skills that granted attack power, movement speed, and attack speed. In truth, all classes had similar skills with slight variations. Foot and Dunshan respawned at the novice village's revival altar numb from losing a level and a level 5 piece of equipment. What the hell was that? He one-shot me. Foot and Dunshan felt his entire understanding of the game shatter. As a tank, he had been killed in a single blow. Back at the Twisted Treant King's location, Lin Tianhao stared coldly at the assassin. What? Want to show off your skills? With a decade of gaming experience from his past life, Lin Tianhao wouldn't back down from a challenge. The assassin beckoned Lin Tianhao with a finger, then slipped back into stealth. Whoosh! Lin Tianhao instantly drew his bow and fired, unleashing a chain of skills. 2 arrows streaked through the air, immediately forcing the hidden assassin out of stealth. Whoosh! Lin Tianhao didn't let up. Since Head flushed him out, he wouldn't allow him to re-enter stealth. The Twisted Treant King nearby began regenerating health. But Lin Tianhao was in no rush. Arrows flew continuously, and the assassin deflected them with his dagger. Lin Tianhao remained calm, maintaining his attack rhythm. Each of his strikes dealt over 500 damage. Though the game's mechanics allowed arrows to be sliced apart, Lin Tianhao's arrows carried immense force, and the durability of the assassin's dagger couldn't withstand it. As expected, after deflecting over a dozen arrows, the assassin's expression darkened. Faced with the relentless barrage, he stopped using his dagger to block. Instead, he performed a backflip, narrowly evading Lin Tianhao's arrows. You're asking for death. Lin Tianhao sneered, releasing another arrow that struck the assassin in the abdomen. The impact of the arrow knocked the midair assassin back a short distance. Then a second arrow arrived. 502. 2 arrows, and the assassin fell on the spot, returning to the revival altar. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. The assassin had dropped a pair of boots. At the same time, Lin Tianhao noticed something else. This assassin had surprisingly high health. Against a typical level 8 assassin, 1 arrow should have been enough to kill. Cruel Boots Elite Level 7. Effect 1, Movement Speed 0. 5. Effect 2, Critical Rate 1. Durability 100. Lin Tianhao's eyes gleamed. The Cruel Boots stats suited him well. The only drawback was the lack of attack speed. What he needed most right now was attack speed. The faster his attack speed, the more health he could stack. With higher health, his basic attack damage would naturally increase. Stowing away the Cruel Boots, Lin Tianhao resumed his assault on the Twisted Treant King. Without interference, the boss was nothing more than a toy in his hands. Skills like Thorn Shield, which could reflect all damage, might have posed a problem. Yet Lin Tianhao's precise shooting prevented the Twisted Treant King from ever activating its abilities. This was another advantage of the novice village. Its bosses generally lacked immunity skills like Unstoppable. Ding! You have slain the Twisted Treant King, earning 8,250 experience. Ding! You are the first player to kill a boss. A system-wide announcement will be made. Do you wish to remain anonymous? No. Having been reborn, Lin Tianhao had no intention of hiding his name for a mere first kill. Besides, he needed fame. He needed prestige. Only then could he ascend to the pinnacle of power in the future. Fighting against the elite galaxy alone would be like trying to empty the ocean with a cup. Thus, Lin Tianhao sought authority and control over the entire situation. System announcement: congratulations to player Shueti for achieving the first kill of the Twisted Treant King. We encourage all players to strive for excellence. System announcement: congratulations to player Shueti for achieving the first kill of the Twisted Treant King. We encourage all players to strive for excellence. Ding! Congratulations! You are the first player to kill a boss in Ragnarok. Reward 50 free attribute points, 1 class skill book, 1 class primary weapon, 100 gold coins. Lin Tianhao smirked. As expected, soloing a boss came with extraordinary rewards. He allocated all 50 free attribute points to attack speed. His attack speed shot up from 1.13 to 2.13, a rate that would surely dominate the competition. Lightning Leap passive skill 1 star. Effect: your basic attacks have a 50 chance to trigger Lightning Leap, which can jump to up to 10 targets within a 20-meter radius, dealing damage equal to 10 of your actual damage. Cooldown none. Cost none. Proficiency 0.1000. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. This skill was intriguing. If its level increased, could the damage ratio rise to 90? Would the range and number of targets also improve? Just imagining it sent a chill down Lin Tianhao. His damage output was already absurd. His only shortcoming was the inability to clear mobs in groups. But with this new skill, that final flaw was now remedied. As Lin Tianhao inspected the skill's attributes, numerous players were astonished by his server-wide announcement. Damn, who is this? How can they be so monstrous as to solo the newbie village boss, Snow Emperor? I've never heard that ID before. Does anyone know which guild he belongs to? Aren't the conditions to trigger the newbie village boss extremely harsh? How did he manage it? I heard there are 10 bosses in the village, but not a single one has been triggered so far. Many players were discussing this, especially the top-tier ones who fully understood how absurd it was to solo a boss. Lin Tianhao paid them no heed. After learning the skill, he examined the weapon he had received as a reward. Thunderclap Bow Silver. Equip requirement: no level requirement, class restricted to Archer. Effect 1, attack 300. Effect 2, critical rate 15. Effect 3, attacks have a 15 chance to trigger paralysis. Effect 4, attacks have a 15 chance to splash to surrounding enemies. Lin Tianhao was dumbfounded by the Thunderclap bow's stats. Barely useful attributes. In his view, the most valuable aspect was the paralysis effect, yet its probability was pitifully low. As for attack power, as long as he stacked his health, it was utterly insignificant. How should I put it? For me, it's only usable in the newbie village. And to make matters worse, this was a silver-tier weapon. Lin Tianhao felt his morale being toyed with. This is utterly absurd. Couldn't I have gotten something like attack speed 1? This wave was a gank from the system itself. Rubbing his hands together, Lin Tianhao set his gaze upon the twisted Tray-Ant King. Finally, it's time for the delightful looting phase. Ding! You have obtained the equipment Tray-Ant King's necklace. Ding! You have obtained the skill Revitalize. Ding! You have obtained the Tray-Ant King's helmet. Ding! You have obtained gold coins 5. Ding! You have obtained the Tray-Ant King's heart. Lin Tianhao looked at the fine loot in his hands. Aside from the gold coins, nothing seemed usable for him. Wait, this Revitalize skill seems decent. Revitalize 1 star. Effect: recovers 1 HP per second uninterrupted by attacks. Cooldown none. Cost none. Proficiency 0, 1, 0, 0, 0. Proficiency equals HP. Note this skill star level has no upper limit. Lin Tianhao initially paid no attention to the Revitalize skill, but upon seeing the proficiency description he froze. Is this a surprise from the system? His talent Heaven's Punishment Hand could stack HP without limit. This skill was a perfect match. Automatic health regeneration was in some ways even more insane than lifesteal. Learn. Lin Tianhao immediately learned the skill. Revitalize passive skill 3 stars. Effect: recovers 50 HP per second uninterrupted by attacks. Cooldown none. Cost none. Proficiency 2513 010 0000. Proficiency equals HP. Note this skill star level has no upper limit. Solid. With this skill, Lin Tianhao felt his safety factor had skyrocketed. Respawn quickly, don't you want to level up? Lin Tianhao blocked private messages and friend requests, then sent a message to Floating Shield Mountain. At the same time, he began to grind levels. Swish! Lin Tianhao equipped the Thunderclap Bow and fired an arrow hitting the core of an elite twisted Tray-Ant. 1524. A massive crimson number appeared. Critical hit. Simultaneously, an arc of lightning leaped from the elite twisted Trent chaining to 5 surrounding twisted Tray-Ants. 152. 152. One damage number after another popped up. Taking damage, all 6 twisted Tray-Ants began to converge on Lin Tianhao. However, Lin Tianhao was utterly unconcerned. Swish, swish, swish. Critical hit after critical hit. His current critical rate was 16%, which was decent at this stage. Combined with his weak point strikes that increased critical damage, an elite twisted Tray-Ant that originally needed 12 arrows now fell in just 4. Moreover, due to the lightning chain, after killing the first Trent, the other 5 had each lost 608 HP. As Lin Tianhao kite them, more and more twisted Tray-Ants were drawn to him. This lightning chain is a double-edged sword. Pulling so much aggro, if I couldn't tank it, I'd be dead in 2 hits. Watching the horde of twisted Tray-Ants behind him, Lin Tianhao felt a bit helpless. Fortunately, his attack speed was astonishing now. 4 arrows in 2 seconds, easily taking down 1 Tray-Ant. And thanks to the lightning chain, when killing subsequent Trents, he only needed 3 arrows or even 2. Ding! You have leveled up to level 7. Free stat points 5. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Tianhao allocated all free stat points to attack speed. His attack speed rose from 2:13 to 2:23. Brother Snow Emperor Im here. Floating Shield Mountain arrived belatedly, and was immediately stunned by Lin Tianhao's terrifying mob-clearing speed. Brother Snow Emperor, you've gotten even stronger. Lin Tianhao sent him a party invitation. This time the experience was split 9-tune, with Floating Shield Mountain getting the 9. For the time being, his plan was to first complete Floating Shield Mountain's order, then start preparing for what came next. With an attack speed of 2:23 and the lightning chain, Lin Tianhao only needed 3 hours to boost Floating Shield Mountain's level to 10. Not only that, but after hunting a large number of elite twisted Trents, the Tray-Ant set he had promised Floating Shield Mountain also dropped. Upon equipping the Treant set and seeing the changes in his stats, Floating Shield Mountain was left utterly speechless. Brother Snow Emperor, this set is incredibly overpowered. Especially the 2 set bonuses, they were simply heaven-defying. I also have 2 Black Iron Tier equipment pieces here dropped by the Twisted Treant King. Equipping them won't affect the set bonus, and will further enhance your stats. How much? Although he hadn't known Lin Tianhao for long, Floating Shield Mountain had already figured out his style. 50,000 each. Floating Shield Mountain twitched the corner of his mouth. Lin Tianhao was really asking for a king's ransom. Black iron equipment at this stage. 50,000. Fine. After only a brief hesitation, Floating Shield Mountain agreed. Only someone as wealthy as him would spend 100,000 on such transitional gear. As good as the set was, it was only level 10. It would be obsolete within a week at most. Receiving the transfer of 100,000, a satisfied smile spread across Lin Tianhao's face. Pleasure doing business. I should be able to get more equipment in the future. We can cooperate again. Senior Snow Emperor, wait a moment. Futu Dunshan, seeing Lin Tianhao about to log off, immediately stopped him. Is there something else? Senior Snow Emperor, I am the young master of the Futu Guild. I would like to invite you to join our guild with an annual salary of 10 million. What do you think? Futu Dunshan had his own understanding of the game. Lin Tianhao's skills were too formidable, surpassing every professional player he had ever encountered. With such prowess alone, he was worth an annual salary of 10 million. Moreover, Lin Tianhao possessed such overwhelming attributes. I'm sorry, but I have established my own team. Lin Tianhao shook his head. Thank you for your kindness, though. Oh, I see. But we could still become long-term partners. No problem. Lin Tianhao nodded. Suddenly, he paused in his steps. You said you are the young master of the Futu Guild. Yes, what about it? Since we've crossed paths, let me give you a word of advice. Be wary of your sister. In his past life, 3 months after the launch of Twilight of the Gods, the news broke of a major reshuffle within the Futu Group. Originally, the young master of the Futu Group had a brake failure while driving, resulting in a car accident. Half a year later, further revelations surfaced disclosing that the mastermind behind sabotaging the young master's brakes was none other than his own sister. Be wary of my sister. Futu Dunshan frowned. What's wrong? Just remember what I said. Lin Tianhao waved his hand. Having crossed paths, a single reminder was sufficient. As for Futu Dunshan's ultimate fate, it was none of Lin Tianhao's concern. This time Lin Tianhao did not log off on the spot. Instead, he returned to the novice village before logging off, mainly because he had offended that assassin and needed to be cautious. Logging off in the wild and getting ambushed by the assassin would hardly be worth it. After logging off, Lin Tianhao checked the time. It was 8 in the morning. Zhou Xiaopeng was still in the game. Without disturbing him, Lin Tianhao opened the fridge and prepared. As a cross-era online game, Twilight of the Gods possessed a remarkable feature. While in the game, the body was fully rested, and even the spirit was invigorated. Later, some experts claimed this was because playing the game was akin to sleeping. That explanation was inaccurate. It was only discovered later in the game's progression that leveling up and enhancing attributes, though not manifested in reality, could elevate one's soul, naturally leading to an increasingly refreshed spirit. Fatty, come out and eat. Due to budget constraints, Lin Tianhao and his friend were using standard gaming pods rather than advanced nutrients. It was said that the highest grade nutrient pods, when supplied with nutrient solutions, could sustain continuous gameplay for half a month without compromising bodily nutrition. As soon as Zhou Xiaopeng logged off, he grinned at Lin Tianhao. How you were right. Going solo makes money quite easily. I scored a levels even piece of gear today and sold it for 12,000. There are so many whales in this game. Lin Tianhao smiled non-committally. It wasn't that there were many whales. On the contrary, individual wealthy players were relatively few. What truly drove up prices for equipment and skill books were guilds, conglomerates, and the government. Guilds recognized the explosive popularity of Twilight of the Gods and knew it would generate immense profits in the future. After all, the PC game industry had already reached tens of billions, and the industry for this game would surely be measured in hundreds of billions or even trillions. As for the conglomerates and the government, they naturally understood some of the game's essence and were well aware of the importance of growing stronger within it. Lin Tianhao knew why Zhou Xiaopeng was so formidable in the early stages. He had chosen the warrior class. After leaving the novice village, he encountered a wandering bard whose poetry was utter nonsense. Zhou Xiaopeng then dazzled the bard by reciting classic poems from ancient Longua sages. This act not only failed to displease the bard, but instead earned his profound admiration, prompting him to immediately seek to become Zhou Xiaopeng's disciple. The apprenticeship gift was 3 passive skills for the warrior. With these 3 passives, Zhou Xiaopeng remained incredibly powerful throughout the mid and late game. Those 3 passive skills were double armor, double shield, and double strike. The effects were double armor, all damage taken will reflect a certain percentage back to the attacker. Double shield, each use of a control skill grants a shield based on a percentage of one's maximum health. Double strike, each attack including skills, equipment effects, potion effects, etc. all has a chance to trigger multiple effects. Damage, reflection shields, and damage output. These were relatively versatile. Most importantly, all 3 were passive skills that could trigger infinitely. Moreover, double strike and double shield could stack with each other. For instance, a warrior's charge skill is a control skill that triggers double shield, and if double strike triggers multiple effects, the shield would also be multiplied. How I'm already level 9 and I've got 3 passive skills. I'll definitely be able to get even better gear later. Lin Tianhao nodded. Fatty, no rush. I've already paid my sister's surgery fees. Paid? Yes. Lin Tianhao produced the payment receipt. I got even luckier than you. I took down a boss. Damn, how you're Snow Emperor. Lin Tianhao nodded and said to Zhou Xiaopeng, let's eat. I'll put together a guide for the novice village later. There are plenty of hidden rewards there. I see. How you're incredible. If Li Haitao knew about your achievements now he'd probably be kicking himself. While eating, Lin Tianhao recalled the novice village guide. The hidden rewards there were tailored to each class. Fatty, go to the tavern in the novice village, buy 2 bottles of the strongest spirits and take them to the blacksmith. Ask him to forge the strongest weapon for your warrior. Then he'll give you a chain quest. The higher your completion rate, the greater the rewards. Got it. Zhou Xiaopeng didn't ask how Lin Tianhao knew, he agreed readily. After the meal, Lin Tianhao handed him 2 more guides tailored for monkey and glasses. Fatty, go ahead into the game. I'll go check on Qingqing. Let's go together. Instead of logging in alone, Zhou Xiaopeng accompanied Lin Tianhao to the hospital. Since Lin Tianhao had already paid the fees, the hospital was arranging the surgery. In the ward, Lin Tianhao gazed at the unconscious Lin Qingqing, his eyes softening considerably. Doctor, when will my sister's surgery begin? Lin Tianhao asked. It's already being arranged. The surgery will take place this afternoon. You can sign here. All right. Lin Tianhao nodded and signed the surgery consent form. After doing so, he returned to the rented apartment and logged back into the game. Upon logging in again, Lin Tianhao did not head to the level 10 monster area this time. Instead, he made his way toward the steep cliff behind the novice village. In the novice village, aside from the regular monsters, there was also a hidden dungeon. The first clear of this hidden dungeon offered exceptionally generous rewards. He strode to this location. There were no monsters here, and given it was a sheer cliff, naturally no players would come. In his past life, it wasn't until a week after the game launched that someone accidentally discovered this dungeon. The activation condition for this dungeon was also simple: defeat a tree ant hiding here. In the vicinity, there were many large trees. Among these large trees, one of them was a tree ant. At a glance, without careful attention, one would never found you. Disguised tree ant, normal level 10. HP 21002100. Attack 32. Skill disguise. A very weak monster. Lin Tianhao raised his hand to attack. Although he didn't strike a weak point, it took only 3 arrows to kill this disguised tree ant. Ding, you have slain the disguised tree ant. Experience 43. Ding, as you have killed a hidden monster in the novice village. The hidden dungeon Twisted Jungle is about to open. Ding, you are the first player to open a dungeon. A server-wide announcement will be made. Do you wish to hide your name? No. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Xuedi for successfully opening the novice village hidden dungeon Twisted Jungle, becoming the first player on the server to open a dungeon. Special rewards: free attribute points 10, gold coins 10, black iron equipment 1. We hope all players continue to strive. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Xuedi for successfully opening the novice village hidden dungeon Twisted Jungle, becoming the first player on the server to open a dungeon. Special rewards: free attribute points 10, gold coins 10, black iron equipment 1. We hope all players continue to strive. As the server-wide announcement echoed, the Twisted Jungle dungeon appeared in all novice villages. Lin Tianhao allocated all 10 free attribute points to attack speed. Then his gaze fell upon the rewarded black iron weapon. Jungle Longbow Black Iron. Equip requirement: None class Archer. Effect 1, attack 65. Effect 2, HP 500. Effect 3, lifesteal 2. Durability 100. Lin Tianhao held his forehead. Another damn weapon. Attack speed, attack speed, attack speed. Couldn't he get a weapon that added attack speed? What a miserable life. While Lin Tianhao was inspecting the attributes, the players were in an uproar. Especially those who had already left the novice village. They immediately regretted it. Damn, there's a dungeon in the novice village. If I had known earlier, I would never have left. Good thing I'm leveling slowly, so I can go farm the dungeon. The first clear should have high rewards. Anyone forming a team. The Dream Chaser Guild is recruiting a strong tank. Lin Tianhao had already arrived at the dungeon entrance. The dungeon difficulties in Ragnarok were easy, hard, nightmare, and hell. For the level 10 Twisted Jungle, the higher the difficulty of the first clear, the greater the rewards. Hell it is. It is not recommended to enter Hell difficulty solo. Are you sure? Hell difficulty dungeons were indeed highly challenging, but was Lin Tianhao afraid? Fortune favors the bold. His current attributes weren't really sufficient to solo a Hell difficulty dungeon. However, Lin Tianhao still possessed his top-tier skills from his past life. As soon as he entered the dungeon, he saw a large number of Twisted Tray Ants ahead. Twisted Tray Ant Elite Level 10. HP 8500. Attack 129. Skills Revitalize, Vine Spin, Thorn Bind. Despite being the same elite Twisted Trents, their attributes were significantly higher than those he had previously farmed. Whoosh! Critical hit. 1812. Simultaneously lightning leaped out, damaging the surrounding Twisted Tray Ants. 362. 362. The damage numbers were high. With every arrow being a critical hit, a Tray Ant only required 5 arrows to defeat. Furthermore, as Lightning Leap had been upgraded to 2 stars, the lightning that leaped out dealt more damage, covered a larger area, and hit more targets. You have slain an elite Twisted Tray Ant. Experience 351. Killing monsters above his level, especially dungeon monsters, yielded quite generous experience. Using the increased range from basic attack amplification, Lin Tianhao maintained a safe distance from the Twisted Trents, preventing them from hitting him. In particular, the skill Thorn Bind, if it landed, would have the most detrimental control effect on him. You have reached level 8. Free attribute points 5. He leveled up and again allocated all points to attack speed. At the same time, the first stage of the dungeon was cleared. Passing through the light gate ahead, Lin Tianhao arrived at the second stage. No sooner had he entered than dozens of Twisted Tray Ants advanced toward him. Moreover, Lin Tianhao spotted 10 Tray Ant commanders here. Tray Ant Commander Elite Level 10. HP 35,280. Attack 412. Skills Thorn Bind, Revitalize, Vine Spin, Savage Lash. It had one more skill, but its attributes were far superior to the elite Twisted Tray Ants. Whoosh! Lin Tianhao continued his straightforward attacks. He constantly kited these Trents, staying as far as possible outside the range of their Thorn Bind. For this he was truly grateful for the basic attack amplification skill. It was precisely because of this skill that his basic attack range was longer, giving him sufficient conditions to kite these Tray Ants. However, movement speed was ultimately a weakness. 3 Tray Ant commanders simultaneously used Thorn Bind on Lin Tianhao. 823. 821. 823. Massive damage numbers appeared and Lin Tianhao was also immobilized. Lin Tianhao inwardly cursed, knowing what was coming. The subsequent attacks came endlessly. 123. 421. 423. Damage numbers appeared one after another. Before Lin Tianhao could break free from control, a new Thorn Bind arrived. In just 2 seconds, Lin Tianhao lost over 13,000 HP. The only saving grace was that the Twisted Tray Ants had low intelligence and just used whatever skills they had. Plus, the Twisted Tray Ants in the back were out of range and couldn't attack him. Otherwise, with that chain of control, they would have locked him down until he died. Not having a crowd control removal skill is too painful. My movement speed is also way too low. Lin Tianhao thought to himself, immediately repositioning to create distance the moment the control ended. At the same time, an arrow interrupted a Tray Ant commander that was casting a spell. Phew! He let out a breath of relief. That was a close call. One misstep and he could have been done for. Losing a level was trivial, but if someone else snatched the dungeon's first clear, he would regret it bitterly. Whoosh! 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 Lin Tianhao's concentration was razor-sharp. Previously he focused more on dealing damage, but now he had to dodge skills with his movement. He also had to interrupt the Tray Ant commander skills, requiring him to be fully aware of his surroundings. The skill Entangle is not a hard crowd control ability, but a targeted spell. In other words, it can be dodged through movement. The primary reason Lin Tianhao was hit earlier was his carelessness, compounded by the 3 Tray Ant commanders casting Thorny Entanglement simultaneously, sealing off his escape route. Now, with his focus heightened, Lin Tianhao would preemptively reposition as soon as he saw the casting animation of Thorny Entanglement. Coupled with his high damage output and the lightning jumps damage, the number of Twisted Tray Ants was steadily decreasing. With fewer Twisted Trents, Lin Tianhao found farming even more effortless. Eventually, all Twisted Tray Ants in this stage were eliminated. Ding, you have leveled up to level 9. Free attribute points 5. Leveling up once per stage. Such a terrifying speed was truly astounding. Moreover, with the support of the revitalized skill, Lin Tianhao's health had fully recovered. Meanwhile, Photo Club, in the offline meeting hall, a video was playing on the large screen. It was footage of Lin Tianhao soloing the Twisted Treant King. A young man stood at the head of the conference table. You've all seen this video. Divine Wolf, you're an archer too. Share your thoughts. Photo Divine Wolf immediately stood up. The damage numbers are high, but his technique is truly terrifying. Even with lower damage output, he could solo this boss with his skill alone. Photo Mad Dog chimed in, Young Master, why are you showing us this video? I want you to analyze something. If I were to recruit him, how much would be appropriate? I offered an annual salary of 10 million before, but he refused without hesitation. Photo Divine Wolf frowned. With skills like that, he's definitely no nobody. He might have been earning tens of millions annually even in the endgame era. After all, there was a legendary archer in the endgame era whose annual salary exceeded 80 million. Given the current popularity of Twilight of the Gods, with his technique and attributes, an annual salary of 100 million would not be excessive. Considering his overall impact on our guild and his ability to drive early game momentum, the salary could even be set between 150 million and 200 million. Photo Divine Wolf's assessment was quite objective. He himself, as the guild leader, earned only over 20 million annually. But Lin Tianhao's technique had truly impressed him. All right, I understand. Photo Shield Mountain nodded. Guild leader Divine Wolf organized the members still in the Novice Village to farm the Twisted Treant Dungeon. Also, if possible, every player in the Novice Village should take on the level 10 Twisted Treant. Photo Divine Wolf nodded. All right. After saying this, Photo Shield Mountain coughed. Also, let me show you my current attributes. He proudly displayed the attributes of his Treant set. Photo Divine Wolf was astonished upon seeing the set bonuses. Total health increased by 5800, armor and magic resistance boosted so high, and the set's special traits. Photo Divine Wolf couldn't help but gasp. Young Master, how much did this set cost you? 400,000 plus, being carried to level 10. Originally it was 300,000, but I added 2 pieces of black iron equipment. Photo Divine Wolf was dumbfounded. That cheap? Indeed, it was cheap. A single level 10 elite equipment piece was worth around 20,000. These 13 pieces alone could sell for 400,000. Moreover, it was a set with the added service of being carried to level 10. Did Snow Emperor sell this to you? Yes. It seems he's not short on money, otherwise he could have gotten a better price. Photo Divine Wolf instinctively assumed that Lin Tianhao was wealthy and didn't care. Little did he know Lin Tianhao was in urgent need of money, which was why he didn't haggle. Besides, in 5 years, when the Great Cataclysm began, real currency would become worthless. Twisted Jungle. Lin Tianhao entered the 3rd stage. Here there were 4 Twisted Treant Kings. Twisted Treant King Black Iron Boss level 10. Health 186800. Attack 598. Skills: Summon Trent, Revitalize, Vine Bind, Thorn Shield, Vine Cage. The skills remained the same, but their attributes had increased significantly. And there were 4 of them. Glancing at his current health, Lin Tianhao struck without hesitation. Swish. Critical hit. 1685. As expected of a Black Iron boss in a Hell difficulty dungeon, its defense was so high that even with the 300 attack boost from his Thunderclap bow, the critical damage was modest. Currently, most of the damage came from Lin Tianhao's Judgment Hand. Notably, the Twisted Treant King's Vine Bind differed from the regular Treant's Entangle. It was a skill nearly equivalent to hard crowd control, as the binding vines emerged directly from beneath the player's feet, making it difficult to react in time. With his current attack speed, Lin Tianhao could at most interrupt the attacks of 2 Twisted Treant Kings simultaneously. But now he faced 4. The battle erupted instantly. The 4 Twisted Treant Kings, now possessing some intelligence, encircled Lin Tianhao. Simultaneously, the Vine Cage skill was cast. Unfortunately, Vine Cage had the slowest casting time and was the easiest to interrupt. Lin Tianhao effortlessly disrupted the Treant King's skill. However, all 4 Treant Kings cast their skills simultaneously, sealing off Lin Tianhao's escape. Instead of retreating, Lin Tianhao advanced, playing right into their hands. 598. 597. 598. As Lin Tianhao moved forward, he entered the Treant King's basic attack range. All 4 Treant Kings attacked simultaneously, dealing over 2,000 damage to Lin Tianhao. After their skill effects dissipated, he retreated to create distance. At the same time, he continued kiting. As long as they couldn't chain Vine Bind on him with his current health and the Revitalize skill, the chance of him being instantly killed was negligible. After sustained kiting, the first Twisted Treant King fell. The remaining battle became much easier. Soon all 3 Treant Kings were defeated. In Twilight of the Gods, dungeon rewards were distributed upon completion. Before, clearing killing monsters only yielded experience points, not item drops. This saved Lin Tianhao the trouble of looting. He stepped into the 4th stage, the final stage of the Twisted Jungle dungeon. Upon entering, Lin Tianhao saw a towering tree over 100 meters tall, its countless vines swaying in the wind. It didn't look like a boss, just a massive tree. 9-headed snake vine, bronze level 10. Health 152800, 152800. Attack 1358. Skills renewal. Lin Tianhao's eyes narrowed. This boss had only 1 skill. Lin Tianhao would not underestimate a boss just because it had only 1 skill. The more simplistic it seemed, the more formidable it often was. Whoosh! Lin Tianhao struck first. 785. No critical hit, but the damage was decent. Yet, in the next instant, Lin Tianhao realized the terror of the 9-headed serpent vine. 1355. 1355. 2 consecutive vines lashed at him, draining over 2,000 of his health. This was utterly absurd. Moreover, Lin Tianhao noticed that the vines of the 9-headed serpent vine seemed to encompass the entire stage. In other words, it was impossible for him to dodge its basic attacks through movement alone. This was infuriating. The 9-headed serpent vine attacked with 2 vines each time. With his health just over 30,000, he could only withstand about a dozen assaults. Though his mind was racing, Lin Tianhao's hands never stopped. He kept attacking the 9-headed serpent vine. As the vines whipped toward him again, he immediately rolled to evade. Dodged it. A gleam lit up in Lin Tianhao's eyes. As he had anticipated, the vine attacks could be evaded. Since they were avoidable, killing the 9-headed serpent vine was merely a matter of time. To be safe, Lin Tianhao switched to the jungle longbow. It boosted his health and provided lifesteal. Relying solely on the rejuvenation skill would not fully restore his health. Thus, lifesteal became crucial. After all, the 9-headed serpent vine had countless tendrils, each launching basic attacks from different ones. Though he could dodge with reflexes, achieving a perfect evasion rate was unrealistic. His movement speed had not been enhanced. 50. 16. 16. Lin Tianhao's health began to recover slowly as he searched for the 9-headed serpent vine's weak point. Every monster had a weakness. Striking the weak spot was the only way to increase critical hit chance. Even after switching weapons, his crit rate was only 1% from the boots of ruthlessness. Yet, with precise targeting, consecutive crits were still possible. Found it. In his past life, Lin Tianhao had never encountered the 9-headed serpent vine. Back then, he had diligently leveled up and farmed gold, heading to the main city on the 2nd day. Later, when this dungeon opened, some attempted the hell difficulty, but no player in the novice village could clear it. As the game progressed and level 15 and 20 dungeons emerged, players lost interest in this novice village. Thus, Lin Tianhao was hearing about the 9-headed serpent vine for the first time. Whoosh! He loosed another arrow while kiting. Truly, he was dodging even basic attacks with masterful positioning. Found it! Lin Tianhao's eyes sparkled as he spotted 9 blood-red vines behind the creature. Each of those crimson vines bore a dark red head. One of them was smirking at him with a sinister whoosh! Critical hit. 1574. A vivid red crit damage number appeared, stirring a flicker of excitement in Lin Tianhao. With the weak point found, his attacks would become far easier. Whoosh! Whoosh! The arrows whistled through the air as the blood-red vines maneuvered their heads to dodge. Yet Lin Tianhao's experience was vast. Such swaying dodges were mere child's play to him. Critical hit. Critical hit. Another critical hit. This was the absurdity of weak point attacks. Even a 1% crit rate could yield devastating damage. A smile tugged at Lin Tianhao's lips. Critical hits not only amplified damage but also boosted lifesteal. Having found the solution, he fired 2 arrows per second, steadily whittling down the 9-headed serpent vine's health. Finally, its health dropped to 10%. It was on the verge of being finished off. But in the neck, a green glow radiated from the 9-headed serpent vine, and its health surged from 10% back to full. Lin Tianhao. He was utterly speechless. He couldn't be blamed. What kind of divine skill was this? How could it be so ridiculous? This was the novice village, not some level 200 world boss. It was just a level 10 bronze boss. Why? Though 1,000 curses raced through his mind, Lin Tianhao refused to give up and continued it. With prior experience, he was now well-versed in the fight. 15 minutes later, Ding, you have slain the bronze level 9-headed serpent vine. Experience 31280. Ding, you have completed the first clear of the Twisted Jungle dungeon. A server-wide announcement will be made. Do you wish to hide your name? No. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Xue Di for completing the first clear of the Twisted Jungle. This announcement is made to encourage all players to strive further. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Xue Di for completing the first clear of the Twisted Jungle. This announcement is made to encourage all players to strive further. The sudden server-wide announcement left many players still struggling in the dungeon stunned. Holy crap, it's that Xue Di again. He soloed the dungeon. How is that possible? Soloing a boss, soloing a dungeon. Did this guy awaken his talent in the novice village? I think it might be a hidden class, even if it's a talent whose one-star talent could be this overpowered. Many players were gossiping and numerous guild members were beating their chests in frustration. The rewards for a first clear were undoubtedly immense. Ding you have completed the first clear of the Twisted Jungle on Hell difficulty. Rewards are being calculated. Ding you have obtained Black Iron Treyant Set 1. Ding you have obtained Skill Book 13. Ding you have obtained Treyant Heart 4. Ding you have obtained Elite Grade Equipment 35. Ding you have obtained Gold Coins 350. Ding you have obtained Free Attribute Points 50. Ding you have obtained Quest Scroll 1. A cascade of system notifications dazzled Lin Tianhao. The rewards were incredible. The Black Iron Treyant set, except for the main weapon, was all usable by Lin Tianhao. Thanks to his first clear status, there were no level restrictions, so he could equip them immediately. However, the set was most suited for a shield warrior. Using it himself would seem rather mismatched. With 32 elite grade pieces and 3 bronze grade items, Lin Tianhao glanced over them. Most were tank-oriented equipment. Wearing them would be better than nothing. When his gaze fell upon the skill books, Lin Tianhao's interest peaked. He spotted the skill Withered Wood Springs Again. Withered Wood Springs Again, passive skill 1 star. Effect: when your health drops to 10%, you instantly restore 10% of your health. Cooldown 24 hours. Cost none. Proficiency 0. 10 proficiency is gained by sacrificing skill books. Each skill book grants 1 point, while certain special skills may grant multiple points. Lin Tianhao was momentarily stunned. No wonder the 9-headed snake Cypress had only this one skill. It had sacrificed all its others. After clearing this dungeon, even with the deduction of Withered Wood Revives, he still had 12 skill books left. All dropped by the Twisted Trents. Their value to Lin Tianhao was negligible. Learn Withered Wood Revives. Sacrifice skill books. Lin Tianhao sacrificed 10 of the Treyant's skill books, smoothly upgrading Withered Wood Revives to 2 stars. Withered Wood Revives, passive skill 2 stars. Effect: when your health drops below 10%, you will instantly restore 20% of your maximum health. Cooldown 12 hours. Cost none. Proficiency 0. 100 proficiency is calculated by sacrificing skills. Each skill book sacrificed grants 1 point, with certain special skills granting multiple points. As Lin Tianhao had anticipated, the upgrade increased the health restored by 10% and significantly reduced. This improvement was by no means trivial. Moreover, with this skill, his survivability was once again vastly enhanced. Not only that, but Withered Wood Revives restored health based on a percentage, making it an exceptionally formidable skill, even in the later stages of the game. Lin Tianhao's total health was now over 30,000 points, with 20% equating to over 6,000. But what if his total health were 3 million, 30 million, or even higher? He would still recover according to the percentage. Reining in his thoughts, Lin Tianhao checked his experience bar. He was still halfway from reaching level 10. With this experience bar, if he wished, he could reach level 10 in at most half an hour. However, what Lin Tianhao sought was far more than mere leveling. Opening the leaderboard, Lin Tianhao prepared to see the current rankings. First, Azura Emperor level 11, 25. Second, Dreaming Smoke Snow level 1095. Third, I Don't Love Money level 1091. Fourth, Floating Divine Wolf level 1090. Fifth, I Really Have 20 centimeters level 1088. The gap on the leaderboard was not significant. Lin Tianhao recognized most of these names. Among the top 5, 3 were high-ranking guild members, and the other 2 included a top-tier tycoon from the Dragon Kingdom who had bought his way up. The key was that this fellow had not only money but also luck and a modicum of skill. Truly an anomaly. As for the 5th-ranked player, they resembled Zhou Xiaopeng, having stumbled upon some early game opportunities that propelled them into the spotlight. Yet, as the game progressed into the mid and late stages, their early advantage gradually eroded and they eventually faded from public view. Besides, the leaderboard Twilight of the Gods also featured an equipment ranking. Lin Tianhao opened the equipment leaderboard. First, Golden Scepter Gold Grade. Second, Thunderstrike Bow Silver Grade. Third, 9-Headed Shield Bronze Grade. Fourth, 9-Headed Shoulder Guard Bronze Grade. Fifth, 9-Headed Cloak Bronze Grade. Among the top 5, aside from the Golden Scepter in first place, all the others belonged to Lin Tianhao. Just as in my past life, he mused. The golden scepter belonged to Dreaming Smoke Snow. It was a summoning scepter with a single effect summoning 6 level 10 black iron bosses. In the early stages of the game, this was an absolute game-breaker. A single level 10 black iron boss could already dominate the field, let alone 6. Speaking of which, Dreaming Smoke Snow was also the owner of the Dreaming Club where Lin Tianhao had once been. She wasn't bad-looking, but her nepotism, placing many relatives in high positions, had turned the club into a chaotic mess. Yet none of that mattered now. With his super god-tier talent, Lin Tianhao was fully confident he would surpass Dreaming Smoke Snow. He allocated all 50 free attribute points from the first clear dungeon reward to attack speed. His attack speed rose from 2.63 to 3.63. During the allocation, Lin Tianhao had considered adding points to movement speed. Ultimately, he abandoned the idea. The skill most synergistic with his heavenly punishment hand was attack speed. The faster his attack speed, the quicker he could stack his health. Finally, there was the task scroll. Such scrolls were exceptionally rare, because the tasks within were not issued by ordinary NPCs but by the gods themselves. Completing them could grant the blessings of the gods. The blessings of the gods ranged from basic attribute boosts to, as legend had it, permanent traits. Unfurling the task scroll, Lin Tianhao was taken aback by the task it revealed. A Hanba is sealed beneath the newbie village. Should it break free, it will bring calamity to all living. Task requirement: kill all NPCs in the newbie village and destroy the altar so that all otherworldly adventurers can only be born in the main city, never to enter the newbie village again. Task penalty: none. Task reward: unknown. Upon reading this task, Lin Tianhao's expression darkened to its utmost. This task was nothing short of absurdity squared. Absurdity beyond belief. In his past life, Lin Tianhao had encountered all sorts of bizarre tasks. But this one, destroy the newbie village. Was this a task, or was it a death sentence? In his past life, players had tried to provoke NPCs, but even a mere tavern attendant could deal over 1,000 damage with a wave of their hand. As for the village chief and the blacksmith, their stats were likely even more outrageous. Putting away the task scroll, Lin Tianhao did not immediately accept it. Though there was no penalty, he still wanted to deliberate. Exiting the dungeon, he found a crowd of players gathered at the entrance. Need a powerful priest. Someone with great healing output fast. Team has strong dual DPS, damage is guaranteed. Dual DPS referred to an archer and a mage. It's been so long, and aside from Lord Snow Emperor, has no one else cleared the dungeon. I want to buy equipment. I'm rich but stupid. Lin Tianhao glanced at these people without much concern. This was Newbie Village 10086, where true high-level players were scarce. Most of them were likely clustered in the earlier newbie villages. From the dungeon, Lin Tianhao set off in another direction. According to his calculations, the village chief's task to hunt 10 bosses would yield richer rewards the higher the level. In the newbie village, there was also a rather special boss, the bard that Zhou Xiaopeng had encountered. Legend had it that its true form was a weasel that through sheer luck in seeking apotheosis had taken human shape. Yet its demonic nature remained unchanged, and it seemed to be scheming something in the newbie village. The guides from his past life hadn't elaborated much, and Lin Tianhao only knew this much. Just then Lin Tianhao's gaze shifted as his longbow swept behind him in an instant. Indeed, instead of drawing an arrow, he wielded the thunderstrike bow like a blade slashing outward. Such an attack lacked lethal force, but was enough to counter a sudden crisis. Sizzle! A dagger slashed across Lin Tianhao's thunderclap bow, sending a cascade of sparks flying. You again! Lin Tianhao frowned, recognizing the assassin who had tried to steal his boss earlier. The nickname was hidden, but the appearance was not so easily disguised. The assassin player remained silent, rotating his dagger 180 degrees, before thrusting it at Lin Tianhao once more. Lin Tianhao leaned back, simultaneously equipping the black iron Traiant set. The moment the set was donned, both his physical and magical defenses increased, and his health points saw a considerable boost. At the same time, Lin Tianhao rolled to the side, evading the assassin's attack. But no sooner had he dodged the assault than Lin Tianhao felt a slight shock, for the assassin had vanished. It wasn't stealth. Lin Tianhao could sense the assassin was right behind him. He turned around without hesitation, yet he saw nothing. A bystander would have noticed the assassin was always behind Lin Tianhao, precisely in his blind spot, preventing Lin Tianhao from seeing him no matter what. Shadow step. Lin Tianhao's expression darkened. Shadow step wasn't a skill but a technique. The execution method involved maneuvering to block the opponent's field of vision, as if hiding within the enemy's shadow. Hence the name Shadow Step. Hearing Lin Tianhao name the technique he was using, the assassin player showed a hint of surprise. In that instant, Lin Tianhao made his move. Whoosh! An arrow shot through the air. This time Lin Tianhao didn't turn around. Instead, he used his leg to draw the longbow and fired a reverse arrow behind him. This assassin possessed combat techniques, but Lin Tianhao as a reincarnator also had some unique battle skills. Lin Tianhao's maneuver was incredibly unorthodox, and coupled with the assassin's momentary surprise, the latter was caught off guard and struck by the arrow. 1352. The assassin player was instantly killed, but unfortunately no equipment dropped from him this time. That assassin has his eyes on me, Lin Tianhao muttered to himself. He had originally thought it was just a minor conflict with the assassin. He hadn't expected the assassin to ambush him today without a word. Inside the resurrection altar of the beginner village, Shadow Kill's expression was grave. Fast reaction speed, high damage, decent combat skills, and he even knows Shadow Step. Shuedi, whoever you are, you've killed me twice. One day I will come back and kill you. If Lin Tianhao had heard these words, he would have cursed back. The first time it was the assassin trying to steal his boss that forced Lin Tianhao to kill him. This time the assassin had initiated the attack. However, Lin Tianhao was unaware of all this. He had now found the bard of the beginner village. The bard was dressed neatly, but his curled mustache gave him a rather comical appearance. Bard level 15. HP. Attack. Skills. Note, this is a bard roaming near the beginner village. Perhaps you can gain unexpected benefits from him. This note led many players to believe the bard had a quest or was selling something valuable. But neither was. This was simply a sentient humanoid boss, not a high rank, only black iron. However, all his skills were. In the past, he was only taken down by the combined effort of thousands of players from the beginner village. This time Lin Tianhao intended to use him to reminisce about some techniques from his past life. As Lin Tianhao had answered, floating fortress shield mountain earlier, kiting was merely the most basic skill for an archer. Previously, Lin Tianhao using the thunderclap bow to parry the assassin's surprise attack in melee was also a technique. Lin Tianhao hid behind a large tree and drew his bow. Once the energy arrow formed, he began rotating the hand, holding the bowstring, twisting it into a tight, elongated twist. And the direction Lin Tianhao's arrow aimed was not towards the bard, but to the left. Whoosh! The arrow pierced the air. Not far away, Shadow Kill, still in stealth, frowned. He guessed Lin Tianhao was probably hunting the bard, but the arrow's trajectory was wrong. But what happened next left Shadow Kill dumbfounded. The arrow Lin Tianhao had shot curved in midair, finally striking the bard standing in the distance with pinpoint accuracy. 925. A massive damage number appeared. The bard struck by the sudden attack was also bewildered as Lin Tianhao was behind the large tree, his form completely hidden. This was one of the archer's shooting techniques, the twisted string arrow method. By twisting the bowstring, the arrow would spin as it flew. By controlling the force and angle, the arrow could be made to curve. Moreover, the arrow would spin at high speed in the air, granting it a high penetration effect upon hitting the enemy, dealing even greater damage. Whoosh! Another arrow. Found you. The bard saw Lin Tianhao's move again. Though he couldn't see Lin Tianhao's position, he saw the direction from which the arrow came. He leaped into the air, charging towards Lin Tianhao. Whoosh! However, midair an arrow had already struck him. The immense impact of the twisted string arrow method knocked the bard back over a meter in the air. Then came a second arrow, a third arrow. The successive arrows all carried tremendous force. Then Shadow Kill witnessed a scene that left him utterly astonished. The bard was being kept airborne by Lin Tianhao, unable to fall. The moment the bard showed any sign of descending, Lin Tianhao would shatter that hope with an arrow, knocking him back again. And the arrow's trajectory was cunning, carrying the bard slightly higher into the air as it repelled him. This Shadow Kill was an extremely composed assassin, but witnessing Lin Tianhao's display, he was too shocked for words. However, his extensive combat experience told him that achieving what Lin Tianhao had done was exceedingly extraordinarily difficult. Because when the first arrow struck the bard, he had to already consider the landing point of the third arrow. Otherwise, such continuous knockback would be impossible to achieve. Furthermore, in Twilight of the Gods, once an opponent was knocked airborne, they would suffer combo damage. Typically, only warrior-type classes had skills to launch enemies, followed by chaining other skills for combo damage. But Lin Tianhao, an archer, had pulled off such an absurd combo. Roar! The bard bellowed in fury, his body rapidly expanding, transforming from the original bard into a creature over 3 meters tall. A brown-furred, yellow weasel. Simultaneously, the bard's status panel changed. Enraged yellow weasel, black iron level 15. HP 10125001253000. Attack 813. Skills: Yellow Mountain Illusion, Teleportation Swap, Unyielding Physique, Frenzy, Soul Extraction, Mind Control. Lin Tianhao had never crossed blows with this yellow weasel before, yet he was still familiar with its abilities to some extent. Unstoppable and Frenzy were common boss skills present in nearly every boss within the main city, needing no further elaboration. Unstoppable granted immunity to all control effects excluding curses and suppression-type special skills. Frenzy sacrificed a certain amount of dual defenses to greatly boost damage output. Some formidable bosses could increase their damage tenfold under Frenzy. Yellow Mountain Illusion was a type of illusion skill, its impact tied to mental fortitude. The stronger ones will, the lesser the effect. Soul Extraction and Soul Control were the truly twisted abilities of this yellow weasel. Soul Extraction forcibly stripped a portion of the target's soul, plunging them into a weakened state with continuous health loss. The most absurd part was that this health drain lasted 24 hours. As long as the yellow weasel remained alive, the target would bleed health for a full day, with the only refuge being the Resurrection Altar. Survival depended on the Resurrection Altar's attribute recovery. As for Soul Control, it was even more heinous, with a chance to seize an enemy's soul and manipulate them into battle. This Soul Control also lasted 24 hours. Utterly outrageous. Yet since Lin Tianhao had made his move, his goal was to slay the yellow weasel. The yellow weasel, hovering midair, couldn't descend without activating Unstoppable. Normally bosses would unleash both Unstoppable and Frenzy simultaneously, when their health ran low, mounting a desperate counterattack. But this yellow weasel was different. It was a humanoid monster, typically far more intelligent than ordinary field bosses. Its cunning rivaled that of an average adult. In the early stages of the game, players who dismissed NPCs as simple programs had paid dearly for that mistake. Twilight of the Gods was no mere game. Unstoppable. As Lin Tianhao had anticipated, the yellow weasel activated Unstoppable without hesitation when its health dropped to 1 million. Under Unstoppable, the knockback effect of arrows ceased to exist, allowing it to break free and land. No sooner had it touched ground than it raised a hand to unleash a skill at Lin Tianhao. Yet it lowered its hand again. The reason was simple: insufficient casting range. Most monsters, even bosses, had skill ranges comparable to an archer's basic attack distance. However, due to his basic attack amplification skill, Lin Tianhao's attack range exceeded that of a normal archer by 10%. It was this precise distance that Lin Tianhao exploited to control the casting range, restricting the yellow weasel's attack reach, forcing it to raise and lower its hand in frustration. In fact, such tactics had existed in PC games where top players could kite by manipulating attack distance to deal. Nevertheless, Lin Tianhao's movement speed remained a weakness starkly inferior to the yellow weasel's. Within just 2 seconds, the creature had closed in on him. Lin Tianhao's gaze sharpened as the yellow weasel raised its hand, ready to cast a skill. Under Unstoppable, he had no way to interrupt its spell. Crucially, Soul Extraction was a locking skill impossible to evade through positioning. Not far away, Shadow Kill had already smirked, finally hitting a snag, but in the next instant Shadow Kill's smile froze on his face. Lin Tianhao swiftly swapped his main weapon for a shield, completing the full Ironwood set of Black Iron grade. After the weapon switch, Lin Tianhao's resistance and health both increased. Moreover, the set bonus of the Black Iron Ironwood set was far more absurd than that of the Elite grade. It restored 200 health per second and on top of that reflected 20 of damage. Additionally, a third set effect granted a 10 increase in tenacity. The yellow weasel's Soul Extraction skill carried a weakening effect, though higher tenacity could partially mitigate. 2,254. A vivid red number appeared above Lin Tianhao's head. 102. 102. Then came the continuous health loss. Lin Tianhao switched back his main weapon and resumed attacking. Without the Black Iron set's main weapon, his health regeneration dropped from 200 to 100 per second. Combined with his Revitalize skill, he recovered a total of 150 health per second. Additionally, the Black Iron Ironwood set itself had equipment-based health recovery effects. Thus, his actual health regeneration was 180 per second, more than enough to withstand the Soul Extraction. Yet the weakening effect was still outrageous. Lin Tianhao's attack speed dropped from 3.63 to 2.41, a reduction of nearly 1/3. This was even after factoring in his weapon swap. Seeing the recovery numbers popping up over Lin Tianhao, Shadow Kill was stunned once more. Over 100 health restored per second. Moreover, the damage from the yellow weasel's Soul Extraction hadn't even chipped away a tenth of Lin Tianhao's health. "I'll help you." Shadow Kill, as if struck by a sudden thought, stopped spectating and appeared behind the yellow weasel. He kicked its back, leaped up, and slit its throat in one fluid motion. 215. Bleed. 25. 25. Shadow Kill's sudden intervention caught Lin Tianhao off guard. Yet with the yellow weasel still having over 9,000,000 health, this attack didn't seem like an attempt to steal the boss. "We'll talk later. It'll back off when its health hits 10. So you needn't worry about me stealing it." Lin Tianhao was slightly surprised. Had this assassin player been intimidated by his instant kill and decided to back down, he didn't dwell on it. If the assassin was willing to draw aggro, the fight was as good as won. Unstoppable had a limited duration. Though he couldn't recall the exact duration for this yellow weasel as a novice village boss, its unstoppable couldn't be too extreme. After being ambushed by the assassin, the yellow weasel roared in fury, spun around, and swiped a claw. The assassin seemed to anticipate this, leaning back to narrowly evade the fierce strike. He then swung his dagger, slicing across the yellow weasel's wrist. 121. The damage was lower this time, with no bleeding effect triggered. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Tianhao unleashed a volley of arrows. 3 arrows per second. Each struck with high damage, targeting the back of the head for critical hits. Damn it! The yellow weasel roared, and in the next moment a eerie glow burst from its body. Then, the yellow weasel vanished before Lin Tianhao's eyes. In its place stood a beauty in a sheer gauze gown with a curvaceous figure, fair skin and long legs. Every smile and frown radiating an enchanting allure. She crooked a finger at Lin Tianhao. "Darling, come play with me." Lin Tianhao frowned slightly. It was obvious without thinking that this was an illusion. Of course, if one's mind was not steadfast enough, one might become trapped in this dream. One must adhere to one's true self to break the illusion. In fact, there is a very simple method. That is, to use one's imagination. Imagine the graceful beauty before him with long legs alongside the 3-turtle, hairy and fearsome. In this way, the situation before him could be perfectly explained. Lin Tianhao looked at the elegant beauty again, involuntarily recalling the yellow creature's lewd gestures in front of him. Ugh! Lin Tianhao almost couldn't hold back his vomit. Just thinking about it made his stomach churn. It was too disgusting. The elegant beauty was momentarily stunned upon witnessing this scene. Could it be that this guy likes men? Immediately the illusion shifted. A young man was leaning in front of Lin Tianhao, skillfully playing basketball, his movements fluid and rhythmic. Ugh! Lin Tianhao felt that the yellow creature was humiliating him. Whoosh! The arrow tore through the air, striking true. 1028. A massive damage number appeared, shattering the illusion. However, what surprised Lin Tianhao was that Ing Sha had actually broken the illusion before him. He saw Ing Sha glide in a smooth motion, almost skimming the ground, sliding between the yellow creature's legs before thrusting his blade. A woo! The yellow creature's legs clamped shut, instantly letting out a cry of agony. This was an attack that was not very damaging but quite humiliating. Lin Tianhao knew that Ing Sha was helping him provoke hatred, trying to buy him time against the yellow creature's invulnerability. As expected, after a cry of pain, the yellow creature turned and chased after Ing Sha. Whoosh! He went after Ing Sha while Lin Tianhao unleashed a full-speed assault without restraint. Each arrow struck the back of the head, dealing massive critical damage. Roar! 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 The yellow creature roared angrily. It also knew it had been played. Looking at its dwindling invulnerability time, it unhesitatingly activated its berserk skill. The speed suddenly increased. Ing Sha was already fast, but the yellow creature raised its hand and unleashed a soul extraction attack, instantly killing Ing Sha. Lin Tianhao facepalmed. This was already the 3rd time Ing Sha had fallen today. Twice it had been at his hands, and this 3rd time it was actually killed while trying to save him. After killing Ing Sha, the yellow creature turned to Lin Tianhao, raising its hand to cast a soul control spell toward him. Lin Tianhao felt his soul stiffen as a cold aura began to invade. In the next moment, he found that he was gradually losing control of his body. In this critical moment, Lin Tianhao switched his equipment. He switched from the thunder bow to the shield. If he couldn't withstand the next attack, he could be killed instantly. Moreover, he feared the yellow creature would use the soul control spell to make him self-harm. The shield was clearly the best choice. After controlling Lin Tianhao, the yellow creature immediately rushed toward him. Then it struck down heavily on Lin Tianhao's helmet with its palm. Critical hit. 1512. A massive damage number appeared, followed by a torrential assault raining down on Lin Tianhao. Swish! The yellow creature's claw slashed across Lin Tianhao's throat, another huge damage number appearing. 1626. Bleeding. 300. 300. This attack caused Lin Tianhao to bleed. At this moment, Lin Tianhao was already resisting with all his might, trying to break free. Even so, Lin Tianhao was still knocked down by 2,000 health points before he narrowly escaped the soul control spell. After breaking free, Lin Tianhao kicked the yellow creature's knee, using the momentum to perform a backflip, dodging its attack. Twist string arrow technique. Whoosh! At that moment, the yellow creature's invulnerability finally ended, and Lin Tianhao unleashed the twist string arrow technique aimed at the yellow creature's throat. However, in its berserk state, the yellow creature's speed had increased significantly, and it actually caught Lin Tianhao's arrow with its palm. Lin Tianhao was surprised but did not lose his composure. Arrows flew out one after another. Without invulnerability, the yellow creature was much easier to deal with. Lin Tianhao continuously unleashed arrows with the twist string arrow technique. Initially, the yellow creature could still block one or two, but as Lin Tianhao's angles of attack became increasingly tricky, just a slight mistake caused the yellow creature to be knocked back repeatedly by the tremendous impact of the twist string arrow technique. Now is the time. A cold glint flashed in Lin Tianhao's eyes as he shot another arrow hitting the yellow creature's left leg, causing it to lose balance and tumble forward. Following that, Lin Tianhao's second arrow struck the center of the yellow creature's brow, and under the combined force, the yellow creature was momentarily suspended in the air. This is the effect I wanted. A cold glint flashed in Lin Tianhao's eyes. Since the yellow creature was already airborne, the subsequent actions would be much easier. Without invulnerability, the yellow creature could not descend under Lin Tianhao's airborne technique. Not far away, a player was walking towards this direction. He was currently live streaming, smiling as he said, "Brothers, you should all be brushing through the twisted jungle. You probably don't know there's a bard over here, right? I suspect this bard must have some incredible quest. If I can complete it, maybe I can be as powerful as the great Snow Emperor." As he spoke, Hu Gujiangchang Fengu walked over to Lin Tianhao. However, upon arriving here, what the heck? Because the live stream was facing him, the viewers in the chat were somewhat confused by Hu Gujiangchang Fengu's reaction. What did the streamer see? Could it be that players are having a real battle in the wild? A certain club owner over here said he wants to move his business into the game, but it seems like you need your own shop or territory to do that, otherwise there will be penalties. Streamer, let us see quickly. Is it a human beast? Who is so savage? Hu Gujiangchang Fengu swallowed a few times before finally turning the live camera towards Lin Tianhao. Then the live chat fell into a brief silence. After a moment, what the heck? Hu Gujiangchang Fengu's live chat was filled with exclamations. What did I just see? Is that a boss? It's actually being kept airborne by that archer. I remember that archers have hit detection. I play as an archer myself, and sometimes arrows miss and fail to hit wild monsters. How did he? Mom asked me why I'm kneeling to watch the live stream. When she saw it, she knelt down with me. The live chat instantly erupted. They all witnessed Lin Tianhao using the twist string arrow technique to keep the yellow creature suspended indefinitely. Lin Tianhao had actually noticed the scene happening beside him. However, he said nothing and continued to attack the yellow weasel. Sha, after dealing with the streamer, did not continue to stealth. Instead, he stood not far away, seemingly providing support for Lin Tianhao. 8 minutes later, Ding, you have killed the hidden boss Enraged Yellow Weasel in the Novice Village experience points 15,495. Ding, you have completed the first kill of Enraged Yellow Weasel. A server-wide announcement will be made. Do you wish to hide your name? No. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Shuedi for completing the first kill of Enraged Yellow Weasel, hereby announced, wishing all players to continue their efforts. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Shuedi for completing the first kill of Enraged Yellow Weasel, hereby announced, wishing all players to continue their efforts. What the hell, another first kill? What kind of boss is this Enraged Yellow Weasel? Is it from the main city? I don't know, it seems there wasn't this boss in the Novice Village. Shuedi is not yet on the level leaderboard. I checked the level leaderboard, and there is no Shuedi among the level 10 players. He is still in the Novice Village. Countless players began to discuss. At this moment, Hu Gujiangchang Fengu, who walked out from the resurrection altar, also heard the system notification. He pulled out his live stream replay and was immediately stunned. Is that Shuedi? Incredible, I have a video of Shuedi soloing the boss. Thinking of this, Hu Gujiangchang Fengu had already forgotten about his own defeat. He quickly edited the video and posted it online. Title: Shuedi solos the hidden boss in the Novice Village, super explosive. As this video was posted on the forum of Twilight of the Gods, it immediately surged to the trending topics. Most ordinary players just watched the excitement. After all, they couldn't discern the issues with Lin Tianhao's infinite floating technique. It's like how ordinary people watch a nuclear explosion, probably just observing the mushroom cloud without being awed by the technical content within. In just a short 5 minutes, this video had already been displayed on the big screens of analysis rooms in various clubs, and major guilds and clubs began urgent meetings. Dream Chasing Club. An emergency meeting was held offline by Zhu Meng Yen Shui. In the meeting room, 3 analysts along with General Manager Li Haitao and several experienced archers were present. Cousin, I think Shuedi must be using some skill that can continuously knock enemy units into the air. Li Haitao spoke first. He was utterly clueless about the game and naturally couldn't see the worth of Lin Tianhao's technique. You know nothing. Zhu Mengyan Shui shouted angrily. And call me boss in the company. The three analysts trembled. The game's opening time for Twilight of the Gods was too short, and they didn't have much data. Boss, the way he draws the bow is incorrect. If you look closely, his arrows are spinning rapidly in the air. He must be using some kind of combat technique. What about you guys? Zhu Mengyan Shui looked at the high-level archers. One of them solemnly said, Boss, this indeed is a game skill. I have seen a hunter use this technique before. He can keep a puppet floating in the air. According to his explanation, it requires precise. When the first arrow is shot, you must already consider the position of the third arrow, even the fourth arrow, or otherwise, if one arrow goes wrong, you won't be able to maintain the floating state. Having said that, this high-level archer side again, after Twilight of the Gods opened, I had thought this technique could be used in the game, but I didn't expect someone to use it so skillfully already. Hearing this high-level archer's explanation, Zhu Mengyan Shui nodded. Just as I expected, this game is holographic virtual. Many combat techniques from reality could potentially be realized here. Moreover, due to attribute boosts, some combat techniques that cannot be completed in reality may be achievable in the game. Li Haitao did not pay much attention. Boss, no matter how amazing he is, he's only level 9. Compared to you, he still falls short. Zhu Mengyan Shui cast a cold glance at Li Haitao, then turned to the archers. If you were to practice this technique, how long would it take? Everyone fell silent after a long, while the previously analytical high-level player said, deliberate practice would take around 5 years. What? Zhu Mengyan Shui was taken aback. 5 years. Boss, practicing archery heavily depends on talent. If someone has exceptional talent, they might master it in 3 months, but such people are as rare as phoenix feathers. Moreover, to achieve something as proficient as Shui's continuous knock-up on the boss, we might not be able to do it even in 10 years. Zhu Mengyan Shui's face was serious. Alright, got it. After saying this, Zhu Mengyan Shui re-entered the game. In fact, it wasn't just the dream-chasing club. In Longua, various clubs were frantically analyzing this video. In the end, they all arrived at a very terrifying conclusion. That is, Lin Tianhao's operation was absurd, extremely absurd. A normal person simply could not execute such maneuvers. Server-wide announcement: Dream Chasing Club sincerely invites Shui to join, annual salary of 100 million, other benefits negotiable. Server-wide announcement: Dream Chasing Club sincerely invites Shui to join, annual salary of 100 million, other benefits negotiable. The server-wide announcement's voice is similar to a server-wide notification. Everyone could hear it. Because Lin Tianhao had closed friend requests and non-friend messages, it seemed the only way to contact him was through the server-wide announcement. However, the current stage had a server-wide announcement costing 10 gold. Don't be fooled by the fact that Lin Tianhao had quite a bit of gold. How many people could replicate Lin Tianhao's method? Yet, just as the Dream Chasing Club's server-wide announcement concluded, another server-wide announcement sounded. Server-wide announcement: Azura Guild sincerely invites Shui to join, annual salary of 100 million and 10,000 entering as vice president, other benefits negotiable. Server-wide announcement: Azura Guild sincerely invites Shui to join, annual salary of 100 million and 10,000 entering as vice president, other benefits negotiable. Server-wide announcement: Berserker Guild sincerely invites Shui to join, annual salary of 100 million and 10,000 entering as vice president, plus a luxurious villa, other benefits negotiable. The series of server-wide announcements directly set the entire internet ablaze. What the hell, did I hear that right? Starting salary is 100 million. Is this even money? This can't be some kind of ghost money. Neil, a level 9 player, what qualifications does he have to make various clubs compete for him? Isn't he afraid it's just a flash in the pan, a meat bun hitting a dog? If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense. Shui's infinite floating technique may not be achievable even for some people in 10 years. Clubs aren't stupid. If they're willing to offer this price, it's definitely because Shui is worth it. Countless people were shocked, yet Lin Tianhao was currently looting the corpse and checking the rewards. Ding! You have obtained 45 skill books. Ding! You have obtained 65 pieces of equipment. Ding! You have obtained 500 gold coins. Ding! You have completed the hidden boss first kill and gained 10 free attribute points. Ding! You have obtained a quest scroll 1. Ding! You have obtained a mysterious key 1. Lin Tianhao smiled at this reward. Was truly exhilarating. The Yellow Weasel, once a bard, had carried quite a trove of treasures. Scanning the Yellow Weasel's equipment and skill books roughly, it seemed there were indeed some he could learn. Though not with a full 45 skill books, Lin Tianhao picked through them. Suitable for his class were 3, one of which boosted attack power. Better than nothing. The second one increased movement speed. This was highly useful for Lin Tianhao. His current weakness was precisely his speed. Sprint 1 star. Effect upon activation, your movement speed increases by 0.5 for 10 seconds. Cooldown 5 minutes. Cost 10 MP. Proficiency 0-100. With this type of proficiency, each use of the skill adds 1 point. A movement speed boost of 0.5 felt somewhat underwhelming to Lin Tianhao, especially since it was a fixed increase, not a percentage one. In other words, learning this skill would offer little help and might even distract him. Sometimes more skills aren't better, as too many can cause hesitation or even fumbling during combat. In a previous PC game, there was a character who could learn over 100 skills, leaving players baffled about how to configure them or which to use in any given situation. Thus, Lin Tianhao held on to this skill without learning it immediately. As for the third skill suitable for him, Invincible Golden Body 1 star. Effect: you enter an invincible state for 0.5 seconds. Cooldown 24 hours. Cost 100 MP. Proficiency 0-10. This was undoubtedly a divine skill. Though the invincibility lasted only 0.5 seconds, this state could surely be upgraded over time. However, the 100 MP cost gave Lin Tianhao a headache. His current total MP was only 50. In other words, even after learning the skill, he couldn't activate it. Helpless. How absurd. Should he allocate his free attribute points to MP? Truth be told, Lin Tianhao was reluctant. He would rather invest in movement speed. Adding to MP felt somewhat out of place. In the early game, MP was a pain point for many players, especially mages. Mages relied heavily on skills naturally demanding high magic power and MP. But many mage equipment pieces could boost MP and magic power. Archers, on the other hand, primarily relied on equipment that increased attack power, movement speed, attack speed, critical hits, and lifesteal. Equipment that added MP was exceedingly rare. Having just gained 10 free attribute points from slaying the yellow weasel, Lin Tianhao didn't immediately allocate them to attack speed. His current attack speed of 363 sufficed for now. His weakness was movement speed, and he needed MP. Even if he couldn't use the invincible golden body skill yet, he could still grind its proficiency. But without enough MP, he couldn't even do that. A headache. Yet after only a brief hesitation, Lin Tianhao added the attribute points to MP. Attack speed and movement speed could be improved later. Adding to MP would not only enable the invincible golden body skill, but also support other MP-consuming skills in the future, making it indispensable. Lin Tianhao allocated all 10 free attribute points to MP, raising it to 100. Then, without hesitation, he activated Invincible Golden Body, gaining 1 proficiency point. At the same time, Lin Tianhao's gaze fell upon the assassin player not far away. At that moment, Shadowkill stepped forward. "Let me introduce myself. I am Shadowkill, an external operative of the Dragon Kingdom's War Department." Lin Tianhao was stunned inwardly. Shadowkill. This was a legendary god-level assassin from his past life. Indeed, he was an assassin with a divine-grade talent. Beyond his high talent, Shadowkill hailed from a special division of the Dragon Kingdom's War Department. He was rumored to have once been a notorious mercenary, surviving countless battles before being recruited and rising to prominence. His combat skills were exceptionally rich, and with his divine talent, he ascended to become one of the strongest assassins. He could have become the greatest assassin, but a saint-grade hidden class had held him back. If his hidden class had also been divine grade, the combination of dual divine grade hidden classes and his technique would have made him the unrivaled assassin. "What is it?" Lin Tianhao asked calmly. Shadowkill asked solemnly. "Snow Emperor, the War Department plans to form a special operations group within the game and wishes to invite you to join." Lin Tianhao knew of this special operations group. In his past life, during the Great Cataclysm, it became the backbone of the Dragon Kingdom's resistance against the Elite Galaxy. It was precisely because of this group's existence that Lin Tianhao and most mid to high-level individuals could live relatively stable lives. "I need to think it over." Lin Tianhao didn't refuse outright. He held this special group in high regard. But if he were to join, he would have to be part of its leadership, even its top commander. Otherwise, he had no intention of joining. "Aren't you going to ask about the benefits?" Shadowkill, thinking Lin Tianhao was declining, pressed further. Lin Tianhao shook his head with a smile. "No need. I still have matters to attend to. Besides, now is not the time for me to negotiate terms with you." What he had revealed so far was not enough to earn him real power within the War Department, even if it garnered some. "All right, I can tell you this. The special group's benefits far surpass those of clubs and guilds." Lin Tianhao waved his hand in acknowledgement. Shadowkill turned to leave, but Lin Tianhao called him back. "Wait." Shadowkill looked back in surprise. "What? Changed your mind?" Lin Tianhao shook his head. "I understand why you tried to steal the boss earlier. Wild bosses are up for grabs. But trying to kill me afterward, that's where you crossed the line." Shadowkill's eyes narrowed. What do you intend to do? Nothing much. Just send you back to town for free. Whoosh! Lin Tianhao loosed an arrow. Shadowkill instinctively raised his hand to counter, but upon seeing the incoming arrow, he lowered his dagger and let Lin Tianhao take him down with 2 shots. Before dying, he said, "Does this make us even?" Lin Tianhao didn't confirm. After killing Shadowkill, he took out the quest scroll obtained from the Yellow Weasel. This new quest scroll was quite intriguing. In ancient times, the Yellow Emperor's son became a drought demon after death. He fought for the Yellow Emperor against Chiyo, but was sealed beneath the novice village by Chiyu. Quest objective: release the sealed son of the Yellow Emperor. Quest penalty: all fire-based attacks you receive in the future will deal double damage. Quest reward: unknown. This quest stood in direct opposition to the scroll obtained from the earlier 9-headed serpent vine. One aimed to destroy the novice village to prevent the drought demon's release. This scroll, however, sought to free the drought demon. Not only that, Lin Tianhao also noticed a loophole. The scroll from the 9-headed serpent vine didn't explicitly require sealing the drought demon or reinforcing the seal. Its objective was to kill the novice village's NPCs and destroy the resurrection altar. Meanwhile, this quest was to release the drought demon. The objectives didn't conflict. In other words, Lin Tianhao could complete both quests simultaneously. However, either of these 2 tasks taken alone was utterly absurd. Moreover, based on Lin Tianhao's understanding of the game, there was likely a 3rd quest scroll. The requirement for that 3rd quest scroll was probably to slay the Hanba. If that were the case, he could undertake all 3 tasks simultaneously. First destroy the novice village, then release the Hanba, and finally kill it. Of course, this 3rd task was merely Lin Tianhao's speculation. For now, regardless of which task it was, Lin Tianhao could not complete any of them. Therefore, he decided not to accept them for the time being, and would first finish the village elder's promotion quest. Regarding the task of hunting 10 bosses in the novice village, he had already slain the 9-headed serpent vine, the twisted Treant King, and the yellow weasel, totaling 3. Next, he would hunt down other bosses. Monsters ranging from level 3 to 10 all had their own bosses. If Lin Tianhao proceeded in this manner, he could hunt 6 more. However, adhering to the principle of hunting the highest level bosses possible, Lin Tianhao had no intention of grinding those minor ones. He wanted to take down other hidden bosses in the novice village, but with his current attributes, it was still a drop in the bucket. Therefore, he needed to level up to 10 first, and simultaneously upgrade his talent, the Hand of Heavenly Punishment, to 3 stars. He was not far from level 10 in terms of experience, but there was still a considerable gap to reach 3 stars for the Hand of Heavenly Punishment. 100,000 normal attacks would still require a long time of basic attacking. He returned to the spawn point of level 10 Twisted Treants. There were hardly any players here. The leveling spot for level 9 players was not this location, and most players who had reached level 10 were attempting dungeons. Swish! An arrow pierced the air, dealing a critical hit. 2,288. A massive damage number appeared. This ordinary Twisted Treant couldn't withstand even a single basic attack from Lin Tianhao and fell before him. The lightning leap was triggered. Over a dozen Twisted Treants were pulled in. The outcome was without suspense. 1 arrow per Trent, and those drawn in were quickly dispatched. This high-frequency monster-killing speed might be decent for an ordinary person, but for Lin Tianhao it was somewhat inadequate. The reason was simple. He needed to stack his maximum health through basic attacks. 1 arrow killed them instantly, leaving him no chance to land more attacks. After farming the Twisted Treants for over 10 minutes, Lin Tianhao's health had barely increased. However, his experience points had met the requirement for leveling up. Ding! You have leveled up to level 10. Free attribute points 5. Ding! You have met the level requirement to leave the novice village. You can accept the departure quest from the village elder to leave. Lin Tianhao ignored the so-called departure quest. He allocated all 5 free attribute points to movement speed. Sufficient speed would make it easier for him to kite monsters. If he later needed to do the quest of hunting NPCs in the novice village, movement speed would be crucial. Adding the 5 attribute points increased his speed by 0.5, a negligible boost. Next, he had to consider hunting the 4th boss. And Lin Tianhao already had a plan in mind. The hidden bosses in the novice village were not limited to just the bard. This next operation might allow him to hunt down the remaining 7 bosses all at once, completing the village elder's task. That plan was the struggle for the village chief position. In the novice village, Blacksmith Wang had coveted the chief's position for a long time. To overthrow the old village elder, Blacksmith Wang had been tirelessly working. He had been secretly recruiting players in the novice village. Lin Tianhao had Zhou Xiaopang do the blacksmith's quests, which essentially meant accepting the blacksmith's recruitment. The final quest from the blacksmith was to help Blacksmith Wang defeat the old village elder. Supporting the rise of a new village chief would yield incredibly generous rewards. It was precisely because of this quest that Lin Tianhao saw the feasibility of completing the task of destroying the novice village. Whether it was helping the old village elder annihilate Blacksmith Wang's faction or aiding Blacksmith Wang in wiping out the old elder's faction, the novice village would undergo a major upheaval with many NPCs perishing. Especially if they fought to mutual destruction, that would be even more interesting. He could simply reap the benefits as a third party. However, he had already accepted the old village elder's subsequent quest to hunt 10 bosses. To ensure this quest could be completed, it seemed that only Blacksmith Wang would have to die. But before that, he needed to exploit Blacksmith Wang for some freebies. Returning to the novice village, Lin Tianhao first went to the tavern, bought 2 bottles of the most expensive liquor, and then headed to the blacksmith's shop. Seeing the liquor in Lin Tianhao's hands, Blacksmith Wang asked with a smile, "Adventurer, what can I do for you?" Lin Tianhao placed the 2 bottles of liquor before Blacksmith Wang. "I've heard that Blacksmith Wang is the greatest blacksmith under heaven. I wish to request you to forge the mightiest weapon under heaven for me." Flattered by Lin Tianhao's praise, Blacksmith Wang immediately became a bit smug. Keep it down, keep it down. It's fine to know, but no need to say it out loud." As he spoke, Blacksmith Wang discreetly pocketed the 2 bottles of liquor. Forging a weapon naturally costs money. For the strongest weapon, it depends on how many gold coins you can offer. Lin Tianhao took out all the gold coins he had and threw them before Blacksmith Wang. "Is this an—" Blacksmith Wang's eyes went wide. This was the novice village, and in all his years of smithing, he had never seen so many gold coins. "Enough, enough. But gold coins alone aren't sufficient. I also need 10 bronze tier equipment, 50 black iron tier equipment, and 200 elite tier equipment as raw materials." Ding! Blacksmith Wang has issued a quest to you. Quest requirements: 10 bronze tier equipment, 50 black iron tier equipment, and 200 elite tier equipment. Quest penalty: the gold coins and liquor you paid will not be refunded. Quest reward: you will receive a gold tier longbow with no equipping requirements. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. He had initially expected it to be silver tier, but to his surprise it was gold tier. This was truly remarkable. "Alright, I will gather these items as quickly as possible." For other players, collecting so much equipment would be an insurmountable challenge. But for Lin Tianhao, it was merely a matter of clearing the Twisted Tree dungeon on Hell difficulty a few more times. After accepting the quest, Lin Tianhao headed to the Twisted Forest once again. Without any hesitation, he directly chose Hell difficulty and began his solo farming journey. 2.5 hours later, Lin Tianhao looked at the equipment in his backpack, and a satisfied smile spread across his face. Blacksmith Wang's quest was complete. A gold-tier weapon, and it was said to be a custom-made one. With this custom weapon that had no equipping requirements combined with his Hand of Heavenly Punishment talent, his growth rate from now on would be nothing short of terrifying. "Blacksmith Wang, I have collected everything you need." Lin Tianhao arrived at the blacksmith's shop. Blacksmith Wang was greatly surprised. He cast a meaningful glance at Lin Tianhao, revealing a thoughtful expression. "Alright, give me the items, and you can come back for your weapon in 10 hours. Lin Tianhao presented all the required equipment to Blacksmith Wang. Ding! You have completed Blacksmith Wang's task. Experience points, 9,085. Since you have not yet left the novice village, you cannot receive experience points. They will be discarded. Lin Tianhao did not feel anything about this. He had already known it from his past life. "Adventurer, I see you have exceptional talent. If you can find 3 more items, I might be able to help you upgrade your golden weapon to platinum level." Lin Tianhao was quite surprised. The golden weapon was already far beyond the current players, let alone a platinum one. However, he vaguely guessed what the next task would be. "What kind of items?" Lin Tianhao asked. "My apprentice Irefew stole a precious ore. I have sent 2 other apprentices to pursue him. If you can assist them in retrieving the ore, I will use it to forge your weapon." Ding! Blacksmith Wang has issued you a task to recover the stolen Ice Flame magic ore. Task requirements: retrieve the Ice Flame magic ore during the battle against Irefew, reduce Airfus health by over 20%. Task penalty: none. Task reward: unknown. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. As expected, the confrontation task between Blacksmith Wang and the old village chief had begun. This so-called apprentice's betrayal was actually someone placed by the old village chief next to Blacksmith Wang, who was discovered and fled after stealing the ore. On the surface, Blacksmith Wang and the old village chief had not yet torn their masks, so Irefew could only escape to the wild. If other players were lucky, they might receive a task to protect Irefew from the old village chief. "Okay, Blacksmith Wang, I will do my best. Do you know where Irefew is?" "My 2 apprentices have chased into the eastern mine. That rat Irefew must be hiding in some corner of the mine. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow at the eastern mine. That seemed to be the territory of the level 8 stone beetle. In his past life, he had not heard of any strategy for this stone beetle mine. There might be one, but it simply had not been leaked. The hidden maps, hidden bosses, secret realms, and caves of the Twilight of the Gods were all part of many settings. Lin Tianhao knew a bit, but it was only a small portion. After all, most people kept their opportunities to themselves and were not willing to reveal their strategies. The strategies Lin Tianhao knew were mostly published by guilds or government consortiums after squeezing out their. Otherwise, they were similar to the yellow skin rat and the twisted trent, which once triggered would send a server-wide announcement allowing others to find out the opening strategy. Alright, I will head to the mine now to look for Irefew. As Lin Tianhao left the novice village, he headed towards the mine. Just then, a server-wide announcement rang out. Server-wide announcement: congratulations to player Zhu Meng Yen Shui for completing the first kill of the Water Arrow Turtle King. This is a special announcement, hoping the players will continue to work hard. Server-wide announcement: congratulations to player Zhu Meng Yen Shui for completing the first kill of the Water Arrow Turtle King. This is a special announcement, hoping the players will continue to work hard. Just as the server-wide announcement of Zhu Meng Yen Shui's first kill had just concluded, another server-wide announcement appeared. Server-wide announcement: congratulations to player Guangzhan Daofeng for being the first to obtain a hidden class. This is a special announcement, hoping the players will continue to work hard. Server-wide announcement: congratulations to player Guangzhan Daofeng for being the first to obtain a hidden class. This is a special announcement, hoping the players will continue to work hard. Lin Tianhao sighed. It seemed that some things from his past life had not changed. Guangzhan Daofeng still managed to obtain a hidden class so quickly. What a pity. Guangzhan Daofeng had decent talent and his understanding of the game and skills were on point, but unfortunately, he rashly chose a profession leading to him becoming indistinguishable from the crowd in the later stages of the game. Novice Village. Mine. This was a long-abandoned mine which had turned into the home of stone beetles due to years of neglect. As Lin Tianhao arrived, he saw dozens of stone beetles wandering outside the mine. Stone beetle normal level 8. Health 1200-1200. Attack 52. Skills: armor break, stone shield. These two skills were quite simple, yet they caused many ordinary players to suffer. Armor break could reduce the durability of weapons. In the early stages, when weapons were extremely scarce, the skill from the stone beetle was indeed very troublesome. Whoosh! 1200. Lin Tianhao shot an arrow, instantly killing a stone beetle. After finishing collecting equipment in the Twisted Forest, his health had already exceeded 50,000. Adding in the more than 10,000 health points from the Black Iron Treant set, his total health now surpassed 60,000. Even without considering the attack power of the Thunder Bow, the real damage brought by his health was enough to eliminate the stone beetles. Within 20 seconds, Lin Tianhao had taken care of all the stone beetles. With new stone beetles respawning, Lin Tianhao completely ignored them and directly entered the mine. According to Lin Tianhao's calculations, there should be 3 NPCs inside the mine, possibly even more. Is it you? Just as he entered, a surprised voice rang out. Lin Tianhao looked at the speaker with some astonishment. It was the assassin player Shadowkill. What? Here to grind monsters? Due to losing levels one after another, Shadowkill was now only level 5. With his attributes and combat skills, it was easy for him to fight level 8 stone beetles. No, I accepted a task. From the old village chief. Lin Tianhao's gaze sharpened. Did the old village chief send you here to support Irefew? Shadowkill was somewhat surprised. Did you also accept this task? No, I took the opposite task from yours, but what is your task? Lin Tianhao asked. My task is to obtain the Ice Flame magic or from Irefew and return it. If possible, I need to assist Irefew in killing the 2 NPCs chasing him. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow and smiled. My task is to assist those 2 NPCs in killing Irefew, and then retrieve the Ice Flame magic or... Hearing this, Shadowkill was somewhat astonished. Contradictory tasks. In previous games, there were rarely tasks where players had opposing objectives. It is a contradictory task, but we should have a win-win solution. Lin Tianhao already had an idea. What win-win solution? 3 NPCs, let's kill them all together, Lin Tianhao said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Shadowkill was taken aback. Won't that be a bit too risky? As long as we handle it properly, it's completely feasible. Moreover, we are not 2 against 3. We first help Irefew kill the 2 NPCs, then turn around to kill Irefew. Sha was somewhat astonished, having to admit that Lin Tianhao's idea was rather audacious. Yet having witnessed Lin Tianhao's skills, Sha knew that the method he proposed was entirely feasible. All right, then first search for Irefew. Lin Tianhao sent Ying Sha a party invitation. "I'll level you up first." For experience distribution, Lin Tianhao still used a 9-tune ratio. There was no choice as 9-tune was the limit. Subsequently, Lin Tianhao began to slay monsters instantly. 1 arrow per stone armor beetle. Moreover, due to lightning leap, some stone armor beetles were already killed by the lightning leap before Lin Tianhao even made a move. Although Lin Tianhao faced an experience penalty for leveling low-level players while being high-level himself, he couldn't be stopped by his fast monster-clearing speed. In just 10 minutes, Ying Sha returned to level 6. After another 15 minutes, Ying Sha reached level 7. Subsequently, it took only 10 minutes for Ying Sha to arrive at level 8. Because Lin Tianhao had already slain elite stone armor beetles, the experience gained was naturally greater. "Shuedi, your damage is the most outrageous I've seen among everyone. Did you awaken a talent?" Lin Tianhao nodded. Ying Sha tactfully refrained from asking what Lin Tianhao's talent was, as that would have crossed boundaries. Talents are everyone's secret. Even though Lin Tianhao had been reborn, he had only heard about many people's talents or roughly knew their levels, but the effects of the talents remained completely unknown. For instance, Ying Sha. Lin Tianhao knew he possessed a divine-level talent, but what its attributes were they remained unaware. Just then both Lin Tianhao and Ying Sha heard scolding voices echoing from deep within the cave. "Irefusey, you ungrateful bastard. The master treated you so well, yet you dared to steal his ores." Lin Tianhao and Ying Sha cautiously approached. Ahead, Lin Tianhao spotted these 3 NPCs. Irefusey was a somewhat short young man, while the other 2 were robust and strong men. Irefusey level 10. Health? Attack? Skills? Note he was originally an informant planted by the old village chief beside blacksmith Wang, carrying a very valuable item. Apart from Irefusey, the attributes of the other 2 NPCs were similar. Health, attack, and skills were all question marks. The difference lay in their notes. They were blacksmith Wang's disciples, and helping them could yield unexpected benefits. For ordinary players, they would surely choose to aid these 2 NPCs. Yet Lin Tianhao did not. Though he already had a plan, he still wanted to wait and see if any new plot developments would emerge. Twilight of the Gods must never be treated merely as a simple game. One should regard it as a parallel world and consider NPCs as flesh-and-blood individuals. Only by doing so could more rewards be obtained. Ying Sha stayed by Lin Tianhao's side, still watching from afar without uttering a word. Blacksmith Wang harbors wild ambitions. As a villager of the novice village, I will surely inform the village chief of his ambitions and have him kill blacksmith Wang. Though Irefusey's physique was frail, his gaze was exceptionally resolute. He intends to use the Ice Flame Demon or to release a boss that surpasses the novice village's limits, which would bring devastation to our village. Hearing this, blacksmith Wang's 2 disciples snorted coldly. "Enough! What our master intends to do is none of your concern. The old village chief is inept and incompetent. Our master is the only worthy candidate for village chief." The 2 sides argued fiercely. Just as expected, blacksmith Wang had been deceiving him. Lin Tianhao's expression turned subtle. He hadn't taken the Ice Flame Demon or to improve his weapon's quality as claimed, but to release a certain boss. What hidden boss lay in this novice village? Could it be the Drought Demon? Without giving Lin Tianhao much time to ponder, Irefusey had already begun fighting with blacksmith Wang's 2 disciples. The 3 were evenly matched in strength, yet due to the numerical disadvantage, Irefusey quickly fell into a losing position. Swish! An arrow pierced the air. Lin Tianhao made his move. His arrow streaked across the sky, striking Wang San's head. 2,512. A massive critical damage number appeared. Simultaneously, a huge damage number also appeared above Lin Tianhao's head. 1,256. Damage reflection. Lin Tianhao's eyes narrowed. At his current stage with insufficient lifesteal, he couldn't withstand such monsters with damage reflection. After all, the opponent was at least a level 10 boss. Its attributes wouldn't be inferior to the Twisted Treant King, perhaps even higher. Caught off guard by the ambush, Wang San cast a cold glare in their direction. "Adventurers, you must be sent by the old village chief to aid this traitor Irefusey. In that case, all of you can die." With those words, Wang San raised his great sword and swung it down. Swish! Lin Tianhao reacted swiftly, releasing an arrow that disrupted Wang San's attack rhythm. However, Wang San's 50% damage reflection made Lin Tianhao's scalp tingle. This reflection was exceptionally formidable in the early to mid-game. Lin Tianhao's set equipment also had a reflection effect, but it was merely 10%. The gap between the 2 was evident. Ying Sha also knew the opponent had reflection, which was a headache for him as an assassin. "How do we fight?" Ying Sha asked in a low voice. "Kite them." Lin Tianhao's expression was cold. Though the reflection affected him significantly, there was still room for maneuver. After all, they were primarily assisting Irefusey in battle. Both Wang San and Wang Si wear reflection armor with very high reflection stats, but their health isn't that high. Irefuse's voice rang out as he raised his hand, sending 2 pitch-black rays of light into Lin Tianhao's body. Ding, you have received Irefuse's blessing, reducing damage taken by 10. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. This blessing was a timely boon. He promptly switched to the jungle longbow. No other reason, the jungle longbow added 500 health and 2% lifesteal. Facing an opponent with reflection lifesteal became a crucial attribute. You have strong reflection. As long as my lifesteal surpasses yours, you'll be left helpless. Although Lin Tianhao's main weapon wasn't part of the Treant set, his base health regeneration per second still reached a high 180 points. Combined with the jungle longbow's lifesteal and the 10% damage reduction from Irefuse's blessing, he could potentially kite Wang San and Wang Si. Swish! Another high critical damage number appeared. Lin Tianhao's health dropped by just over 1,000. His body began to regenerate health continuously. Yingsha stood there still waiting without rashly acting. As an assassin, when faced with a battle environment unfavorable to him, he must remain calm and seek the perfect opportunity to strike. Kill this kid first. Wang Si roared and charged at Lin Tianhao. Twisting string arrow technique. Using the powerful impact of the twisting string arrow technique, Lin Tianhao forcefully drove Wang Si back. The damage from the backlash continued to deplete Lin Tianhao's health points. The reason was simple: his health was dropping rapidly. With each arrow, even if it wasn't a critical hit, Lin Tianhao lost around 600 health points. But now Lin Tianhao was no longer the primary damage dealer. His main role was crowd control. An archer could serve as the main carry, but sometimes when the situation spiraled out of control, one had to step in to manage the battlefield. Like now, Lin Tianhao used his twisting string arrow technique to constantly disrupt the attack rhythm of Wang San and Wang Si, interrupting their skill casts. A single man holding off 2 opponents simultaneously. This created an excellent output environment for Alves. Watching Lin Tianhao control the battlefield while taking on 2 foes' shadow kill felt a sense of numbness creeping in. If at first he believed Lin Tianhao had only killed him due to superior stats and that with his own top-tier combat skills, he might stand a chance against Lin Tianhao. Then recent events had made Shadowkill deeply realize one thing: Lin Tianhao's combat skills. In his heart, Shadowkill had begun to speculate about Lin Tianhao's identity. Across the Dragon Kingdom, there was only one group that could surpass them in combat prowess: ancient martial artists. These individuals were akin to the martial arts masters of old, and he knew some had even cultivated inner strength, making them incredibly formidable. Their combat techniques were exceptionally powerful. In his own battle division, several instructors were ancient martial artists, beings capable of single-handedly suppressing an entire elite squad. Now in Shadowkill's eyes, Lin Tianhao was precisely such a peerless ancient martial artist. The battle raged on. Wang San and Wang Si, constrained by Lin Tianhao's miraculous crowd control, saw their health plummet rapidly. Moreover, Lin Tianhao deliberately maintained his health, keeping it at a relatively safe level. In his calculations, after eliminating Wang San and Wang Si, he would also need to take down Alves. Finally, the health of Wang San and Wang Si dropped below 10%. Yet they still hadn't used any unstoppable skill, indicating they likely didn't possess one. Thus, the principle from his past life was probably true: the level 10 monsters and NPCs in the novice village lacked both the unstoppable and berserk skills. However, Alves' health bar had only decreased by 30%, which greatly displeased Lin Tianhao. He began to maneuver behind Alves, knowing that Wang San and Wang Si's dying struggle would target him. As expected, when their health fell to 5%, Wang San and Wang Si charged madly at Lin Tianhao, driven by a determination to kill him. Lin Tianhao executed a quick roll to dodge behind Alves. Alves didn't think much of it, assuming Lin Tianhao was simply protecting himself. Facing the near-death Wang San and Wang Si, Alves showed no fear as the 3 clashed again. Lin Tianhao disbanded the party with Shadowkill, fearing that being in a party might arouse suspicion from Blacksmith Wang or the village chief. It was better to be cautious in such matters. Just as Wang San was about to be killed, Lin Tianhao fired an arrow, interrupting Alves' attack. "Sorry, I missed." Lin Tianhao offered an excuse, but his second arrow was already in flight. Twisting string arrow technique. Critical hit. 2518. Ding, you have slain the novice village boss Wang San. A server-wide announcement will be made. Do you wish to conceal your name? Conceal. Lin Tianhao didn't want Blacksmith Wang to know it was he who killed his apprentice. Otherwise, the gold coins he had spent earlier would be wasted. Server-wide announcement: congratulations to the player name hidden for achieving the first kill of Wang San. This announcement is made to encourage all players to strive further. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the player name hidden for achieving the first kill of Wang San. This announcement is made to encourage all players to strive further. The server announcement left many players bewildered. What was happening? Wang San. It sounded like the name of a mere lackey. Before their shock could subside, another system prompt echoed. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the player name hidden for achieving the first kill of Wang Si. This announcement is made to encourage all players to strive further. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the player name hidden for achieving the first kill of Wang Si. This announcement is made to encourage all players to strive further. Wang San. Wang Si. Damn, aren't those just two lackey names? How are they being judged as bosses with a server announcement? Wait, I think I know who Wang San and Wang Si are. They're the two apprentices of blacksmith Wang in the novice village. Holy crap, that seems right. Wang Si repaired my weapon's durability when I was fighting stone beetles. Wang San and Wang Si were not unknown in the novice village. Many players whose weapon durability had dropped would go to the blacksmith shop for repairs. The ones mainly responsible for fixing durability were Wang San and Wang Si. This is insane. Wang San and Wang Si are bosses. In the novice village at the blacksmith shop, blacksmith Wang's expression turned grim. He had naturally heard the server announcement. Who could it be? To be able to kill Wang San and Wang Si has the village chief dispatched an expert. The reason Lin Tianhao had disbanded the party was precisely because of the server announcement. Being in a party could easily expose him. Shadow kill. Lin Tianhao called out to shadow kill. Earlier he had deliberately shot an arrow at Alves to test if Alves also possessed a damage reflection attribute. The answer was no. Slice. Shadow kill was prepared and struck with a throat cut. 195. Bleeding. 26. 26. Alves' face changed color. What are you doing? Whoosh. The response to Alves was a sharp arrow. Critical hit. 2526. A massive damage number appeared. Lin Tianhao's attacks followed in rapid succession. Alves was both shocked and enraged. He never imagined that the adventurer who had just helped him fight would suddenly turn on him without a word. Ding, you have been cursed by Alves. Damage taken increased by 10. Lin Tianhao's expression remained unchanged as his arrows flew, continuously precisely interrupting Alves' attacks. During the battle with Wang San and Wang Si, Lin Tianhao had already grasped Alves' combat rhythm. Now Alves' attack pattern was forcibly disrupted by Lin Tianhao. With a firing rate of 3 arrows per second, Alves was left helpless. No damage reflection. No unstoppable or berserk. Against Lin Tianhao, Alves was nothing more than a stationary target. Whoosh! Lin Tianhao loosed another arrow. This one finally sent Alves flying into the air. What followed was an endless cycle of being juggled. Witnessing Lin Tianhao's miraculous juggling technique, once again Shadow Kill was left utterly astounded. Lin Tianhao's combat skills were truly monstrous. Shadow Kill, you deliver the finishing blow. Remember to conceal your name. Lin Tianhao instructed. He certainly couldn't kill Alves himself, otherwise when he submitted the task of slaying 10 novice village bosses, the village chief might become suspicious. All right. Shadow Kill's understanding of the game was not exceptionally high. Neither was he entirely clear about Lin Tianhao's intentions. Yet he chose to trust Lin Tianhao nonetheless. After Lin Tianhao had severely wounded Alves using the consecutive strike damage of his floating arrow technique, Shadow Kill made his move. 5 consecutive critical strikes, each drawing blood, finished off Alves. Server announcement. Congratulations to the player with a hidden nickname for achieving the first kill of Alves. This announcement is made to encourage all players to strive for greater achievements. Server announcement. Congratulations to the player with a hidden nickname for achieving the first kill of Alves. This announcement is made to encourage all players to strive for greater achievements. At the village chief's courtyard in the novice village, the old chief's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing the announcement. Earlier he had felt a flicker of excitement upon learning of Wang San and Wang Si's deaths. Yet that excitement lasted less than 10 minutes before the server announcement of his subordinate Alves' death reached him. Loot the corpse. Lin Tianhao approached Alves' body, and his first touch yielded the ice flame magic, or, I need this. Shadow Kill frowned, as it was his quest item after all. You cannot take this back. I'm not taking it to submit the quest either, Lin Tianhao explained, for he still required Shadow Kill's cooperation in the actions to come. Everything else on Alves can be yours. Upon hearing this, Shadow Kill's eyes lit up. He immediately came forward to loot the corpse. Only after finishing the looting did his expression ease somewhat. Meanwhile, Lin Tianhao was looting Wang San and Wang Si. Ding you have received weapon repair manual below bronze grade 1. Ding you have received 12 pieces of equipment. Ding you have received 5 gold coins. Ding you have received a special item corpse chi collection vial. Lin Tianhao stored everything away before turning to Shadow Kill. Now that all 3 NPCs are dead, go back and tell the old chief that you encountered Wang San and Wang Si on the road, and with your guild's help you killed them. Upon hearing this, Shadow Kill was taken aback. Will the old chief believe that? He has to believe it because he has no evidence to prove you're lying. What about you? Lin Tianhao smiled and replied, me. He'll say that I only saw Wang San and Wang Si being killed by you and that I never saw Elvis. Hearing this, Shadow Kill felt as if he had been thrown into a fire. If the blacksmith Wang and the old chief compare notes, won't I be exposed? And what do I say when the old chief asks who killed Elvis? Just say you don't know. That Elvis was already dead before you even entered the mine. Shadow Kill remained silent for a moment before asking, can you tell me why you're doing this? For a bigger quest, Lin Tianhao replied with unwavering resolve. Lin Tianhao's gaze was resolute. He had even considered abandoning the old chief's quest to hunt 10 bosses in order to maximize his efforts on the scroll's quest. After finalizing their story with Shadow Kill, a smile finally appeared on Lin Tianhao's face. Once Shadow Kill had left, Lin Tianhao took out the Corpse Chi Collection Vial. Corpse Chi Collection Vial Special Item. Effect upon killing humanoid monsters, adventurers, or NPCs, you can collect Corpse Chi. If the vial is filled, you may receive a remarkable quest. Progress 46,100. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. After collecting the Corpse Chi from Wang San, Wang Si, and the others, the progress increased from 46 to 49. 51 more Corpse Chi were needed to fill the vial. Yet Lin Tianhao was in no rush. If he couldn't collect enough Corpse Chi later, he would have no choice but to target those innocent players. Checking the time, Lin Tianhao first returned to the novice village. Entering the blacksmith shop, he said, Blacksmith Wang, I'm truly sorry. Before I could even find Elvis, I heard the announcement of his death. Lin Tianhao feigned bewilderment as if the matter had nothing to do with him at all. Blacksmith Wang gazed at Lin Tianhao meaningfully. Snow Emperor, in our novice village, who else besides you has the capability to kill Elvis and my 2 disciples? This time Blacksmith Wang did not address Lin Tianhao as adventurer, but directly by his in-game nickname. Lin Tianhao knew that Blacksmith Wang suspected him. Blacksmith Wang, I have no reason to do such a thing. The novice village hides many dragons and crouching tigers. Earlier I was ambushed by an assassin who instantly killed my companion. Upon hearing this, Blacksmith Wang furrowed his brow. He stared at Lin Tianhao as if trying to discern whether he was lying. However, he could discern nothing. Pity about my 2 disciples. Even more regrettable is that piece of ice flame magic, or if you can find me that ice flame magic, or I can give you a platinum grade necklace. Ding, Blacksmith Wang has issued you a quest. Quest requirement: find 1 piece of ice flame magic, or quest penalty none. Quest reward: platinum grade necklace 1. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. Blacksmith Wang was truly desperate for that piece of ice flame magic, or he was willing to offer such generous terms. At the current stage, a gold-grade weapon was already extraordinary. A platinum-grade item could potentially disrupt the game's balance. Alright, I'll do my best. Lin Tianhao accepted the quest, though he had no intention of handing over the ore for now. Snow Emperor, I await your good news. After finishing these matters, Lin Tianhao logged off to have a meal. That afternoon was the time for his sister's surgery. Though the early game hours were precious, Lin Tianhao still went to the hospital after eating. Watching his sister being wheeled into the operating room, Lin Tianhao clenched his fists. Sister, you have to be okay. Although he had already paid the surgical fees, yet the hospital doctor had previously told Lin Tianhao that brain surgery carried immense risks with a certain probability of failure. Even if the surgery succeeded, there was still a significant chance of her becoming a vegetable. Lin Tianhao would accept even a vegetative state as long as she survived, because even a vegetable could enter the twilight of the gods. If he could elevate his strength within the twilight of the gods before the great catastrophe arrived in 5 years, merging the game with reality, his in-game power would manifest. Then even if his sister were a vegetable, she could recover. He waited anxiously outside the operating room. After about 2 hours, the door finally opened. A doctor in a white coat walked out with a grim expression. Lin Tianhao's heart sank. He rushed over immediately. Doctor, how is my sister? The doctor sighed, making Lin Tianhao's heart leap into his throat. The surgery failed. The cerebral hemorrhage has spread to the cerebellum. There is nothing more we can do. Lin Tianhao staggered, nearly collapsing to the ground. How could this happen? No, there must be a way. Lin Tianhao was overwhelmed with emotion. Reborn, he dreamed of changing everything, but now he couldn't even save his own sister. The doctor shook his head. We did our best. Though we drained a large amount of clotted blood, the blood that entered the cerebellum has already eroded it. The best outcome is a vegetative state, and she could die at any moment. Lin Tianhao's heart turned icy cold. Can I see my sister? Go ahead, but try to control your emotions, the doctor sighed. Lin Tianhao entered the operating room. Several medical staff were still finishing up. Seeing his sister on the bed, his fingers trembled slightly. In the end, can I change nothing? Lin Tianhao gritted his teeth. He couldn't accept this outcome. My condolences. A medical staff member shook his head at Lin Tianhao. Suppressing his grief, Lin Tianhao walked to the bedside. In his past life, he had faced countless life-and-death situations. His heart had long been unyielding. But today, seeing his sister about to leave him again, the despair and helplessness overwhelmed him and tears streamed down his face. Why? Why of all things? Damn you, heaven, why do you do this to me? Lin Tianhao clenched his fists, hating his own powerlessness. She might still be saved. Just then a young voice rang out. A young Taoist priest no more than 17 or 18 appeared at the operating room door clad in a Taoist robe. Lin Tianhao turned around excited. Save her, please, save my sister. He turned eagerly as if grasping at the last straw. I'm not entirely confident, said the young priest. What about your master? Is he? Lin Tianhao asked anxiously, thinking such a young priest must have a senior master. My master is dead. The young priest shook his head. Lin Tianhao gritted his teeth. Fine, please save my sister. If you can, I will repay your great kindness. The young priest smiled. Meeting is fate. Let me try. He walked to the bedside looking at Lin Qingqing. A silvery white glow appeared in his palm. Lin Tianhao was startled. A master of internal energy? He knew from his past life that ancient martial artists existed in the country. The young priest's display was strikingly similar to the legendary internal energy masters. The young priest raised his hand, the silvery glow gently touching Lin Qingqing's forehead. The light seeped into her head, and her complexion began to improve. Lin Tianhao felt a surge of joy. After a moment, the priest withdrew his hand, wiping sweat from his brow. Your sister is out of danger, but she will remain in a vegetative state. He sighed. My Taoist cultivation is insufficient. May I ask your name, master? Lin Tianhao asked gratefully. Even a vegetative state was far better than before. I am Zhang Yi with the Tao name Ambition. Lin Tianhao's mouth twitched. Master Zhang, thank you for saving my sister. I have 100,000 yuan on this card. It's all yours. Zhang Yi shook his head. That's too much. Give me 10,000 yuan. I just need to buy a game pod. A game pod? Master Zhang, do you also play Twilight of the Gods? Zhang Yi nodded. Yes. I observed the stars last night and discovered that Twilight of the Gods holds an opportunity that might help me break through to the legendary realm. Lin Tianhao was astonished. Zhang Yi could deduce such things. He was worth befriending. However, he couldn't let too many people in the real world know about his current situation in the game, or it could lead to trouble. In his past life, top players were kidnapped or even killed offline. Since game attributes hadn't manifested yet, he still needed to be cautious. Saving my sister is a great kindness. 100,000 is too little. Master Zhang, keep more money on you for convenience. Lin Tianhao placed the card in Zhang Ye's hand. The password is 157,988. Zhang Yi smiled freely. All right, thank you. After a brief chat, Zhang Yi left. Though his sister was out of danger, she still needed to stay in the hospital for a few days to recover. After arranging everything for his sister, Lin Tianhao returned to his rented room and logged back into the game. The 3-hour delay had slowed his progress, but Lin Tianhao didn't mind. Now the confrontation between the blacksmith and the village elder would become more intense. NPCs in the beginner village, unlike wild monsters, did not respawn after death. Lin Tianhao had already killed 5 bosses. He wondered how to proceed with the village elder's follow-up quest. He could continue killing NPCs with his strength, but he didn't intend to. It would be playing with fire, alerting the elder and jeopardizing his quest. Yet he couldn't bear to give up the elder's quest. After much thought, Lin Tianhao decided to hunt bosses starting from level 5. There were 5 bosses from level 5 to 9. Hunting them might lower the quest reward, but it was the safest approach. He acted on his decision, sweeping through areas from level 5 to 9, slaying 5 beginner village bosses. Combined with the earlier kills, he had now slain 10 beginner village bosses, enough to report back to. At the village elder's courtyard, many players were submitting their quests to leave the village. By now, ordinary players had gradually reached level 10. If not for those still grinding in the twisted forest, more would be gathered here. After they left, Lin Tianhao approached the elder. Elder, I have slain 10 bosses. He submitted the quest. The elder nodded in surprise. Good Shui Di. I knew I wasn't mistaken about you. Ding. You have completed the village elder's quest. Rewards 20 gold coins, 20 free attribute points, 1 luck, 1 eye of purity. Eye of purity special equipment. Requirement none. Effect pierce through darkness illusions and see clearly in fog over a large range. Durability 100. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. This item had no level. It was special equipment. Its effect was a must-have for archers. Currently the game's night still offered some visibility. But after the cataclysm, visibility would be drastically reduced. True darkness. Some powerful adventurers had fallen to monsters from the Elite Galaxy simply because they lacked night vision. Lin Tianhao adorned himself with the Eye of Purity, and the world instantly became extraordinarily clear. 500 meters away, a mosquito was in flight, and Lin Tianhao could even clearly discern the patterns on its wings. This feeling was incredibly exhilarating. An archer required exceptional precision, and the Eye of Purity complemented Lin Tianhao perfectly. Not just at the current stage, but even in the late game or the era of Cataclysm, the Eye of Purity would remain an absurdly powerful piece of equipment. Adventurer, was it you who killed Wang San and Wang Si? The old village chief's gaze held a hint of peculiar meaning. Lin Tianhao anticipated being discovered upon submitting the quest, so he did not deny it. Yes. The old village chief's eyes grew increasingly subtle. Do you know that Wang San and Wang Si were both disciples of blacksmith Wang? If he finds out you killed them, he will surely seek revenge. Lin Tianhao feigned panic. Old village chief, what should I do? Perhaps I could skip the village departure quest and leave the novice village now. The old village chief waved his hand and smiled. No need to worry. Though blacksmith Wang is formidable in this novice village, my word is law. With that he continued, however, blacksmith Wang harbors wild ambitions, and we must be cautious. I've learned he's been close with the old drunkard from the tavern lately, who often ventures into the wilds to find ore for him. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow, sensing a new quest approaching. Old village chief, what must I do? The old village chief wore an expression of approval. Simple. Sever his arms and legs. Go and kill the old drunkard. Ding, the old village chief has issued you a quest. Quest requirement: kill the old drunkard. Quest penalty: none. Quest reward: unknown. Lin Tianhao felt some concern. Old village chief, with my current strength, wouldn't killing the old drunkard be too difficult? The old village chief nodded. That old drunkard does have his tricks, but he's often lost in drink. If you could poison his wine jug, it might yield an unexpected result. Hearing this, Lin Tianhao hesitated. To be honest, village chief, I have no poison. The old village chief pondered for a moment, then produced a small vial. This is a mandrake potion I've collected over a long time. It's colorless and odorless. If you put it in the old drunkard's wine, he'll never notice. Once poisoned, the old drunkard's combat strength will drop by at least half. Lin Tianhao accepted the mandrake potion with a smile. Good, I will not fail in my mission to kill the old drunkard. With that, Lin Tianhao prepared to leave. But just then the old village chief called out to him. Snow Emperor. Again he used the name directly, not adventurer. You killed Wang San and Wang Si, but do you know who killed Elvis? Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow, as he suspected the old village chief was growing suspicious of him. I don't know. Shortly after Shadowkill and I killed Wang San and Wang Si, I heard the sound of Elvis being slain. Oh, I see. The old village chief offered a meaningful smile. Lin Tianhao knew that a few words would not earn the old village chief's trust. Yet that didn't matter. Even if the old village chief harbored doubts, they would likely be about a deal with blacksmith Wang. After all, only blacksmith Wang could threaten his position as village chief of the novice village. As for Lin Tianhao, no matter how powerful he became, he would still have to head to the main city and couldn't stay in the novice village forever. But what he didn't know was that Lin Tianhao had other options. Leaving the novice village, Lin Tianhao sent a message to Shadowkill. They had added each other as friends after completing the earlier transaction. It was then that Lin Tianhao noticed Fortress Shield Mountain had sent him over a dozen messages. Big Brother Snow Emperor, am willing to offer 200 million. If you come, you'll be the guild leader of Fortress. Big Brother Snow Emperor, are you there? When will you come to the main city to carry me? Price is negotiable. Big Brother Snow Emperor. Lin Tianhao had been busy with his own affairs, so his messages were on Do Not Disturb. Regardless, Fortress Shield Mountain was his first partner. Lin Tianhao replied, Do not disturb. He then headed to the location Shadowkill had shared. Shadowkill was currently fighting a level 10 twisted treant beyond his level. When he saw Lin Tianhao arrive, he finished off the tray ant and walked over. Shadowkill, what was the follow-up quest the old village chief gave you? Knowing they were now bound together, Shadowkill spoke frankly. The old village chief told me to protect the old drunkard at the tavern. Hearing this, Lin Tianhao's gaze sharpened. Today the old village chief gave me a quest to kill the old drunkard. How can this be? Shadowkill was bewildered. One quest to protect, another to kill. It seemed utterly contradictory. Lin Tianhao, however, had already formed a theory. The old village chief was clearly setting up a frame. As for the reason, it likely lay with the mandrake potion. If his speculation was correct, the mandrake potion wasn't the old village chief's own but stolen from blacksmith Wang. He would have Lin Tianhao poison and kill the old drunkard while Shadowkill would be sent to rescue him. If Shadowkill could delay him, the old drunkard might escape. Your quest's reward and penalty must be significant, right? Lin Tianhao asked. Shadowkill nodded. Yes. Since we killed Wang San and Wang Si together, the old village chief knows we're allied. That's why he gave you this quest. It's a blatant scheme. Shadowkill pondered for a moment, connecting the dots, and asked, so you're saying the old village chief's real aim isn't for you to kill but for me to save? Lin Tianhao nodded. More or less. The old village chief is trying to win people over. How so? He gave me a poison to use on the old drunkard. If I'm right, this poison is unique to once I poison him, you rescue the old drunkard, and that will create conflict between him and blacksmith Wang. Shadowkill was astonished. Sowing discord. That's likely it. My quest has no penalty and an unknown reward. Yours has high rewards and high penalties. The old village chief must think it'll help you. Shadowkill took a deep breath, thoroughly surprised. I never imagined the novice village chief could be so cunning. Lin Tianhao chuckled. In this game, NPCs aren't ordinary AI. So what's your plan? Shadowkill asked. I'll play along with the old village chief. Lin Tianhao replied with a smile. As I said, it's a blatant scheme. If I kill the old drunkard, it'll be harming you. Besides, the old village chief has more influence in the novice village. If the old drunkard dies, this plotline might vanish. Shadowkill keenly sensed something, yet he paid it no mind. Lin Tianhao helping him complete this quest meant he could finally leave the novice village. As for what Lin Tianhao planned to do next, it was none of his concern. I'll take you to level 10, then we go find old drunkard. Lin Tianhao sent a party invitation. He had intended to hunt monsters to raise his health anyway. Reaching level 10, without leaving the novice village, would prevent him from gaining further experience. Thus he decided to help Shadowkill. With Lin Tianhao's assistance, Shadowkill leveled up rapidly. In less than half an hour, he had already reached level 10. Let's go find old drunkard. Lin Tianhao headed toward the mine, reasoning that the search for or would. However, after circling the area, they found no trace of old drunkard. Where has that man gone? Shadowkill frowned. Lin Tianhao frowned as well. He felt as though a pair of eyes were watching him. This sensation of being spied upon was deeply unsettling. Come out, you've been following us for quite a while. Lin Tianhao scanned his surroundings, confident in his instincts. Someone was nearby. Shadowkill was startled. How had he not detected anyone around them? Ha ha ha, truly each generation produces its own talents. So young yet already so formidable. A burst of laughter rang out, followed by the approach of a shabby old man clutching a gourd of wine. Old drunkard, level 12. Health? Attack? Skills? Note: the tavern keeper of the novice village seems to be searching for something near the mine. Perhaps you could lend him a hand. Had an ordinary player encountered him, they might have accepted a quest from old drunkard. Lin Tianhao met the old man's gaze, and old drunkard returned the look with bleary eyes. Snow Emperor, you've made quite a name for yourself in our novice village lately. But now that you're level 10, why haven't you headed to the main city? Lin Tianhao chuckled. It's not that I don't want to leave, but the old village chief offered too much. Oh, so the old chief sent you to kill me? Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. It seems you're well aware. Since that's the case, allow me to test the skills of a senior. With that, Lin Tianhao immediately loosed an arrow. Swish! The arrow whistled through the air. Old drunkard narrowed his eyes, executing a backflip to deftly evade the projectile. Hey, no need for such a temper. Can't we talk things over? Old drunkard grinned at Lin Tianhao. Whatever the old village chief can offer, I might be able to match. As he spoke, old drunkard placed his wine gourd before Lin Tianhao. Have a drink, then leave the novice village. All these grudges here have nothing to do with you. Ding, old drunkard has issued you a quest. Quest requirement: drink a cup of wine and immediately leave the novice village. Quest penalty: none. Quest reward: 50 free attribute points. Lin Tianhao and Shadowkill exchanged glances, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. The reason was simple. The reward Old Drunkard offered was far too generous. From a certain perspective, it even exceeded their expectations. Other players had to complete the village chief's departure quest to leave the novice village. All they had to do was take a sip of wine. Not only that, but they would also receive such a bountiful reward. 50 free attribute points were equivalent to leveling up 10 times. And don't worry about the quest penalty. After drinking my wine, you'll be teleported out of the novice village instantly. The old chief won't be able to punish you. Lin Tianhao knew Old Drunkard was telling the truth. The quest was simple and the reward was generous. Yet he still hesitated. The reason was simple. If he completed the quests from those 2 scrolls, he would receive blessings from the gods, and even the worst outcome would likely surpass this. Shadowkill hesitated only briefly before accepting the quest. He had no intention of staying involved. With such a favorable way to end things, he saw no reason to refuse. Shadowkill drank the wine and departed from the novice village. Old Drunkard smiled at Lin Tianhao. "And you?" Lin Tianhao did not reply. Instead, he knocked an arrow and drew his bow. Swish! The arrow tore through the air. A cold glint flashed in Old Drunkard's eyes. "What did the old village chief give you to make you go this far for him?" As he spoke, Old Drunkard spat out a mouthful of strong wine. The liquor transformed into a flying sword midair, hurtling toward Lin Tianhao in the blink of an eye. Lin Tianhao struck the flying sword with his longbow while rolling sideways. The sequence was fluid and flawless, betraying no openings. Simultaneously, he knocked another arrow and fired. The battle had begun. Lin Tianhao knew very little about Old Drunkard, his stats, his skills. None of it. Having earned 20 free attribute points from his previous quest, Lin Tianhao had allocated them all to move. This boosted his movement speed by 2 points. His attack speed was already sufficient for the current stage. In fact, due to his high damage output, his attack speed of over 3 points couldn't be fully utilized. Movement speed had become a key attribute for Lin Tianhao to develop next. With enough speed, his kiting ability would be greatly enhanced. Swish! Swish! Lin Tianhao's attacks came relentlessly. He didn't blindly pursue damage, but focused on preventing Old Drunkard from landing any hits. However, Old Drunkard's combat experience surpassed Lin Tianhao's expectations. He splashed wine from his gourd and tossed a tinderbox into the air. Flames engulfed Lin Tianhao, leaving him no room to evade. 921. 921. 921. The burning damage persisted relentlessly, sending a chill down Lin Tianhao's spine. The fire scorched him for a full 8 seconds. Over 7,000 health points vanished into thin air. Lin Tianhao created distance and unleashed the twisting string arrow technique. He needed to knock Old Drunkard back. Only then could he rapidly deplete the old man's health through a combo. Old Drunkard saw through Lin Tianhao's intent. He deflected the arrow with his gourd, then hurled the gourd itself at Lin Tianhao. Startled, Lin Tianhao dodged immediately. He had tried to maintain as much distance as possible, but his movement speed was still insufficient. The gourd exploded 5 meters in front of him. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed as Lin Tianhao was blasted away by the immense shockwave. 8,520. A massive damage number appeared above Lin Tianhao's head, and his health bar plummeted. Before he could even land, Old Drunkard transformed into a blur and appeared beneath him. Thump! Old Drunkard delivered an upward punch to Lin Tianhao's stomach, sending him hurtling into the air. 1,029. Unable to attack while airborne, Lin Tianhao did not resign himself to defeat. He instantly switched his primary weapon and donned the complete black iron Treant armor set. The Old Drunkard did not cease his assault merely because Lin Tianhao had switched weapons. He leaped into the air, ascending to the same height as Lin Tianhao. Immediately following was a rapid flurry of punches that landed on Lin Tianhao. 915. 899. 932. A cascade of damage numbers appeared above Lin Tianhao's head. Just as Lin Tianhao was about to hit the ground, the Old Drunkard seized him by the collar and slammed him violently onto the earth. Bang! The ground cracked. 1858. Another colossal damage number emerged. Lin Tianhao's health had plummeted by 1/3 under this barrage of attacks. At that moment, he rolled to the side like a donkey. Having spent so long in the novice village, this was the first time he had been so thoroughly battered. Swish! During his roll, he switched weapons, and the instant he touched the ground, loosed an arrow. This Old Drunkard's combat skills were extraordinary, and his execution of abilities was impeccably precise. If he didn't take this seriously, he might truly meet his end at the drunkard's hands. With this thought, Lin Tianhao's feathered arrow pierced the air once more. Swish! Swish, swish, swish. Feathered arrows flew incessantly, each one angled with extreme cunning. Every arrow was aimed directly at the old drunkard's eyes. The old drunkard perceived this clearly. A wine flask materialized in his hand, and he used it to parry Lin Tianhao's arrows. Is hiding all you can do? Lin Tianhao's gaze sharpened. He drew the bowstring with 2 fingers. 2 energy arrows materialized on the longbow. Swish, swish. Twin arrows loosed simultaneously. This was yet another combat technique. Firing 2 arrows at once often compromised accuracy, but that was no obstacle for Lin Tianhao. With his masterful archery, his attacks grew increasingly fierce. The advantage of twin arrows wasn't higher accuracy. It was that the opponent couldn't simply deflect the projectiles with a block. All Lin Tianhao needed was a single opening to execute an aerial combo. Now! The old drunkard stumbled, thrown off balance by Lin Tianhao's arrow. Seizing this fleeting moment, Lin Tianhao unleashed the twisting string arrow technique, the immense impact sending the old drunkard briefly airborne. Then came the relentless aerial lockdown. It seemed impossible for the old drunkard to descend. Yet Lin Tianhao had underestimated the drunkard's resilience. In a brief lull in Lin Tianhao's assault, the old drunkard took a deep gulp of strong liquor. A haze of alcohol vapor emanated from his body. Ding, you are affected by the alcohol vapor. Reaction speed decreased by 20. Attack speed decreased by 20. Lin Tianhao frowned, but his attacks continued. This debuff wasn't enough to break his aerial rhythm. My turn. The old drunkard hurled his gourd again. Having been blown back by it before, Lin Tianhao was not about to fall for the same trick. Swish! An arrow struck the gourd, knocking it aside. Bang! A deafening explosion sent Lin Tianhao stumbling from the shockwave. Yet he took minimal damage. The old drunkard used this chance to land, slapping his gourd. From within, a massive serpent emerged. The serpent was entirely cyan and charged at Lin Tianhao. Cyan pattern serpent, black iron, level 10. Health 12598012598. Attack 412. Skills: coil poison, arrow, dragon's tail, sweep poison, mist, crimson ray. Lin Tianhao's expression flickered. Such a behemoth had been hidden in the old drunkard's gourd. Despite his surprise, Lin Tianhao's assault did not falter. He fired at the cyan pattern serpent. 1,321. Lin Tianhao's damage was steadily climbing, but the cyan pattern serpent was no pushover. It immediately unleashed a crimson ray. Lin Tianhao rolled to dodge, but the beam pursued him relentlessly. Ultimately, due to insufficient movement speed, the beam struck him. 1,528. Lin Tianhao frowned and retaliated instantly. But as his arrows flew midair, the serpent opened its maw and roared at him. Simultaneously, a cloud of poison mist spewed from its mouth. This area effect poison attack made it impossible for Lin Tianhao to escape through positioning alone. 426. 426. 426. Within the poison mist, Lin Tianhao's health began to drain continuously and at a relentless rate. As long as he remained in the mist, the damage would persist. Without a priest or any detoxification skill, Lin Tianhao had no choice but to endure. Swish! He launched a frenzied counterattack, arrows pouring forth like a storm. Strike the serpent at its vital spot. Every arrow Lin Tianhao loosed targeted the serpent's weak point. But the next instant, sensing danger, he rolled away without hesitation. No sooner had he moved than the old drunkard appeared exactly where he had been. The drunkard realized Lin Tianhao had evaded his strike. Not overly surprised, the old drunkard swung his gourd down at Lin Tianhao's head. With no chance to counter, Lin Tianhao could only stumble out of the way of their attacks. Boom! A thunderous crash. The gourd smashed a large crater into the ground. Having narrowly escaped the old drunkard's attack, Lin Tianhao was met by the serpent's dragon's tail sweep. Bang! 1,352. Lin Tianhao was sent flying by the massive tail, losing over 1,000 health points. The moment he hit the ground, his arrow was already in flight. Once again, twin arrows were loosed, but this time the difficulty was greater. Lin Tianhao had to strike both the swiftly moving cyan pattern serpent and the old drunkard simultaneously. Both were bosses with formidable damage output. Watching his health dwindle, Lin Tianhao's gaze turned steely. He fully activated his stainless eye. Every detail of his surroundings became crystal clear. Swish! Arrows split the air. The precision of Lin Tianhao's twin arrows was nothing short of astonishing. Each arrow carried an overwhelming force. Though their impact was less than the twisting string arrow technique, their attack frequency was higher. The twisting string technique boasted superior damage, impact, and penetration. Firing 2 arrows or more at once allowed him to hit multiple targets. The drawback was reduced damage per arrow. But when twin arrows were combined with the rapid-fire arrow technique, the effect was entirely different. Rapid-fire arrow technique involved continuously striking the same target, a fundamental archery skill. However, merging rapid-fire with twin arrows produced a unique result. One man using only arrows could suppress two bosses simultaneously. If anyone else witnessed this, they would be utterly dumbfounded. Yet Lin Tianhao executed it with seamless ease. Having learned from the old drunkard's skills earlier, he had suffered some losses. But now the drunkard's tricks were completely ineffective against Lin Tianhao. The moment the drunkard began to initiate any of those skills, Lin Tianhao's arrows would precisely interrupt him. It became a gamble now, betting that the old drunkard lacked both unyielding and frenzy skills. Without those, Lin Tianhao could use this absolute suppression to wear down and defeat both the old drunkard and the cyan pattern serpent. The old drunkard also discerned Lin Tianhao's intention and actually retreated behind the azure flower serpent, seeking to use it to disrupt Lin Tianhao's attacking rhythm. If granted the opportunity to unleash his skills, he was confident he could slay Lin Tianhao in the ensuing assault. Yet how could Lin Tianhao possibly allow him that chance? He executed the twisting string arrow technique in conjunction with the continuous arrow technique. The twisting string arrow technique, besides its high damage and strong penetration, possessed another very crucial advantage. It could curve its trajectory. Whoosh! The old drunkard hidden behind the azure flower serpent was struck by Lin Tianhao's arrow. His face was filled with utter disbelief. Lin Tianhao's method of attack had surpassed his imagination. The azure flower serpent swayed its body and charged towards Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao knew it intended to use its constriction skill. If he were trapped by the serpent's coils, the battle's outcome would be sealed. Therefore, Lin Tianhao would not grant the azure flower serpent that opportunity. He still used the continuous arrow technique, but this time his target was the eyes of both the serpent and the old drunkard. This type of weak-point attack demanded extremely high precision from an archer. Moreover, Lin Tianhao was employing both twin arrow shot and the continuous arrow technique, which elevated the difficulty even further. Without the stainless eye, this would have been somewhat challenging for Lin Tianhao. But now, relying on the stainless eye, accomplishing this step was much easier. He unleashed twin arrow shot, aimed at the two eyes of the azure flower serpent, then seamlessly transitioned into the twisting string arrow technique, elevating his attacks to an astonishing level. The old drunkard's plan to attack from behind the azure flower serpent was thwarted, as he was completely suppressed by Lin Tianhao's relentless assault. Is this even human? The old drunkard's expression turned grim. He slapped his waist and a talisman appeared in his hand. Lin Tianhao was startled. At this stage, an NPC actually possessed such an item. Almost instantly, Lin Tianhao's arrow shot towards the talisman in the old drunkard's hand. But the old drunkard had already activated the talisman, and a golden light radiated outward. A golden radiance enveloped both the old drunkard and the azure flower serpent. Lin Tianhao's arrow struck the old drunkard. 1,420. Seeing this damage number, the old drunkard was dumbfounded. How can this be? Your attack is true damage? The talisman he had just used was supposed to greatly enhance defense. Yet the damage Lin Tianhao inflicted was still so outrageous, indicating his attacks were true damage. Lin Tianhao had initially feared the talisman might be offensive or restrictive. He hadn't expected it to be defensive. This had a negligible impact on him. Under Lin Tianhao's complete suppression, the health of the old drunkard and the azure flower serpent quickly dropped to 10%. The old drunkard's eyes burned with fury, his demeanor suggesting he was preparing for a desperate final counterattack. But at that moment, Lin Tianhao stopped. "Senior, I don't wish to kill you. How about we make a deal?" Lin Tianhao said with a smile. The old drunkard narrowed his eyes. "What deal? I spare your life and you give me 50 free attribute points." Hearing this, the old drunkard looked at Lin Tianhao with suspicion. "All for just 50 free attribute points? You're even willing to abandon the old village chief?" Lin Tianhao smiled and nodded. "To be honest, I also think the old village chief is unworthy of his position. The role of the novice village chief should belong to Blacksmith Wang. However, I am an adventurer and must consider my own interests. So just 50 free attribute points and I'll let you leave." The old drunkard was silent for a moment before replying, "All right, deal. Ding, the old drunkard has issued a quest to you. Quest requirement: let him leave. Quest penalty: none. Quest reward: 50 free attribute points." Lin Tianhao curled his lips into a smile and accepted the quest directly. He wasn't killing the old drunkard, merely refraining from doing so for now. He could still consider the old village chief's quest, perhaps tackling it later for a better outcome. Furthermore, Lin Tianhao had another consideration. He wanted the old village chief and Blacksmith Wang to wear each other down. The old drunkard was clearly a key lieutenant for Blacksmith Wang. If he were killed, blacksmith Wang, already at a disadvantage, would become even more passive. The mutually destructive situation he desired would be difficult to achieve. By taking the 50 free attribute points without disrupting the balance between blacksmith Wang and the old village chief, he could allow their conflict to continue. After seeing off the old drunkard, Lin Tianhao gained another 50 free attribute points. He opened his status page. Nickname Snow Emperor. Level 10, 0133100. Class Archer. HP 714, 507, 1450. MP 100,100. Attack 309. Ability Power 58. Armor 368. Magic Resistance 295. Attack Speed 3. 63. Movement Speed 5. 7. Physical Penetration 0. Magic Penetration 0. Special Attributes Critical Strike 15. Damage Reflection 10. Free Attribute Points 50. Luck Hidden. Talent Hand of Celestial Punishment Transcendent God Grade. Skills Rapid Shot. 2-star Basic Attack Amplification. 3-star Leaping Lightning. 2-star Withered Tree Blossoms. 2-star Revival. 3-star Invincible Golden Body. 1-star. Equipment Thunderstart Bow Silver Treyant Armor Set Black Iron Stainless Eye Special. As a level 10 player, Lin Tianhao's attributes could absolutely be described as monstrous. Especially his skills. Apart from the basic rapid shot, all of Lin Tianhao's current skills were extremely formidable for this stage. Moreover, because Lin Tianhao had selectively chosen the best options, the skills he now possessed were all remarkably beneficial. Not only that, he still had 50 free attribute points at his disposal. Currently, he could choose to increase either attack speed or movement speed. Travel time in the novice village wasn't significant, but after reaching the main city, traveling could sometimes waste a lot of time, especially during the period before obtaining a mount for travel. Furthermore, higher movement speed would also enhance his ability to kite and reposition during attacks. After a moment of thought, Lin Tianhao didn't use them immediately. Instead, he retained these free attribute points, planning to allocate them based on the battles he might encounter later. In the coming time, he would let the storyline progress further. Meanwhile, he needed to maximize his health before blacksmith Wang finished forging the gold-grade longbow. He needed to bring his condition to an optimal state. Furthermore, regarding the skill Withered Tree Blossoms, Lin Tianhao could also acquire more skill books through subsequent battles. Players were gradually leaving, and Novice Village 10086 had become somewhat desolate. New players would eventually fill the vacancies, but Novice Village 10086 was in an awkward position. New players were mostly allocated to the more popular early novice villages. Therefore, even at the level 10 Twisted Jungle Dungeon, Lin Tianhao only saw a scattered 2 or 3 parties. Brother, wanna team up? We have an ultra-powerful shield warrior equipped with an elite-grade Treyant armor set. We're sure to clear the dungeon. Lin Tianhao chuckled. No. With those words, he strode into the dungeon. Dungeon difficulty Hell. Having cleared this dungeon several times before, he now navigated it with effortless grace. His primary goal in farming this dungeon was to boost his health points and acquire skill books. After all, upgrading the Withered Tree Blooms again skill required sacrificing skill books. Though the rewards for clearing the dungeon now paled in comparison to the first clear, it still boasted 4 bosses. In the blink of an eye, 5 hours had passed. Lin Tianhao's health points had surged from just over 70,000 to over 100,000. In 5 hours, he had gained 30,000 health points. This increase was nothing short of astonishing. Alongside the health boost, Withered Tree Blooms again had ascended from 2 stars to 3. However, advancing from 3 stars to 4 required sacrificing 1,000 skill books, a daunting task even for Lin Tianhao's farming speed. Moreover, with health points surpassing 100,000, the revival skill had evolved to 4 stars. Its regeneration rate soared from 50 health points per second to 500. At this recovery speed, ordinary players couldn't dent Lin Tianhao's health even if they stood still. Returning to the novice village, the blacksmith Wang had yet to finish forging the golden longbow. Lin Tianhao chose to log off for a meal. Once my sister recovers a bit, he'll need to buy a nutrient pod, he mused. Though meals didn't take long, they still disrupted his flow. Bro, how following your guide, I got a silver-grade greatsword with incredible stats. Lin Tianhao smiled. Zhou Xiaopang's achievement of a silver-grade weapon with just 3 passive skills was entirely within his expectations. Next, you can head to the main city, Lin Tianhao said with a grin. The best city for a warrior is Blackwind, but fatty, remember, don't change classes lightly once you're there. Even if it's a hidden class, consult me. Got it. After a brief exchange with Zhou Xiaopang, Lin Tianhao ate quickly. After the meal, he re-entered the game pod. Back in the novice village, Lin Tianhao headed straight for the blacksmith's shop. The blacksmith Wang greeted him with a knowing smile. Old drunkard told me about you, Wang said, his first words startling Lin Tianhao. Since you already know, I won't hide it. I want to kill the old village chief. Will you help me? I will, Lin Tianhao replied with a smile. Wang nodded. Then go to the southern cliff. Old drunkard will take you to the village chief's secret base. Eliminate the guards there with him. Ding. Blacksmith Wang has issued a quest. Quest objective: kill the guards at the old village chief's secret base. Penalty for failure unknown. Quest reward unknown. Lin Tianhao frowned. The penalty being unknown was troubling. This posed a real headache. Would Wang retaliate if he failed? It was entirely possible. Accept quest. After only a brief hesitation, Lin Tianhao accepted. He had come this far in the storyline quest. There was no reason to stop now. Wang smiled approvingly and retrieved a golden longbow from his shop. Your golden longbow is ready. 9 Harmony Longbow Golden Grade. Requirements: none. Effect: 1 Attack 500. Effect: 2 Attack Speed 1. Effect: 3 Critical Hit 20. Effect: 4 Life Steal 5. Effect: 5 Health 2000. Effect: 6 Restore 100 health per second. Durability 100. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. This was truly a custom-crafted longbow. Its stats aligned perfectly with his needs. The attack and health boosts were somewhat mediocre, but the other 4 effects were virtually flawless. Thanks, Lin Tianhao said, taking the 9 Harmony longbow. Old drunkard is waiting at the southern cliff. Go now. Lin Tianhao nodded. With this golden longbow, his combat prowess had reached new heights. At the southern cliff of the novice village. The cliff was a bottomless abyss. In his past life, some players had speculated that opportunities lay below. They leaped off in search of fortune. But every attempt ended in instant death. After several tries, they abandoned this thankless endeavor. When Lin Tianhao arrived at the cliff, he spotted a familiar figure. It wasn't old drunkard. It was the old village chief. The moment he saw the village chief, Lin Tianhao's heart sank. Snow Emperor. The village chief said, slightly surprised to see him. Clearly, he hadn't anticipated Lin Tianhao's presence. Lin Tianhao forced calm. Old village chief. I heard you fought old drunkard and he fled. Lin Tianhao nodded. To my shame, the cyan-flowered serpent he unleashed disrupted my attack. The village chief nodded. That was my oversight. I assumed you'd succeed in poisoning him, preventing the serpent's release. I see, Lin Tianhao replied, taking the initiative to ask, why are you here, village chief? Is there anything The village chief had intended to ask Lin Tianhao the same question, but being beaten to it caught him off guard. Beneath our novice village, a fearsome monster is sealed. I am its guardian. Recently, I've sensed a force stirring, seeking to break the seal. That's why I came to investigate. Lin Tianhao feigned surprise. Is that so? Alas, it's a long tale. To seal that monster, countless sages sacrificed their lives. Yet now some seek to unleash it. Lin Tianhao nodded. Indeed, those who wish to free it are wolves with ambitions. They deserve 1,000 cuts. The village chief nodded. Yes, Snow Emperor, I hold you in high regard. If my guess is correct, those villains are searching for the Ice Flame Demon, or his expression grew grave. If they find it, the consequences would be dire. If you're willing to help, head to the mine and stop old drunkard from finding the Ice Flame Demon, or... Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. All right, I'll do my best. With that, he turned toward the mine. Old drunkard was nowhere to be seen. Why? Was it because the village chief was here, so he remained hidden? Or had this all been a calculated scheme from the start? Perhaps Blacksmith Wang never fully trusted him. Sending him here was a diversion, creating an opportunity for old drunkard to seek the Ice Flame Demon, or... The more he pondered, the more chilling the realization became. Lin Tianhao could only hope that he was overthinking it, or otherwise his current situation would not be very optimistic. The old village chief was suspicious of him, and he initially thought that, by letting the old drunkard go, he could gain the trust of Wang the blacksmith. Including his subsequent interactions with Wang the blacksmith, Lin Tianhao felt that Wang should have some trust in him now. But if his encounter with the old village chief today was truly part of Wang the blacksmith's scheme, that would indeed be terrifying. Just before reaching the mine, the old drunkard suddenly appeared. Snow Emperor. The old drunkard looked at Lin Tianhao. I was waiting for you at the cliff. But when the old village chief unexpectedly arrived, I had to hide. Lin Tianhao breathed a sigh of relief. What should we do next? We need to find the Ice Flame Demon, or... The old drunkard said seriously. There are 3 pieces of Ice Flame Demon, or in the novice village the first one has gone missing. There are still 2 pieces likely in this vicinity. Lin Tianhao nodded at this Ice Flame Demon, or would reward a platinum-level necklace. It would be impossible for Lin Tianhao not to be tempted. However, giving up on something he had been planning for so long just for a platinum-level necklace was not what Lin Tianhao wanted to see. In the following time, Lin Tianhao and the old drunkard began their search here. Given the current situation, it was highly likely that there was a hidden dungeon in the mine. However, Lin Tianhao did not know how to unlock this hidden dungeon from his memory. But there must be a method. For example, he could try to see if he could find clues from the Stone Beetle King. Ding, due to your mass killing of stone beetles, you have attracted the Stone Beetle King, hidden deep in the mine. It will arrive on the battlefield in 5 minutes. Health, and he could not gain experience. Lin Tianhao was already used to this. Leveling up was extremely easy for him. What he wanted was to maximize the value of the novice village while also boosting his health. Ding, due to your mass killing of stone beetles, you have attracted the Stone Beetle King, hidden deep in the mine. It will arrive on the battlefield in 5 minutes. Lin Tianhao felt a bit of anticipation. This ice flame demon or was probably related to the Stone Beetle King. 5 minutes later, a massive Stone Beetle King with a dark red shell approached him. Stone Beetle King, Black Iron, level 8. Health 815-208-1520. Attack 215. Skills: Falling Stone Technique, Stone Shield, Terrifying Roar, Stone Ball Cannon, Petrified Skin. Lin Tianhao merely glanced at the attributes of the Stone Beetle and then began a storm of attacks. Critical hit. 4,918. Lin Tianhao's first arrow scored a critical hit. This damage value was also absurdly high. Moreover, with the enhancement of the 9 Harmony Longbow, his attack speed reached 463, resulting in 20,000 damage per second. The Stone Beetle King's health was just over 80,000, and it could not withstand even 5 seconds before being killed. Ding, you have killed the Stone Beetle King. Experience 859. Since you have not left the novice village, you cannot gain experience. Lin Tianhao did not pay much attention and directly looted the corpse. Ding, you have obtained 3 pieces of equipment. Ding, you have obtained a skill book. Ding, you have obtained 1 Stone Beetle King's eye. Ding, you have obtained 1 gold coin. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. Looking at the Stone Beetle King's eye, he suddenly thought of a place that seemed to match this eye perfectly. Deep in the mine, Lin Tianhao arrived in front of a stone wall. In the corner of this wall, there was an inconspicuous groove. Upon closer inspection, one would find that this groove perfectly matched the Stone Beetle King's eye. Lin Tianhao placed the Stone Beetle King's eye into the groove. The stone wall immediately began to rotate, eventually forming a portal to a dungeon. Ding, you have opened the hidden dungeon, the Lost Princess. Ding, you have opened the hidden dungeon. A server-wide announcement will be made. Do you wish to hide your name? Hide. Since the matters in the novice village had not stabilized, Lin Tianhao had to consider the thoughts of the old village chief and others. Server-wide announcement: congratulations to player hidden nickname for opening the hidden dungeon. The Lost Princess, 5 free attribute points, hoping all players will continue their efforts. Server-wide announcement: congratulations to player hidden nickname for opening the hidden dungeon. The Lost Princess, 5 free attribute points, hoping all players will continue their efforts. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow and entered the light gate. The dungeon options appeared before him. Hell level. Without hesitation, Lin Tianhao still chose the hell level. This difficulty was nearly impossible for most ordinary players to complete. Upon entering the dungeon, Lin Tianhao still found himself in the mine. The mine was dim and Lin Tianhao saw one small zombie after another appearing in front of him. What the hell? The novice village actually has undead monsters. Undead monsters generally appear more frequently in the mid-game. If they show up in the early game, it's usually in relatively high-level dungeons. Small zombie elite level 8. Health 108-001-0800. Attack 95. Skills: Charge, Copper Skin, Iron Bone Bite. The attributes are not weak. Lin Tianhao acted without hesitation. The copper skin iron bone of the small zombie was merely a decoration to him. After all, his damage was true damage. 2,250. A huge damage number appeared. This was without a critical hit. Could only be described as terrifying. With Lin Tianhao's high output, the small zombies did not even get close before being killed by him. As more and more small zombies appeared, Lin Tianhao continued to kite and attack. As long as the damage was sufficient, these small zombies were merely decorations. He easily passed the first level without any pressure. The next second level. In addition to small zombies, some green-haired zombies appeared with attributes having significantly improved. However, they still could not stop Lin Tianhao's progress. In the third level, Lin Tianhao arrived here resembling a twisted jungle. There were 4 black iron level bosses. Purple-haired zombie, black iron level 8. Health 158-20015-8200. Attack 512. Skills: Charge, Copper Skin, Iron, Bone Bite, Whirlwind, Kill, Corpse, Gas Diffusion. Lin Tianhao frowned slightly. The health of this purple-haired zombie was fine, but its other attributes and skills seemed quite mediocre. Just as Lin Tianhao thought this, the 4 purple-haired zombies simultaneously activated Corpse Gas Diffusion. A large amount of corpse gas converged towards Lin Tianhao. Ding, you are affected by corpse gas. Your body begins to stiffen, movement speed decreased by 50, attack speed decreased by 50. At the same time, damage numbers continually popped up above Lin Tianhao's head. 299. 299. This damage number appeared very frequently, popping up 4 times a second. This caused Lin Tianhao's health to decrease by 1200 every second. Even factoring in health recovery, his health was still declining at a rate of several hundred per second. Whoosh! Lin Tianhao made his move. He was not the type to sit back and wait. Bang! An arrow struck the head. Critical hit. 4,548. The moment his arrow was loosed, the 4 zombies had already launched their assault. They charged straight ahead without any finesse. Lin Tianhao instinctively wanted to dodge. Unfortunately, with his movement speed reduced by 50%, he found himself unable to evade their reckless charges. Bang! 1,280. 1283. A series of damage numbers appeared above Lin Tianhao's head. He waited until the skill's effect ended before launching a furious counterattack. Each of Lin Tianhao's strikes landed as a critical hit. With 5% lifesteal, he could recover over 400 health points per second. Combined with Revival, the incomplete Treant set, and the 9 Harmony longbow, Lin Tianhao's health regeneration had reached over 1,100 per second. Revival contributed 500, the incomplete Treant set 130, the 9 Harmony longbow 100, and lifesteal over 400. Such recovery was already formidable. Even when facing 4 black iron bosses simultaneously, he could barely hold his ground. A smile spread across Lin Tianhao's face. As long as he could stabilize the situation, the ensuing battle would become much easier. However, the purple-haired zombie's next attack made his expression shift dramatically. The purple-haired zombie initiated a bite attack. Despite his desperate evasions and attempts to interrupt their assaults with arrows, the dual debuffs on movement and attack speed limited him to restraining only 2 purple-haired zombies at most. He couldn't cover every angle. The inevitable result was being bitten by a purple-haired zombie. 1958. 299. 299. Lin Tianhao felt a surge of frustration. This bite also inflicted poison, which stacked with the poison effect from the pervasive corpse miasma. Now burdened with 2 stacking poison debuffs, his health plummeted even faster. With no other choice, Lin Tianhao resolved to end the fight quickly. Finally, the first purple-haired zombie fell. Lin Tianhao breathed a sigh of relief as the death of 1 zombie reduced the stacks of corpse miasma, lowering the damage he took each second. Then came the second and the third. After the last purple-haired zombie perished, Lin Tianhao collapsed to the ground. Damn it! Having no detoxification skills or abilities to remove negative buffs was a crippling weakness. This highlighted the crucial role of a priest. Even having an ordinary priest by his side to cure poison and remove debuffs would have made this battle far easier, and these were merely black iron bosses. If he were to face world bosses later on, the pressure would be immense. He waited until his health was fully restored. Lin Tianhao fixed his gaze ahead. The layout here closely resembled the Twisted Jungle, suggesting that the final checkpoint would host a bronze-level boss. Entering the last chamber, Lin Tianhao immediately surveyed his surroundings. Ahead, 2 crystal coffins. The left coffin contained a desiccated corpse, while the right one was empty. Lin Tianhao furrowed. Whoosh! In the next instant, Lin Tianhao spun around and loosed an arrow into the air. A hideous zombie appeared behind him, its claws mere centimeters away. Fortunately, his twisting string arrow technique had already been unleashed. The immense force carried by the arrow blasted the zombie backward. Simultaneously, Lin Tianhao widened the distance, firing arrow after arrow. At the same time, he began inspecting the zombie's attributes. Ice Flame Corpse King, Bronze level 10. Health 109-1320-11000000. Attack 1560. Skills: Reckless Charge, Ice and Fire, Duality Freeze, Blazing Body, Shade of Corpses, Ice Fire Roulette. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow, without hesitation continuing his relentless assault. The Ice Flame Corpse King was swift. Even as Lin Tianhao's arrow was loosed, it had already shifted from its original position. Moreover, for a zombie, the Ice Flame Corpse King's reaction speed was far quicker than Lin Tianhao had anticipated. Its agility also exceeded his expectations. Yet this was not enough to leave Lin Tianhao at a loss. With his attack speed, unaffected firing 4 arrows per second was sufficient to seal off all the Corpse King's evasive routes. Furthermore, Lin Tianhao's shots were exceptionally precise, leaving the Ice Flame Corpse King no room to dodge. Realizing it was inescapable, the Corpse King ceased its evasion. After tanking one arrow, it charged straight at Lin Tianhao. Simultaneously, it raised its hand, conjuring a ball of flame in its palm. Then something utterly absurd occurred. As the Ice Flame Corpse King raised its hand, flames erupted on Lin Tianhao's own body. Ding, you have been affected by burning flames, causing continuous health loss. 915. 915. Lin Tianhao felt a chill run down his spine. Such a homing skill causing continuous damage was immensely stressful, especially since his opponent was a bronze boss with formidable stats. Whoosh! With no means to dispel the burn, Lin Tianhao could only intensify his offensive, striving to eliminate the Ice Flame Corpse King in the shortest time possible. The Ice Flame Corpse King was too agile. Out of 4 arrows, Lin Tianhao could only land 2 or sometimes just 1. Additionally, with weak point attacks becoming difficult, his critical hit rate also dropped. After dodging Lin Tianhao's arrows, the Ice Flame Corpse King raised both hands. Lin Tianhao's expression changed. Ding, you have been affected by ice and fire duality, causing continuous health loss. 1598. 1598. Lin Tianhao. What kind of divine beast was this, bombarding him with endless negative effects? It was utterly inhumane. 2 homing skills, both inflicting continuous damage, left him no room for skillful play. If this continues, clearing this dungeon might be impossible. Lin Tianhao's expression darkened. His stats were already monstrous. If he still couldn't conquer this place, it would be unacceptable. With that thought, his arrow attacks grew even more cunning. Predictive shooting. This was a fundamental skill for archers, yet the gap between a master and an ordinary player was stark. Under Lin Tianhao's fully focused predictive assault, the Ice Flame Corpse King finally began to falter. Now! Seizing a fleeting opportunity, Lin Tianhao launched the Corpse King into the air. What followed was an unrelenting aerial combo, dealing devastating damage. Your chance is gone. Lin Tianhao's gaze was deadly serious. He would not permit himself to fail. With absolute concentration, the outcome was sealed. The reason was simple: Lin Tianhao captured every single detail of the Ice Flame Corpse King's movements. He had eliminated any possibility of the Corpse King touching the ground. While keeping it airborne, Lin Tianhao also interrupted every skill it attempted to cast. He had pushed his offensive to the absolute limit. Ding, you have slain the Ice Flame Corpse King. Experience 10,850. As you have not left the newbie village, you cannot gain experience. Ding! You have completed the first clear of the Lost Princess. A server-wide announcement will be made. Do you wish to remain anonymous? Yes. Ding! Congratulations to the anonymous player for completing the first clear of the Lost Princess. This is a special announcement. May all players continue to strive for excellence. Ding! Congratulations to the anonymous player for completing the first clear of the Lost Princess. This is a special announcement. May all players continue to strive for excellence. The Lost Princess. A hidden dungeon in the newbie village. At this stage, most players who entered the game in the first wave had already made their way to the main city. Hence, this level 8 dungeon drew little attention. No one imagined that such a low-level dungeon could yield anything valuable. In Shifeng City, Futu Dunshan opened his friend list. He had been keeping an eye on Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao had reached level 10 some time ago. Given his abilities, he shouldn't have remained at the same level for so long. The most likely explanation was that Lin Tianhao had never left the newbie village. He desperately wanted to ask Lin Tianhao what was going on, but in the end he held back. Not only him, other club members who were monitoring Lin Tianhao also noticed this issue. Lin Tianhao was still in the newbie village. Could something offline have delayed his progress? What a pity. He has great talent, but with this delay, even if he catches up later, he'll only be an average player. Zhumeng Yanxue, upon receiving the report about Lin Tianhao, shook her head in disappointment. Level 10 is still in the newbie village. Most likely delayed by offline matters. This was the consensus not only for Zhumeng Yanxue but also for most clubs watching Lin Tianhao. After all, given Lin Tianhao's talent and stats, only an offline delay could explain this situation. Little did they know Lin Tianhao wasn't delayed by offline affairs. He was in the middle of a terrifying quest line. If this quest were completed, it would change the entire landscape of the newbie village. Ding! Rewards for the first dungeon clear are being calculated. Ding! You have received 31 skill books. Ding! You have received 42 pieces of equipment. Ding! You have received 120 gold coins. Ding! You have received 20 free attribute points. Ding! You have received 1 ice flame magic or... As expected, A smile spread across Lin Tianhao's face. He had finally obtained the second piece of ice flame magic, or, just as Lin Tianhao was inspecting his rewards, ahead, from within the body of the Ice Flame Corpse King, the ice attribute power began to separate. Ultimately, this ice attribute power descended upon the mummy lying in the crystal coffin. As the mummy absorbed the power, its body began to rapidly recover. Lin Tianhao frowned. Could this hidden dungeon contain a hidden boss? A hidden boss referred to a new boss that spawns after a dungeon is cleared due to special circumstances. In this situation, he could choose to leave the dungeon immediately as the clear rewards were already his. But Lin Tianhao, emboldened by his skills, wanted to see what this hidden boss was. Bang! With a loud crash, the crystal coffin shattered, revealing a woman with fair skin, delicate features, and long silver-white hair standing before him. Lin Tianhao's gaze fell upon the woman. Princess Leona? HP? Skills? Lin Tianhao's expression shifted. Everything about her was marked with question marks. Moreover, in Twilight of the Gods, characters with titles like Princess, Prince, or General were generally not to be trifled with. Adventurer, did you save me? Lin Tianhao nodded instinctively. You could say that. Hearing this, Princess Leona's expression remained utterly calm. She studied him for a moment before speaking. You saved me, so I can offer you 2 items, but you may only choose one to take. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. Was this a hidden reward being triggered? The first item, you may become a Viscount of our Star Kingdom and receive a territory of your own. Lin Tianhao drew a sharp breath. A Lord's Heart. In the early stages of the game, obtaining a Lord's Heart was nearly impossible. Moreover, Princess Leona had mentioned the title of Viscount, a noble status. With a noble identity in the kingdom, he could reap tremendous benefits. Yet Lin Tianhao suppressed his excitement and asked, and the second item? Princess Leona produced a pale blue jade pendant. This is an artifact passed down from the age of the gods' fall. It grants the wearer an 80 resistance to control effects. Lin Tianhao's eyes gleamed. 80% control resistance was incredibly powerful. What is your choice? After a moment of hesitation, Lin Tianhao chose the pendant. I'll take the pendant. Based on his past life experience, obtaining a Lord's Heart and establishing a territory would not be overly difficult. A Viscount was merely the second lowest rank of nobility. Furthermore, while the Star Kingdom was decent in the early game, it became somewhat insignificant in the mid to late stages. But this pendant was extraordinary. 80% control resistance was a phenomenal effect at Princess Leona looked at Lin Tianhao with surprise, as if she hadn't expected him to choose an item over the title and land. Is our kingdom's viscountcy and territory not worth as much as a piece of equipment? Lin Tianhao shook his head. It's not that the viscountcy is bad, nor that the territory is bad, nor that your Star Kingdom is lacking. It's just that different people have different tastes. Princess Leona gave a resigned smile and handed the pendant to Lin Tianhao. Purification Pendant Special Equipment. Equip requirement can be worn only by the person to whom it was willingly given. Cannot be dropped, seized, or worn by others unless willingly transferred. Effect grants 80 immunity to control effects, knockback, slow, curse, poison, burn, freeze, paralysis, and other negative debuffs. Durability 100. A satisfied smile spread across Lin Tianhao's face. This effect was incredibly powerful. Even in the Cataclysm era, such a stat would be considered explosive. Equipping the Purification Pendant, Lin Tianhao felt much better. This was truly an unexpected boon. Next, he inspected the equipment and skills. Unfortunately, there was not a single piece of equipment or skill he could use. The only useful items were the free attribute points and the Ice Flame magic, or, however, according to Old Drunkard, there should be 2 more pieces of Ice Flame magic or here, and only one had appeared so far. That meant there was still one more. Leaving the dungeon, Lin Tianhao entered it again. But this time something unexpected happened. The Hell difficulty was no longer available. Because I rescued Princess Leona, the Hell difficulty disappeared. Without further deliberation, Lin Tianhao selected the Nightmare difficulty level for the dungeon. In less than 20 minutes, he had conquered the Nightmare grade Lost Princess. Yet the Ice Flame magic did not appear. Could I have been mistaken from the start? Perhaps there is only one Ice Flame magic here. Lin Tianhao mused silently. No, that couldn't be right. Old Drunkard had no reason to deceive him about this matter. Could it be that there were 2 hidden dungeons within this mine? Such a probability was exceedingly low. Since it wasn't 2 hidden dungeons, another possibility remained: drop rate. The Ice Flame magic might indeed be here, but due to the drop rate, it hadn't appeared when he first cleared the hard difficulty dungeon. With this thought, Lin Tianhao entered the Lost Princess dungeon once more. The battles he needed to partake in ahead were already fraught with pressure. Even if he didn't obtain the final ice flame magic or here, he could treat it as farming for health points. This farming session stretched into 5 consecutive runs. Admittedly, Lin Tianhao's judgment proved correct. On his 5th run, he finally spotted it among the completion rewards. Ding! You have obtained ice flame magic or won. A satisfied smile spread across Lin Tianhao's face. Now that all 3 ice flame magic ores from the novice village were in his hands, whether the seal could be broken henceforth depended entirely on his whim. Moreover, due to repeatedly clearing the lost princess, Lin Tianhao's health points had now surpassed 120,000. Coupled with the 9-fold longbow, his combat prowess had seen a considerable boost. Emerging from the mine, Lin Tianhao did not seek out Old Drunkard or Blacksmith Wang. Instead, he headed directly to the cliff. As he had anticipated, the old village chief was still there. It seemed he knew the upcoming battlefield would be here and had thus taken to guarding it personally. Snow Emperor, why have you returned? Lin Tianhao did not answer the question but instead directly produced an ice flame magic or, upon seeing the ice flame magic or in Lin Tianhao's hand, the usually stoic old village chief's expression shifted dramatically. He broke into a smile and said, Snow Emperor, you have found the ice flame magic or, this is truly wonderful. Old village chief, what exactly is this ice flame magic or, both you and Blacksmith Wang have been searching for it. Hearing this, the old village chief chuckled. It is a very important or of great use to us both. Snow Emperor, give it to me, and I shall grant you benefits beyond your imagination. Lin Tianhao narrowed his eyes. The old village chief's promise of unimaginable benefits made him hesitate. Specifically, Lin Tianhao fixed his gaze on the old village chief. The old village chief's expression darkened. He could tell that Lin Tianhao was trying to bargain. 1 gold-grade ring. Lin Tianhao shook his head. I heard Blacksmith Wang offered a platinum-grade necklace. The old village chief's face sank. He is a blacksmith. In terms of equipment, I am indeed inferior to him. However, if you are willing to give me this ice flame magic, or I can offer you a Saint-grade talent awakening stone. Almost any talent can be awakened through such a stone. Lin Tianhao pondered briefly. He had no use for the Saint-grade talent awakening stone himself, but Zhou Xiaopang and Monkey both possessed Saint-grade talents. This stone could hasten their awakening and allow them to leverage their talents to grow stronger sooner. Not enough. 2 stones. Lin Tianhao held the advantage and was not about to yield easily. Snow Emperor, I only have 1. Moreover, this is the finest item you can obtain in the novice village. Lin Tianhao remained non-committal. Then make it 2 gold-grade rings. The old village chief's face darkened further. Lin Tianhao's price was beginning to infuriate him. Snow Emperor, if the ice flame magic or falls into Blacksmith Wang's hands, the novice village will be plunged into misery. For you adventurers, it would be a catastrophe as well. I am willing to pay a price to avert this disaster. Lin Tianhao sighed. Old village chief, I wish to help you, but I am an adventurer. What I seek is merely profit. My apologies. With these words, Lin Tianhao turned to leave. Stop! The old village chief's expression turned sinister as a murderous aura erupted from him. What? Does the old village chief wish to kill me? Go ahead. Losing 1 level is of little consequence to me. Upon hearing this, the old village chief's aura receded. Indeed, Lin Tianhao was an adventurer. Even if he could slay him here, the outcome would merely be Lin Tianhao losing a level. Once back in the novice village, Lin Tianhao could still hand the ice flame magic or over to Blacksmith Wang. Fine. I accept your terms. A satisfied smile graced Lin Tianhao's face as he completed the transaction with the old village chief. Heavy Thunder Ring Gold Grade. Requirement Level 10 Archer. Effect 1, Attack 350. Effect 2, Critical Strike 30. Effect 3, Armor Penetration 15. Effect 4, 5 chance to paralyze the opponent. Effect 5 to 5 chance to deal double critical damage. Effect 6, 5 chance to trigger area effect lightning bombardment. Durability 100. Both rings had identical stats. Lin Tianhao frowned slightly. Among the attributes, 3 were special effects. However, the probabilities were all relatively low. Fortunately, since the 2 rings shared the same stats, they allowed Lin Tianhao to deliver substantial damage effectively. Swapping out 2 rings from the Treant set resulted in a reduction of Lin Tianhao's health recovery by 20 points and a decrease in health points by over 1,000. Still, the Treant set provided set bonuses when 10 pieces were equipped, so for now it held up well. Old village chief, a pleasure doing business with you, Lin Tianhao said with a smile. The old village chief's expression, however, was far from pleasant. After all, being extorted in such a manner would hardly please anyone. 2 gold-grade rings and only level 10 ones at that. They were useful to Lin Tianhao at his current stage, but merely useful. In the end, they were merely transitional gear. If not for the impending confrontation with Blacksmith Wang and the old village chief, he would not have chosen equipment and might have preferred free attribute points instead. Though that was his inner thought, Lin Tianhao strode back to the novice village. At the blacksmith's shop, Blacksmith Wang's expression turned grim upon seeing Lin Tianhao's arrival. "Snow Emperor, what are you here for?" Hearing the volatile tone in Blacksmith Wang's voice, Lin Tianhao knew the blacksmith must have learned something. "Blacksmith Wang, did you not ask me to find the ice flame magic, or?" "I've come to submit the quest, and this is the attitude you show." Blacksmith Wang sneered. "Snow Emperor still putting on an act before me. Old drunkard, saw you trading the ice flame magic, or to the old village chief. What do you have left to offer me?" Lin Tianhao sighed. "Blacksmith Wang, the ice flame magic, or is not limited to just one piece." With that, Lin Tianhao feigned disappointment and shook his head. "Since Blacksmith Wang no longer desires the ice flame magic, or I shall take my leave." As he spoke, Lin Tianhao turned and walked away. Blacksmith Wang's expression shifted, and with a flicker of movement he blocked Lin Tianhao's path. Abandoning his earlier demeanor, Blacksmith Wang spoke amiably. "Snow Emperor, that was just a joke. From what you just said, you still have another ice flame magic, or?" Lin Tianhao nodded. "Indeed, I do have another ice flame magic, or in hand. However, I now feel it might be better to give it all to the old village chief. At least the old village chief wouldn't treat me with such an attitude." Hearing this, the blacksmith grew somewhat anxious. "Snow Emperor, let's talk this over. We've had such pleasant cooperation before. There's no reason to let a small matter sour things." Lin Tianhao paused mid-step. "Blacksmith, to be honest with you, the village chief has offered quite generous terms." The blacksmith knew instantly that Lin Tianhao was likely about to make an exorbitant demand. "Snow Emperor, my platinum-grade necklace isn't bad either." "It's not bad indeed," Lin Tianhao hesitated. "But it's merely transitional equipment. The village chief has even brought out a saint-grade awakening stone. How about you give me a saint-grade awakening stone too?" The blacksmith's face shifted. He had no such stone. "Snow Emperor, I truly don't have a saint-grade awakening stone. However, I can upgrade your 9-fold longbow to platinum-grade and add another platinum-grade necklace." Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. A platinum-grade main weapon and a platinum-grade necklace would greatly enhance his combat power. Yet a problem remained. If he replaced his necklace, the Treant set would only have 9 pieces and its set effect would be lost. It would be a shame to use platinum-grade equipment as mere transitional gear. "How about this? Give me a full set of gold-grade archer equipment." "A full set?" The blacksmith's face paled. "Snow Emperor, sets aren't cabbages. The best I can manage in this entire novice village is a bronze-grade set." Lin Tianhao was slightly disappointed, though he had anticipated this. "Bronze grade? Not even silver? Let me see the set stats." The blacksmith took a deep breath. When had a player ever bargained with him like this? Yet he had no choice. He absolutely needed the ice flame demon, or... "Fine." The blacksmith led Lin Tianhao into an inner room where 3 bronze-grade sets were displayed. "This one suitable for archers is the breeze set." Lin Tianhao's gaze fell upon the breeze set, its stats appearing before him. Breeze set. Effect 1, attack speed 3. 2. Effect 2, movement speed 5. 9. Effect 3, critical strike 35. Effect 4, attack 1800. Set special effect 1, your basic attack stack attack speed, each basic attack stacking 0. 5 attack speed up to 6 stacks. Set special effect 2, your basic attack stack movement speed, each basic attack stacking 0. 5 movement speed up to 6 stacks. Lin Tianhao frowned. This wasn't the equipment he wanted. Though attack speed and movement speed seemed crucial, he had noticed another set. One with high damage reflection. What he needed was lifesteal. Otherwise, if the blacksmith used that reflection set, he would be at a severe disadvantage. "Snow Emperor, what do you think?" the blacksmith asked. Mediocre. Lin Tianhao uttered 2 words. "How could that be?" The blacksmith feigned surprise. "This set has everything an archer needs: attack speed, movement speed, critical strike, and attack power." Lin Tianhao gave a non-committal smile. Indeed, it had everything except lifesteal. That was the real issue. At this stage, with damage reflection in play, without lifesteal, the faster his attack speed, the quicker he would die. The blacksmith's reflection set completely countered the breeze set. This was premeditated. "I don't lack attack speed or critical strike right now. I need lifesteal." Lifesteal was a special attribute that couldn't be added through free stat points. It could only come from equipment or skills. The blacksmith narrowed his eyes. An archer wanting lifesteal seemed to be about improving fault tolerance. But honestly, attack speed and movement speed offered better fault tolerance than lifesteal. Once those attributes were high enough, there was nothing to fear. However, there was one condition: the opponent had no damage reflection. Lin Tianhao's immediate request for lifesteal gear made his intentions clear. In the entire novice village aside from the twisted tray ants with their meager reflection, only the blacksmith had such gear. Snow Emperor lifesteal is a special attribute. I do have it here but not in a set. Only 3 bronze-grade pieces possess lifesteal. Lin Tianhao's expression shifted slightly. It seemed the blacksmith had guessed some of his intentions. Alas, Lin Tianhao sighed. In that case, it'll go to the village chief. The blacksmith's gaze hardened and an intangible pressure emanated from him. Lin Tianhao felt the temperature around him rising. Ding, you are affected by high temperature. 18. The damage was minimal, but the blacksmith's attitude greatly displeased Lin Tianhao. Blacksmith, do you intend to fight? With that, Lin Tianhao spread his hands. Fine, I know I can't beat you. Go ahead and kill me. The blacksmith's expression darkened. He knew that killing Lin Tianhao would only cause him to lose a level. Moreover, in the novice village, such an act would give the village chief an excuse to cause trouble. Snow Emperor, I do have one special piece of equipment with lifesteal. I believe you won't be able to refuse it. Oh! Lin Tianhao was curious. What equipment could make the blacksmith so confident? The blacksmith took out a necklace from his bosom. Bloodthirsty necklace special. Requirement none. Effect: each basic attack restores 1 of your max HP. Durability 100. Lin Tianhao narrowed his eyes. He had to admit the blacksmith was right. This was an item he couldn't refuse. A 1% health recovery might seem low, but it was substantial given Lin Tianhao's high max HP. Find this ice flame demon or is yours, Lin Tianhao said. No, the blacksmith shook his head. For this equipment besides the ore I need 1,000 other pieces of equipment. Lin Tianhao's expression soured. This was a bit too much. Blacksmith, his voice dropped. Isn't your demand excessive? Not at all. I believe you'll agree. Lin Tianhao gave a wry smile. The blacksmith had guessed correctly. Fine as you wish. But I don't have them now, I need some time. No problem, I'll wait. Lin Tianhao agreed because it was a convenient task. He had already accumulated plenty of equipment from grinding dungeons. His next plan was to grind dungeons to maximize his HP. Ideally, he would upgrade the Heavenly Punishment Hand to 3 stars, which would significantly boost his damage. Leaving the novice village, Lin Tianhao began grinding the Twisted Forest overtime. In Emerald City, Zhumeng Yanxue received a report from her subordinate and found it rather odd. Still at level 10 after all this time, it seems hopeless. She replied, no need to keep an eye on Snow Emperor anymore. Even if he logs in now, he can't catch up to me. Should we still recruit him? Zhumeng Yanxue hesitated briefly. Lower the annual salary to 1 million. If he agrees, fine. If not, forget it. In this game, every step delayed is a step lost. Don't bother with him. It was not only Zhumeng Yanxue. The attention other clubs had paid to Lin Tianhao had diminished. After all, the early stages of Twilight of the Gods were crucial. Lin Tianhao had been stuck at level 10 for such a long time, inevitably leading them to question whether he was still worth their interest. As for Fu Tudunshan, he had been constantly following Lin Tianhao, even sending him a few caring messages during this period. Unfortunately, none received a reply. Online, a blogger had also posted an article claiming that Lin Tianhao had become mediocre. Snow Emperor, I'm sure everyone still remembers him. The consecutive world announcements and offers of hundreds of millions in annual salary from major clubs had propelled his popularity to new heights. But now a whole day has passed. While other players are surging ahead, only Snow Emperor remains stagnant at level 10. In my estimation, he is just a flash-in-the-pan genius. After entering the main city, given that bosses have the skills Bulwark and Berserk, his infinite float technique becomes unusable. As for those saying Snow Emperor had offline matters and hasn't been online, I think that's nonsense. Who would forgo an annual salary of over 100 million to mess around offline? After this blogger's analysis came out, many agreed with his viewpoint. In reality, from the perspective of professional players, this blogger's words were riddled with flaws. However, most ordinary players lacked a deep understanding of the game, so they felt the blogger was correct. But professional players weren't about to step in for someone they didn't know well. Nevertheless, while others held back, Fu Tudunshan couldn't stand by after seeing this post. He immediately created a new post to counterattack. First of all, regarding that blogger called Game Brother Dong, please think before you speak. With his float technique, even if Snow Emperor can't defeat bosses, can he not kill ordinary monsters? Also, have you seen the livestream recording from Brother Who the Jiangcheng branch? What kind of damage does Snow Emperor deal? Could he possibly be stuck at level 10, unable to level up? Fu Tudunshan's intervention immediately caused quite a stir. After all, he was the young master of the Fu Tu Guild and had made a name for himself in the main city with his elite Treyant armor set. Therefore, quite a few players knew who Fu Tudunshan was. Just 15 minutes after his post went up, Game Brother Dong had already published a new one. What I didn't expect was that a professional player would be a Snow Emperor fanboy. I don't deny that Snow Emperor's float technique is impressive, but so what? His damage numbers were already absurdly high in the newbie village. Relying on free attributes or equipment, it was almost impossible to have such monstrous damage. Therefore, I speculate that Snow Emperor most likely possesses a special damage-boosting item. This has happened to others in the early game before. But special items often have time limits. I think Snow Emperor's special item has expired and his damage has returned to normal, which is why he's become mediocre. Game Brother Dong and Fu Tudunshan began arguing with each other, both having a certain fan base. Their mutual debate caused an uproar online. It even made it into the top 10 trending topics. At this very moment, as the key figure in this incident, Lin Tianhao was thoroughly enjoying himself farming the Twisted Jungle, clearing it once, twice, 3 times. He had to thank one of the newbie village's perks, an infinite backpack. Otherwise, his inventory would have been full long ago. Lin Tianhao didn't even count how many times he had cleared the Twisted Jungle on Hell difficulty. He just, finally, ding, your Heavenly Punishment Hand has been upgraded to 3 stars. Heavenly Punishment Hand Transcendent Grade 3 stars. Effect 1, each basic attack deals true damage equal to 3 of your max HP. Effect 2, each basic attack permanently increases HP by 3. Proficiency 010000000. A satisfied smile spread across Lin Tianhao's face. The Heavenly Punishment Hand had finally leveled up. At the same time, his HP had surpassed 220000. Now, with the effect of the Heavenly Punishment Hand, each basic attack dealt 6600 true damage. Furthermore, each basic attack permanently increased his HP by 3 points. After the upgrade, Lin Tianhao didn't stop. He cleared the dungeon again, receiving a large amount of rewards. Lin Tianhao checked his equipment. He already had over 1100 pieces, meeting Blacksmith Wang's quest requirement. He returned to the newbie village. Lin Tianhao found Blacksmith Wang. Blacksmith Wang, I've brought what you asked for. Blacksmith Wang was slightly surprised, clearly not expecting Lin Tianhao to return so quickly. Lin Tianhao took out the equipment and the ice flame magic ore. Seeing these items, Blacksmith Wang also produced the bloodthirsty necklace. They exchanged. A satisfied smile appeared on Lin Tianhao's face. With this bloodthirsty necklace combined with the purification jade pendant's crowd control immunity, Lin Tianhao's pressure was greatly reduced. With control immunity lifesteal plus his current stats and skills, he felt he could even contend with the village chief. Snow Emperor, you've gotten what you wanted. Shouldn't you be leaving now? Lin Tianhao raised an, to be honest, I've offended several guilds in the main city. If I go there, I'll probably be killed before I can even leave the city. Hearing this, Blacksmith Wang's face darkened. Old drunkard scolded, Snow Emperor, don't push your luck. The matters of the newbie village are not for you to meddle in. Lin Tianhao grinned. I'm a man who values profit. As long as the compensation is good enough, I'll even take down the village chief. Blacksmith Wang stared at him. He held Lin Tianhao's strength in high regard. Unfortunately, Lin Tianhao had been acting unpredictably lately, making him untrustworthy. Moreover, he always felt that Lin Tianhao was the variable. To ensure absolute certainty, he had hoped Lin Tianhao would leave the newbie village. But if Lin Tianhao was willing to sincerely help him, the benefits he could reap would be enormous. Fine. Blacksmith Wang nodded. Snow Emperor, if you truly want to help me, then go destroy the resurrection altar now. Lin Tianhao's expression changed. Destroying the resurrection altar now would cut off his retreat. In other words, without the resurrection altar in the newbie village, if he were killed, he would be forced to revive in the main city. The risk was too great. Even though his withered wood springs to life skill had been upgraded to 3 stars, his invincible golden body wasn't off cooldown yet. This couldn't be done. Blacksmith Wang, the resurrection altar can't be destroyed now. That would be cutting off my own escape route. How about we destroy it after the village chief is dead? Blacksmith Wang sneered, clearly more suspicious of Lin Tianhao than ever. Snow Emperor, you're making it very hard for me to trust you. How about this? Go to the cliff and engage the village chief in battle. With the resurrection altar, you can revive if you die. As for leveling up, I'm sure it's a piece of cake for you. Lin Tianhao narrowed his eyes. Blacksmith Wang was forcing him to pick a side. Ding, Blacksmith Wang has issued a quest to you. Quest requirement: go to the cliff and fight the village chief. Quest penalty unknown. Quest reward unknown. If he accepted this quest and attacked the village chief, he would be burning all bridges with him. From Blacksmith Wang's perspective, Lin Tianhao would then have no choice but to stand with him. Blacksmith Wang looked on with a sneer, believing Lin Tianhao would never accept this quest. But Lin Tianhao's next answer left him dumbfounded. All right, I accept this quest. Blacksmith Wang was taken aback. Oh, then I hope you succeed in killing the old village chief. If you do it alone, it'll give you a growable bowman's weapon. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. Such growable weapons were the most formidable, for only they had no limit. They could surpass divine artifacts and become legendary super artifacts. All right, him off, he said, eager to test the old village chief of the novice village. Rumor had it that the old village chief was the ultimate boss of the novice village, and he intended to find out. At the cliff, when Lin Tianhao arrived, a pavilion had been set up and the old village chief sat inside drinking tea. Seeing Lin Tianhao, he poured a cup for him. Snow Emperor, care for a drink? In response, an arrow whistled through the air, precisely striking the teacup in the old village chief's hand. The old village chief sighed. Snow Emperor, you disappoint me. I never thought you'd end up siding with Blacksmith Wang. Lin Tianhao's expression turned cold. Old village chief, spare the pleasantries. Let's fight. With that, he struck first. An arrow shot through the air toward the old village chief's brow. The chief just smiled, doing nothing. The arrow halted before him, turned to ice, and shattered. Lin Tianhao's face changed. But he didn't stop. Twisting bow technique. The high-speed rotating arrow finally escaped the old chief's freezing. Yet the arrow with such piercing power was repeatedly deflected by the old chief's fingers. Then with a casual flick, the arrow flew back toward Lin Tianhao at incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, the arrow was upon him. Lin Tianhao rolled like a donkey, narrowly dodging. The old chief's skill was terrifying. A cold glint flashed in Lin Tianhao's eyes. A brawler. The old chief's techniques matched a rare class. You know it? The old chief grinned. The next instant, he vanished from his spot. Lin Tianhao immediately sidestepped. But the old chief was too fast. His dodge failed, and the chief grabbed his arm for a shoulder throw. With a crash, Lin Tianhao hit the ground, cracking it. A massive damage number appeared, 5,128. Lin Tianhao's scalp tingled. He tried to flee, but the old chief grabbed his legs and hung him upside down. The moment he was inverted, the old chief's knee slammed into his spine. A crack sounded, 10,256. Lin Tianhao felt his bones about to scatter. Only because this was a game with everything digitized was he not paralyzed. But then the old chief demonstrated true ruthlessness. With a knife hand strike, he aimed at the inverted Lin Tianhao's groin. Lin Tianhao instinctively clamped his legs together, using the chief's hand to flip upward and land on his drawing on past life battle experience. He reversed his grip on the bow, looped the string around the chief's neck, spun, and pulled back. The old chief, breathless and red-faced, reacted with astonishing speed. He struck back with a monkey steals the peach, grabbing at Lin Tianhao's crotch. Lin Tianhao's expression twisted. This old chief was utterly unscrupulous. He wondered if the chief had suffered such an attack before, and now used it against others. Yet the tactic was effective. Lin Tianhao had to dodge. The chief rose and charged again. Twisting bow technique. Lin Tianhao fired an arrow at close range, 6,612. He cursed inwardly. Only true damage landed. This was absurd. His close-range twisting arrow hadn't even broken through the chief's defense. The old chief was equally stunned. As if surprised by the damage, the chief's movements remained swift. He took the arrow and delivered an uppercut, sending Lin Tianhao flying. Then, leaping up, he unleashed a combo. Wait! This combo looked just like the old drunkard's. Was the drunkard the chief's man? It was possible. The chief had already planted someone near Blacksmith Wang, so another spy made sense. But Lin Tianhao had no time to ponder. Before he hit the ground, the chief grabbed his head and smashed it against his knee. Was this a brawler's fighting style? The chief's techniques defied his imagination. Lin Tianhao was like a toy, utterly powerless in the chief's hands. He was endlessly controlled and knocked about. With another heavy slam, his health bar plummeted. His 220000 health was now less than a third. But the chief gave him no respite, raising his hand. Lin Tianhao was frozen. Then the chief struck the frozen form. A thunderous crash and a massive damage number appeared, 59,280. Nearly 60,000 damage instantly killed him. His withered tree blooms again didn't even trigger, because he was killed while above 10% health. The skill failed to activate. At the novice village's resurrection altar, Lin Tianhao emerged. His level dropped from 10 to 9. The few players watching were stunned. Especially Futu Dunshan. He had argued online with Game Donga supporting Lin Tianhao. But instead of news of a comeback, he saw a level loss. Lin Tianhao lost a level. Who was happiest? Undoubtedly Game Donga. He had been locked in a debate with Futu Dunshan, neither gaining the upper hand. But now things were different. Lin Tianhao's deleveling gave him ammunition. Within 10 minutes Game Donga posted. Futu Dunshan, what do you have to say now? Your idol Snow Emperor lost a level. Not leveling up for so long. And now losing one proves what I said before. Snow Emperor was just lucky getting a special item in the novice village. His infinite float wasn't skill, just item support. This deleveling fully shows Snow Emperor has become ordinary, even worse than average players. What Game Dong said immediately garnered agreement from many casual players, and even some hardcore gamers thought he had. Futu Dunshan was gnashing his teeth in anger upon seeing Game Dong's post. To be honest, he still believed that Lin Tianhao was extraordinary. Because Lin Tianhao had once helped him level up, those moves were truly beyond the reach of ordinary players. However, he simply didn't know how to refute the criticism now. Having not leveled up for a long time and even losing a level, he had no ground to defend himself even if he wanted to. Yet he still refused to back down. He simply posted a message, everyone makes mistakes. Perhaps Snow Emperor had something offline that delayed him for quite a while. After logging in, he tried to catch up by fighting higher level monsters and accidentally lost a level. Futu Dunshan's obvious sophistry only invited ridicule from many. Futu Club. No sooner had Futu Dunshan posted than he received a private message. Stop concerning yourself with Snow Emperor's matters and don't post those messy things online. That only makes others think our family's members lack intelligence. Seeing this message, Futu Dunshan immediately felt displeased. Sis, even you think Snow Emperor is no good. Isn't the truth obvious? Futu Dunshan was momentarily speechless, but he insisted, I believe Snow Emperor is just temporarily down. He will rise again. Lin Tianhao had no idea that losing a single level had stirred such a storm. He emerged from the resurrection altar. Old Drunkard looked at Lin Tianhao and smiled. Not bad, you actually took down over 6,000 of Old Village Chief's HP. Lin Tianhao's mouth twitched. I never dreamed that Old Village Chief would be a pugilist. Yes, he's a pugilist and a dual Icefire pugilist at that. Lin Tianhao waved his hand. Alright, I need to go level up. With that, he left the newbie village and headed to the Twisted Jungle. Entering the instance, Lin Tianhao's gaze turned sharp. This time when he fought Old Village Chief, he didn't equip the Purification Jade Pendant. His aim wasn't to deplete Old Village Chief's HP significantly. Rather, it was to probe Old Village Chief's skills and at the same time earn Blacksmith Wang's trust. Now that Heaven's Punishment Hand had reached 3 stars, each normal attack could stack 3 health points. Yet the same problem arose. The monsters in the Twisted Jungle couldn't withstand his attacks. They were killed in a couple of hits and the health stacking was still very limited. After soloing the Twisted Jungle twice, Lin Tianhao smoothly reached level 10. Reaching level 10 again granted no free attribute points. But that didn't matter. He didn't rush back to the newbie village. Instead, he stacked his health to 250000 before returning. With higher health, he could feel more confident. At the newbie village blacksmith shop, Lin Tianhao submitted the quest for his confrontation with Old Village Chief. Ding! You have completed Blacksmith Wang's quest. Reward free attribute points 5. Lin Tianhao frowned. This reward seemed rather low. Yet Lin Tianhao said nothing. Blacksmith Wang, Old Village Chief's strength far exceeds my expectations. I can hardly contend with him on my own. Blacksmith Wang nodded. Old Village Chief has dominated the newbie village for so long, naturally, he has his unique methods. So how should we fight him? Lin Tianhao asked instinctively. I will engage Old Village Chief Heaton. You just assist from the side. With that, Blacksmith Wang continued, but before that I need you and Old Drunkard to go to the mine. Ding! Blacksmith Wang has issued a hidden quest. Quest requirement: kill Old Drunkard. Quest penalty unknown. Quest reward unknown. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. When he was being pummeled by Old Village Chief's combo attacks, he had noticed a resemblance to Old Drunkard's combo moves. Thus he had harbored suspicions. Now it seemed Blacksmith Wang also suspected Old Drunkard. Alright, Lin Tianhao nodded. Old Drunkard seemed unaware of Blacksmith Wang's intentions and accompanied Lin Tianhao to the mine. At the mine entrance, Old Drunkard smiled at Lin Tianhao. Snow Emperor Blacksmith Wang wants you to kill me. Lin Tianhao was startled. Old Drunkard already knew. Don't be so surprised. Blacksmith Wang is inherently suspicious. He must have discovered something to send you here with me. Lin Tianhao smiled. Since you know, why did you still come? Old Drunkard chuckled. Of course I came. Because I have to die. Only then can you fully earn— Oh! Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. My attack on Old Village Chief already earned Blacksmith Wang's trust. No, you haven't gained his trust. Just then a figure emerged from the mine. Seeing him, Lin Tianhao was shocked. It was none other than Old Village Chief. Lin Tianhao felt that this tiny newbie village was turning into a spy thriller. It seems Old Drunkard really is your man. Lin Tianhao said bitterly. Old village chief nodded. Indeed, even the flaw was deliberately left for Blacksmith Wang to discover. The purpose is for you to kill old drunkard and thus completely gain his trust. And then, pull the rug out from under him, ambush him during the decisive battle. Lin Tianhao asked. Something like that. Remember the mandala potion I gave you? Put it in Blacksmith Wang's wine jar and make him drink it. Then you'll be the greatest hero of this battle. Lin Tianhao fell silent. Old village chief, sensing his hesitation, continued, Snow Emperor. You've been delayed in the newbie village for too long. Help me with this and I will reward you beyond what this stage can offer. Lin Tianhao remained silent, appearing to ponder. But in reality he had already made up his mind. Despite being utterly outmatched in his last fight with Old Village Chief, that was because he hadn't worn the Purification Jade Pendant. If he equipped the Purification Jade Pendant, Old Village Chief wouldn't be able to chain control him. Moreover, he had now accumulated 80 free attribute points. If he allocated all of them to movement speed, his speed would reach a terrifying level. Alright, Old Village Chief, I trust you. After hesitating and agonizing for a while, Lin Tianhao spoke earnestly. The good stuff Blacksmith Wang has is of limited help to me. I hope what you offer will be more useful. As he spoke, Lin Tianhao's arrow had already struck Old Drunkard. Old Drunkard did not resist and quietly accepted death. Not only him but his green flower serpent did the same. Ding! You have achieved the first kill of the green flower serpent. A global announcement will be made. Do you wish to hide your name? No. Global announcement. Congratulations to player Snow Emperor for achieving the first kill of the green flower serpent. Let all players strive for greater glory. Ding! You have completed the first kill of the old drunkard. A server-wide announcement will be made. Would you like to hide your name? No. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Shui for completing the first kill of the old drunkard. This is hereby announced, and we hope all players continue to strive forward. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Shui for completing the first kill of the old drunkard. This is hereby announced, and we hope all players continue to strive forward. 2 consecutive server announcements rang out. This instantly roused the previously listless emotions of the floating pagoda Shield Mountain. Killing 2 bosses in a row, is that not worth boasting about? This is a good opportunity to refute Game Donggu. Game Donggu, what do you have to say now? The great Shui completed 2 boss first kills in a short time. I ask, who else is there? In your words, this alone can prove that the previous level drop of the great Shui was merely a mistake. Game Donggu did not soften his stance due to Lin Tianhao's sudden double kill of bosses. He responded shortly after the post from Floating Pagoda, Shield Mountain appeared. 2 bosses with no real value do not signify anything, and various signs indicate that Shui is still in the novice village. At this stage, is it worth boasting about killing 2 bosses in the novice village? A new round of clashes started online. However, Lin Tianhao, the instigator, was completely unaware. After killing the Qinghua Great Snake and the old drunkard, he chose to loot the corpses. Ding! You have obtained a skill book 2. Ding! You have obtained equipment 3. Ding! You have obtained a special item Golden Light Talisman. Ding! You have obtained a special item Wine Gourd. Ding! You have obtained 10 gold coins. The rewards are not particularly generous. Lin Tianhao looked at the skills and equipment, and none were better than his own, and there was nothing useful. Then he turned to the Golden Light Talisman and the Wine Gourd. Golden Light Talisman special item. Effect: when activated, it grants a protective golden light magic resistance. 100 A armor, 300. Lasting for 5 minutes. Note: A consumable item. Wine Gourd special item. Effect: collect rare materials and treasures to brew special drinks automatically, including, but not limited to, providing free attribute points and temporary buffs. Note: the rarer the materials, the better the brewed drinks. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. The Golden Light Talisman was quite ordinary for him. However, this Wine Gourd seemed somewhat extraordinary. But for now, Lin Tianhao could not figure out which rare materials yield which items. Moreover, rare materials are not easy to obtain in the early stages of the game. After putting away his items, Lin Tianhao smiled at the old village chief, and then returned to the novice village. Blacksmith shop. Blacksmith Wang was busy forging iron. Upon seeing Lin Tianhao return, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Shui, you did not disappoint me after all. Ding! You have completed Blacksmith Wang's task. Task reward: breeze set 1. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. The breeze set was quite effective for him. Most importantly, both attack speed and movement speed had increased. However, Lin Tianhao already possessed the Bloodthirsty Necklace, 2 golden rings, and the 9 Harmony Longbow. He had to make some choices. The 9 Harmony Longbow must be kept, after all it had lifesteal and many powerful attributes. The Heavy Thunder Ring was rather ordinary. He could temporarily not wear it for the sake of attack speed and movement speed. After a brief moment of thought, Lin Tianhao removed a heavy thunder ring and assembled the 10-piece breeze set along with a heavy thunder ring, a bloodthirsty necklace, and the main weapon, the 9 harmony longbow. After switching to this set of equipment, Lin Tianhao's attributes underwent a tremendous change. Blacksmith Wang, when shall we take action? Lin Tianhao asked straightforwardly. He had already spent too much time in the novice village and naturally needed to consider leaving as soon as possible. Blacksmith Wang smiled mysteriously. Right now? Lin Tianhao nodded and asked, how do we fight? Blacksmith Wang smiled and said, I have already had many secret confrontations with the old village chief. This time you are the variable. Oh! Lin Tianhao was somewhat surprised. What do you mean? In a direct confrontation, neither I nor the old village chief can be certain of defeating each other, but if you help, then it's not certain. I see. Lin Tianhao smiled and said, so we are going directly to the cliff to find the old village chief. Correct, but before that you need to help me buy 2 jars of wine from the tavern. All right. Lin Tianhao was somewhat surprised. Blacksmith Wang really needed to drink in the tavern after purchasing the wine. He did not poison the wine as agreed with the old village chief. No matter who wins in this battle, Lin Tianhao hoped it would be a Pyrrhic victory, because only in this way could he reap the benefits as a bystander. After Blacksmith Wang received the wine brought back by Lin Tianhao, he first tested it with a silver needle. After all, the old drunkard was the old village chief's man. Even if he is dead, one must still be cautious. Lin Tianhao was somewhat astonished. Is this what the old village chief meant by absolute trust? This silver needle test. It was said not to trust the old drunkard, but in reality it was not trusting him. Let's go. After seeing that the silver needle did not change color, a satisfied smile appeared on Blacksmith Wang's face. Let's go. Lin Tianhao followed Blacksmith Wang all the way to the cliff. The old village chief was still at the pavilion drinking tea. Upon seeing the arrival of Lin Tianhao and Blacksmith Wang, a smile appeared on his face. Old Wang, have we known each other for so many years, and we must reach this point? Blacksmith Wang snorted coldly. Old village chief, I do not wish to reach this point either, but I have advised you and you did not listen. I am left with no choice. Can I listen? You want to destroy our novice village. You are the one who wants to destroy our novice village. Blacksmith Wang shouted angrily. I want a one-time solution, while your method is to boil the frog in warm water. Our novice village is bound to perish. The old village chief sighed. At this point you are still so stubborn. The stubborn one is you. Blacksmith Wang shouted. The old village chief shook his head. Since that's the case, there's nothing more to say. As his words fell, a silver-white set of armor appeared on the old village chief. Silver set. This can already be considered quite overpowered in the novice village. However, Blacksmith Wang was even more overpowered, because on Blacksmith Wang there was actually a golden set. It seems you have forged this Shen Gui set. The old village chief's expression turned somewhat grave. Blacksmith Wang nodded with a smile. Indeed, I must thank Xue Di. He helped me gather a lot of equipment, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to forge the Shen Gui set today. What a pity, only 10 pieces. If it were 13 pieces, I might not be your opponent. The old village chief spoke confidently. However, Blacksmith Wang angrily retorted, Old village chief, are you still talking big when death is imminent? As his words fell, Blacksmith Wang took the first shot. He charged towards the old village chief with a spiked shield. The old village chief saw this, his body leaping up as he jumped towards the cliff behind him. Above the cliff there was a slender steel wire, and he landed steadily on it. Seeing this, Wang the blacksmith let go of his shield, sending it flying. Bang! The sharp-edged shield instantly severed the steel wire. The old village chief leaped up, taking advantage of the moment when Wang the blacksmith was unarmed to charge at him. Wang the blacksmith's expression changed slightly. Snow Emperor. Lin Tianhao did not hesitate to take action. The twisting arrow shot through the air with immense force, flying towards the old village chief. The old village chief slapped away the feathered arrow with one hand, simultaneously grabbing Wang the blacksmith by the collar and smashing him down onto the ground. 3,958. The old village chief's damage was still as high as ever. Even with the golden armor, Wang the blacksmith was still somewhat lacking in front of him. However, to Lin Tianhao's astonishment, a massive damage number also appeared above the old village chief's head. 2,775. Reflective damage. This reflective damage effect was truly terrifying. The old village chief was not surprised. A green glow continuously emanated from him. 1,000. 1,000. Similar to Lin Tianhao's revival skill, it could restore health. This was quite interesting. The old village chief's automatic health regeneration allowed him to recover 1,000 health per second. Wang the blacksmith was fully armored, and from here on they began to exchange blows. However, it seemed Wang the blacksmith had no intention of dragging the battle out. The shield flew back, charging towards the old village chief once more. The old village chief wanted to create some distance, but Wang the blacksmith had already used his taunt skill. Once taunted, the old village chief began to unconsciously attack Wang the blacksmith with normal strikes. 1,598. The old village chief's normal attack damage was still very high. Despite the reflective damage with the old village chief's health recovery effect, he was still able to manage effortlessly. Wang the blacksmith clearly could not be this weak. His shield struck the old village chief. 5,285. Lin Tianhao was somewhat surprised. Wang the blacksmith's damage was quite impressive among combat professions. After the taunt ended, the old village chief's expression turned extremely sinister. However, he did not retreat. Instead, he stepped forward, pressing a foot against the shield. Then he leaped into the air, landing above Wang the blacksmith. In the next instant, frost gathered in his palm. Bang! A frost-covered slap struck down hard on Wang the blacksmith's head. 8,299. A massive damage number appeared. Snow Emperor stopped watching the show. Wang the blacksmith spun his shield upward, forcing the old village chief to dodge. Whoosh! The feathered arrow cut through the air. Lin Tianhao's target was not the old village chief, but Wang the blacksmith. Wang the blacksmith was hit by an arrow from Lin Tianhao and angrily shouted, "Snow Emperor, what are you doing?" Lin Tianhao shrugged. "Wang the blacksmith, you can't blame me. Blame the old village chief for offering too much. This was actually just a deflection." The reason Lin Tianhao attacked Wang the blacksmith was that he knew if the old village chief died with his lifesteal, it would still be difficult to counter the reflective damage from someone like Wang the blacksmith. The reflective damage attribute was already around 70%. Moreover, it was possible that Wang the blacksmith had hidden abilities. Therefore, Lin Tianhao decided to help the old village chief eliminate Wang the blacksmith. "Snow Emperor, my reflective damage ability won't be significantly impacted even if you help the old village chief." Wang the blacksmith was still trying to win Lin Tianhao over, but Lin Tianhao's expression was indifferent, showing no intention of engaging in conversation. The feathered arrows continued to shoot through the air. Wang the blacksmith's health bar began to drop rapidly. Even with golden grade armor, it still could not immunize against Lin Tianhao's true damage. At the same time, Lin Tianhao was also losing health rapidly. Each of his normal attacks would cause him to lose over 4,000 health due to reflective damage. However, Lin Tianhao's lifesteal could only recover a bit over 2,000. Even with the revival skill and the attributes of the 9 combining longbow, the recovery would barely exceed 3,000. In this situation, the over 4,000 reflective damage would cause Lin Tianhao to continuously lose health. The more normal attacks he made, the more damage he would take. Therefore, Lin Tianhao did not act as the main damage dealer. Instead, he was playing it safe. That's right, he was playing it safe. He didn't even try to interrupt Wang the blacksmith's attacks deliberately. His goal was not to kill Wang the blacksmith. He wanted Wang the blacksmith to die. He also needed the old village chief to die. If both of them died, then no one in the novice village could stand in his way. Currently, the combat intensity between Wang the blacksmith and the old village chief was extremely high. Both were top-tier figures in the novice village. However, Lin Tianhao could still see. In terms of combat skills, Wang the blacksmith was far inferior to the old village chief. The old village chief executed a sliding kick that knocked Wang the blacksmith down, then caught his arm and performed an overthresholder throw. After the overthresholder throw, he immediately followed with an inverted elbow strike. The series of movements flowed seamlessly, not giving Wang the blacksmith much time to react. Both Wang the blacksmith and the old village chief's health were decreasing, but Wang the blacksmith's was clearly dropping faster. After all, the old village chief was the one actively dealing damage, while Wang the blacksmith was primarily relying on reflective damage. Lin Tianhao continued to play it safe on the side, while also wanting to observe the old village chief's combat skills. Learning from this would help him deal with the old village chief once Wang the blacksmith was defeated. However, just then Wang the blacksmith's counterattack began. Lightning appeared on his armor, stunning the old village chief who had come too close. In that brief moment of paralysis, Wang the blacksmith struck the old village chief on the throat with the edge of his shield. Whirlwind 9 strike. Wang the blacksmith's shield slashed down and 9 high-speed spinning shield phantoms passed through the old village chief's body. 2,958. 2,958. 2958. A series of damage numbers appeared. The old village chief wanted to counterattack, but Wang the blacksmith would not let this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip away. He slammed his shield hard into the ground. A light shield immediately appeared above the old village chief's head. Gravity shield. Lin Tianhao narrowed his eyes. Under this gravity shield, the old village chief's strength seemed to weigh him down. Seizing that fleeting opportunity, Wang the blacksmith struck again. He slapped the shield. 10-sided ambush. From behind, 10 spiked shields descended around the old village chief. These shields continuously slammed into the old village chief, reducing his health. The old village chief's expression turned somewhat grim. The frost on his fist disappeared, replaced by raging flames. Bang! The old village chief punched a shield with tremendous force, shattering it, and the explosion of flames sprayed over 10 meters away, staggering Wang the blacksmith. Whoosh! The old village chief transformed into an afterimage, appearing behind Wang the blacksmith in an instant. Mountain-shattering fist. A punch sent Wang the blacksmith flying. Before he could land, the old village chief grabbed his back leg. 18 throws. Bang, bang, bang. The scene was brutal. After being caught by the old village chief's leg, Wang the blacksmith endured a series of extremely vicious 18 throws. Moreover, each time he fell face first, the sensation was quite painful. The corners of Lin Tianhao's mouth twitched. He was already wondering if he would encounter a similar situation when he fought the old village chief later. Just then, the old village chief with all his might hurled blacksmith Wang into the air. This was immediately followed by a relentless flurry of fists. A brawler. This kind of visceral, bone-crunching fighting style was thrilling to watch. Yet Lin Tianhao remained unmoved, fully committing to his strategy of feigning idleness. Unstoppable! Blacksmith Wang roared, activating Unstoppable, instantly breaking free from all control effects. The moment Unstoppable was activated, the shield in his hand flew out. Spatial barrier shatter. This shield had actually managed to tear a rift in the very fabric of space. Snow Emperor, I'll remember you. The next time we meet, I will become your nightmare. Stop him. Lin Tianhao's expression changed drastically. Blacksmith Wang was forcibly tearing open the spatial barrier to escape. The old village chief reacted swiftly, immediately blocking Wang's path. Sacrificing equipment to break the spatial barrier. Old Wang, you've completely lost your mind. Blacksmith Wang snorted coldly. I've lost this round. I hope you'll act wisely. Lin Tianhao's face was grim. He still couldn't comprehend how Blacksmith Wang had managed to open a spatial barrier. Even sacrificing his entire gold-grade equipment set shouldn't have been enough to achieve this. Stop him. Lin Tianhao couldn't let Blacksmith Wang escape. He struck again, this time firing 5 arrows simultaneously. This was the limit of Lin Tianhao's ability at his current stage. He could not allow Blacksmith Wang to leave. However, under the effects of Unstoppable, even the old village chief couldn't block the rampaging Blacksmith Wang, let alone Lin Tianhao. Alter the terrain. Though Lin Tianhao's 5 arrows couldn't repel Blacksmith Wang, they could change the landscape. The arrows formed a barricade blocking Wang's path, delaying his escape. The old village chief's eyes lit up. Ice Fire Divine Fist. The old village chief slammed a powerful punch into the ground before Blacksmith Wang, creating a massive crater. While Unstoppable granted immunity to knockback control and slowing effects, it couldn't negate the terrain. A pit lay ahead, and even with Unstoppable active, one couldn't simply fly over it. The old village chief unleashed all his skills, solely focused on preventing Blacksmith Wang's escape. Wang had initially believed activating Unstoppable would guarantee his departure, but the current situation was beginning to panic him. Berserk. Barbaric Charge. Blacksmith Wang activated 2 skills simultaneously, his speed surging dramatically. Unstoppable Berserk. Frozen Pulse Fist. The old village chief likewise activated both Unstoppable and Berserk, giving no quarter. Lin Tianhao, firing 5 arrows at once, continuously constricted the space Wang could maneuver within. Once Blacksmith Wang's Unstoppable ended, he would be as good as dead. Moreover, the spatial rift was shrinking. If they could just stall, Wang was doomed. Blacksmith Wang knew this too. He let out a furious roar. Aerial 9-fold Strike. He used a skill to launch himself into the air, attempting to dive into the spatial rift. However, the old village chief wasn't about to give him that chance. He leaped up, colliding with Blacksmith Wang. With both of them under the effects of Unstoppable, neither could repel the other. They remained locked in place for several seconds before falling back to the ground. But in that time, the spatial rift had already healed. Lin Tianhao for the moment set aside his thoughts on how Wang had created the rift. He began to focus all his firepower on Blacksmith Wang. Without his gold grade set and the damage reflection it provided, Lin Tianhao had nothing to fear. The old village chief felt the same. In less than a minute, Blacksmith Wang fell, filled with unwillingness. The moment Wang collapsed, Lin Tianhao's arrows were already in flight. This time his target was the old village chief. The seamless transition of the attack caught the old village chief off guard. "Snow Emperor, what are you doing?" Lin Tianhao's expression was grave. Escorting the old village chief to his demise. The old village chief bellowed in fury. "You're asking for death." He tried to charge at Lin Tianhao only to find Lin Tianhao's movement speed was absurdly high. Earlier Lin Tianhao had accumulated 80 free attribute points. At this moment he allocated them all to movement speed. It was his strategy to counter the old village chief, a brawler. The brawler class had many small skills and devastating combos. Among ancient martial artists, many favored the brawler class. Getting caught in close quarters by a brawler meant you'd be lucky to escape with your skin intact. Lin Tianhao's 80 free points increased his movement speed by 8 points. Combined with the movement speed passive from his Wind Chaser set, the dual effect was terrifying. Furthermore, due to his stacked health points, each of Lin Tianhao's normal attacks now dealt over 7,000 damage to the old village chief. With 5 arrows per second, his damage output reached 38,000 per second. "Snow Emperor, killing me will destroy the newbie village." The old village chief's expression was sinister as he roared. Lin Tianhao made no reply, or rather his only response was a continuous stream of arrows. With his unstoppable and berserk skills on cooldown, the old village chief was like a toy in front of Lin Tianhao. But just then the chief let out a cold, sinister smile. "Ninefold shadow step." In the next instant, the old village chief transformed into a blur, appearing before Lin Tianhao. With another step, he was behind him. Lin Tianhao had anticipated this. The moment the chief's form appeared, his arrows were already loosed. But at close range, the old village chief merely twisted his body, evading the arrows. Simultaneously, blue frost coalesced in his palm. "Ding, you have been affected by frost, reducing attack speed by 14 and movement speed by 14. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. The old village chief's skill was rather overpowered. One shouldn't underestimate that 14%. Lin Tianhao was wearing a purification pendant, which reduced negative effects by 80%. In other words, the actual effect of the chief's skill was to reduce attack and movement speed by 70%. This was incredibly potent regardless of the stage of the game. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Lin Tianhao fired 5 arrows simultaneously while creating distance. The old village chief had been confident in his victory. But seeing Lin Tianhao still moving with swift, effortless strides to create space, he was utterly dumbfounded. However, he had only used 2 of his 9-fold shadow steps. Without hesitation, he took a step and appeared behind Lin Tianhao once more. Despite Lin Tianhao's quick reaction, swinging his longbow in a sweeping arc, the old village chief's combat experience was far too rich. He leaned back to dodge while grabbing Lin Tianhao's arm, executing a shoulder throw. Then he cocked his fist and aimed a punch at Lin Tianhao's head. Lin Tianhao rolled to evade, and the chief's punch struck nothing but air. The look of shock on his face deepened, because a shoulder throw usually inflicted a brief stun. Lin Tianhao shouldn't have recovered so quickly and evaded his attack. "You have a control reduction equipment piece?" the old village chief asked in a low voice. Lin Tianhao did not answer. He disliked speaking during battle. An arrow whistled through the air, striking the old village chief once more. With his attack speed and movement speed enhanced, Lin Tianhao's kiting was exceptionally fluid. The old village chief's reaction speed was equally swift. As Lin Tianhao widened the distance, he unleashed his 4th shadow step. A prickling sensation crawled across Lin Tianhao's scalp. 9-fold shadow step. If he could truly execute 9 consecutive displacements, it would be utterly monstrous, especially in the hands of a brawler. Every approach posed a fatal threat to fragile ranged classes like priests, mages, archers, and summoners. Explosive fist. The old village chief slammed a punch into Lin Tianhao's jaw, sending him flying. Yet, just as he prepared to follow up with a combo, Lin Tianhao had already landed. So fast. Even knockback can be reduced. The old village chief's pupils contracted sharply. A foreboding feeling stirred within him. He no longer had an advantage in movement speed, having already used his unyielding and berserk abilities. If 9-fold shadow step couldn't kill Lin Tianhao, the rest of the battle would hold no suspense. "Snow Emperor, we can negotiate again. Name your price. Anything you want." A trace of panic crept into the old village chief's heart. After all, he had no confidence in using 9-fold shadow step to slay Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao's health regeneration was simply absurd, recovering around 3,000 health per basic attack. This was even more monstrous than the novice village's final boss, who relied on a silver tier set to restore 1,000 health per second. "All right," Lin Tianhao said, his hands never stopping their assault even as he spoke. The old village chief froze. "What do you want?" Lin Tianhao pretended to ponder, yet the arrows he loosed remained impossibly fast. Attack speed maxed out. How about 10 divine talent awakening stones? Lin Tianhao proposed. Hearing this, the old village chief knew he was being toyed with. Snow Emperor, you leave me no choice. Since that's the case, even if it means wasting this talisman, I will kill you. As he finished speaking, a pale blue talisman appeared in the old village chief's hand. Lin Tianhao's expression shifted drastically, and he turned to flee. Talismans were already terrifying. He might have managed against a yellow-grade talisman, but the old village chief had produced a blue-grade one. Even if he wished to resist, he lacked the strength. Too late to run now. The old village chief activated the blue-grade talisman. A fierce chill surged forth from it, freezing everything in its path into ice sculptures. Lin Tianhao pushed his speed to the limit, but it was still far from enough. In the blink of an eye, his legs stiffened as ice began to creep upward from his feet. Within moments, Lin Tianhao was completely frozen. 9,999. 9,999. Once encased, his health bar plummeted rapidly. Yet the old village chief had no intention of letting him off easily. Blazing cloud-piercing palm. A palm strike imbued with searing flame force slammed into the frozen Lin Tianhao. The powers of ice and fire detonated simultaneously. 98,510. Lin Tianhao's health bar was wiped clean, and he died instantly. At the novice village's resurrection altar, Lin Tianhao revived. Aside from a few pieces of equipment with no level requirement, everything else had dropped. Previously, he had worn the level 10 Qingfeng set. Now that his level had fallen to 9, the equipment could no longer be equipped. Lin Tianhao rose from the resurrection altar. No sooner had he revived than a crowd of NPCs gathered outside the altar. There was the tavern waiter, the potion shop owner, the tailor, and various other NPCs roaming the novice village. 15 in total at a glance. Seeing Lin Tianhao revive, they attacked without hesitation. The tailor's silver needles flew toward. Lin Tianhao stepped back on his bowstring, leaping into the air, while firing 5 arrows simultaneously. The 9-fold longbow had no level requirement, so he still wielded this gold-tier bow. 5 arrows struck 5 different NPCs, dealing nearly 8,000 damage to each. At the same time, Lightning Leap was triggered. 3 of the 5 arrows activated Lightning Leap, causing a cascade of damage numbers to spring from the NPCs' heads. Blazing Inferno. The tavern waiter hurled a wine jar at Lin Tianhao's feet, inflicting burn. You have taken burn damage and will continuously lose health. 100. 100. Damage numbers kept ticking away. Fortunately, the purification pendant granted Lin Tianhao an 80 immunity to such negative debuffs. Otherwise, it would have been 500 per second. Before Lin Tianhao could launch a second attack, the potion shop owner acted, spilling a pitch-black potion around him. You have been affected by a severe wound potion, reducing recovery and life steal by 8. The other NPCs also unleashed their abilities, piling damage onto Lin Tianhao. In less than a second, Lin Tianhao's health dropped by 20,000. Damn it! Lin Tianhao cursed inwardly. As a reborn individual, being spawn-camped here was a profound disgrace. If you want to camp me, let's have some fun. Lin Tianhao's eyes turned icy. After enduring a round of damage, he immediately fired 5 arrows at the limit. Among archer equipment, there were split bows that required less precision. But Lin Tianhao's 5-arrow volley, with every arrow finding its mark, demanded immense focus. Whoosh! Lin Tianhao loosed his arrows, targeting 5 NPCs. He noticed something intriguing. The 5-arrow volley triggered the passive effect of Heavenly Punishment Hand 5 times. With his current 3-star Heavenly Punishment Hand, each 5-arrow volley permanently increased his health by 15 points. Moreover, there was another issue. The damage was insufficient. These NPCs were bosses with considerable defense. Under such circumstances, a 5-arrow volley typically dealt mediocre damage. But the sheer absurdity of Lin Tianhao's super divine talent, Heavenly Punishment Hand, became evident. The passive 3 maximum health true damage was unaffected by the volley. Thus, this passive alone allowed him to inflict massive damage. The old village chief had not yet returned, but he was surely on his way. Lin Tianhao needed to eliminate at least 5 NPCs before the old village chief returned, otherwise breaking out of here would be exceedingly difficult. The 5-arrow volley drained considerable energy. With his current attributes, Lin Tianhao could sustain it for no more than 15 minutes. Beyond that, the accuracy of the volley would suffer. 15 minutes. More than enough. A cold gleam flashed in Lin Tianhao's eyes. For any player at any stage, being abused in the fountain is a profound humiliation, especially since Lin Tianhao is a reborn individual. Therefore, despite the immense pressure, he showed no signs of stopping. Frost freeze. The potion shop owner waved his staff, and frost appeared beneath Lin Tianhao's feet. Ding, you are affected by freeze. Attack speed decreased by 10, movement speed decreased by 10, lasting for 5 seconds. Lin Tianhao frowned slightly. the purification jade pendant was crucial. Otherwise his situation today would be even more desperate. It seemed they had already understood Lin Tianhao's immunity to control effects. The 5 NPCs primarily targeting Lin Tianhao immediately pulled back to heal after losing a certain amount of health. The other 10 NPCs increased their damage output. Wheel battle. Lin Tianhao's gaze sharpened. His attributes were very strong now. The bloodthirsty necklace allowed him to recover over 2,000 health with each normal attack, and 5 arrows fired simultaneously could restore over 10,000 health. Moreover, being at the resurrection altar allowed Lin Tianhao to recover health, otherwise he would never be able to withstand their relentless bombardment. However, firing 5 arrows simultaneously consumed a tremendous amount of mental energy, and Lin Tianhao quickly switched to a single feather arrow. This would make the health loss faster but significantly reduce the consumption of mental energy. With Lin Tianhao's current abilities, as long as he didn't actively dodge skills, he could even slowly recover the spent mental energy. However, with just 1 feather arrow and no movement, the result was that Lin Tianhao began to rapidly lose health almost at a rate of 20,000 per second. With over 200,000 health, he could only hold on for a few more seconds. I can't hold on. Lin Tianhao unleashed 5 arrows once more to maximize his health recovery, thus prolonging his survival time. However, this approach was merely a drop in the bucket. The recovery did indeed see a significant boost, but it was still insufficient to offset the rate at which Lin Tianhao was losing health. Finally, after Lin Tianhao held on for 3 minutes, he still fell. His level dropped from 9 to 8. 30 seconds later, Lin Tianhao resurrected at the resurrection altar. These people had not given him a moment to breathe, continuing to bombard him with skills. Lin Tianhao felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. In this life and the last, except for that time he was plotted against and killed by Wu Xiaodao, he had never felt so humiliated. Yet Lin Tianhao still refused to sit idly by and fought back with all his might. He only hoped that the 9 Union longbow and bloodthirsty necklace wouldn't drop. Currently, the 3 most crucial pieces of equipment in his possession were the 9 Union longbow, the bloodthirsty necklace, and the purification jade pendant. The purification jade pendant could not drop, but the bloodthirsty necklace and 9 Union longbow had a certain chance of dropping. Therefore, this time Lin Tianhao held on for 3 minutes. Just as he was about to be killed, he stored the 9 Union longbow and bloodthirsty necklace in his backpack. The drop rate for equipment in the backpack was low. Moreover, Lin Tianhao had many items in his backpack, so even if items dropped, the chance of the 9 Union longbow and bloodthirsty necklace dropping would also be very low. Fortunately, Lin Tianhao did not drop any equipment this time. However, he had already dropped to level 7. Moreover, he had seen the old village chief return. The battle he would face next would be even more severe. 30 seconds later, he resurrected. The old village chief coldly gazed at Lin Tianhao. "Shuedi, do you now understand the consequences of offending me? I can abuse you in the fountain until you can't leave the novice village." The old village chief's voice was filled with murderous intent. Lin Tianhao snorted coldly. "If you think you can do that, then feel free to try." As the words fell, Lin Tianhao proactively attacked. Don't underestimate the fact that he only lasted 3 minutes in the last round. With the help of 5 arrows fired simultaneously, his health limit increased by over 8,000. These NPCs, while challenging, had their advantages. They were not like other wild monsters that could be killed in just a few hits, thus they could stack a significant amount of health. In this battle, Lin Tianhao's true damage increased by 150 points. However, this increase seemed negligible compared to the thousands of damage dealt by these NPCs. This time, with the old village chief's involvement, Lin Tianhao only lasted a minute before falling. The reason was simple: the old village chief used a powerful skill to instantly kill Lin Tianhao when his health was above 10%. This left Lin Tianhao with no chance to trigger the passive effect of withered wood reviving in spring. However, in that single minute, Lin Tianhao still managed to stack an additional 2,000 health. Currently, he could still maintain the 5 arrows fired simultaneously, with each normal attack increasing his health by 15 points. In addition, with Lin Tianhao's attack speed exceeding 4 points, he could stack 60 health per second. Excluding factors like being controlled, Lin Tianhao still increased his health by 2,000 in that 1 minute. The benefit was that the healing from the bloodthirsty necklace increased, and the true damage from normal attacks rose by 60 points. At present, while it seemed minimal, Lin Tianhao would not give up. He aimed to accumulate little by little. He could resurrect indefinitely, but the old village chief and his companions could not. As for whether the old village chief would destroy the resurrection altar, that was impossible. If the old village chief destroyed the resurrection altar, the novice village would be ruined. As the village chief of this novice village, he would lose all significance. This was a major reason, and there was another reason: if the resurrection altar were destroyed, Lin Tianhao would be killed and would respawn directly in the main city. Looking at the old village chief's stance now, it was clear. He wanted to kill Lin Tianhao to the point he couldn't leave the novice village. If this were any other player, this account would likely be done for. But Lin Tianhao had the hand of divine punishment as a super divine talent. He would not back down or admit defeat. He would fight back hard. Photo Club. Photo Shield Mountain looked at the friend list and saw Xuedi and was completely stunned, because he discovered that Xuedi had dropped a level. Moreover, after dropping to level 9 in less than 15 minutes, he had continuously dropped to level 6. This was clearly unscientific. He didn't know what Lin Tianhao had encountered, but instinctively sent Lin Tianhao a voice call. However, Lin Tianhao was currently in an intense battle and naturally had no mood to care about any voice calls. This time Lin Tianhao held on for a minute and a half, stacking over 3,000 health. Because the old village chief's ultimate was on cooldown, Lin Tianhao triggered the skill Withered Wood Reviving in Spring. With the help of Withered Wood Reviving in Spring, Lin Tianhao gained a chance to breathe. If he were to clear a dungeon, he estimated he could stack a few thousand health. Now it only took 1 or 2 minutes to accumulate thousands of health. Photo Shield Mountain saw that Lin Tianhao had dropped another level, now at level 5, and couldn't help but feel even more worried. What exactly happened? Shouldn't players revive at the resurrection altar after dying? Unless... Photo Shield Mountain thought of a very terrifying possibility, that is being abused in the fountain. Xuedi is currently being abused in the fountain. In an instant he felt it was unlikely. With the strength of the Snow Emperor, who could possibly torment his spring? Even if someone could, who would dare? Whether in the novice village or the main city, the NPCs would not allow any tormenting of spring to happen. Killing someone in the novice village or main city would result in an immediate red name. To be precise, killing in the wild would also result in a red name. Much less in the main city. However, in the case of Lin Tianhao, apart from being tormented by spring, he truly could not think of any other possibility. Thinking of this, Futuo Dunshan immediately contacted Futuo Shenlang. President, do you think there is a possibility that a player is being tormented by spring at this stage? Futuo Shenlang was taken aback. How could that be possible? Even if a player's damage could torment spring, it would still be impossible to do so. Futuo Dunshan hesitated for a moment. But President, the Snow Emperor has dropped 4 levels in less than 10 minutes. You're not joking, are you? Futuo Shenlang could hardly believe his ears. What kind of person could drop 4 levels in 10 minutes? Even if someone were to intentionally die, it would still be very hard to achieve. I'm not joking, and that is why I think he is being tormented by spring. Futuo Shenlang pondered for a moment and said, it should not be tormenting spring. At this stage, there is no one who could accomplish such a terrifying feat of tormenting spring. Then what is this situation? Futuo Dunshan asked. Futuo Shenlang remained silent for a long while before saying, I estimate there is only one possibility. That is a hidden map or a special secret realm. In these places, it is possible that after dying one cannot respawn in the main city, which is also why the Snow Emperor has been dropping levels continuously in a short time. Futuo Dunshan understood. Is there any way to help the Snow Emperor? No way to help. Futuo Shenlang replied decisively. We don't even know where this special secret realm is, so we can't help. Futuo Dunshan sighed. Alright, I will contact the Snow Emperor and try. Futuo Shenlang hesitated for a moment before finally saying, Young master, I think you don't need to focus your attention on the Snow Emperor anymore. He is too far behind us, and now he has dropped levels continuously. The gap between us will only grow larger from now on. Futuo Dunshan frowned. I understand. Hanging up the voice call, Futuo Dunshan dialed Lin Tianhao. However, it still did not connect. Lin Tianhao was currently engaged in high-intensity combat, so he naturally had no mood to care about other matters. Meanwhile, his level continued to drop under such tormenting spring. Level 5, Level 4, Level 3. In less than 15 minutes, Lin Tianhao dropped from Level 5 to Level 1. This was already the limit. Even if Lin Tianhao was killed again, he would not drop levels any further. Snow Emperor, do you submit? The old village chief looked at Lin Tianhao with a mocking expression. He killed Lin Tianhao from level 10 to level 1 just to show Lin Tianhao who truly calls the shots in this novice village. Lin Tianhao sneered, Submit. Submit to hell. As soon as the words fell, Lin Tianhao shot an arrow through the air. He could no longer maintain the 5 arrows shot at once. Yet even with just 1 arrow he had to resist. He had completely opposed the old village chief. The old village chief tormented spring, while he stacked health points against the old village chief. In the end, who would be the last one laughing? It was still uncertain. Alright, you've got guts. Seeing that Lin Tianhao dared to resist, the old village chief grinned fiercely and engaged Lin Tianhao once again. With just 1 arrow, Lin Tianhao's survival time had increased from 1 minute and 30 seconds to 1 minute and 40 seconds. Because in the previous battle his health points had increased by over 10,000. The increase in health points meant that both damage and healing were increasing, allowing him to withstand for a longer time. The old village chief also noticed something was off, because Lin Tianhao's damage seemed to be increasing. Although the current increase was still not enough to threaten them, it was not a good omen. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. Lin Tianhao's health points increased by another 50,000. His total health points had reached 320,000. With this health point, a normal attack could deal 9,600 true damage, and the time Lin Tianhao could withstand continued to increase. The old village chief was somewhat anxious. Lin Tianhao had already reached level 1, and could not drop levels any further. However, Lin Tianhao's attributes were increasing, which was a very terrifying matter. Snow Emperor, do you still want to continue fighting? The old village chief asked in a deep voice. Lin Tianhao looked coldly at the old village chief. What? Are you afraid? The old village chief's expression was very ugly as he gritted his teeth and said, Snow Emperor, you are an adventurer. There must always be a reason for doing things. What do you want? Lin Tianhao could not possibly reveal his true thoughts to the old village chief. Therefore, the only response to the old village chief was the cold arrow. You are seeking death. The battle began once again. 1 hour later, Lin Tianhao's health points increased by 120,000. His total health points surpassed 440,000. Now he could deal over 13,000 damage with a single normal attack and regain over 4,000 health points. The old village chief was somewhat frightened. Finally, Lin Tianhao was killed once again. A golden longbow dropped. The old village chief's eyes lit up. Ha ha ha, Snow Emperor, the weapon you pride yourself on has dropped. How do you plan to respond next? Lin Tianhao's expression was cold as he directly took out the novice longbow. The novice longbow cannot be dropped. Although the attribute increase was minimal, it was sufficient for Lin Tianhao. His attack speed was already 363, and without the Juha longbow his attack speed dropped slightly, plus he lost 5% of his lifesteal. It felt somewhat uncomfortable. However, Lin Tianhao remained calm. As long as his health points stacked up, victory in today's battle would ultimately be his. I've rested enough. Lin Tianhao's eyes flashed with a cold light. 5 arrows shot at once. Lin Tianhao once again used his strongest method. With 5 arrows shot at once, each lifesteal exceeded 20,000. Not only that, 5 arrows shot at once could deal over 10,000 damage to 5 NPCs. With a healing speed fast enough, Lin Tianhao had reached a point of being invincible. After all, recovering 22,000 health points per second combined with the healing from the resurrection altar, those NPCs could only deal over 20,000 of his health points per second. Thus, he wouldn't be killed in a short time. In less than a minute, the first 5 NPCs could no longer hold on. They retreated to heal, and a new set of 5 NPCs came forward. Lin Tianhao did not pursue the 5 NPCs, but directly attacked the newly appeared NPCs. Within less than a minute, these 5 NPCs were left severely wounded. The last 5 NPCs came up facing Lin Tianhao's terrifying damage. They were also helpless and could hardly withstand it. The old village chief's expression turned extremely sinister, because Lin Tianhao was outputting all his power against him. With the purifying jade pendant, Lin Tianhao was not afraid of him as a fighter. To avoid his own death, the old village chief began to let other NPCs come forward to tank the damage. But those NPCs had not yet recovered their health. Facing Lin Tianhao's frenzied output, they simply could not withstand it. Ding, you have killed Alchemist Amy. Experience points 12,652. Ding, you have completed the first kill of Alchemist Amy, and a server-wide announcement will be made. Do you wish to hide your name? Hide it. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the player with a hidden nickname for completing the first kill of Alchemist Amy. We hope all players continue their efforts. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the player with a hidden nickname for completing the first kill of Alchemist Amy. We hope all players continue their efforts. The server-wide announcements played continuously, but no one was particularly stirred anymore. After all, simply achieving the first kill of a level 10 or above boss would trigger an announcement, and many guilds had already accomplished several. However, when the Floating Earth Shield Mountain saw this server-wide announcement, his eyes lit up. This announcement featured only one name, indicating that the boss was killed by a single player. Recently, there had been players hunting bosses alone, but most did not hide their nicknames. Naturally, if that were all, he wouldn't feel anything special. What truly astonished him was that in his friend list, Shuedis level had jumped from 1 to 5 in an instant. There was only one possibility for this. It was Lin Tianhao who killed Alchemist Amy and gained a large amount of experience, resulting in such an impressive reward. As for why Lin Tianhao chose to hide his nickname, It was because he was unaware of the consequences of destroying the novice village. Therefore, he opted to hide his nickname. He was not afraid of players, but rather of some NPCs in the Twilight of the Gods knowing. The NPCs in Twilight of the Gods cannot be judged by common sense. One could never know what grievances they might hold if they learned he destroyed the novice village. Ding! You have killed the tavern waiter, and a server-wide announcement will be made. Do you wish to hide your name? Ding! You have killed a novice village hunter, and a server-wide announcement will be made. Do you wish to hide your name? Ding! You have killed the 6th Ant Tailor, and a server-wide announcement will be made. Do you wish to hide your name? Hide it! Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the player with a hidden nickname for completing the first kill of the tavern waiter. We hope all players continue their efforts. In the entire Twilight of the Gods Dragon Kingdom region, a series of server-wide announcements began to ring out. At first, not many paid attention to Lin Tianhao's kill of alchemist Amy, but now the incessant server-wide announcements had set the entire Twilight of the Gods ablaze. What the hell? What happened? Who is this godly figure? Is he massacring the novice village? If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost missed it. All the characters in these announcements are NPCs from the novice village. Which god is so powerful that they dare to bloodily wash the novice village? This is something we would have never even dared to imagine. Floating Earth Club. Floating Earth Shield Mountain's hands trembled with excitement. Others did not know who this ruthless killer of the novice village was, but he did. Xue Di. It must be Xue Di, because Xue Di had now returned to level 10. There couldn't be such a coincidence. Moreover, it was now clear why Xue Di had been bullied by the fountain. Because it was not a player bullying him, but rather those NPCs from the novice village. Although Floating Earth Shield Mountain did not know how Lin Tianhao managed to slaughter these NPCs, it did not diminish his excitement. Novice village. The old village chief, seeing his subordinates falling one by one, shouted in exasperation. Xue Di, are you insane? What do you want to do? Lin Tianhao's expression was cold. Did I not say before? I am here to send the old village chief to his death. The old village chief's face turned green and purple with anger. Xue Di, you are going too far. Even if we perish together today, I will not let you succeed. And with that, he made his move. The old village chief's aura became extraordinarily violent. He did not immediately attack Lin Tianhao. Instead, his attack was directed toward the resurrection altar. Lin Tianhao's expression changed. Not good. If the old village chief destroyed the resurrection altar and then used a blue-grade talisman, all his efforts could be completely undone. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Tianhao did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. He unleashed all his feather arrows, all aimed at the old village chief's weaknesses. Dominate body. Rage. The old village chief roared, channeling his power to the utmost. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Tianhao struck again, standing in the resurrection altar and destroying the altar first. The moment he destroyed the altar, the entire Twilight of the Gods sounded an alarm. Alarm! Alarm! Someone is maliciously destroying the novice village resurrection altar. The resurrection altar has been destroyed. All adventurers can no longer enter the novice village and will spawn directly in the main city. Adventurers already in the novice village will also respawn directly in the main city upon death. The continuous alarm sounded left the players of Twilight of the Gods dumbfounded. It was from the earlier battle that person who was hunting NPCs in the novice village has destroyed the resurrection altar. What does he want to do? If the resurrection altar is destroyed, first-level players will spawn in the main... What the hell, those who join the game later are in trouble. They will spawn in the main city as level 1, but the weakest monsters in the main city seem to be level 10, right? How will they level up? The players of Twilight of the Gods were in an uproar. Many cursed the ancestors of the one who destroyed the novice village resurrection altar. After destroying the last resurrection altar, Lin Tianhao began to attack the old village chief fiercely. The old village chief was furious, wishing he could tear Lin Tianhao apart. However, Lin Tianhao remained calm. He had witnessed far too many grand scenes in his past life. This little scene could not intimidate him. The old village chief's furious attacks landed on Lin Tianhao, causing him to lose quite a bit of health. But likewise, his own health was plummeting. Due to the purification jade pendant, he could not kill Lin Tianhao, resulting in him being slain by Lin Tianhao's overwhelming output. Ding! You have killed the old village chief of the novice village, and a server-wide announcement will be made. Do you wish to hide your name? Hide it! Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the player with a hidden nickname for completing the first kill of the old village chief in the novice village. We hope all players continue their efforts. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the player with a hidden nickname for completing the first kill of the old village chief in the novice village. We hope all players continue their efforts. Once again, a server-wide announcement. Those people began to curse Lin Tianhao in various ways, especially the players from the novice village. To leave the novice village, they had no choice but to commit suicide, because only after death could they leave the novice village and spawn in the main city. Ding! You have destroyed the novice village red name value 1000000. Ding! You have completed the quest to destroy the novice village quest reward freedom, attribute points 50 a blessing of the gods 1. Lin Tianhao was stunned when he saw his red name value. Killing a player gives 1 red name value. But this, 1 million red name value. The higher the red name value, the greater the punishment upon death. Generally, 1 red name value means losing 1 level after death and increasing the drop rate by 1 after death. Moreover, if the red name value exceeds 10, will be unable to enter the main city. Even if resurrected in the main city, they will be immediately expelled. In other words, it would be impossible to change jobs or accept quests in the main city. Damn it, how long will I have to live with this red name value? To eliminate their red name value, players marked as pikers could do so by slaying monsters. Generally, killing 100 ordinary wild monsters would reduce 1 point of red name value, while 100 elite monsters would reduce 10 points. As for bosses, a single black iron boss could also reduce 10 points, but it had to be soloed. Moreover, it could not be a boss below one's own level, because in Ragnarok slaying wild monsters below one's level yielded no rewards, and naturally it also could not reduce red name value. 1 million. Even with his strength, eliminating that would be a long and arduous task. Moreover, he could not die. Otherwise, there was this red name value. Once he died, all of his equipment except for the non-droppable items would fall. And it would be the kind where one death would strip him clean. Here was the problem. How was he supposed to leave the novice village? In truth, the other equipment was fine. Even the gold grade 9-fold longbow, if it dropped, Lin Tianhao wouldn't care. But the bloodthirsty necklace. To Lin Tianhao, this was practically a divine artifact. If the bloodthirsty necklace dropped, he didn't know when he would be able to obtain a second piece of equipment like it. Should he eliminate the red name in the novice village before leaving? However, with his 1 million red name value, even if he farmed dungeons until he was sick of it, he couldn't clear it. In the end, Lin Tianhao fixed his gaze on the blessing of the gods. Whether he could defy fate and change his destiny all depended on the blessing of the gods. In Ragnarok, the blessing of the gods was absolutely a heaven-defying item. Use the blessing of the gods. Lin Tianhao activated the blessing of the gods, his heart full of anticipation. Ding, you have received the blessing of the gods. Due to your excessively high red name value, the blessing has changed. Ding, you have received the blessing of Empress Hutu. A dark crimson pillar of light descended from the heavens, enveloping Lin Tianhao. Ding, you have obtained death reincarnation. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up and he immediately checked the description of death reincarnation. Death reincarnation 1 star. Effect: your basic attacks have a 0.5 chance to instantly kill an enemy unit. Cooldown none. Cost none. Proficiency 0.1000. Note: this proficiency is gained by killing wild monsters, NPCs, or adventurers whose level is not lower than your own. Each unit killed grants 1 proficiency point. Lin Tianhao's mouth twitched. Truly, this was a blessing worthy of Empress Hutu. It was just a 1-star death reincarnation, and it had only one seemingly simple effect. Yet this single effect was outrageously powerful. A 0.5 chance wasn't high, but what if this star rating were to increase? Then the effects it could produce would be far from simple. Especially in the later stages, when facing those world bosses, could he even instantly kill them? Just thinking about it made Lin Tianhao a little excited. Composing himself, Lin Tianhao began to loot the corpses. There were 16 bosses here waiting for him to loot, especially the old village chief. He was the super boss of the novice village, who knew what good items he would drop. Equipment, skills, gold coins, various materials. Lin Tianhao frowned as he looked. Apart from skills which he could use to increase the proficiency of Withered would meet Spring, everything else was utterly useless to him. The reason was simple. With his current red name value, the moment he left the novice village, everything would drop. Finally, Lin Tianhao spotted something useful to him. Guild Establishment Token. Incredible. In the early game, a Guild Establishment Token was even more valuable than a Lord's Heart. Use the Guild Establishment Token. Lin Tianhao used it without a moment's hesitation, because if he didn't, it would only drop if he died. The key point was that if he died, he would be reborn in a main city and couldn't come back to retrieve it. Please name your guild. Solitary Snow Guild. Lin Tianhao named it after the guild he had established in his past life. Ding, you are the first player to establish a guild. A server-wide announcement will be made. Do you wish to hide your name? No. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Snow Emperor for being the first to establish a guild. Reward Special Guild Item 1. This announcement is made to encourage all players to strive for greater achievements. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Snow Emperor for being the first to establish a guild. Reward Special Guild Item 1. This announcement is made to encourage all players to strive for greater achievements. Establishing a guild. This was far more prestigious than getting the first kill on a boss. Many who were still discussing the destruction of the novice village were immediately drawn to the news of Lin Tianhao establishing a guild. Holy crap, Snow Emperor. The Snow Emperor who's been quiet for so long finally makes a move. What are the benefits of establishing a guild? Can some expert come out and explain? The game introduction for Ragnarok says it seems to provide special bonuses like guild members gaining an extra 1 experience, 1 damage, 1 movement speed, and so on. Only 1. That's not much, is it? That's for a 1-star guild. The higher the guild level, the greater the bonuses. Discussions about this were everywhere in Ragnarok. Inside a level 15 dungeon, Zhumeng, Yen Snow heard the server-wide announcement and furrowed her delicate brows. You never pushed your level up all for this guild establishment token. She had actually been puzzled as to why Lin Tianhao's level hadn't increased. Now it seemed to make sense. To obtain the guild establishment token, he had been doing quests sacrificing leveling up. But you don't have a big guild behind you. What can you achieve by establishing a game guild? It wasn't just Zhumeng Yen Snow, other guilds were discussing it too. They all operated under the name of a guild, but without a guild establishment token they weren't official in-game guilds. They were just spontaneous player-run organizations. While the outside world buzzed with discussion, Lin Tianhao began to inspect his own guild status. Name: Solitary Snow Guild. Level 1 star. Guild Master Snow Emperor. Vice Guild Master none. Administrators none. Ordinary members none. Wealth 0. Warehouse none. Achievements 0 1 0 0 0. Bonuses: damage 1. Lin Tianhao's eyes brightened, and he deposited all the gold coins, equipment, materials, and items into the guild warehouse in one go. This way they wouldn't drop if he died. Truly a pillow appears just when you're feeling sleepy. Earlier Lin Tianhao had been worried about his equipment dropping when he left the novice village, but now that he had a guild, all his things could be stored in the guild warehouse. This allowed him to take After establishing the guild, he also received a special guild item. Special Guild Item Bronze. Effect upon use: guild members will gain a 10 critical strike bonus. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. This bonus was excellent. In the early game, the attributes granted by guilds were usually around 1. And here was a 10 bonus right off the bat. Use. Ding, you have used a special item. Guild member critical strike 10. Guild achievements 200. The guild's upgrade hinges on achievement points. Once the achievement points reach the maximum, it will automatically level up. However, guild achievement points are extremely hard to come by. They can only be earned through outstanding contributions to the guild. For instance, guild members awakening talents, or obtaining hidden classes, or clearing a dungeon for the first time, or landing the first kill on a boss. All of these can yield achievement points. In the later stages, powerful guilds can receive substantial rewards. It was at this moment that Lin Tianhao noticed the message from Futu Dunshan. From initial concern and worry to later inquiries about whether help was needed. In his past life, Futu Dunshan had died far too early, and Lin Tianhao did not know him well enough. Yet despite his own continuous level drops, Futu Dunshan still showed concern, indicating he was a man of loyalty. Suddenly a voice call came through. It wasn't Futu Dunshan. It was another friend of Lin Tianhao's. Snow Emperor, our team leader, wants to ask if you'd be willing to transfer the guild. We're prepared to offer 100 million. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. That was quite generous. 100 million? And it was from Yingsha. Under normal circumstances he might have agreed. But now he would not agree. He needed power. Being strong alone was absolutely insufficient. He required a group of formidable, capable subordinates and conditions that would attract other experts. The guild was a critical asset. What if Lin Tianhao could achieve a 100% boost to all guild bonuses? Damage, critical hits, experience points, movement speed, attack speed, and so on. At that time, countless experts would flock to him. Sorry, I have no intention of transferring the guild. The price can be negotiated, Yingsha quickly said. It's not a matter of price. Lin Tianhao paused mid-sentence. I don't need money. If you have special equipment, I might consider it. Yingsha fell silent. Wait for me, let me check. Special equipment was crucial. The Purification Jade Pendant was one such item. Lin Tianhao's victory over the village chief and others in the novice village was largely thanks to the Purification Jade Pendant. Snow Emperor, we don't have any special equipment right now. Can we negotiate the price further? No. Lin Tianhao refused decisively. The sooner the guild was established, the faster it could level up. His personal level could lag behind as long as his attributes improved. But the guild's level must not fall behind. This was particularly important. He ended the call. A call from Futu Dunshan came through. Snow Emperor, are you all right? Futu Dunshan showed concern first. I'm fine, thank you for your concern. Lin Tianhao. Futu Dunshan hesitated, then finally said, Snow Emperor, my father just contacted me. He wants to ask if you can transfer the guild. The price is negotiable. No. Lin Tianhao refused outright again. Futu Dunshan didn't press further. All right, Snow Emperor, when you come to the main city, remember to take me along. We can discuss the price. Okay. He ended the call and began pondering the second quest. In ancient times, the Yellow Emperor's son became the drought demon after death. He fought for the Yellow Emperor against Chiyu but was sealed beneath the novice village by Chiyu. Quest requirement: release the sealed son of the Yellow Emperor. Quest penalty: all fire attribute damage you receive in the future will be doubled. Quest reward unknown. Judging from the first quest scroll, his speculation was correct. Upon completion, there would be a blessing from the gods. It was a pity that the third quest scroll he had speculated about, killing the drought demon, did not appear. However, completing this quest no longer seemed difficult for him. With the ice flame magic or in hand, all he needed to do was unseal the seal beneath the cliff. He made his way to the cliff and began to feel troubled. He had no idea how to get down. Previously, players who jumped off the cliff had all died. Now that the novice village's resurrection altar had been destroyed, if he died, he would leave the novice village and be reborn in the main city. After pacing along the cliff edge a couple of times, Lin Tianhao still found nothing. One signal arrow and 1,000 troops will come to meet me. Lin Tianhao shot an arrow down toward the cliff. There was no reaction. Next, he crafted a Molotov cocktail and tossed it down. The flame from the cocktail grew smaller and smaller as it fell, eventually vanishing completely. Lin Tianhao was stumped. At this height, he would likely not survive a jump. There must be some hidden mechanism I haven't discovered. Lin Tianhao pondered briefly and continued to wander around. If only he had asked the old drunkard for the way down back then. Lin Tianhao began experimenting with arrows, certain there was something he had missed. Suddenly, Lin Tianhao spotted a steel wire in the mist of the cliff. Without the stainless eye, he wouldn't have been able to see it. So that's it. Lin Tianhao understood and leaped up, landing on one steel wire, then onto the second, the third. Only someone like Lin Tianhao could manage this. If it were any other player, even if they reached this spot, they probably couldn't stay balanced on the wires. Half an hour later, Lin Tianhao finally arrived at the bottom of the cliff. There he saw a massive Inyang dual fish array. In front of the array on 2 millstones, one black and one white, there were 2 holes. One of the holes matched the shape of the ice flame magic, and as for the other, he also had the item. It was the mysterious key dropped by the enraged weasel. At the time, Lin Tianhao had wondered what the key was for. Who goes there? Just as Lin Tianhao was about to open the seal, his gaze snapped toward the end of the canyon. A figure slowly approached from the distance. His steps were steady and his build was robust. Due to the thick fog at the bottom of the cliff and the distance, Lin Tianhao couldn't make out the person approaching. As the figure drew closer, Lin Tianhao finally saw his face clearly. But upon seeing it, his face filled with disbelief. So great was his shock that he staggered back 2 steps. How is this possible? Why is it? Lin Tianhao could hardly believe his eyes. Once an NPC in the novice village died, they were gone for good with no reason to be resurrected. Aren't you already dead? The newcomer wore a mocking smile and said calmly, Who told you I was dead? What you killed was only my younger brother. For this plan we have schemed for so long, and my brother's sacrifice was necessary. He looked up at the sky with some regret. Brother, your death was all worth it. Our plan is about to succeed. Blacksmith Wang was your brother? Who exactly are you? There's no such person in the novice. Lin Tianhao considered himself quite familiar with the novice village. The NPCs in the village had already died. He had never heard of Blacksmith Wang having a brother. Moreover, the resemblance was uncanny. This man before him looked almost identical to Blacksmith Wang. Lin Tianhao was even more inclined to believe that this was Blacksmith Wang resurrected and returned. Who told you that Blacksmith Wang didn't have a brother? He did. His brother was originally the village chief of the novice village. However, on the very first day, he assumed the role the previous old chief refused to relinquish power. A conflict arose and his brother was banished to the wilderness to fend for himself. Lin Tianhao's pupils constricted sharply. The man continued, Otherwise, why do you think the title old chief exists? Because he was the previous chief of the novice village. I should be the current chief. Lin Tianhao finally inspected his attributes. Chief Wang, Silver level 20. HP 525-5500, 525-5500. Attack 3999. Skills? No chief of the novice village blacksmith Wang's elder brother. After a conflict with the old chief, he was exiled from the village. Consumed by resentment, he became a wilderness boss. He had been plotting something exceedingly dreadful. It must not be allowed to succeed lest divine punishment befall all. Lin Tianhao's expression shifted drastically. The man was classified as a wilderness boss. Not only that, but a silver-grade wilderness boss. 5 million health points and 4,000 attack power. At the current stage, he was an insurmountable existence. So it's Chief Wang. But I'm curious, what exactly are you plotting? Destroying the novice village seems to benefit you little. Under normal circumstances, Chief Wang should have desired to reclaim power. But now that the novice village was destroyed, his role as chief had lost its meaning. Who told you I want to be the chief of this novice village? What I desire is to become the consort of the Star Kingdom. Lin Tianhao narrowed his eyes. He thought of Princess Leona. She was the princess of the Star Kingdom and was also in the novice village. Princess Leona is right here in the village. You could court her directly. There was no need to destroy the place. Of course there was a need, Chief Wang said, his expression twisted. How could Princess Leona ever fancy a lowly commoner like me? To make her submit, I must make her reliant on me. Oh! Lin Tianhao's interest was piqued. He sensed he might be unlocking a new quest. After I was banished from the novice village, I took away 2 of the village's divine blessings. After leaving, I discovered Princess Leona's presence and began my planning. Lin Tianhao nodded. The Star Kingdom seems to have no prince. If you become the consort, you could compete for the throne in the future. Correct, Chief Wang grinned. I didn't expect you to know about the Star Kingdom. If Princess Leona is freed, she will leave via the resurrection altar. Therefore the altar must be destroyed and rendered irreparable. That is why the old chief and the others must die. Lin Tianhao narrowed his eyes, a wild guess forming in his mind. You intend to use this as leverage to force Princess Leona into submission. Exactly, Chief Wang nodded. The 9-headed snake vine and the yellow weasel are my minions. The 2 quest scrolls were also arranged by me in advance, waiting for a suitable pawn to kill the old chief. Lin Tianhao laughed bitterly. So all his efforts had made him a mere pawn. Then what is your purpose here? Shouldn't you be seeking out Princess Leona? To retrieve the quest scrolls, of course, Chief Wang grinned. I desire the divine blessings as well. You should be content with having obtained one. Hand over the scrolls and I'll let you leave. Lin Tianhao was somewhat surprised. You deliberately designed opposing quests to make your plan flawless. Indeed, Chief Wang nodded. Now that you know everything, hand them over. And why should I? Lin Tianhao smirked. Since leaving the novice village means certain death, either way I might as well be killed. Chief Wang's expression darkened upon hearing this. Suit yourself. Given your current red name status, killing you will drop everything you have. With those words, Chief Wang's figure blurred into a shadow as he lunged at Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao retaliated immediately. An arrow tore through the air. Simultaneously, Lin Tianhao retrieved 3 potions and downed them in one gulp. His movement speed, attack speed, and lifesteal were all temporarily boosted. 13358. A massive damage number appeared above Chief Wang's head. Following that, an equally large damage number surfaced above Lin Tianhao's head. 10000. Lin Tianhao's eyelid twitched. Rounding damage reflection. Rounding damage reflection reflected damage based on the integer value of the maximum damage received. This meant the reflection rate was at least 50%. If the incoming damage was exactly 100, the reflection would be 100%. Against his 5 million health pool and this reflection mechanic, Lin Tianhao stood no chance. He leaped upward. Lin Tianhao landed on the steel wire. Thinking of running now? Don't you think it's too late? Hearing this, Lin Tianhao sensed impending danger. As expected, the cliff wall above split open and a vine lashed out toward him. 9-headed snake vine? Lin Tianhao executed a backflip to dodge the attack, but the steel wire was severed by the vine's strike. Before he could land, he heard a whoosh from behind. Claws scraped across his armor, leaving a trail of sparks. Simultaneously, a damage number appeared above him. 1580. The damage wasn't too outrageous. Lin Tianhao could handle it. However, the current situation made his scalp tingle. Both the 9-headed snake vine and the yellow weasel were formidable foes at this stage. Alone, Lin Tianhao didn't fear them. Even if they teamed up, he could still manage. But with the addition of the silver-grade Chief Wang, the odds were stacked against him. His expression grew grim. With the steel wire broken, escape was no longer feasible. Snow Emperor, there's no need to waste time. Hand over the items and we can still be friends. If I become king of the Star Kingdom, I can grant you the title of Earl and a corresponding lord's heart. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. He had no reason to refuse. Although the divine blessings were valuable, success was impossible under the current circumstances. Unless... Lin Tianhao looked up at the cliff. Snowflakes drifted down from above. The surrounding temperature plummeted sharply. Ding! You are affected by the cold air. Movement speed reduced by 12. Attack speed reduced by 12. You are suffering frost damage and will continuously lose health. 240. 240. Village Chief Wang's expression shifted dramatically as the nine-headed snake cypress and the yellow weasel all entered a state of continuous health depletion. Atop the precipice, a woman in resplendent attire stepped forward. With each step she took, it seemed she trod upon empty air, yet beneath her feet crystalline ice flowers coalesced, bearing her weight with unwavering stability. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Each footfall gave birth to a frozen blossom. Though the distance remained considerable, Lin Tianhao had already discerned her identity. Princess Leona. In the current novice village, only this princess from the Star Kingdom could accomplish such a feat. Honorable Princess Leona, you have arrived. Village Chief Wang's demeanor transformed entirely, a genial smile spreading across his face as he addressed her. Princess Leona cast an icy glance at Village Chief Wang. I am well aware of what you intend to do. Upon hearing this, Village Chief Wang paused, then chuckled. Princess Leona, since you already know, you must understand the depth of my admiration for you. Why cloak your words in such hypocrisy? Princess Leona retorted with a cold laugh. You believe everything is under your control, but have you considered that I could end your life? Village Chief Wang's gaze hardened as he spread his hands. Great Princess Leona, you could certainly kill me. Yet after my death, have you pondered how you would escape this place? Your ambition will never allow you to remain trapped in this novice village. Princess Leona sneered. That is not your concern. I am fully aware of my own affairs. As her words fell, a wave of frigid energy radiated outward from Princess Leona. Village Chief Wang's face blanched. Rampage, unyielding body, broken wing dance. In an instant he unleashed 3 skills simultaneously, and a pair of tattered wings materialized behind him. With a beat of his wings, Village Chief Wang soared toward the cliff's edge. Princess Leona raised her hand, and a colossal frost array manifested above his head. Immediately a torrent of icicles rained down from the array. 15,928. 15929. A cascade of damage numbers appeared. A single array had depleted over 1 million of Village Chief Wang's health. Such terrifying power. Lin Tianhao had anticipated that Princess Leona might be formidable, yet the extent of her strength still exceeded his imagination. No wonder Village Chief Wang had fled without hesitation upon realizing she would act. At this moment he altered his trajectory midair, continuing his desperate escape. The 9-headed snake cypress and the yellow weasel struck simultaneously, attempting to delay Princess Leona. In the span of a breath, these 2 mighty bosses were frozen solid. Princess Leona raised her hand once more. An ice shield materialized behind Village Chief Wang, forcibly pressing him down. After breaking free, he ceased his flight and fixed a cold stare upon her. Kill me if you will. If you can end me, I'll accept my fate. Princess Leona made no further move, and Lin Tianhao instantly grasped the underlying issue. Village Chief Wang was no longer an NPC. He had become a field boss. Field bosses possessed a unique trait: upon defeat they would respawn. In other words, they could revive. Lin Tianhao had slain both the 9-headed snake cypress and the yellow weasel before yet they had reappeared. This was their resurrection. What's wrong? Not killing me. Since you've chosen not to, perhaps you'll hear me out. Village Chief Wang gradually regained his composure. I wish to marry you and become the future king of the Star Kingdom. Princess Leona's aura flared with fury, the surrounding temperature plummeting. Do not be so quick to anger. This is a mutually beneficial arrangement. You have been absent from the Star Kingdom for so long. Returning abruptly, you will find no allies. But if you wed me, I can aid you. I am both a monster and an NPC. Crucially, I once received a blessing from the gods granting me the ability to level up and grow just like an adventurer. Upon hearing those words, level up and grow, the ever unflappable Princess Leona showed a flicker of emotion. Both NPCs and monsters were typically bound by a limit, unable to break through their current shackles and grow stronger. Seeing Princess Leona's reaction, Lin Tianhao sensed trouble. If she accepted his proposal, his chance to obtain the second blessing of the gods would be lost. Lin Tianhao had exerted every effort, all for the sake of this divine blessing. An ally who can grow and revive infinitely. Imagine the immense advantage in your struggle for the Star Kingdom's throne. You understand this well. Rest assured, it can be a marriage in name only. It will not hinder you. Our ultimate goal is simply to claim the throne of the Star Kingdom. Lin Tianhao had to admit, from a purely pragmatic standpoint, village chief Wang's proposal was exceedingly tempting. Alas, it seems there is no opportunity left. Lin Tianhao sighed inwardly, yet Princess Leona's next words reignited his hope. I believe I have many potential partners to choose from. For instance, Snow Emperor. Village chief Wang's pupils constricted. He is, after all, an adventurer. There is no guarantee of unwavering loyalty. No. Princess Leona shook her head. I do not intend to marry him. I wish to issue him a quest. Snow Emperor, are you willing to aid me in becoming the Queen of the Star Kingdom? If you succeed, I shall erect 3,000 ancestral halls in your honor and appoint you as the war god of my kingdom. Lin Tianhao's face registered sheer disbelief. In the late stages of Ragnarok, ordinary attack power and magic strength became insufficient. The elite few pursued apotheosis. The first step to becoming a god was amassing sufficient incense power, commonly known as believers. Princess Leona's meaning was crystal clear. She would build ancestral halls to enshrine Lin Tianhao, granting him the incense power of the Star Kingdom. Ding! Princess Leona has issued you a quest. Quest objective: help her become the next queen of the Star Kingdom. Quest penalty: unknown. Quest reward: she will appoint you as war god and construct 3,000 incense halls in your name. Accept. Lin Tianhao had no reason to refuse. In his past life, countless powerhouses had striven to achieve godhood only to fall short due to the lack of incense power. Acquiring incense power was an immense challenge. Princess Leona, even so, how do you plan to leave the novice village? Upon hearing this, Princess Leona's gaze settled on the Yin-Yang dual fish array. It's simple. Release Hanba. He will shatter the spatial barrier and we can slip away in the chaos. Village Chief Wang roared in fury. Leona, you are utterly mad. Do you have any idea the consequences of releasing Hanba? Princess Leona gave a non-committal smile. I know. So what? With those words, she struck without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, a radius of 100 miles was frozen solid. Village Chief Wang stared wide-eyed, trapped in ice, unable to move. Snow Emperor, unseal it. Lin Tianhao nodded. He stored all his equipment in the guild warehouse, then placed the Ice Flame Demon ore and the mysterious key separately. The next instant, the earth trembled. Cracks began to appear in the yin-yang fish pattern, and scorching heat seeped out from below. I can't die here. I'm leaving first. Leona took a single step and vanished. Lin Tianhao's scalp tingled. If you're going to escape through a spatial rift, take me with you. What was this? Abandoning him all alone. Just then, a server-wide announcement rang out. Alert, alert. Someone has released the sealed Hanba. The world boss Hanba is about to emerge. All adventurers be cautious. Alert, alert. Someone has released the sealed Hanba. The world boss Hanba is about to emerge. All adventurers be cautious. The alert echoed across the entire server, leaving many players dumbfounded. What was that? Am I hearing things? No, you're not. A world boss. Are you sure the system isn't glitching? At this stage, we can barely handle an iron tier boss. How are we supposed to fight a world boss? I have no idea how to fight it, but one thing's for sure. If we take it down, the rewards will be incredible. The world of Twilight of the Gods was in an uproar. Major clubs, conglomerates, and even the government convened emergency meetings. An unexpected world. Whoever could bring it down would reap unimaginable benefits. At the government's military headquarters, an elderly man with graying temples appeared in the conference room. You are our nation's finest analysts. Our special forces have already encountered iron, bronze, and even silver tier bosses. This world boss, we must claim it. Hearing this, the lead analyst shook his head. Sir, based on our estimates, the world boss health pool should be no less than 100 million, and all its attributes will be terrifying. Even if our entire special forces attack together, it would be a drop in the ocean. Is there no way? The old man frowned. There is one, a human wave tactic. The core cities now have tens of millions of players. If tens of millions of players swarm it, there might be a 1 in 10,000 chance of killing this world boss. 1 in 10,000. The old man thought he'd misheard. With tens of millions of players attacking together, it's only 1 in 10,000. Correct. The analyst nodded. And that's assuming hidden classes and high-level talent holders join the effort. Otherwise, there's zero chance. All right, I understand. The old man's expression darkened. The world boss was a glimmer of hope, yet they were utterly helpless. Even the military was at a loss. The conclusions from other clubs and guilds were much the same. Players at this stage simply couldn't contend with a world boss. Hanba had emerged, and it wasn't just players who were stirred. Certain beings in Twilight of the Gods were also roused. The Star Kingdom, the Royal Palace. Queen Faidanyu heard the server-wide announcement and immediately lifted her gaze toward the newbie village. After all these years, it's finally out, isn't it? Beside the queen stood a hunched old woman clutching a skull staff. Her voice was sharp and rasping. Your Majesty, this might be an opportunity for us. Faidanye's eyes glinted with cold light. The Star Kingdom has been at peace for far too long. It's time for a change. Make the arrangements. The plan can begin. It wasn't just the palace. Others in the Star Kingdom began to stir as well. The emergence of a world boss had the power to reshape the current landscape entirely. Lin Tianhao knew none of this. He stood right beside the Yin-Yang fish formation. Scorching heat seared his skin. Ding! You have taken burn damage and will continue to lose health. For thousand. Lin Tianhao was dumbfounded. Even before the seal was fully broken, it was already this monstrous. After all, his purification jade pendant could negate 80% of negative effects. Burning counted as a negative effect. That meant, without the pendant's immunity, he'd lose 20,000 health per second. In his past life, he had never fought Hanba, so he knew little about its power. But now he had a much clearer understanding. Boom! A thunderous crash split heaven and earth. Lin Tianhao was sent flying. 99,999. Even a graze from the damage slashed his health bar drastically. Yet Lin Tianhao didn't care. He was seeking death anyway. Dying would let him respawn in the main city. Then a figure wreathed in flames shot into the sky. Wherever its gaze fell, raging fires erupted. But when its eyes landed on Lin Tianhao, the flames died down, and it slowly approached him. Lin Tianhao began to inspect it. Health? Attack? Skills? Lin Tianhao. Just how high was its level that even its name was a question mark? Was it you who freed me? A resonant voice rang out, soft yet firm, making its gender impossible to discern. Moreover, its face was twisted and fierce. Equally impossible to tell male from female, according to the previous quest prompt. This being was supposed to be the Yellow Emperor's son. Yet Lin Tianhao recalled that in myth it was the Yellow Emperor's daughter who became Hanba. Quest prompts in Twilight of the Gods weren't always accurate, so Lin Tianhao kept his own opinion. Yes, Hanba glanced at Lin Tianhao and sneered. Did you never consider that freeing me would bring catastrophe to countless lives? I don't think so. You were a good person once, and I still believe that now. A good person? Hanba gave a non-committal smile. I was indeed a good person once. I helped many even after becoming Hanba. But because I was Hanba, everyone hurled abuse at me and sought to destroy me. If my essence weren't immortal and indestructible, I'd have been obliterated, not just sealed. With that, Hanba seized Lin Tianhao by the throat. I don't want to be a good person anymore. I'll become the greatest demon. The mightiest fiend in all heaven and earth. Lin Tianhao stared at the Hanjiang, gritting his teeth. No, you still harbor a shred of conscience. If you truly had fallen to demonic ways, you wouldn't have spoken to me. You'd have struck me down without a word. At these words, a cold glint flickered in the Hanjiang's eyes. It's only because it's been so long since I last spoke with anyone that I didn't kill you immediately. With that, the Hanjiang struck Lin Tianhao's chest with a single palm. The health bar above Lin Tianhao's head emptied instantly. Then, he respawned automatically in Haifeng City of the Star Kingdom. Death came with a respawn timer. Now Lin Tianhao could only wait to be reborn. Citywide announcement: a heinous criminal has entered Haifeng City. The City Lord has issued an urgent quest: hunt the sinful one. Citywide announcement: a heinous criminal has entered Haifeng City. The City Lord has issued an urgent quest: hunt the sinful one. Every player in Haifeng City suddenly received a quest: hunt the sinful one. Objective: kill the sinful one entering Haifeng City, an adventurer with a red name value exceeding 10,100 times. Current progress 0-100. Penalty none. Reward 1 bronze equipment piece and 10 free attribute points per kill. When the players of Haifeng City received this quest, disbelief painted every face. Holy crap, am I seeing things? A welfare mission. Find him quickly. Who's the player with a red name over 10,000? Come out and let me kill you 100 times. 10 attribute points per kill, 1,000 for 100 kills, plus 100 bronze equipment pieces. If I could kill him 100 times solo, I'd skyrocket. Calm down. I wonder what he did to rack up over 10,000 red name points. Haifeng City buzzed with endless chatter. Lin Tianhao, however, was sweating profusely. What had he done to deserve such a bounty? Watching the respawn countdown, he was already plotting his escape. Fight his way out. That seemed like the only option. After all, red name values couldn't be hidden. They hovered overhead in bold, enlarged crimson numbers. Under these circumstances, sneaking out unnoticed was utterly impossible. So fighting his way out was the only way. Equipping the ninefold longbow and the bloodthirsty necklace and readying potions for speed boosts and shields, Lin Tianhao prepared to charge. Here, he couldn't help but thank those good souls in the newbie village. They had dropped quite a few items upon death. But in the brief moment of his respawn, another kingdom-wide announcement came. Kingdom-wide announcement: a heinous criminal has entered the Star Kingdom. The king has issued an urgent quest: hunt the sinful one. Kingdom-wide announcement: a heinous criminal has entered the Star Kingdom. The king has issued an urgent quest: hunt the sinful one. Lin Tianhao. He was dumbfounded. Who had he offended to deserve such targeted persecution? Now not just Haifeng City's players were stirred. The entire Star Kingdom's players were ecstatic. In other words, all players in the Dragon Kingdom region were thrilled. Before their second-class advancement, every Dragon Kingdom player could only stay in the Star Kingdom. Holy shit, the Star Kingdom King's rewards are amazing. Double what Haifeng City offers. Love it, love it. Ha ha ha, that red-named adventurer, come out and face your death. Hiding is futile. Becoming our equipment and attribute points is your honor. Before we hunted field bosses. Now we hunt red-named players. But I really want to know how that player racked up such a high red name value. All players in the Dragon Kingdom erupted. At that moment, Lin Tianhao finally respawned. Level 1. That's right, he was now level 1. With such a high red name value, death wiped out all levels and experience. The instant he emerged from Haifeng City's respawn altar, Lin Tianhao dashed at full speed toward the city gates. But the red name value of 1,000,000 above his head was glaringly conspicuous. There he is. Who's the red-named player? Fuck. His red name value? 1,000,000? Kill him. Red-named players weren't protected in main cities, so these players could attack him freely. Lin Tianhao had no time for anything else. He couldn't even retaliate. If he fought back, it wouldn't just be players chasing him. The city guard of Haifeng City would join in. Killing a player in a main city would lead to arrest and imprisonment by the city guard, with sentencing based on red name value. The higher the value, the longer the sentence. With his red name value, if arrested, he might as well quit the game. As for going head-to-head with the city guard, impossible. Without any resistance, the main city's guards would one-shot him in a second. Therefore, before leaving Haifeng City, Lin Tianhao could only run. At level 1, he could equip very few weapons. The Purification Jade Pendant, the ninefold longbow, which had no level requirement, and the Bloodthirsty Necklace. However, none of these items added resistance. These pieces had one trait in common. None of them boosted resistance. Now the attacks from these players landed on Lin Tianhao almost as true damage. 512. 198, 299. A stream of damage numbers floated above Lin Tianhao's head. Behind him, hundreds of thousands of players were in pursuit. Though Lin Tianhao was fast, players swarmed from all directions, and soon he was cornered in Haifeng City. Damn it, they're not giving me even a sliver of a chance. Lin Tianhao leaped up, trying to escape by stepping on their shoulders. But wherever he went, countless skills rained down. Even if individual skill damage wasn't high, only a few hundred or even just over 100, numbers were overwhelming. Hundreds of thousands of people. If they all hit him simultaneously due to crowding, he'd have no chance and be instantly killed. Yet even in this situation, he was losing over 100,000 health per second. Damn, first time I felt the respawn altar is so far from the city gate. Lin Tianhao's face darkened to the extreme. The moment he was slain, he stored all his equipment in the guild warehouse. He had fallen. Through his desperate struggle, his health of over 440000 held out for a mere 9 seconds. He lasted 9 seconds only because many players hadn't reacted in time to his sudden appearance. Staring at the respawn countdown and the massive crowd of players outside the altar, Lin Tianhao was dumbfounded. There was no chance at all. Not a single shred of opportunity. Fuck your grandpa. I'm a dignified reincarnator, and in one day I've been spawn-camped twice. Where's the justice? Lin Tianhao grumbled inwardly. But seeing the hundreds of thousands of players blocking the respawn altar plus the stream of players arriving from outside Haifeng City, he gave up struggling. His 440000 health. Honestly, it was just one round of attacks. Sure enough, the moment Lin Tianhao respawned, a volley of attacks fell, and he died again. Lin Tianhao. Pointless. Absolutely pointless. Lin Tianhao chose to log out on the spot. Go ahead and camp me. As long as I'm offline, killing me 1,000 times won't affect my mood. In the twilight of the gods. Even after players logged off, they remained in the game. This was precisely why Lin Tianhao chose to return to the novice village and log out after killing Yingsha, fearing he might be found and slain while unattended. As long as he was offline, there was no risk of being camped at the revival point. A faint smile curled at the corner of Lin Tianhao's mouth. A subtle, almost imperceptible grin spread across his face. After logging off, dawn had just begun to break. It was still too early for breakfast. He clicked into the Twilight of the Gods forum. It wasn't the official one, but a fan-built platform that encompassed servers from across the globe. First, he entered the Dragon Kingdom section. It was bustling with activity, the hottest discussions revolving around various game strategies. The novice village in the Dragon Kingdom was already ruined. Most new players were discussing how to grind monsters in the main city at level 1. Naturally, there were also countless curses directed at the player who had destroyed the novice village. One highly popular post detailed a guide on leveling up in Blackwind City without fighting monsters. In Twilight of the Gods, leveling wasn't solely dependent on slaying beasts. For instance, tasks like delivering messages, working as an alchemy or blacksmith apprentice all granted experience points. Even working in a tavern offered such rewards. Lin Tianhao skimmed through the post. Perhaps driven by a twinge of guilt, he replied beneath it, the eastern district of Blackwind City is repairing the city wall. Applying for work there grants 300 experience points per hour. If you have some knowledge of masonry or carpentry, you can even earn over 500 experience points per hour. This seemed like a high-demand task with generous rewards suitable for most novice players. Without needing to fight, one could accumulate a massive amount of experience by simply working all day. Holy crap, really? I'm tempted. I'll go try it. No sooner had Lin Tianhao replied than someone with keen eyes noticed. He exited the post. Lin Tianhao spotted a post whose popularity was skyrocketing. The Dragon Kingdom has a supreme good Samaritan. Killing him rewards 20 free attribute points and 2 bronze equipment pieces. That flashy title immediately caught many people's attention. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow and clicked on it instinctively. It was just as he had guessed. He was that supreme good Samaritan. The poster had published the bounty quests from Blackwind City and the Star Kingdom. There was also a video of him standing in the resurrection altar being camped by hundreds of thousands of players. Lin Tianhao's mouth twitched. This was utterly inhumane. Using him to farm equipment and free attribute points and even posting it publicly. How infuriating. Which reborn soul had to endure such humiliation? Lin Tianhao exited the post planning to grab a bite and visit his sister at the hospital. Although he had hired someone to care for her, he still needed to check on her personally to be at ease. At the hospital, Lin Qingqing lay in bed, her complexion much improved. "Doctor, how is my sister doing?" Lin Tianhao found the attending physician. The doctor picked up the latest examination report. "Your sister is recovering, but as things stand, she's out of immediate danger. However, she'll likely remain in a vegetative state." Lin Tianhao nodded. Maintaining her as a vegetative patient was acceptable for now. Since even vegetative individuals could enter the game, he would figure out the rest later. "Doctor, when can my sister be discharged?" "She underwent craniotomy. It'll probably take about half a month." Lin Tianhao sighed. Half a month would put Lin Qingqing far behind. Still, it wasn't a major issue. Once she entered the game, he could guide her. Wait! A terrifying thought struck Lin Tianhao. It seemed he might not be able to help Lin Qingqing level up. Lin Qingqing was in a vegetative state. They couldn't communicate offline. Even if she entered the game via the device, her class nickname and spawn city. Lin Tianhao knew nothing about any of this. How could he contact her? This was a monumental problem. Another option, the global megaphone. That might be a way to find her. For now, Lin Tianhao couldn't worry too much. He would find a way to reach her once she entered the game. There were still half a month left. He needed to build an advantage as much as possible within these 2 weeks. Returning from the hospital, Lin Tianhao brought breakfast for Zhou Xiaopeng. "Fatty, come offline and eat." Zhou Xiaopeng didn't log off. He seemed busy. Lin Tianhao wasn't in a hurry. With 2 bounties, he needed to be killed 200 times. It would probably be a while before Zhou Xiaopeng finished. In the meantime, Lin Tianhao opened the forum again. The post about the Dragon Kingdom's Supreme Good Samaritan had already taken the top trending spot. Players from other nations had also noticed the post. "Aish, this is unfair. Why doesn't our great stick empire have someone like that? Nanny? I seriously suspect the Dragon Kingdom players are cheating. How could anyone have 1,000,000 red name points at this stage? Oh God, please bless us. Send a player with 10 million red name points to our Rice Empire." Players from various servers were green with envy. At this stage, even an iron weapon was impressive. But this bounty rewarded bronze equipment 2 pieces at that, plus 20 free attribute points. Even a single kill could set a player apart from the masses. As Lin Tianhao browsed the forum, Zhou Xiaopeng rushed over excitedly. Bro, how a jackpot. Are you in Black Wind City? It's amazing. Killing that red name player gives 2 bronze items and 20 free attribute points. I managed to kill him once with my double slash. With your skills you could get multiple kills easily. Seeing Zhou Xiaopeng so thrilled, Lin Tianhao coughed. Are those 2 bounty quests over yet? Not yet, but soon. He's been killed over 100 times. Lin Tianhao sighed. Are these people that slow? Not really. It's just that the big guilds showed up. They're all cunning, holding back their skills to snatch the final blow. Everyone's trying to secure the kill, so they're holding back. That actually slowed things down. Lin Tianhao pinched his brow. These people were treating him like an EXP piñata. But seriously, what did that player do to earn 1 million red name points? Maybe he destroyed a novice village, Lin Tianhao said with a sigh. Holy crap, that actually makes sense. Only destroying a novice village would rack up that many red name points. Lin Tianhao waved his hand. Alright, I'm heading into the game. After a moment's hesitation, he pulled out his phone and silently posted a thread. The red name player is a good guy. Let him off after completing the quest. With the title set, Lin Tianhao began to write fervently. The emergence of this red-named player has propelled our Dragon Kingdom region to lead the globe, granting us an extra 300 pieces of bronze equipment and 3,000 free attribute points. His greatness defies verbal description. I strongly propose that once the mission is complete, we let him leave the city. Perhaps he may yet bring us further blessings. Hence, let us pay tribute to our magnificent red-named player. After composing the post, Lin Tianhao sent it. He had no choice. He genuinely feared that some fervent players might relentlessly hunt him down, which would be a headache. However, little did Lin Tianhao know. Major guilds, conglomerates, and government bodies had all convened emergency meetings. You must have noticed that this red-named player has over 400,000 HP. At this stage, even our special ops shield warriors equipped with bronze sets only boast a little over 50,000 HP. Moreover, his million-point red name score likely stems from some heinous act, such as destroying a newbie village and slaying its NPCs. That's highly plausible. With his resistances nearly at 0, his ability to kill newbie village NPCs probably relies on immense damage output. High HP, high damage. His potential is enormous. Once this mission ends, we must recruit him into our ranks. All major powers reached the same conclusion. Lin Tianhao possessed immense potential worth courting. However, this wasn't absolute. Some factions believed that with his current red name value, it would be nearly impossible to clear before the 2nd or even 3rd class advancement. A single death would reset his level to 0, strip all gear, and nullify every effort. As one progresses, leveling becomes increasingly arduous. Each point of red name value costs an extra level upon death. 1 million points was simply beyond imagination. Inside his rented room, Lin Tianhao chose to log back in after posting. Upon returning, he ignored the players encircling him. If they wanted to kill him, so be it. It had no real impact on him. Moreover, slaying him would reward these players, bolstering the Dragon Kingdom region's strength. Something he found. He logged in this time to submit a mission. Ding! You have completed the mission. Release the Drought Demon. Mission rewards free attribute points 50. The Blessing of the Gods 1. Lin Tianhao took a deep breath. Use Blessing of the Gods. The death reincarnation from last time had been a heaven-defying blessing. Ding! You have received a Blessing of the Gods. Due to your exceedingly high red name value, the blessing has been altered. Ding! You have received the Blessing of Empress Hutu. As before, a dark crimson pillar descended from the heavens, enveloping Lin Tianhao. Ding! You have obtained the Book of Life and Death. Lin Tianhao. The Book of Life and Death. Could this be an ultra-supreme divine artifact? Every Dragon Kingdom citizen understood the immense power of the Book of Life and Death. The question remained, how did this version compare to its mythical counterpart? Book of Life and Death Divine Equipment. Equip requirements exclusive to Snow Emperor. Cannot be dropped, gifted, traded, or transferred. Effect: you may inscribe any existing entity's name upon the book. Limit 1 person. The inscribed target, regardless of location, will suffer 10000 plus 1 of your maximum HP as true damage per second until death. Durability: indestructible. Indeed, this was merely a weakened version of the Book of Life and Death. Yet even so, it was still extraordinarily formidable. As long as he knew the name, he could launch a ranged attack. The base damage alone was 10,000 per second plus an additional percentage of his HP. This bonus might be trivial for other players, but for Lin Tianhao it was entirely different. With over 400,000 HP, 1% amounted to over 4,000. And in the future he could continuously increase his maximum HP. For other players, this equipment's utility was merely average. Because the item had a limitation, it required writing the target's name. As a reincarnator, Lin Tianhao knew the names of most bosses from his past life. This meant he could hunt down these bosses from a distance. Especially, as Lin Tianhao conjured some intriguing tactics, a sardonic smile crept across his face. As Lin Tianhao examined these details, the bounty mission finally concluded. Players gradually dispersed, though a few lingered. One stepped forward and said flatly, "Greetings. I'm Shura Iza from the Shura Guild. Are you interested in joining us? Terms are negotiable." As he finished, another voice chimed in. "Handsome, come to our Jinghong Guild. We have plenty of beautiful ladies. Step aside, young man. Our Guangzhou Guild is your only true choice. Join us and we'll help you clear your red name." Several began bickering. Lin Tianhao rolled his eyes. "You all showed no mercy when you killed me earlier." They chuckled sheepishly. "Don't blame us, friend. You logged off for a meal, and we got gear and attribute points. You didn't lose out either." Lin Tianhao waved dismissively. "Enough. I had offline matters anyway. Consider my death support for the Dragon Kingdom players. But I'm not joining any guild. I'm leaving." He had no time to waste with them. There were far more important tasks ahead. Supporting Princess Leona to become the king of the Star Kingdom, this was crucial. His future path to godhood was deeply tied to it. The sooner he helped Princess Leona ascend the throne, the sooner he could acquire incense power. If he obtained incense power early in the game when the Great Cataclysm arrived and the Elite Galaxy launched its assault, he would wield far greater strength. Incense power was distinct from attribute power, operating on a far higher plane. During the Lin Tianhao had witnessed a powerhouse from the Elite Galaxy wielding incense power to slay 3 ninth-turn experts with a single sword strike. Such power was utterly staggering. Exiting Black Wind City, Lin Tianhao headed towards sparsely populated areas. His red name made him conspicuous wherever he went. He only stopped upon reaching the territory of level 20 green venom spiders. The moment he halted, the ambient temperature plummeted. Lin Tianhao narrowed his eyes and said gravely, "Princess Leona, you finally arrived. Enjoy watching me get spawn camped." Princess Leona gave a non-committal smile. "What else could I do? If I helped you, the kingdom's ministers would brand me as an accomplice to a criminal. Then how could I compete for the throne?" Lin Tianhao waved his hand. "Enough. Tell me, why did you summon me? Do you still remember our pact? I have just returned, and without any achievements I must earn the support of the ministers and nobles through deeds." "Speak plainly," Lin Tianhao said. Princess Leona replied solemnly. "In our Star Kingdom, there is a Black Wind Mountain where a band of ruthless bandits wreak havoc. I hope you can help me annihilate them." "Ding, Princess Leona has issued a quest to you. Quest objective: destroy the Black Wind Stronghold. Quest penalty unknown. Quest reward unknown." Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. "The Black Wind Stronghold is a level 30 area. With your strength you should have a chance, right?" Lin Tianhao shook his head. Leona's expression shifted. "Is there a problem?" "Yes. Hunting down a level 30 stronghold is merely a minor skirmish. How could that be considered a great achievement? Others would only see you as a clown, a mere attention seeker." Lin Tianhao's blunt words caused Leona's face to darken. "I know that well, but given your current situation, destroying the Black Wind Stronghold should be your limit." Lin Tianhao shook his head again. "Who told you that destroying the Black Wind Stronghold is the limit? What if I told you I could slay the sealed Demon King's son Grellerinson?" "Impossible." Leona blurted out instinctively. "Grellerinson is still sealed. How do you plan to kill him? By breaking the seal? No one would allow that." Lin Tianhao remained smiling. "Indeed he is sealed, but I know his seal has developed cracks. The Nightwalkers of the Demon Cave are also biding their time trying to rescue Grellerinson." Hearing this, Leona's expression grew increasingly serious. "Snow Emperor, how do you know these things?" Lin Tianhao chuckled. "Does it matter?" Leona took a deep breath, refraining from further questioning, and asked gravely, "Are you truly certain you can kill Grellerinson without breaking the seal?" "Yes. You can return now and tell the king and the ministers that you can slay Grellerinson without Don't get me killed." Leona was still apprehensive, mainly because what Lin Tianhao described was too. If it were possible to kill Grellerinson without breaking the seal, the Star Kingdom would have acted long ago and wouldn't have waited until today. "I'm an adventurer. What benefit would harming you bring me? Of course, if you don't believe me, forget I said anything." Lin Tianhao was indifferent. If Leona remained skeptical, he could easily support another princess. "I believe you. After only a brief hesitation, Leona's gaze became resolute. Snow Emperor, you are different from other adventurers. I trust your abilities. I will return now and inform my father, mother, the ministers, and the nobles. Lin Tianhao's face broke into a satisfied smile. You have made the right decision. Leona's breath caught. For some reason, she had a strong feeling that had she questioned Lin Tianhao again, she would have lost her chance at the throne. After parting with Leona, Lin Tianhao decided to level up first. Reducing his red name value even a little would help. Green Venom Spider, normal level 20. HP 2450-2450. Attack 108. Skills Web Bind Venom Arrow. The normal monsters in Twilight of the Gods were relatively friendly. Their stats were generally low. Lin Tianhao raised his bow and fired an arrow. 2450. Ding, you have slain a green venom spider. Experience 400. Ding, you have reached level 2. Killing monsters above his level indeed yielded generous experience rewards. Even a normal monster provided 400 experience points. Next, Lin Tianhao fired another arrow. The lightning jump triggered, affecting the 18 green venom spiders in the vicinity. With over 2000 HP, they couldn't withstand Lin Tianhao's attack and were all instantly killed. Ding, you have reached level 3. Ding, you have reached level 4. Regaining lost levels did not grant free attribute points, it merely increased the level. Lin Tianhao continued leveling here. Meanwhile, in the Grand Hall of the Star Kingdom's palace, Princess Leona presented her plan, which immediately drew peals of laughter. Leona, my dear sister, did the Hanba in the newbie village fry your brain? What nonsense are you Qing Fuyun sneered. As the second princess of the Star Kingdom, she had long been cultivating her influence, and was a formidable contender for the throne. Princess Leona, before you speak, shouldn't you consider whether it's possible to kill Grellerinson without breaking this? Prime Minister Kosenro scoffed, showing no regard for the newly returned princess. On the throne, the aged King Abraham raised his hand, and those who were about to mock Leona immediately fell silent. Leona, as royalty, we must weigh our words and actions against our abilities. Have you considered the consequences if you fail? Leona took a deep breath. She had anticipated such a reaction when she came. By choosing to be here, she placed absolute trust in Lin Tianhao. Father, mother, since I say this, I am confident I can do it. As soon as Leona finished, Qing Fuyun demanded, Third sister, what if you fail? What then? King Abraham also looked at Leona. Indeed, there should be a penalty, otherwise anyone could come to the court and spout nonsense, and where would the dignity of the royal family be? Leona gritted her teeth. The arrow had been shot and there was no turning back. If I fail, I will voluntarily withdraw from the succession. She finally uttered those words. Without a guarantee, these people would not let it go. Hearing this, Qing Fuyun couldn't help but smile. One less competitor was a welcome outcome. As for Leona actually killing Grellerinson without destroying the seal, was that possible? Absolutely not. If such a method existed, Grellerinson would have died long ago. The court was filled with hidden agendas, but most were secretly pleased. One less person to complicate things made their alignment easier. However, Abraham on the throne was somewhat surprised. His thoughts were similar to Qing Fuyun's, but he pondered deeper. If Leona truly had no confidence, would she say such a thing, and even stake her status as a candidate for the... Thus Abraham believed Leona must have a hidden card. Very well, Leona. I look forward to you slaying Grellerinson. If you succeed, the Star Kingdom's Star Commerce Chamber shall be yours to govern. Upon hearing these words, everyone in the Great Hall was stunned. Especially the second Princess Qing Fuyun, whose countenance darkened immediately. The Star Commerce Guild, the economic pillar of the Star Kingdom, contributing over a third of its fiscal revenue. Such was its significance. Yet, in an instant, Qing Fuyun regained her composure. The promise Leona had made was utterly impossible to fulfill. Even if her father granted such a reward, what of it? Could Leona actually obtain it? No. On the contrary, she would lose her status as a candidate for the throne. Yes, father. I shall not disappoint you. Leona bowed respectfully. Qing Fuyun sneered, Third sister, allow me to congratulate you in advance on becoming the president of the Star Commerce Guild. Despite her words, the mockery in Qing Fuyun's tone was unmistakable. Thank you. Leona did not even glance at Qing Fuyun, bowing once more to Abraham on the throne. Father, I shall take my leave to prepare. Go ahead. Leona departed, heading straight for the spawn point of the green venom spider. Upon arriving, she saw Lin Tianhao effortlessly dodging the venomous attack of the green venom spider queen with precise footwork. He then shot an arrow through its mouth, piercing its body. Ding! You have slain the green venom spider queen, gaining 17658 experience points and 200 achievement points for the Solitary Snow Guild. Ding! You have reached level 12, gaining 5 free attribute points. Ding! You have achieved the first kill of the Green Venom Spider Queen. A server-wide announcement will be made. Do you wish to remain anonymous? No. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Snow Emperor for achieving the first kill of the Green Venom Spider Queen. Let all players strive for greater glory. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Snow Emperor for achieving the first kill of the Green Venom Spider Queen. Let all players strive for greater glory. The server-wide announcement echoed, but Lin Tianhao had grown accustomed to it. As he looted the corpse, he asked, "How did it go?" "I told them," Leona replied succinctly, "and I vouched for it. If I fail, I will renounce my claim to the throne." One day. What do you mean by one day? Leona was perplexed. Within a day, Graileronson, the demon prince, will die. The sound of his death will resound throughout the Star Kingdom, Lin Tianhao said calmly. Leona's eyes widened in disbelief. Within a day. Slay the sealed Graileronson. She was beginning to suspect Lin Tianhao was mocking her. Yet she could not fathom why he would do so. Very well. If you succeed, I will receive a great reward, and so will you. Return now and await the sound of Graileronson's death echoing across the Star Kingdom. Leona nodded. In the novice village, she had chosen Lin Tianhao over the village chief. Now in this absurd endeavor she again placed her trust in him, staking everything on his success. Now there was no turning back. Having lingered so long in the novice village, she had to gamble everything to claim the throne. After Leona departed, Lin Tianhao silently retrieved the Book of Life and Death and inscribed Graileronson's name within it. At the Well of Shattered Stars in the Star Kingdom, the demon prince Graileronson was sealed beneath it. Now cracks had begun to appear in the seal. Two white-robed elders, the kingdom's foremost formation masters, stood guard, tirelessly reinforcing the seal. Yet their efforts proved futile. The primal demonic energy from the prince's bloodline had been eroding the seal, and their perseverance thus far was nothing short of remarkable. After parting ways with Lin Tianhao, Leona arrived at this very place. She wanted to see how Lin Tianhao would manage to kill the sealed Graileronson. No sooner had she arrived than Qing Fuyun appeared nearby. Seeing Leona, Qing Fuyun approached with a sly smile. "Third sister, you're here. I'm eager to see how you'll slay Graileronson. Then keep your eyes wide open and watch." Leona sat down nearby, closing her eyes in repose. Seeing this, Qing Fuyun snorted coldly and sat cross-legged at a distance. In the shadows, numerous pairs of eyes were fixed on the scene. Graileronson was a sword of Damocles hanging over the Star Kingdom. Moreover, this matter had become intertwined with the succession to the throne. Anyone with a modicum of sense knew that Leona would not foolishly sabotage her own chances. She must have a plan. Yet even King Abraham could not fathom what means Leona could employ to slay the imprisoned Graileronson. Thus they all watched, waiting to see what tactic Leona would unveil. Suddenly both white-robed elders' expressions shifted dramatically as the sealing formation began to tremble. A furious roar erupted from the depths of the Well of Shattered Stars. "Damn it! What have you done to me? Why is this happening?" The sealed Graileronson was already weakened, his health bar less than a third of its peak. Under the seal, he could use no skills and his passive regeneration was nullified. He had planned to erode the formation with his primal demonic energy and break free to wreak havoc. But now his health was dropping. 14654. 14654. The damage was steady. Over 14,000 per second, nearly 1,000,000 per minute and 50 million per hour. With his current health, he would not last even half an hour. "Arg! Who is this? Show yourself and I'll tear you apart." Graileronson roared in fury. But trapped in the seal, he was powerless, forced to watch his health drain. Many around heard Graileronson's roars. Countless gazes converged on Leona. Shock, disbelief, and fury. Among those furious were Leona's rivals, such as Qing Fuyun, as well as the night walkers lurking in the palace. Hearing their demon prince's cries, they were both enraged and alarmed. Yet Leona, the center of attention, feigned calm, projecting an air of control. In truth, her heart was a tempest of turmoil. She could not fathom how Lin Tianhao had accomplished this. After his initial fury, Graileronson began to panic. He was enraged but helpless, his health bar steadily declining. "Damned fools! Do something! If you wait any longer, I'll be dead." Graileronson could no longer contain himself, roaring in terror. Night walkers had been lurking in the palace. Upon hearing Graileronson's voice, they shed their disguises and sprang into action. Not far away, a soldier suddenly plunged his sword into his comrade's back, the blade emerging red. The wounded soldier's eyes widened in shock at the sudden betrayal. In that moment of astonishment, the assailant's sword severed his head. This was merely a scene unfolding here. In the span of a single breath, hundreds of nightwalkers simultaneously revealed themselves, charging toward the Well of Shattered Stars. They were almost frenzied, fearless of death, swift in their movements and formidable in strength. In the blink of an eye, they had already closed in on the well of shattered stars. Leona's eyes flickered with a cold gleam as she witnessed this. "How dare you insolent wretches lay hands within the palace?" With her words, she took a step forward and frost instantly radiated outward. The foremost Nightwalkers were instantly frozen into ice sculptures, which then shattered with a crash, claiming their lives on the spot. Qing Fuyun was not to be outdone. A scepter appeared in her hand, and she waved it while murmuring arcane, unintelligible incantations. Immediately after, the bodies of the charging Nightwalkers began to explode continuously. In the instant of detonation, they turned not into gore but into blocks of ice. The palace guards finally reacted, quickly rallying to mount a defense. At that moment, a lithe woman among the Nightwalkers blurred into motion, darting forward from the ranks. Whoosh! A flying dagger wreathed in a green gleam shot from her hand, clearly poisoned. The dagger split into 9 in midair, then 9 into 81. The palace guards struck by it did not die instantly but were turned to stone. Medusa's venom. Qing Fuyun's expression shifted dramatically as she waved her scepter again. 18 crystalline ice chains converged from all directions, attempting to bind the female assassin. Yet the assassin's speed was so swift it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. In a flash, she was behind Qing Fuyun, who was stricken with terror. Qing Fuyun's body exploded into a flurry of snowflakes that drifted away only to coalesce into her form moments later. However, cold sweat now beaded on her brow. Had her movements been a fraction slower, she might have been petrified. The assassin's attack missed, but Leona's strike was already on its way. A colossal frost array materialized above the assassin and countless icicles rained down. The assassin tried to flee, but her legs were already beginning to freeze. Boom! The assassin slammed her palm against the ground, shattering the ice, and transformed into a blur as she charged at Leona. Leona's expression flickered. Mages like them dreaded high-output assassins the most, especially without anyone to shield her. Just like before, the assassin appeared behind her, in an instant, her poisoned dagger thrusting forward. Clang! A crisp sound rang out. The dagger struck an ice shield. Cracks spiderwebbed across the massive shield before it shattered with a crash. By the time it broke, Leona had vanished. After forcing Leona back, the assassin did not give chase. Instead, she blurred toward the well of shattered stars. Her goal was not to kill but to break the seal on the well. "Stop her!" Leona shouted. In the distance, Qing Fuyun raised her scepter, ready to act. But then, as if struck by a thought, her raised hand hesitated. Grillinson's earlier reaction proved that Leona must have used some method to harm him. If these Nightwalkers were blocked and Leona truly killed Grillinson, it would benefit the Star Kingdom. But for Qing Fuyun herself, it was far from favorable. After a brief moment of hesitation, Qing Fuyun deliberately slowed her pace, feigning the casting of a grand spell. Leona, however, had no time to concern herself with that. She was acutely aware of the stakes involved. Thus she had to stop the assassin. A pair of ice wings sprouted from her back, and she blurred toward her foe. But before she could cover much ground, an ink-black tentacle coiled around her. Dark magic! Leona fumed, detonating the ice elements around her to shatter the dark appendage's grip. Yet the assassin had already reached the 2 white-robed elders. Her dagger sliced through the air. The elders remained impassive. When the blade was less than a foot away, it halted abruptly. Immediately after, the assassin's body was forced to its knees. An array materialized above her head, and she felt as if a mountain weighed down on her, rendering her immobile. No sooner was she suppressed than another figure burst from the Nightwalkers. Shrouded in a dark mist, his form flickered erratically as he rushed toward the well of shattered stars. Leona let out a furious roar. Frost Cryomancer's call. She raised both hands above her head, and snow began to fall across heaven and earth. Wherever the snow touched, every Nightwalker was frozen solid. Even the flickering shadow was encased in ice. Second sister, strike now. Leona urged, having frozen the shadow to create an opening for Qing Fuyun's ultimate move. Qing Fuyun's expression darkened. She hadn't expected Leona to be so reckless as to expend her life force. But if she held back now, her pretense would be too obvious. Boom! A blizzard vortex erupted beneath the female assassin, swallowing her whole. Leona's face darkened. The female assassin had already been subdued by the 2 array masters. Attacking the shadow was now the most logical choice. Yet she had no time to reconsider. The shadow had already broken free of the ice and was charging at the well of shattered stars. Leona could not chain another attack in time, nor had the 2 array masters anticipated Qing Fuyun targeting the assassin. At this range, they were unable to conjure a powerful array to suppress the shadow. Leona clenched her fists. She knew there were other Star Kingdom powerhouses lurking in the shadows, but since they hadn't emerged, they could claim ignorance. They could simply deny being present later. After all, many shared Qing Fian's sentiments. Before Leona's return, the factions within the Star Kingdom had become quite distinct. If Leona rose to power, these people would have to reconsider their allegiances. Therefore, the best course was to prevent her rise, ensuring the kingdom's status quo remained unchanged. Leona's eyes narrowed, a cold glint flashing within. She had already surmised as much. Time to use my trump card. A tremendously powerful force began to stir within her Dantian. If no one intervened by the final moment, she would have to reveal her hidden strength to stop the shadow. How dare you! Just then a furious shout rang out. A female general wielding an ice sword and clad in ice armor descended from the heavens. The moment she landed, a wave of frigid air radiated in all directions. The ordinary nightwalkers affected by the cold were instantly frozen and then shattered into blocks of ice. The shadow, upon seeing her, fled in terror like a rat spotting a cat. Yet the female general swung her ice sword, unleashing a blade of frost that cleaved the shadow in two, turning both halves into ice sculptures. With another thrust of her sword, both sculptures exploded. Having done this, the general's gaze swept over Leona and Qing Fuyun. All you ever do is scheme for power. Look at how pathetic your strength has become. Qing Fuyun and Leona lowered their heads involuntarily under the female general's rebuke. Elder sister, I will work harder, said Qing Fuyun. Ti Xuejian snorted coldly. Qing Fuyun, what was that about you using your ultimate attack on the female assassin just now? Are you playing your schemes so blatantly, vying for power and engaging in intrigue? I will certainly report this to father. You'd better behave yourself. With these words, Ti Xuejian turned and walked away. Seeing this, Qing Fuyun grew anxious. Elder sister, I know I was wrong. Yet Ti Xuejian gave her no chance to explain, leaving directly. After Ti Xuejian left, Qing Fuyun gritted her teeth and murmured, who does she think she is? Trying to eliminate a rival like me, yet speaking so sanctimoniously. I really don't understand. Why intervene when she could have just stood by and let third sister be ousted? Her voice was low, but the resentment in her eyes could not be dispelled. Yet no sooner had her voice fallen than a faint voice sounded behind her. Yuner, you are being foolish. Hearing this, Qing Fuyun turned at once. Mother! Queen Fudinyu sighed. Yuner, this is the palace. Even if none of you had acted, what trouble could those night walkers have caused? Qing Fian's expression changed dramatically, for she now understood the issue. The palace was filled with experts. Yet why had none of them intervened when the night walkers struck? Was it because they were unwilling, or had someone ordered them not to? Clearly it was the latter. Even if some were reluctant, her father's trusted aides would surely have acted. Yet none did. The reason was now perfectly clear. This was a test set by her father to gauge people's hearts. Grellerinsen's roar made Qing Fuyun fear that Leona might truly kill him. She did not want Leona to kill Grellerinsen, and in that moment her mind was clouded, causing her to overlook this most critical issue. Her ultimate attack on the female assassin instead of the shadowy figure revealed her intentions too plainly. Mother, what do we do now? Qing Fuyun began to panic. Elder sister Ti Xuejian was already at the zenith of her power in the kingdom. If Leona were to rise as well, combined with her own performance today, her chances at the throne would be virtually nil. Let's go. Your elder sister was right about one thing, you are too weak, far too weak. As she spoke, Fudinius' gaze fell upon Leona. Her eyes were deep, as if she had seen through Leona entirely. Mother! Leona forced a smile. The queen was not her birth mother. Her mother's departure was even connected to Fudinyu. Had they not been in the palace, they would have come to open blows. Enar, my good daughter, you've suffered outside all these years. Why not visit my Tingyu Hall when you have time? Leona bowed. Once I finish my current tasks, I will certainly come. Their exchange ended and Fudinyu departed with Qing Fuyun. Leona breathed a slight sigh of relief. Facing the queen put immense pressure on her, even more than facing her own father. Outside the Black Wind stronghold, Lin Tianhao finally arrived. He had accepted the task from Leona. There was another reason for his coming. Within the Black Wind stronghold lay a hidden quest. One that rewarded luck points. Luck was a hidden attribute. Therefore, in the early and mid-game few players paid it any heed. Yet Lin Tianhao knew very well. Luck was of paramount importance. It influenced critical hits, drop rates, and probability-based skills like Lightning Leap and Death Reincarnation. Increasing luck would enhance these, though it wouldn't show directly on the stats panel. This was why many players neglected luck in the early and mid-game. Moreover, certain special quests required a specific luck value to trigger. Without it, even a guide would be useless. Black Wind Bandit Normal LV 28. HP 3680-3680. Attack 251. Skills Chain/upper/. Lin Tianhao sighed. These stats were so weak. He fired an arrow. Ding! You have killed a Black-Wind bandit above your level. Experience 476. Ding! You have killed a Black-Wind bandit above your level. Experience 476. One arrow. Triggering lightning leap, all 6 Black-Wind bandits standing before the stronghold were slain. Killing 6 Black-Wind bandits stacked 3 points of health for him. The efficiency was high, but the rate of stacking health was somewhat low. That didn't matter. The second in command of the Black-Wind stronghold was a tanky boss with enough HP to farm health points. After killing these 6 bandits, the stronghold's gates slammed shut and no more bandits appeared. Being humanoid monsters, the bandits of Black-Wind stronghold were quite intelligent. From the damage Lin Tianhao had just displayed, they knew they could not engage him. Who goes there? State your name. A head poked out from atop the stronghold's gate, shouting loudly, "I'm your ancestor." Lin Tianhao replied, then fired an arrow into the air. Bang! The immense force blasted a hole through the stronghold's gate. Seeing this, the bandit atop the gate spoke timidly, "Young friend, we have no grudges. There's no need to be so aggressive, is there?" Whoosh! His answer was another icy arrow. 1 arrow, 2 arrows, 3 arrows. More and more holes appeared in the stronghold's gate. This is too much. Kid, do you really think the Black-Wind stronghold has no one to defend it? With that, a group of bandits appeared atop the gate, drawing their bows and firing at Lin Tianhao. A shootout. Lin Tianhao smirked. With his current health of over 400,000, he feared no exchange of arrows. 1 arrow, 2 arrows, 3 arrows, 4 arrows. In just 4 arrows, within a single second, all the bandits atop the gate were slain. The reason was simple: Lin Tianhao had triggered lightning leap twice. After clearing the bandits above, Lin Tianhao continued attacking the gate. Before he could break it down, the gate was kicked open from within. "You little brat! There are paths in heaven you refuse to take and the gates of hell you barge into. Today you'll learn the might of the Black-Wind stronghold." As the voice died down, a bald, burly man charged out with over 100 Black-Wind bandits. Third in command of Black-Wind stronghold, Black Iron, LV 30. HP 3750037500. Attack 1998. Skills: Whirlwind / 5 segments / Mad Demon Twin Blades Unyielding Berserk //. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. Behind the third in command were over a dozen elite bandits and nearly 100 ordinary ones. Yet Lin Tianhao was unafraid. These stats were far too weak. Whoosh! He loosed an arrow and a massive damage number appeared above the third in command's head. Critical hit. 28,384. Lin Tianhao had now reached level 12, thus, he re-equipped the Qingfeng set. With the added boost of the 9-fold longbow, Lin Tianhao could now unleash 7 arrows in a single second. Moreover, under Lin Tianhao's precise strikes, nearly every arrow landed as a critical hit. A dignified level 30 Black Iron boss couldn't hold out for more than 3 seconds under Lin Tianhao's assault before falling. It couldn't even unleash a single skill nor land a basic attack. Furthermore, due to the effect of light, many of the bandits who had followed this third leader had already perished. Ding, you have killed the third leader of Black-Wind stronghold beyond your level. Experience 56580. Guild. Achievement points 300. Killing a level 30 boss at level 12. This experience reward was truly absurd. Having just reached level 12 after slaying the third leader of Black-Wind stronghold, his experience bar surged forward by a third. Ding, you have killed the third leader of Black-Wind stronghold. A server-wide announcement will be made. Do you wish to hide your name? No. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Snow Emperor for achieving the first kill of the third leader of Black-Wind stronghold. This announcement is made to encourage all players to strive for greater achievements. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Snow Emperor for achieving the first kill of the third leader of Black-Wind stronghold. This announcement is made to encourage all players to strive for greater achievements. The sound of the server-wide announcement echoed throughout the Star Kingdom. It startled quite a few people. Damn, Snow Emperor is making a comeback with the force of a thunderbolt. He actually got the first kill on a level 30 Black Iron boss. Is the third leader of Black-Wind stronghold a level 30 Black Iron boss? How come I didn't know? Isn't the highest on the level leaderboard only level 19? Who's grinding in a level 30 zone? Those big guilds already sent assassins to scout the map and find strategies. Spend a bit of money and you can buy those guides. But shouldn't the game expert Brother Dong come out and explain this? Lord Snow Emperor is slapping him in the face online. The discussions were unending. Achieving the first kill on a level 30 Black Iron boss at the current stage was quite significant. In Blackwind City, Brother Dong, who was grinding level 15 goblins, also heard the server-wide announcement. His expression shifted slightly. He didn't need to think to know that words condemning him had likely already appeared online. But he didn't care, because he had completed a hidden quest, obtained an awakening stone for talents, and awakened a fixed-star Earth-grade talent quintuple free attribute points. When others leveled up, they got 5 free attribute points. But when he leveled up, he got 25 free attribute points, equivalent to others leveling up 5 times. Snow Emperor, once I raise my level and use these free attribute points to forge powerful stats, I will definitely surpass you. Brother Dong was extremely confident. After all, this was an Earth-grade talent far beyond what ordinary people could compare to. Lin Tianhao knew nothing of this. At that moment in Blackwind Stronghold, the bandits were fleeing. Lin Tianhao. He knew the humanoid monsters in Twilight of the Gods had high intelligence. But what was this? Abandoning the stronghold entirely, Lin Tianhao chased all the way into the stronghold, only to find that the first leader, the second leader, and all the bandit underlings had fled. They had abandoned their gear and fled, because as Lin Tianhao chased them, he had already picked up over 20 pieces of equipment. These are bandits. Is this it? Lin Tianhao was somewhat disappointed. They were too cowardly. Behind Blackwind Stronghold lay an endless stretch of mountains. Chasing them in would be difficult and a waste of time. However, since they had fled in such a hurry, there was bound to be plenty of good stuff inside Blackwind Stronghold. Looking around, Lin Tianhao located the warehouse. Opening the warehouse, he found over 1,000 standard-issue weapons inside. What were standard-issue weapons? They were weapons crafted uniformly with identical stats. Such weapons had low base attributes and were typically equipped by regular armies. Why did Blackwind Stronghold forge so many standard-issue weapons? Lin Tianhao wondered, but he still stored all these standard-issue weapons into the guild warehouse. Could it be that Blackwind Stronghold is in collusion with some high-ranking figure in the Star Kingdom? This place appears to be a bandit hideout, but is actually a private army for some big shot. That was entirely possible. Lin Tianhao then went to other rooms, but there was nothing valuable in. Suddenly, Lin Tianhao picked up a letter at the entrance of the first leader's room. It seemed like something the first leader intended to take. But in his haste to flee, it had fallen out while he was carrying it. Picking up the letter, Lin Tianhao instinctively opened it. Today the king tested the 3 princesses. Qing Fuyun is simple-minded and failed to see through the essence of the test, which has already displeased the king. You must hasten your efforts to forge 3,000 spears for future contingencies. There was no name of the sender. At the end of the letter was a dark red rose seal, presumably a mark. Before Lin Tianhao could ponder further, the system notification chimed. Ding, you have killed the son of the Demon King Greller Linson beyond your level. Experience 203,000,000 Guild Achievement Points 218,000. Ding, you have leveled up to level 13. Free Attribute Points 5. Ding, you have leveled up to level 14. Free Attribute Points 5. Ding, you have leveled up to level 19. Free Attribute Points 5. Ding, you have leveled up to level 20. Free Attribute Points 5. Ding, you have met the conditions for class advancement. You cannot gain further experience until you complete your class advancement. Please proceed with your class advancement as soon as possible. Lin Tianhao frowned. Although he knew he couldn't gain experience before advancing, he still felt a sense of significant loss. Just as the level-up notifications ended, the guild upgrade notification arrived. Ding, your guild has been upgraded to 2-star. All members attack 20. Ding, your guild has been upgraded to 3-star. All guild members movement speed 3. Ding, your guild has been upgraded to 4-star. All guild members attack speed 1. Ding, your guild has been upgraded to 5-star. All guild members health 10000. The higher the guild level, the greater the bonuses obtained. However, looking at the bonuses from his guild, Lin Tianhao was fairly satisfied. Movement speed, attack speed, and health were all attribute bonuses useful to him. Raising the guild to 5 stars in one go, this speed was truly fast. The rewards for killing such a high-quality boss beyond one's level were indeed generous. It was a pity that he couldn't loot the corpse himself, otherwise the benefits would have been even greater. Ding, you have achieved the first kill on the son of the Demon King Greller Linson. A server-wide announcement will be made. Do you wish to hide your name? Hide. He wasn't afraid of other players knowing he killed Greller Linson, but it was different for NPCs. Lin Tianhao didn't want anyone, whether from the Star Kingdom or the Demon King side, to find out. Server-wide announcement: congratulations to player name hidden for achieving the first kill on the son of the Demon King Greller Linson. This announcement is made to encourage all players to strive for greater achievements. At the Royal Palace, the Well of Shattered Stars. Leona, hearing the kingdom-wide announcement echoing through the Star Kingdom, revealed an excited smile on her face. It was done. In the Hall of Nurtured Mind, King Abraham lifted his gaze towards the direction of the Well of Shattered Stars, a faint smile gracing his lips. Leona, you have been away for so long, and you returned to give me such a tremendous surprise. At the Rain Listening Hall, Qing Fian's expression grew increasingly grim. Mother Grellerinson is dead. I heard. Fuadinyu took a deep breath. For now stay put in my Rain Listening Hall and do not wander about. But, should we not contend for the throne? Contend. No, the throne must be yours. Fuadinyu shot Qing Fuyun a glare of disappointment. Think before you act. The Dishin Snow Ravine is already at its zenith. Now that Leona has killed Grellerinson, she will also gain favor. What you should do now is lie low and let them tear each other apart. Qing Fian's eyes lit up. Mother, you are wise. Deep within the snowy forest, within a majestic and grand palace, an earth-shattering roar echoed through the skies. Who dares to kill my son? I will tear you limb from limb. A surge of demonic energy shot into the sky, forming a massive mark in the heavens. The mark solidified, shrinking into a black runic imprint. Blood resonance tracking across 10,000 miles. The demonic rune shot off instantly. After slaying the Demon King's son, Lin Tianhao silently opened his attribute panel to check his current stats. Nickname Snow Emperor. Level 20 pending class change. Class Archer. HP 462589 MP 100,100. Attack 2,129. Magic Power 5. Armor 3. Magic Resist 1. Attack Speed 8. 12. Movement Speed 14. 25. Physical Penetration 0. Magic Penetration 0. Special Attributes Life Steal 5. Critical Rate 55. Free Attributes 100. Luck Hidden. Guild Solitary Snow Guild 5-star. Talent Hand of Divine Punishment Super Divine. Skills Barrage 4-star. Basic Attack Amplification 4-star. Jumping Lightning 4-star. Withered Tree Blooms again 4-star. Revitalize 4-star. Indestructible Golden Body 1-star. Cycle of Reincarnation 1-star. Equipment 9 Harmony Longbow Gold Clear Wind Set. Bronze Bloodthirsty Necklace Special Purification. Jade Pendant Special Eye of Purity Special Book of Life and Death Divine Gift. His overall attributes had undergone earth-shattering changes compared to before. Just then Lin Tianhao sensed something and looked towards the sky. He saw a demonic mark flying swiftly from afar across the heavens. Seeing this, a strong sense of foreboding surged within Lin Tianhao. Without a moment's hesitation, he stored all his equipped items into the guild warehouse. In case he was instantly killed by this sudden mark, he would not lose his equipment. Whoosh! A sound of something cutting through the air, and the rune instantly plunged into Lin Tianhao's body. Ding, you have been marked by the Demon King Groveling. Lin Tianhao's pupils constricted sharply. Damn it! As expected, a majestic voice resounded throughout the entire Star Kingdom. Kingdom-wide announcement: Demon King Groveling has placed a bounty on the marked adventurer. All brave players are encouraged to slay the marked adventurer. Kingdom-wide announcement: Demon King Groveling has placed a bounty on the marked adventurer. All brave players are encouraged to slay the marked adventurer. Lin Tianhao's expression darkened. Another kingdom-wide bounty quest. Yet in that instant, a cold glint flashed in Lin Tianhao's eyes. Within the main city, he would tread carefully. But outside the city, if these people still dared to cause him trouble, then sorry. They would only be sent back to the fountain to wash up. With his current attributes, unless those with divine-grade talents had all awakened their talents, who could possibly deal with him in the wilderness? Demon King Groveling, is it? Once I leave the Star Kingdom, I will definitely come to have some fun with you. I was just wondering who to farm for HP, and you show up right on time. A cold glint flashed in Lin Tianhao's eyes. Withdrawing his thoughts, he took out a jade bottle. This was the Corpse Chi collection bottle he obtained in the newbie village, which according to its description, would trigger a special quest once filled with Corpse Chi. Ding, congratulations! You have successfully collected enough Corpse Chi, triggering a special quest, the Footprints of the Snow Corpse. Quest requirement before the second class change: find the hidden dungeon, the Footprints of the Snow Corpse, and clear it. The higher the difficulty of the first clear, the richer the reward. Clearing Hell difficulty has a chance to trigger a follow-up quest. Quest penalty none. Quest reward unknown. Lin Tianhao frowned slightly, for he had never even heard of this dungeon. No memory of it at all. There was only one answer. This dungeon had not been discovered in his past life. This was not unusual. Hidden dungeons and hidden quests in Twilight of the Gods all had specific trigger conditions. It was entirely possible that it had never been triggered. Setting aside the quest for now, Lin Tianhao's most pressing task was to change his class. If he could not change class, he could not continue leveling up. Lin Tianhao knew of 4 divine-grade hidden classes for archers, but he only had the guides for 2. After all, not everyone would publish guides on how to obtain their hidden classes. However, one of the divine-grade hidden classes for archers that Lin Tianhao knew of was located in the Star Kingdom's capital Tianxing City. With his current red name value, the city guards would never let him enter the city, so he could not trigger the quest for that divine-grade hidden class change. As for the other one, it was not in the Star Kingdom, and he could not go there for now. By killing the Demon King's son Grelleranson, Lin Tianhao's red name value had decreased by 20,000. Yet he still had over 900,000 red name value. Since there is no immediate solution, I will focus on stacking HP first. Lin Tianhao's mindset was good. His talent was the key. As long as he stacked his HP high enough, even at level 20, he could still sweep through everything. In the Star Kingdom, most ordinary wild monsters could not withstand Lin Tianhao's attacks. However, there was one place with monsters that were quite suitable. The level 45 blood-shelled mystic turtle. It had a thick HP pool and a passive health regeneration ability, making it perfect for farming HP. Moreover, Lin Tianhao knew how to unlock the blood-shelled mystic turtle dungeon. By clearing the hell difficulty mode of the dungeon, stacking HP would become even easier. With a plan in mind, Lin Tianhao headed towards the respawn point of the blood-shelled mystic turtle. In Tianxing City, within an unremarkable small courtyard, Black Whirlwind, the chief of Black Wind Stronghold, stood timidly in the courtyard, speaking cautiously towards the room. Sir, that adventurer was simply too powerful. Slap. The door opened and the person inside slapped Black Whirlwind across the face with a wave of their hand from a distance. Stop making excuses. If news of your forging standard weapons reaches the king's ears, no one can protect you. He Xuanfeng's body trembled at the words, and he fell to his knees with a thud. My lord, you must protect me. Everything I did was for your sake. The person in the room waved a hand. What about that adventurer? How did he manage to rout you so? My lord, it's that red name player. His attack speed and damage are terrifying. His arrows even splash lightning, killing a whole swath with a single shot. Hearing this, the person in the room's gaze grew even colder. So it's him. With such a deep red name, he still dares to meddle in our affairs. He Xianfeng quickly added, Exactly. That brat is far too arrogant. We must teach him a lesson. I will ask the queen to issue a decree. The guard captain will arrest him and lock him up for half a month. After the succession struggle is over, we'll deal with him then. You are wise, my lord. I shall take my leave. Lin Tianhao knew nothing of this. He had already found the spawn point for the level 45 bloodback mystic turtles. It was beside a small lake. The water was a dark, eerie black, as if leading straight to the abyss. Lin Tianhao swept his gaze across the scene. Blood-red stones were scattered artfully along the shore. These were not stones at all, but sleeping bloodback mystic turtles. Bloodback mystic turtle, normal level 45. HP 6850-6850. Attack 518. Skills, bloodthirsty mystic armor, water ball. As always, the common monsters of Twilight of the Gods were underwhelming. Even a level 45 tank-type monster had unimpressive stats. For Lin Tianhao, these ordinary bloodback mystic turtles were still 1 arrow 1 kill. And thanks to lightning chaining, a single shot could slay over a dozen. The reason Lin Tianhao chose this spot was of course the elite and iron-grade bloodback mystic turtles. With his hunting speed, it took less than 15 minutes to force an elite bloodback mystic turtle to spawn. Bloodback mystic turtle, elite level 45. HP 513755-1375. Attack 928. Skills, bloodthirsty mystic armor, water ball, water arrow, magic water shield. With just over 50,000 HP, it could withstand a few more of Lin Tianhao's normal attacks. Given his current damage output and deliberately avoiding critical hits, the turtle could survive 5 strikes. The reason was the turtle's powerful passive health regeneration and the bloodthirsty mystic armor skill. Bloodthirsty mystic armor, after taking damage, absorbs a portion of the damage to heal itself. Swish, swish. Lin Tianhao's attack speed had already surpassed 8.0. With the bonus from the breeze set, each normal attack increased his attack speed and movement speed. Once stacked, his attack speed easily exceeded 10.0. Even an elite bloodback mystic turtle couldn't last a single second before falling before Lin Tianhao. This was why he was unconcerned about being unable to level up for now. As long as his stats increased, leveling up would be the easiest thing in the world for him. Ding! Due to your slaughter of numerous bloodback mystic turtles, you have incurred the wrath of the blood-eyed dragon turtle. It has dispatched a horde of blood-eyed mystic turtles to hunt you down. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. Finally, The blood-eyed mystic turtle was an iron grade. However, in a level 45 monster zone, even iron grade bosses were mere pawns, unlike in the newbie village where they reigned as the kings of their species. One by one, blood-eyed mystic turtles with bloodshot eyes crawled out of the lake. Blood-eyed mystic turtle, iron level 45. HP 12843751, 12843775. Attack 5680. Skills: bloodthirsty mystic armor, chain water, ball chain water, arrow blood, toxin water, dragon art water, pillar strike, berserk tenacity. Among iron grade bosses below level 50, a few exceeded 1,000,000 HP outside of dungeons and secret realms. Lin Tianhao raised his hand. An arrow pierced the air. 14,298. The damage was high. However, due to bloodthirsty mystic armor, a number indicating health recovery appeared above the blood-eyed mystic turtle's head. 2,859. 500. One heal came from bloodthirsty mystic armor, the other from a basic passive. Lin Tianhao paid it no mind. The longer the turtle endured, the more beneficial it was for him. 10 arrows per second dealing over 100,000 DPS. The blood-eyed mystic turtle lasted less than 12 seconds before being slain. Ding! You have achieved the first kill of a blood-eyed mystic turtle. A server-wide announcement will be made. Do you wish to hide your name? No. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Shue for achieving the first kill of a blood-eyed mystic turtle. This announcement is made to encourage all players to strive for excellence. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Shue for achieving the first kill of a blood-eyed mystic turtle. This announcement is made to encourage all players to strive for excellence. The announcement echoed across the Star Kingdom, alerting perceptive players to a problem. Send someone to Blackwater Lake. I suspect Shue is the one who killed Grelerimson. Zhu Meng Yangshu's eyes sharpened. After the Demon King Greverant issued the bounty, she had dispatched over a dozen assassins to find the marked player. The Demon King's mark would confirm the player's identity upon approach. Not just Zhu Meng Yanshue, but other guilds suspected Lin Tianhao as well. After all, the only one capable of killing the Demon King's son at this stage was Shue. Or that red name player, though many had already guessed the red name player was Shue himself. After killing the first blood-eyed mystic turtle, Lin Tianhao began attacking a second one. As pawns, 5 blood-eyed mystic turtles spawned simultaneously at Blackwater Lake each time. 5 turtles lasted barely a minute. Boring. Lin Tianhao sighed. 5 turtles had added less than 2,000 HP to his total. It seems they'll have to farm this dragon turtle to stack HP. Lin Tianhao sat aside to sort through the loot, pondering if there were any other places worth farming for HP. The answer was no. Without a class advancement, he couldn't access monster zones above level 50. Within level 50, this was the best spot. For now, his best course of action was to unlock the Bloodback Mystic Turtle Dungeon in Blackwater Lake. Dungeon monsters on Hell difficulty had far higher HP than their wild counterparts. They were all enhanced versions. Not only that, but Lin Tianhao was also waiting for Leona's arrival. He had killed Grelerimson. Shouldn't his reward from Leona be delivered by now? Just then Lin Tianhao noticed a squad approaching him. The Royal Guard. He raised an eyebrow. Their steps were clearly aimed at him. As they drew closer, a smile crept onto Lin Tianhao's lips. The squad of 21 consisted of 20 level 50 bronze guards and a level 50 silver guard captain. Generally speaking, these palace guards would not leave the royal palace so easily. As the saying goes, when something is out of the ordinary, there must be a reason behind it. Lin Tianhao walked straight up to them. He thought to himself, could they be here to cause trouble for me? If so, that would be absolutely wonderful. I was just worrying about not having strong enough wild monsters to stack my health points. The reason for this speculation was that Lin Tianhao had previously found a letter at Black Wind Stockade, which informed him that the stockade was working for a certain high-ranking figure in the Star Kingdom. Now that the palace guards had arrived, it was likely related to the matter of Black Wind Stockade. Wicked man, you have committed heinous crimes and harmed the people. I am here on orders to arrest you. Surrender now and spare yourself unnecessary pain. As expected, the guard captain's words confirmed Lin Tianhao's suspicions. Arrest me on orders. Whose orders? Lin Tianhao retorted. There is no need for you to know that. The guard captain snorted coldly. Surrendering now is your surrender. Lin Tianhao smiled sardonically. You can try to make a move. If you dare, I will dare to slaughter every last one of you. The guard captain narrowed his eyes, and in an instant his spear shot out, aiming straight for Lin Tianhao's throat. Lin Tianhao sidestepped, letting the spear pierce his shoulder. 54,982. A massive damage number appeared above Lin Tianhao's head. As a level 50 silver guard and the captain of the palace guards at that, his damage output was considered high even among silver grade bosses. Ding, you have been attacked with malicious intent. You may now retaliate normally. Lin Tianhao's lips curled upward. This was exactly what he wanted. Swish! He quickly retreated while simultaneously firing an arrow from his hand. Attack together! The guard captain was not arrogant. Before leaving, the queen had instructed him that this mission was to succeed at all costs. Moreover, as palace guards, their greatest strength was not individual combat but coordinated teamwork. 20 bronze guards began to encircle Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao immediately fired 5 arrows simultaneously, while pulling back with all his might. With a movement speed exceeding 14, he could keep pace with these bronze guards. Dragon Binding Spear. At the silver captain's command, the guards immediately threw their spears. Lin Tianhao maneuvered but realized these spears were not aimed at him but were meant to block his retreat. Each spear was angled sharply. If Lin Tianhao reacted even slightly slower, he could have had his legs pinned. Trying to trap me with such methods. A pipe dream. Lin Tianhao kicked off a spear, leaping into the air. Simultaneously, he turned and fired 5 arrows. Daring to leap into the air before me. You're courting death. A cold glint flashed in the silver captain's eyes. He flickered, appearing directly beneath Lin Tianhao, his spear thrusting upward. The shimmering spear struck like lightning. Lin Tianhao performed a 360-degree spin in midair, the spear grazing past his armor. After landing, Lin Tianhao unleashed another volley of arrows. The silver captain deflected the arrows with his spear and thrust again. A phantom tiger roared on the tip of his spear. Sensing danger, Lin Tianhao fired 5 arrows, while allocating all his accumulated 100 free attribute points into movement speed. After breaking the 10-point threshold, each point only increased movement speed by 0.05. But 100 points still provided him with 5 additional movement speed. With his speed exceeding 19, Lin Tianhao dodged, but not completely out of the phantom tiger's attack range. 87,958. Another massive damage number appeared. Even a mere graze resulted in a significant chunk of health loss. However, by now the set effect of Lin Tianhao's breeze set had stacked up, pushing his movement speed past 20 and attack speed past 10. He could now use his attacks to leech health. 5 arrows fired simultaneously. The arrows aimed at the guard captain could be knocked away by his spear, but the other bronze guards were not so skilled. Especially with Lin Tianhao's blistering attack speed, their reaction times were too slow. For arrows could deal over 50,000 damage, restoring nearly 20,000 health points for Lin Tianhao. The Bloodthirsty Necklace's 1% maximum health leech and the 9 Harmony Longbow's 5% lifesteal effect provided Lin Tianhao with no small boost. With his movement speed exceeding 20, Lin Tianhao could finally kite these bronze guards. However, the silver captain charged again. He turned into a blur, passing straight through Lin Tianhao's body. 125,820. A colossal damage number appeared above Lin Tianhao's head. Lin Tianhao gasped, but his hands kept moving. 10 volleys of 5 arrows per second. Each volley restored over 20,000 health, allowing him to recover over 200,000 health per second. Thus, despite the silver captain's high damage, Lin Tianhao could still leech his health back. Dragon Lock. At the silver captain's command, the bronze guards switched their weapons to flying claws attached to chains. They swung the claws, ready to strike. The silver captain's spear hummed as he charged again. Closing in on Lin Tianhao, he performed a swift flicker and appeared behind him. Lin Tianhao immediately executed a sideways combat roll. Despite his quick reaction, the level 50 silver captain was faster. Lin Tianhao's roll had barely begun when he was sent flying by the captain's spear. The moment Lin Tianhao was launched, the flying claws shot toward him. Lin Tianhao's expression shifted. Under normal circumstances, he would have had almost no chance to dodge. But he possessed the Purification Jade Pendant, which granted him an 80% immunity to knockback-type attacks. Thus, he only stalled briefly in the air before landing. The flying claws naturally missed their mark. After Lin Tianhao landed, the silver captain was visibly stunned. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Lin Tianhao put as much distance between them as possible. Recovering, the silver captain leaped and thrust his spear. In an instant, a spear beam shot forth. Lin Tianhao dodged the moment the captain moved, but the beam was too fast and struck him. Bang! A soft sound. The pauldron on Lin Tianhao's left shoulder shattered instantly. Its durability had reached its limit. It was ruined. Lin Tianhao's expression darkened. The breeze set had excellent synergy with him, and now one piece was destroyed. Swish, swish, swish. Arrows whistled through the air. In that instant, Lin Tianhao considered using the Book of Life and Death, but he abandoned the idea. He wanted to use them to farm health points. Using the Book of Life and Death would waste this perfect opportunity. Moreover, such high-intensity combat would hone his battle skills. If he made a mistake now, the worst that could happen was respawning at the revival altar. But if a mistake occurred after the great cataclysm descended, it could mean utter ruin. Dragon binding rope. The silver captain bellowed again, and the bronze guards switched their weapons. The binding dragon rope consisted of chains linked one after another with sharp barbs coiled around them. They pulled the chains open, preparing to encircle Lin Tianhao. Once the barbed chains wrapped around Lin Tianhao, he would have no chance of escape. Swish, swish, swish. Lin Tianhao continued to pull back, unleashing arrows at a furious pace. He could not afford to be surrounded, or the situation today would indeed become dire. Under Lin Tianhao's sustained assault, 4 bronze guards had already entered a critical state. They immediately shifted positions, engaging in a hitandran battle of attrition. Lin Tianhao paid them no heed. The longer they held out, the more health he could accumulate. Yet the Silver Commander posed a significant threat to him. The Silver Commander charged again, and upon nearing Lin Tianhao, his form split into 3, attacking from 3 different directions. Clone technique. Lin Tianhao frowned slightly, immediately sidestepping to evade. But the Silver Commander possessed a displacement skill. Once closer, his spear locked onto Lin Tianhao, and the 3 clones instantly pierced Lin Tianhao's chest. 57,681. 57,002. 57,568. 3 massive damage numbers appeared. Then came a bang, as the armor on his chest shattered. The second piece of the breeze set had been destroyed. Lin Tianhao's expression darkened further. The Silver Commander's damage was indeed astonishing. As arrows flew from his hand, Lin Tianhao stomped on the spear and executed a backflip to create distance. Simultaneously, he fired 5 arrows in midair. Since his arrows couldn't hit the Silver Commander, Lin Tianhao simply abandoned targeting him. All 5 arrows were aimed at the bronze guards. The Silver Commander, enraged at being ignored, thrust his spear forward, sending his 3 clones charging at Lin Tianhao again. Lin Tianhao took out 2 potions and consumed them, boosting his movement speed and lifesteal. He also had resistance potions, but against a level 50 Silver Commander they were better than nothing. With the aid of the lifesteal potion, Lin Tianhao's health bar recovered rapidly. However, the Silver Commander was in no hurry. Though Lin Tianhao's damage was high as palace guards, they still had some good items at their disposal. Silver Moon Sweep. The Silver Commander's 3 clones charged in, unleashing a sweeping strike that sent Lin Tianhao flying with immense force. It drained over 100,000 of Lin Tianhao's health points and destroyed another piece of his equipment. A level 10 bronze grade set was far too inferior against the Silver Commander. With fewer than 10 pieces, the breeze set's set bonus ceased to exist. Moreover, each piece of the breeze set boosted attack speed. Having lost 3 pieces, Lin Tianhao's attack speed dropped by 1. 2. This loss in attack speed severely impacted Lin Tianhao. The passive attack speed bonus from the set effect decreased by 3. 0, and the equipment bonus dropped by 1. 2, causing Lin Tianhao's attack speed to plummet by 4. 2. Just as I thought. The Silver Commander wore a mocking grin. Let's see how you fight now. Lin Tianhao's expression grew somber. He hadn't intended to use the Book of Life and Death, but given the circumstances, if he didn't, he risked falling. Lin Tianhao sidestepped to create distance, while inscribing the Silver Commander's name in the Book of Life and Death. 14,666. 14666. Damage numbers appeared one after another above the Silver Commander's head, startling him. How did you do that? The Silver Commander was both shocked and furious. Though his health was high, the relentless headlock damage of over 10,000 per second made his scalp tingle. Lin Tianhao offered no explanation and continued his furious assault. The Silver Commander let out a furious roar, leaping into the air. Silver Moon Blazing Inferno. As his words fell, the Silver Commander's entire body was engulfed in flames. He then transformed into a streak of light, charging straight at Lin Tianhao. Invincible Golden Body. This was undoubtedly the Silver Commander's ultimate skill. Lin Tianhao wasn't sure if he could withstand it. Using Invincible Golden Body was the safest option. With 0.5 seconds of invincibility, as long as he timed it precisely with the attack's landing, he could completely evade the ultimate's damage. Boom! Lin Tianhao emerged unscathed. The Silver Commander had expected Lin Tianhao to be at critical health, if not dead, but seeing him unharmed left him dumbfounded. How? How is this possible? Lin Tianhao remained silent. Speaking during battle was foolish. Thus, unless necessary, Lin Tianhao preferred not to talk. Arrows whistled through the air. Swish! A bronze guard fell. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. It wasn't his damage that had depleted the enemy's health bar. Instead, Death Reincarnation had triggered. The 5 instant kill chance had actually activated at this moment. Ding, you have slain a bronze guard, achieving the first kill of a bronze guard. A server-wide announcement will be made. Do you wish to hide your name? Hide. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the player with hidden nickname for achieving the first kill of a bronze guard. This announcement is made to encourage all players to strive further. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the player with hidden nickname for achieving the first kill of a bronze guard. This announcement is made to encourage all players to strive further. The server-wide announcement rang out, but Lin Tianhao didn't pause his attack. Instead, he swiftly adjusted his target. The Silver Commander was startled to see his subordinate killed instantly. Abandon capture. Everyone focus fire on the head. Hearing this, Lin Tianhao's expression changed drastically. Level 50 bronze guards undoubtedly had headlocking skills. Lin Tianhao dared not hesitate. He immediately switched his equipment to the Hydra set, a tank-oriented set he had farmed by repeatedly defeating the Hydra Vine. It boosted his health and resistances. There was a risk everything could be destroyed, but Lin Tianhao couldn't afford to care now. After switching gear, he retreated while kiting. Firing 5 arrows at once consumed immense mental energy, yet Lin Tianhao dared not stop. Spear charge. At the Silver Commander's command, all bronze guards noticeably increased their movement speed. With the breeze set's boost, he could have maintained distance. But after switching to the Hydra set, kiting away seemed almost impossible. Yet Lin Tianhao had no choice. He downed 3 potions in succession, preparing for a desperate fight. Charge! 19 bronze guards instantly rushed at Lin Tianhao. Golden Light Talisman. At this critical moment, Lin Tianhao activated the Golden Light Talisman, another item obtained in the newbie village. Furthermore, to be safe in these final moments, he stowed away equipment like the Bloodthirsty Necklace and the 9-fold longbow, leaving only the complete Hydra set equipped. The reason was simple: he feared that if he was instantly killed, losing the Hydra set wouldn't matter. But if the 9-fold longbow and Bloodthirsty Necklace were destroyed, he would regret it bitterly. 5,128. 5,329. 5222. Damage numbers appeared one after another. The protection of the Golden Light Talisman combined with the potions and the Hydra set mitigated a massive amount of damage for Lin Tianhao. The 19 bronze guards only managed to chip away slightly over 100,000 of Lin Tianhao's health. But before Lin Tianhao could retaliate, these guards continuously chained knock-up attacks. Indeed, they didn't release knock-ups simultaneously, but chained them, maximizing the control sequence. Despite Lin Tianhao possessing the purification pendant, he remained suspended in midair under the relentless chain-launching assaults of 19 bronze guards. The Silver Commander lowered his stance, gathering power. A radiant glow coalesced around his spear. The Silver Commander transformed into a streak of light, reaching Lin Tianhao in an instant. Hovering in midair, Lin Tianhao mustered all his strength to spin, dodging the strike aimed at his weak point. 3 consecutive explosions shattered 3 pieces of Lin Tianhao's 9-headed serpent set. Level 10 bronze equipment proved no match for the ultimate skill of a level 50 silver boss. A massive damage number, 156695, floated above Lin Tianhao's head. Combined with the damage from the 19 bronze guards, his health had dwindled to less than half. The Silver Commander unleashed his 9-shot spear technique, striking Lin Tianhao, relentlessly aiming to finish him off during the launch control window. Lin Tianhao saw through the Silver Commander's plan and refused to let him succeed. As the 11th bronze guard attempted to launch him, Lin Tianhao slammed his 9-headed shield against it, using the recoil to twist his waist and execute a backflip. He swiftly switched to his 9-joint longbow, firing 5 arrows simultaneously. Upon landing, he created distance, but the Silver Commander's 9-shot spear technique was already upon him. He swapped weapons again to block. Damage numbers flashed: 51982, 52350, 51956. Before Lin Tianhao could block all 9 shots, his shield shattered. Simultaneously, his health dropped below 10%. Withered Wood Springs to life activated. His health rapidly recovered by 40%, rising back. Lin Tianhao drew his 9-joint longbow again, firing 5 arrows in a frenzy. In less than a second, his health was fully restored. The Silver Commander grew furious at Lin Tianhao's terrifying health regeneration. Yet Lin Tianhao himself breathed a sigh of relief. Without Withered Wood Springs to life, he could never have withstood the later strikes of the 9-shot spear. His quick reflexes allowed him to attack and leech life instantly, otherwise he would have fallen to the 9 shots. The Silver Commander realized the issue. His subordinates were more hindrance than help, serving only as tools for Lin Tianhao to leech life. The 19 bronze guards retreated, clearing the field for an unknown duel between Lin Tianhao and the Silver Commander. Lin Tianhao narrowed his eyes. without the bronze guards to leech life from, and with withered wood springs to life and invincible golden body on cooldown, facing the silver commander directly would put him at a severe disadvantage. Your minions may flee, but these bloodback tortoises won't. Lin Tianhao sidestepped to create distance, knowing the silver commander could knock away his arrows, making direct attacks futile. Instead, he aimed to draw out the fight, attacking the bloodback tortoises to let the death register's effect drain the silver commander's health. The silver commander's gaze turned colder as he saw through the strategy. Let's see how much these bloodback tortoises can sustain you. With that, the silver commander charged again, a cold glint in his eyes. Lin Tianhao fought while retreating. Each of the silver commander's strikes cost him tens of thousands of health, with ultimate skills dealing over 100,000. Yet Lin Tianhao restored his health to full by firing 5 arrows at the bloodback tortoises. He moved from common to elite tortoises, then to the black iron blood-eye tortoises. He could leech life and stack health. As long as Lin Tianhao prolonged the fight, the silver commander would continuously lose health. Losing over 10,000 health per second, even with passive health regeneration, proved insufficient for the silver. Despicable whelp, face me in open combat. After Lin Tianhao finished off the last blood-eye tortoise, a faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Very well. If you wish for direct combat, I shall grant it. With that, Lin Tianhao employed the twisting string arrow technique. The twisting string arrow technique not only delivered immense impact, but also possessed the crucial ability to curve mid-flight, striking opponents from an arc. Even the silver commander could not guarantee blocking every curved arrow. Yet this alone was insufficient to alleviate Lin Tianhao's immediate crisis. After releasing the twisting string arrow, Lin Tianhao immediately followed with a 5-arrow volley, all targeting the silver commander alone. The arrows aimed for the silver commander's limbs and head. The combination of dispersed attacks and the curved arrows left the level 50 silver commander struggling to respond. Blazing spear technique. The silver commander charged again, his spear crashing into Lin Tianhao. Rage. Lin Tianhao's eyes narrowed. He sought a swift resolution. Devastating damage numbers, 85925 and 85699, made Lin Tianhao's scalp tingle. In his rage state, 2 strikes cost Lin Tianhao 170000 health. He countered with the twisting string arrow, its force staggering the silver commander, then retreated again, fighting while withdrawing. Victory required endurance. Unstoppable. The silver commander bellowed, activating Unstoppable to negate the knockback effect of the twisting string arrow. Lin Tianhao quickly consumed 8 differently colored potions, boosting his stats. He replaced the shattered 9-headed serpent equipment with drops from the level 20 green Venom Spider King. Every bit of attribute improvement counted. He kept kiting. The silver commander struck again. Lin Tianhao continued firing 5 arrows, though damage to the breeze set slowed his attack speed. His attack speed dropped to 5.63. Even with the 5-arrow volley, the 9-joint longbow, the vampiric necklace, and potion bonuses, he could recover just over 200,000 health per second. Against the enraged silver commander, Lin Tianhao could barely hold his ground. Yet Lin Tianhao remained unflustered. The silver commander, lost in his fury, had dulled his judgment. In his obsession to kill Lin Tianhao, he overlooked a critical issue. His health bar was dropping at an alarming rate. Fully committed to offense without defense, Lin Tianhao dealt over 120,000 damage per second. Combined with the death register's damage, Lin Tianhao inflicted over 130,000 health loss per second on the silver commander. Through the prolonged engagement, the silver commander had already lost over 1 million health. As a level 50 silver boss, his health pool exceeded 8 million, yet even that couldn't withstand Lin Tianhao's terrifying output. If he couldn't kill Lin Tianhao in his rage state, destruction was inevitable. Silver moon, blazing, cloud-piercing strike. The silver commander leaped, flames engulfing his body. He was going all out. If Lin Tianhao survived this strike, the silver commander's rage would end, signaling the battle's conclusion. Yet an ultimate skill in rage state combined with a 30-level gap could easily obliterate Lin Tianhao's 400,000 health. Unless Lin Tianhao could mitigate this attack or trigger death reincarnation to instantly kill him. But between these two choices, the latter seemed hardly reliable. At this critical juncture, betting on that meager 0.5 instant kill probability was too risky. He glanced at the proficiency of death reincarnation. Only 7 more proficiency points were needed to upgrade the star level. Nearby, the resurrected bloodshell dark turtles were within reach. Should he utilize his 5.63 attack speed to slay 7 bloodshell dark turtles, then after upgrading death reincarnation, turn his attack on the silver commander? It seemed feasible. Yet Lin Tianhao was acutely aware that this was too much of a gamble. Thus he opted for a third method: run. But simply fleeing would not suffice. Lin Tianhao leaped into Blackwater Lake. The lake's waters were fathomlessly deep. He stowed his equipment and dove with all his might. At that moment, the Silver Commander had already finished channeling his ultimate ability, and the attack hurtled toward Lin Tianhao. Boom! The spear made contact with the water's surface, instantly sending a plume of water dozens of meters high into the air. The spear continued its relentless pursuit toward Lin Tianhao at an astonishing speed. Lin Tianhao swiftly switched to a shield and used it to block the Silver Commander's attack. 349,580. An utterly terrifying damage number appeared above his head. Lin Tianhao breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he wasn't instantly killed, he still had a chance. He frantically swam toward the shore. His first action upon reaching dry land was to attack the bloodshell dark turtles. While recovering health, he elevated Death Reincarnation to 2 stars. Death Reincarnation 2 stars. Effect: your attacks have a 1% chance to instantly kill an enemy unit. Cooldown none. Cost none. Proficiency 310000. Note: this proficiency is gained by killing monsters, NPCs, or adventurers whose level is not lower than your own. Each unit killed grants 1 proficiency point. Lin Tianhao had just slain 10 bloodshell dark turtles in one go, so there was some overflow in proficiency. However, he had no time to dwell on that now, as the Silver Commander was hot on his heels. The commander burst out of the water, his spear wreathed in flames, thrusting directly at Lin Tianhao's face. Lin Tianhao spun around, loosing a volley of 5 arrows, while continuing to kite. Having lost his berserk state, the Silver Commander's threat to Lin Tianhao became negligible. The damage he dealt could now be fully recovered through lifesteal. But as a Silver-tier boss and the commander of the Palace Guard in the Star Kingdom, he could not fail to notice this. Moreover, his plunge into Blackwater Lake had significantly cooled his temper. Men activate Berserk Fortitude and attack with full force. The 19 Bronze Guards all charged forward. With Berserk and Fortitude fully activated, they recklessly rushed at Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao felt a shiver run down his spine. He immediately retreated while firing 5 arrows at once. Bang! His eyes lit up with surprise and delight. Because the Silver Commander was dead. Ding, you have slain the Silver Commander Walkson. A server-wide announcement is forthcoming. Do you wish to conceal your name? Conceal. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the player name Concealed for achieving the first kill of the Silver Commander Walkson. This announcement is made to encourage all players to strive for greater heights. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the player name Concealed for achieving the first kill of the Silver Commander Walkson. This announcement is made to encourage all players to strive for greater heights. After the upgrade of Death Reincarnation, the instant kill probability had triggered so quickly. With the Silver Commander dead, the remaining Bronze Guards were no longer a significant threat. Even though they had activated both Berserk and Fortitude simultaneously, Lin Tianhao remained undaunted. The death of their commander had thrown them into disarray, and their attacks lacked the previous coordination. Their control chains were also somewhat off. This outcome meant they could only be picked off one by Lin Tianhao. As the last Bronze Guard fell, a satisfied smile spread across Lin Tianhao's face. Finally, he could loot the bodies. As Lin Tianhao was looting in the Star Kingdom's royal palace, within the rain-listening hall, Queen Fiu Dinye's face darkened. How could Walkson have died? At this stage, no adventurer should have been capable of killing him. The earlier server-wide announcement of the Bronze Guard's death had already raised her suspicions. Now that even the Silver Commander Walkson was dead, she realized the gravity of the situation. Could it be that red-named adventurer? Behind Fiu Dinyu, an old crone clutching a skull staff spoke in a sinister tone. Fiu Dinyu shook her head. With Walkson's strength, that adventurer could never have been a match for him. But ever since the descent of the divine power, only adventurers trigger server-wide announcements upon kills. If not him, then who could it be? Do not forget, a divine envoy has already appeared among the adventurers. Those slumbering gods may be seeking to reclaim control of our Star Kingdom. Upon hearing this, the hunchbacked old crone's expression soured. So far, we've only found traces of the divine envoy's activities, but we cannot confirm their identity. As for this red-named adventurer, it's almost certain he is Snow Emperor. He is not a divine envoy, yet he is so powerful. Is it possible to recruit him to our side? It's not impossible, but I wonder if he knows that I was the one who ordered his capture. If he does, things might become more difficult. Your Majesty, you can rest assured. I did not entrust your decree to Walkson precisely to avoid any mishaps. Snow Emperor will know nothing. The hunchbacked old crone cackled. As for recruiting him, I can go and make contact. Yes, go ahead. You may offer him generous terms. With the succession dispute imminent, we greatly need a powerhouse like him. Out in the wilds, Lin Tianhao was now tallying his rewards. Level 50 equipment, a level 50 skill book, some potions and materials. For him, these were negligible. The spear-wielding warrior's weapons and skills were of no use to him. The only upside was that killing them had earned him another 45000 guild achievement points. However, upgrading a 5-star guild to 6 stars required 10 million achievement points, making this amount seem like a drop in the bucket. He stowed away all the loot and prepared to continue farming monsters. But suddenly his gaze shifted behind him. About 50 meters away there was an assassin. He was in stealth, but Lin Tianhao's pure eye could clearly see his position. Guild Master, it's confirmed. The red-named player is the same person Lord Gremrevlorent has a bounty on. He's almost certainly Snow Emperor. He's still farming bloodshell dark turtles now. Oh, his damage is very high. He won't be easy to deal with. Understood. Zhu Meng Yen Shui replied calmly. Wait for me. I'll bring my people over immediately. I'm determined to claim Lord Gremory Lorenson's bounty. Lin Tianhao had noticed the assassin, but he paid him no mind. Many guilds had dedicated scouts who spent their days exploring the monster distribution in various regions and checking for special mechanics. As for leveling up, they only needed a top-tier player to take them under their wing for 2 hours every few days, splitting experience at a 9:1 ratio. Their levels were usually lower than the average player, but for simply exploring the map it was generally sufficient. Lin Tianhao farmed monsters while the assassin watched from afar, neither approaching nor leaving. After Lin Tianhao had cleared 2 waves of blood-eye dark turtles, he finally grew impatient. His gaze fell upon the assassin player. What? Waiting for your guild mates to arrive? The assassin's heart jolted with shock. Had he been seen? Impossible. 50 meters separated them, and he was in stealth mode. How could he possibly have been discovered? Lin Tianhao found it somewhat amusing to see the opponent standing still, feigning death. If it weren't for the slight movements in his body, he would have thought the fellow had logged off in the wild. Whoosh! The arrow pierced the air. Lin Tianhao shot an arrow right at the feet of the assassin player. Still playing dead. The assassin from the dream-chasing guild immediately changed his expression. How did you see me? Lin Tianhao didn't bother to explain but said, I don't know which guild you're from, but tell your leader not to mess with me. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind adding a bit more to my red name value. Like him, this assassin player had hidden his nickname, making it impossible to tell which guild he belonged to. Snow Emperor, you certainly have a big mouth. Just then, a cold, clear voice rang out, and Yen Shui of the Dream-Chasing Guild appeared, leading over 100 elite members of her group. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. He felt somewhat offended. Yes, offended. Not because a guild was causing him trouble, nor because the troublemaker was Yen Shui, but she had only brought a little over 100 people. What did that mean? Was she underestimating him so much? The elite members behind Yen Shui were not weak, generally at levels 14 or 15 and fully equipped. Some among them even had complete sets of gear. You're here for the bounty on the demon Lord Grevrant, aren't you? But I suggest you don't do anything foolish, or it will only cause your dream-chasing guild to lose levels. Hearing this, a mage beside Yen Shui was quite displeased. You're already at death's door, yet you still talk so arrogantly. With that, he waved his staff and a fireball slammed into Lin Tianhao. The damage was 98. Lin Tianhao now had equipment from the Hydra and a few pieces from the Green Venom Spider King, so his resistance was far better than when he was at level 1. Ding! You have been maliciously attacked. You may counterattack normally. Lin Tianhao raised his hand and shot an arrow. Whoosh! A shield warrior behind the mage immediately stepped forward, blocking Lin Tianhao's arrow with his shield. The damage was 15429. A massive number appeared, and to Lin Tianhao's surprise, this arrow hadn't killed the level 15 shield warrior. Before class advancement, even if a shield warrior put all points into health at level 15, their health would only reach around 1500. In other words, this shield warrior relied on other external factors to grant himself over 14000 additional health. That shield warrior was equally startled. In the novice village, he had completed a hidden quest and obtained a special skill, Savage Growth. His health received an extra 10% boost, and with each level up his health increased by 100 points. Coupled with his full set of level 15 tank gear, he had nearly 16000 health. Yet Lin Tianhao's arrow had nearly killed him. Yen Shui's expression darkened, but she didn't seem too concerned. All-out attack. Chain the crowd control and lock him down until he dies. They had over 100 players. If each player controlled Lin Tianhao for 0.5 seconds, that would be over 50 seconds of control time. With such a long period of control, even if Lin Tianhao had high health, they could lock him down until he died. The battle erupted. The first to strike weren't the combat classes, but the priests. A priest waved his staff and a beam of silence descended. If hit, it would briefly silence the target, preventing them from using skills. The duration of the silence depended on the skill star rating as well as the target's tenacity special equipment for crowd control removal or other buffs. However, such attacks were far too slow for Lin Tianhao. He merely needed a slight sidestep to avoid the beam of silence. As Lin Tianhao dodged, a warrior charged at him with a savage rush. It was a classic warrior combo: savage rush, taunt, then brittle strike. But, whoosh, one arrow. The warrior mid-charge fell. Ranged support. Yan Shui commanded simultaneously, waving her golden staff, summoning 6 goblins wielding spiked clubs. 6 black iron bosses at level 10 each with over 100,000 health. At this stage they were formidable for grinding monsters, but against Lin Tianhao it was like child's play. Ranged players began launching their crowd control skills at Lin Tianhao. At the same time, the 6 black iron bosses charged the front line with warrior players following behind. This approach wasn't fundamentally flawed. The ranged players provided cover, while the black iron bosses absorbed damage to shield the warriors. But the premise was that their skills could actually hit Lin Tianhao and the black iron bosses could withstand his attacks. What followed next was a display from Lin Tianhao that showed Yan Shui what it meant to dance on the edge of a blade. Despite all the elite group's ranged skills, not a single one landed on Lin Tianhao as he used his movement to whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 arrows were loosed simultaneously. Lin Tianhao's arrows continuously split the air, and in less than 2 seconds all 6 black iron bosses fell. Lightning Leap combined with off-angle attacks maximized the effectiveness of Lin Tianhao's strikes. Attack efficiency was something most players at this stage hadn't realized, often resulting in wasted attacks. For instance, if Lin Tianhao hadn't used off-angle attacks, killing these 6 black iron bosses would have taken him at least 2 seconds. But now he had shortened that by nearly 0.5 seconds. Don't underestimate that 0.5 seconds. With his current attack speed, Lin Tianhao could land 2 more normal attacks. With 5 arrows fired at once, that meant over 100,000 extra damage. And it was precisely that 0.5 seconds that allowed Lin Tianhao to eliminate all the warrior players behind the 6 black iron bosses. The massive damage combined with the devastating power of Lightning Leap was terrifying. Retreat! Yan Shui was dumbfounded. She had imagined Lin Tianhao might be strong, but she never dreamed he would be this powerful. Thinking of running now? Isn't it a bit too late? At this stage, Lin Tianhao's movement speed was unmatched among players. Thus, as Lin Tianhao continued to kite and attack, members of the Dream-Chasing Guild began to fall rapidly. The ranged players in the back couldn't even withstand the damage from Lin Tianhao's Lightning Leap, let alone a single arrow from him. In just a few seconds, all members of the Dream-Chasing Guild were down. At the revival altar in Black Wind City, damn, what am I seeing? Members of the Dream-Chasing Guild are respawning in batches. Look at their levels, they're all from the Dream-Chasing Guild's elite group. What heinous act did they commit to get their entire elite squad wiped out? Hey look, it's Yan Shui. She's revived too. Did they try to take on a level 25 boss? Many players noticed the batch revival of Dream-Chasing Guild members. In the distance, spies from other guilds immediately began reporting. Chief, it's just as we predicted. Snow Emperor is incredibly strong, Yan Shui, and her team have all been sent back to the revival altar. This was merely a scene. Other guilds also reported the situation here. Snow Emperor can single-handedly slay a 45th level blood-eyed mystic turtle. At this stage, the probability of killing him is very low. Even if we succeed, the cost we pay may not outweigh the reward. Floating Slaughter Club. Floating Slaughter Divine Wolf voiced his judgment. However, this time the main seat was not occupied by Floating Slaughter Shield Mountain, but by a woman who was both coldly alluring and carried a hint of charm. The reward for Demon King Grellerinson is guaranteed to be extraordinary. To widen the gap with other guilds at this stage, this reward is crucial for us. She was none other than Floating Slaughter Shield Mountain's elder sister, wielding immense influence within the Floating Slaughter Guild. In fact, she was the true controller of the Floating Slaughter Club, not Floating Slaughter Shield Mountain. President, when this is indeed a tough situation. Dream-Chasing Smoke Snow possesses the Golden Scepter, and the over 100 players they deployed were all elite members. Yet the result was total annihilation, with everyone losing 1 level. Floating Slaughter Hongwen's gaze fell on Floating Slaughter Shield Mountain. Little brother, I recall you have a decent relationship with Snow Emperor. Go negotiate with him. We can pay a price for him to stand still and let us kill him once. Floating Slaughter Shield Mountain's expression shifted. Sis, don't joke. My acquaintance with Snow Emperor is merely casual. Besides, he's now level 20. With his infamy, value dying would send him straight back to level 1. It's easy for him to return to level 20. Just go to him. 5 million for 1 death. I believe he won't refuse. Floating Slaughter Shield Mountainside. I'm not going. Little brother, don't be so rebellious. Twilight of the Gods is unlike other games. Whether Snow Emperor agrees or not, you should at least ask. I said I want go and that's final. Do whatever you want but leave me out of it. Floating Slaughter Shield Mountain grew angry, slammed the table, and strode out of the meeting room. Floating Slaughter Hongwen's expression turned somewhat grim. Divine Wolf sends someone to negotiate with Snow Emperor. I'm confident that with the right price, just one death, he won't refuse and has no reason to. Understood. Floating Slaughter Divine Wolf sighed inwardly. He believed Floating Slaughter Hongwen was too arrogant. The reason was simple. Would Lin Tianhao lack money? Impossible. Given his current combat prowess, selling a few skill books and equipment could earn him a substantial sum. However, Floating Slaughter Hongwen was clearly in a foul mood. Speaking up would only invite reprimand. From certain perspectives, he strongly agreed with Floating Slaughter Shield Mountain's approach. In the current situation, Snow Emperor was someone to be courted, not antagonized. Unfortunately, Floating Slaughter Hongwen was accustomed to throwing money at problems, believing wealth could achieve anything, yet overlooked a critical point. Some people, even if they need money, take on jobs based on their mood. Moreover, Snow Emperor didn't lack funds. Back at the Bloodback Mystic Turtles location, Lin Tianhao continued tirelessly slaying monsters. Finally someone arrived. But it wasn't the Leonora he had been eagerly awaiting. Instead, it was a hunchbacked old crone. Lin Tianhao looked over. Clinfus Bird. HP. Attack. Skills. Note her origins are significant. If you can obtain a quest from her, you might gain unexpected rewards. However, be careful never to anger her. Her favorite pastime is tasting blood. Lin Tianhao's gaze sharpened. Apart from her name, he could discern nothing about this being. The wall of question marks made it clear he was no match for her. Hello, is there anything I can help you with? Lin Tianhao offered a faint smile using the standard greeting adventurers gave to NPCs. Clinfus Bird laughed, revealing uneven yellowed black teeth. Snow Emperor. She spoke Lin Tianhao's name. You are the most formidable adventurer I have ever seen. You should not remain obscure. You could become a noble, a count, a marquis, even a duke, all within reach. This was pure flattery. Any other player would have been flattered. But Lin Tianhao knew that when something seemed too good to be true, it often was. A being of such unfathomable power seeking him out and showering him with praise. Was this normal? No. Senior, if you have something to say, please speak plainly. Lin Tianhao cut to the chase. Upon hearing this, Clinfus Bird nodded. Someone has slain the demon Prince Grellerinson. His Majesty is overjoyed and wishes to reward Princess Leonora. Oh, do you need me to hunt some game to accompany the wine? Lin Tianhao deliberately deflected. Clinfus Bird shook her head. No, I want you to go to the royal palace and confess that you are the one who killed Grellerinson. Lin Tianhao was startled. How did she know he was the killer? Wait. She didn't know she wanted him to claim it. Grellerinson's death would primarily credit Leonora. Undoubtedly, she would gain the king's favor. But what if the one who helped Leonora kill Grellerinson was a sinner bearing over 900,000 infamy points? That would change everything. You want me to frame Princess Leonora? Lin Tianhao exclaimed. Clinfus Bird nodded. Correct. You are quite perceptive. I can help, but what if the king doesn't believe it? Lin Tianhao asked. How could I in my sealed state kill Grellerinson? Don't worry. I've already thought of that. As she spoke, a bronze mirror appeared in Clinfus Bird's, an ancient, incomplete artifact. It can open a spatial gate, allowing one to traverse through space to other locations. Oh! Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. This was indeed a valuable item. Second question, with my infamy value, if I'm caught, won't I be imprisoned for life? Clinfus Bird shook her head. No. You haven't killed anyone within the main city. At worst, you'll be banished, not arrested. You might not know this, but a squad came earlier to arrest me. Is that so? Clinfus Bird feigned surprise. She naturally knew the Silver Commander and his men were sent by the Queen, but couldn't reveal that. Don't worry. My backer is Queen Fudin Yu. If you provide false testimony, you won't be arrested. Ultimately, for killing Grellerinson, you'll receive clemency and be allowed to walk freely in the main city. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. A major obstacle to his class change was his infamy value. Entering the main city would result in banishment, barring him from entry. Gaining permission to walk in the main city would be immensely beneficial. And the benefits? I'm taking a huge risk helping you. What can you give me? Lin Tianhao asked. Clinfus Bird pondered briefly before replying slowly. After success, I can turn Princess Leonora into your servant. Not only can you command her in battle, but she will also fulfill any of your desires. Remember, Lin Tianhao feigned temptation. It does sound rather appealing. Wait. Lin Tianhao looked at the Clinfis bird. When exactly will you fulfill this promise? Once Princess Qingfu ascends to the throne as the new king. Lin Tianhao shook his head without hesitation. By your logic, how long must I wait? Upon hearing this, the Clinfis bird pondered briefly. Princess Leona is the ultimate reward. If you act now, I can grant you a set of bronze-grade equipment suited for an archer. Is that all? Can't I just farm it myself? The Clinfis bird paused. That reasoning, given Lin Tianhao's current abilities, acquiring a full set of level 20 bronze equipment was hardly a challenge. Then what do you desire? Free attribute points. Lin Tianhao grinned. I want a displacement skill, special equipment, and special skills. A displacement skill. The Clinfis bird mused for a moment before replying, very well. If you assist me, I will grant you the skill Spatial Blink. It has no casting animation, is instant, and at 1 star its maximum displacement range is 5 meters. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. The skill sounded promising. Plus 200 free attribute points, Lin Tianhao added. The Clinfis bird frowned. This is merely a quest beneficial to you with no drawbacks. Spatial Blink alone is quite precious. Then forget it. I'll continue grinding mobs. Lin Tianhao didn't bother listening further and refused outright. Wait, the Clinfis bird hesitated. 100 free attribute points plus Spatial Blink. 200. 120. 200. 150. Then no deal, Lin Tianhao said. The Clinfis bird's expression darkened. Fine. No deal. I'll send you back to the resurrection altar for a bath. As the words fell, an immensely terrifying aura erupted from the Clinfis bird. Lin Tianhao's first instinct was to stow his equipment, then he flashed a grin at the Clinfis bird. Let's talk this over. No need for violence at every turn. So you agree? The Clinfis bird inquired. Lin Tianhao shook his head. No, I mean 300 free attribute points. Not one less. You seek death. The Clinfis bird's gaze was sharp as a blade, fixing Lin Tianhao with a stare like a demon eager to devour its prey. Lin Tianhao showed no fear, meeting the Clinfis bird's gaze coldly. You can kill me, but if I die here, I guarantee that the news of the Queen's dealings with the Nether clan will echo throughout the entire Star Kingdom. Hearing this, the Clinfis bird's expression shifted abruptly. Its aura did not diminish, but instead grew more chilling. Humph! Who would believe the words of a sinner like you? Lin Tianhao shrugged nonchalantly. Who knows? I'm not short on gold coins. I can have it broadcast 3 times a day. Aren't you afraid of being permanently imprisoned? The Clinfis bird roared. Would you dare? Lin Tianhao shoved the Clinfis bird aside with disdain. I haven't killed anyone in the main city. Such slander would warrant at most a few days of confinement. But if the king takes it to heart, I wonder what fate awaits your queen. And if my guess is correct, it was your queen who sent Silver Commander Walkson to kill me. At this point, Lin Tianhao shifted his tone. Had it not been for the Silver Commander incident, I might have accepted even 150 free attribute points. But because of that incident, it's 300 free attribute points, not one less. Lin Tianhao was employing both carrot and stick. His aim was not to scare off the Clinfis bird, but to extract maximum benefit from it. What do you think, Senior Clinfis? The Clinfis bird took a deep breath and finally nodded emphatically. Very well, as you wish. Ding! Clinfis bird has issued you a quest frame, Princess Leona. Do you accept? Quest objective: tell the king that you assisted Princess Leona in slaying the Demon King's son Grellerinson. Quest penalty: none. Quest reward: Spatial Blink 300 free attribute points. Accept. Lin Tianhao accepted the quest and asked, when should I go? Tonight. I will notify you then. All right. After seeing off the Clinfis bird, Lin Tianhao breathed a slight sigh of relief. Negotiating with such a powerhouse was risky, yet the outcome was favorable. He had succeeded. By leveraging the Queen's dealings with the Nether clan, he had forced the Clinfis bird to yield. Not long after the Clinfis bird departed, a graceful figure approached slowly. Princess Leona, you've finally arrived. I've been here for a while. It seems you've struck some deal with the Clinfis bird. Leona's tone was grave. Lin Tianhao made no attempt to hide it. What about my reward for helping you kill the Demon King's son Grellerinson? First tell me what the Clinfis bird wanted from you. Not giving it? Then I'll go tell the king right now that you cooperated with me, a heinous sinner, to kill Grellerinson. Leona's face darkened. I've never met anyone as shameless as you. Lin Tianhao grinned. Hand it over. Leona produced a scroll, a skill book, and a talisman. Is that all? These are carefully chosen and perfectly suited for you, Leona said with irritation. Eternal Permanent Scroll, special one-time use item. Effect can enchant one piece of equipment, binding it permanently to you, making it indestructible, unstolen, and undroppable. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. This eternal permanence scroll was undoubtedly a supportive artifact. In the game stages, precious equipment could easily be lost upon death. The scroll effectively prevented that. Moreover, it rendered equipment indestructible. Lin Tianhao immediately thought of his bloodthirsty necklace. The reason was simple: the bloodthirsty necklace was perfectly suited to him. As for acquiring a better necklace later, based on his decade of experience in his past life, it was nearly impossible. Equipment that restored a percentage of maximum health was incredibly overpowered at any stage. However, Lin Tianhao did not rush. He examined the second item. Mystic Ice Wings, 1 star. Effect can conjure a pair of ice wings, allowing you to fly briefly for 5 minutes. Cost 300. Cooldown 60 minutes. Proficiency 0, 100. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. A flight skill was indeed extraordinary. Within level 50, flying monsters were rare. Even in the mid to late game they were few. With a flight skill he could disengage quickly if outmatched. It was indeed a remarkable skill. Finally, there was the talisman. Spatial Teleportation Talisman Special, a one-time item. Effect: upon use, the user will be randomly teleported to another location, though the teleportation may be interrupted by spatial attacks. In simple terms, it was a random teleportation talisman. As for this reward, how should one put it? It wasn't exactly terrible, but to link it to the slaying of the demon prince Grelorinson. Honestly, Lin Tianhao felt it was insufficient. Is that all? He asked. I helped you kill Grelorinson this time. Don't you think this reward is a bit lacking? Leona rolled her eyes. You still haven't told me what Clinfus Bird wanted with you. Didn't I already say? Give me the reward and I'll tell you. Stop stalling and hurry up. Leona took a pale blue crystal from her bosom. This is the ultimate reward this time. Lin Tianhao took the crystal, his eyes lighting up. Tears of the Life Goddess Special. Equip requirement none. Effect 1. Increases your maximum health by 20. Effect 2. Restores 100,000 health per second. Durability 100. Note: cannot be stolen or dropped. Lin Tianhao's eyes gleamed. He had previously planned to use the Eternity Scroll on the bloodthirsty necklace. But now he hesitated. The Tears of the Life Goddess seemed equally appealing. Although the Tears of the Life Goddess had the traits of being non-stealable and non-droppable, it lacked one crucial attribute: indestructibility. A 20 increase in maximum health versus a 1 lifesteal effect, which was superior. Lin Tianhao clearly favored the former. Lifesteal was something he could address later by acquiring a set of lifesteal equipment, turning it into a non-issue. However, a 20 boost to maximum health combined with his god-tier talent would be a perfect synergy. Moreover, there was an additional 100,000 health recovery per second. Now can you tell me what Clinfus Bird wanted with you? Leona asked. Lin Tianhao grinned. Didn't I already tell you? What did you say? Leona was momentarily confused. But in the next instant her beautiful eyes widened as she asked incredulously. Do you mean Clinfus Bird knows that you helped me kill Grelorinson? Lin Tianhao chuckled. No, she just hoped that I was the one who helped you. She came to me wanting me to frame you before the king. Hearing this, Leona said uncertainly, You promised to support me, so you didn't agree to her, did you? Lin Tianhao shook his head. I agreed. Leona's expression shifted dramatically as a wave of chilling aura radiated from her, freezing the surrounding grass and trees. Have you forgotten your promise to me? You're going to help Clinfus Bird and still extort rewards from me. Hold on, is this what you call extortion? Lin Tianhao declared with righteous indignation. I killed Grelorinson for you, that's a fact. Isn't it only right that I receive a reward? You. Leona gnashed her teeth in fury. I'll kill you. Wherever you go I'll hunt. Ahem. Lin Tianhao coughed lightly. Don't get so worked up. My agreement with Clinfus Bird was actually to help you. Help me. Leona sneered. If father and the nobles find out that the one who helped me is a heinous criminal like you, what will they think of me? The perfect hand of killing Grelorinson would be ruined. No, it's precisely by framing you that Lin Tianhao's expression turned serious. Yu Qingfuyun and Di Shuejian. Among the three of you, who do you think has the highest chance of becoming the new king? I don't know, Leona said coldly. But with this kill of Grelorinson, my chances of becoming the new king have certainly increased. Lin Tianhao shook his head. No, you're wrong. You haven't improved. Instead, you've become a target for everyone. In the Star Kingdom, you have no foundation. Killing Grelorinson will only push you into the spotlight. Next, Qingfuyun and Di Shuejian will surely devise schemes against you. Do you think you can handle them? Leona retorted angrily. But that's no excuse for you to betray me. Di Shuejian has deep roots and Qing Fuyun has Queen Fei Udinjiu backing her. What about you? Just killing one Grellerinson. What strength do you have to oppose them? Leona gritted her teeth. If you knew this, why did you help me kill Grellerinson? To show the nobles your capability and give you a chance to develop in the shadows. Having lived a past life, Lin Tianhao understood that the struggle for the throne was fraught with peril. One misstep could lead to utter ruin. What do you mean? By killing Grellerinson, you demonstrate your skill. When I frame you, it will at most offset your merits and faults publicly, but the nobles will still recognize your ability to slay Grellerinson. Having just returned what you need isn't great achievements, but to showcase your capability, and to do so without threatening the other two princesses. With ability, you can secretly win over the nobles. Hearing Lin Tianhao's words, Leona's emotions gradually calmed, because she suddenly realized that what Lin Tianhao said made a lot of sense. And then, what's your plan? Leona asked. Assist Qing Fuyun in defeating Di Shuejian. Lin Tianhao's gaze was sharp. If the matter of the queen were exposed, Qing Fuyun could never become the new king. Once Di Shuejian fell, Leona would have a very high chance of becoming the new king. And then, how do we deal with Qing Fuyun, who has the queen's support? Once Di Shuejian is gone, I can bring down the queen, Lin Tianhao said. Leona was somewhat surprised, unsure why he was so confident, yet she still chose to trust him. All right, for this framing, do you need my cooperation? Pretend you know nothing and vehemently deny it. With that said, leave the rest to me. But what if they ask me how I killed Grellerinson? Leona suddenly realized the most critical issue. When it comes to that, just say it's not for disclosure. Leona took a deep breath, feeling somewhat reluctant. After all, killing Grellerinson was a significant, but in the end she relented. All right, I'll play my part well. With those words, Leona took her leave. In the palace at the Rain Listening Hall, upon returning, Clinfus Bird immediately sought out Queen Fei Udinjiu. Your Majesty, Snow Emperor has agreed to help us frame Leona. Fei Udinjiu nodded with satisfaction. He knows his place. But what? Fei Udinjiu asked. Clinfus Bird said gravely, Snow Emperor knows of your dealings with the Nether clan. Hearing this, Fei Udinjiu's expression drastically changed. Snow Emperor? How does he know? Cliffin's Bird shook her head. I'm not sure, but this is a menace after all. Should we? At this, Cliffin's Bird made a throat-slitting gesture. Kill? Can adventurers truly be killed? If he dies, he can resurrect. Imprison? Useless. Fiorenden's eyes grew profound. Suddenly, as if struck by an idea, a meaningful smile spread across her face. I know what to do. Lin Tianhao was oblivious to all this. After seeing off Leona, he resumed hunting bloodback tortoises. According to his past life memories, he needed to clear the bloodback tortoises 18 consecutive times before the blood-eyed dragon tortoise would appear. Defeating the blood-eyed dragon tortoise would unlock the Blackwater Lake dungeon. Once, twice. Lin Tianhao grinded tirelessly. His red name value slowly decreased and his health slowly increased. To maximize his health gain, Lin Tianhao even chose not to equip the Tears of the Life Goddess. With a 20% health boost, even elite bloodback tortoises couldn't withstand many hits. As time passed, a warrior came trotting over. Bro, how I'm here. This was none other than Zhou Xiaopeng. He had already hidden his nickname, but Lin Tianhao still knew what it was. Let me invite you to the guild for... Lin Tianhao pulled Zhou Xiaopeng into the Lone Snow Guild. Zhou Xiaopeng exclaimed in, Bro, how you're incredible. Honestly, I had no idea you were the red name player. Zhou Xiaopeng was still explaining, but the next moment, as he saw his own attributes change, he stood dumbfounded. Holy shit. Bro, how this? This is godlike. Currently, Lin Tianhao's Lone Snow Guild was 5-star, granting members a damage boost of 1, critical rate 10, attack power 20, a movement speed 3, attack speed 1, and health 10000. These 6 attributes were undoubtedly extraordinary for the current stage. Moreover, because they were guild traits, every guild member received these 6 stat boosts. That was the most broken aspect. If only one person gained these boosts, it would be merely decent. But if 1,000 or 10,000 people all received such enhancements, the combat power boost would be incredibly formidable, especially with future guild war rankings and national wars. By then, such boosts would prove especially vital. Calm down. Take this sacred grade talent awakening stone and awaken your talent. Zhou Xiaopeng's eyes widened. Sacred grade. Bro, how you're just giving this to me. I saw on the forum someone got a heaven grade talent awakening stone, and the price was hyped to 5 million. Lin Tianhao waved his hand. Take it. Having a big shot to carry me is something else. Zhou Xiaopeng took the stone and began awakening his talent. Lin Tianhao already knew Zhou Xiaopeng's talent from his past life. Sacred Talent Soul Bond. Soul Bond 1 star. Effect 1. You can use Soul Bond to bind a friendly unit, gaining the full amplification of their health armor and magic resistance. Effect 2. The bound ally gains a 10% amplification of health armor and magic resistance. Proficiency 0-10. Note proficiency increases by defeating bosses of at least your level, either by you or your bound ally. This talent allows binding 1 additional ally per star level. At max stars it can bind 10 allies simultaneously. In other words, 11 times the stats. If he could find 10 powerful teammates, Zhou Xiaopeng would skyrocket. This talent. Zhou Xiaopeng frowned displeased. Bro, how I feel like the system trolled me. Is this it? A sacred talent? Lin Tianhao grinned. You don't realize how powerful this talent is yet. Try binding me now. Ding. Player Divine Pang Invincible requests to establish a soul bond with you. Do you accept? Accept. This soul bond had no negative effect on the bound person. Instead, it granted boosts to health, magic resistance, and armor. Lin Tianhao's current armor and magic resistance were negligible. A 10% boost wasn't much, but Lin Tianhao's health was enormous. A 10% increase meant tens of thousands, and later on it would be even more. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. After binding Lin Tianhao, Zhou Xiaopeng stood frozen. He watched his health bar soar from over 10,000 to a staggering 500,000. Whoa! Bro, how your stats are insane. Higher health than most bosses. Lin Tianhao waved his hand and checked the time. Let me level you up first. Boost your attack power, or soon you'll need to kill me. Zhou Xiaopeng was taken aback. Kill you? Yeah, the bounty on Demon King Grevrant. Better you than someone else. Is that appropriate? With your red name value, dying would drop you straight to level 1. So be it. Leveling up is easy anyway. Lin Tianhao didn't mind, it wasn't bragging. For him, leveling up truly was simple. He sent Zhou Xiaopeng a party invitation with a 9,010 experience split favoring Zhou Xiaopeng. After all, Lin Tianhao couldn't level up anymore, so the experience would be wasted on him. Each round he could kill 5 blood-eyed tortoises, and after 2 rounds Zhou Xiaopeng's talent leveled up. At 2 stars he could bind 2 friendly units. Bro, how you're absolutely insane. Lin Tianhao remained indifferent. Stay calm. Also, don't settle for any class below sacred grade. If it's a divine grade hidden class, go for it directly. Okay. Zhou Xiaopeng nodded. Lin Tianhao knew some strategies for warrior hidden classes. High-grade ones existed, but only one divine grade, and it wasn't in the Star Kingdom. If nothing works, just take a normal class and skip hidden ones. Because you can later switch to a hidden class from a normal one, but if you take even a yellow-grade hidden class without special items, it's almost impossible to change to another hidden class. I see. Zhou Xiaopeng nodded. He could tell Lin Tianhao was extremely familiar with the game, but just how familiar he couldn't say. Also, I'm promoting you to guild vice leader. You can recruit some skilled players. Okay. As he spoke, Lin Tianhao continued grinding monsters with Zhou Xiaopeng. Before long, Zhou Xiaopeng reached level 20 and needed to complete a class change quest to level further. You can go to the main city to take a normal class, then come back to me. The timing should be about right. Cliffin's bird said she would come find him tonight. Counting the time after he killed the blood-eyed dragon tortoise and cleared the Blackwater Lake dungeon, it would be about time. Okay. After sending off Zhou Xiaopeng, Lin Tianhao continued grinding monsters. Having slain the blood-backed mystic turtle 12 times, only 6 more remained before the blood-eyed dragon turtle would emerge. Given Lin Tianhao's current output capacity, the longest wait to summon the blood-eyed dragon turtle was for the blood-backed mystic turtle to respawn. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. Ding, due to your slaughter of numerous blood-eyed mystic turtles, the blood-eyed dragon turtle slumbering in the Blackwater Lake has awakened. Please retreat immediately. Retreat? That was out of the question. His goal this time was to hunt the blood-eyed dragon turtle. Ahead, the waters of the Blackwater Lake rippled as a turtle shell the size of a basketball court surfaced. Blood-eyed dragon turtle, bronze level 45. Health 6850006850000. Attack 17590. Skills: Chain Water Cannon, Healing Body, Dragon Roar, Tsunami, 9 Pillar Strike, Blackwater Vortex, Bloodthirsty Dragon, Armor, Water Arrow, Array, Blood-eyed Toxic, Mist, Unyielding Frenzy. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. Nearly 7 million health, over 17,000 attack, and that didn't even account for its magic power. The blood-eyed dragon turtle was a magical creature, its magic power was inevitably higher than its attack. Still, Lin Tianhao was unafraid. Without equipping the Tears of the Life Goddess, his health already exceeded 530,000. With kiting and sustained combat, there was a good chance of victory. Whoosh! An arrow flew. 16369. A massive damage number appeared above the blood-eyed dragon turtle's head. Simultaneously, two conspicuous healing prompts emerged. 5258-3000. The lifesteal from Bloodthirsty Dragon Armor and the turtle's innate regeneration. Lin Tianhao felt a chill run down his spine. He knew the Blood-Eyed Dragon Turtle's recovery was formidable, but he hadn't expected it to reach this level. For an ordinary level 45 player, their damage might not even outpace its healing. Of course, that was ignoring the effect of grievous wounds. Generally by around level 30, weapons or skills with grievous wounds began to appear. With grievous wounds suppressing it, the boss recovery would be severely impacted. This gave Lin Tianhao an intriguing idea. Could he consider acquiring some grievous wound equipment to remotely gank world bosses? Their passive healing was terrifying. The damage from the Book of Life and Death was less than their passive recovery, making it negligible. But what if he had high grievous wound effects? Of course, this was just speculation. Grievous wounds were a special attribute increasingly hard to stack at higher levels. Before the second-class advancement, stacking it to 30 or 40% was already impressive. Yet such a meager amount wouldn't help Lin Tianhao much. His mind raced, but the battle never paused. Lin Tianhao's arrows continuously pierced the air. He didn't recklessly approach the Blackwater Lake, but instead used his basic attack's enhanced range to kite from a distance. The blood-eyed dragon turtle roared, churning the lake waters into waves several meters high that crashed toward Lin Tianhao. This was an area effect skill. Though Lin Tianhao's movement speed was high, dodging such a vast wave was impractical. 19859. A huge damage number appeared above his head as he was flung back by the surge. Such a large-scale skill with such devastating damage was truly troublesome. After a brief knockback, Lin Tianhao landed. But as he touched the ground, he noticed a ring of water forming beneath his feet. Not good. Lin Tianhao leaped away. Behind him, a water pillar erupted from the earth. Had he been a fraction slower, the pillar would have launched him into the air. No sooner had he landed than another water pillar surged beneath him. Lin Tianhao flipped backward, narrowly avoiding the second strike. With one hand on the ground, still inverted, he saw water marks appear below him. Boom! A massive water column struck him, sending him flying and draining a huge chunk of his health. 18850. Another damage number close to 20,000. And while Lin Tianhao was airborne, the fourth water pillar, judging by the skill's name, the blood-eyed dragon turtle's water pillar strike should have 9 waves. Lin Tianhao spun 360 degrees, midair, narrowly dodging the fourth pillar. Upon landing, he immediately retreated. With enough speed and preemptive dodging, the remaining pillars posed no threat. He even found gaps to fire arrows at the blood-eyed dragon turtle. Whoosh! Whoosh! Arrows flew continuously. Lin Tianhao dealt considerable damage, but the turtle's recovery was equally potent. Moreover, within a certain radius of the Blackwater Lake was its territory. Its skill-casting range rivaled Lin Tianhao's enhanced basic attack distance. After surviving the water pillars, Lin Tianhao began unleashing his full damage output. He strove to inflict as much harm as possible. 16398. 16407. Lin Tianhao's damage was impressive. The blood-eyed dragon turtle's recovery was substantial, but its passive healing was calculated per second, and Lin Tianhao's attack speed was still above 5. He could deal over 80,000 damage per second, making the turtle's passive recovery seem trivial. The main healing came from Bloodthirsty Dragon Armor's lifesteal. Yet even that was a drop in the bucket against Lin Tianhao's high output. The blood-eyed dragon turtle, possessing some intelligence, realized this tactic wouldn't work. Whoosh! To Lin Tianhao's surprise, the turtle retracted its limbs and head into its shell. In the next instant, the shell floating on the Blackwater Lake transformed into a streak of light hurtling toward him in the blink of an eye. Lin Tianhao could only roll sideways, but the shell was the size of a basketball court. He failed to dodge completely and was sent flying by the impact. 19999. His health bar dropped a segment. After landing, Lin Tianhao continued attacking. The blood-eyed dragon turtle's attacks had a wide area, but the damage wasn't as high as he had imagined. Soon he understood why the turtle had charged. It stopped and slapped him directly on the head. 34980. Critical hit. Lin Tianhao's head buzzed from the blow, but he didn't pause, immediately retreating. Simultaneously, he kept firing arrows. He needed distance. Close combat was highly disadvantageous. However, the blood-eyed dragon turtle's movement appeared slow, but due to its massive size, each step equaled dozens of Lin Tianhao's strides. As a result, Lin Tianhao couldn't create any distance. Humph, if you want close combat, I'll play along. Lin Tianhao snorted coldly, abandoning the idea of kiting, and instead charging to the turtle's side, using its enormous body to block its line of sight. To deal with a boss of such immense size and relatively sluggish movements, exploiting the field of vision is the most correct tactic. Due to its colossal frame, even if its movement speed is not high, each step it takes can cover a considerable distance. For this reason, using the boss's own massive body to block its line of sight became a crucial matter. In the distance, the Divine Wolf of Nirvana had arrived on orders. To be precise, he had already been there when Lin Tianhao began fighting the blood-eyed dragon turtle. However, he did not approach, as doing so could easily be mistaken for an attempt to steal the boss. Apart from the blood-eyed dragon turtle, there was another person in the distance. He was currently in a stealth state. That person was none other than Shadowkill. His purpose was somewhat similar to that of the Divine Wolf of Nirvana. Lin Tianhao had already noticed them, but he paid them no mind. Arrows continued to rain down upon the blood-eyed dragon turtle. The blood-eyed dragon turtle's health began to decline steadily. It turned around several times, yet it could not spot Lin Tianhao. He maximized his kiting skills, precisely positioning himself in the turtle's blind spots every time. Shadow Step. Shadowkill raised an eyebrow. He also possessed the technique Lin Tianhao was using, and he could confidently say that his Shadow Step was at least as good as Lin Tianhao's, if not superior. However, his Shadow Step was honed through countless battlefields and numerous assassination missions. Lin Tianhao's Shadow Step might not be as strong, but it was not far off. In that instant, Shadowkill pondered many things. He did not believe Lin Tianhao had practiced Shadow Step only after entering the game. He must have already mastered such techniques before. Witnessing Lin Tianhao's terrifying kiting and damage, the Divine Wolf of Nirvana felt a chill run down his spine. He now understood why Dream Smoke Snow's elite squad had been so effortlessly annihilated by Lin Tianhao. High damage and absurd kiting. Indeed, in the eyes of the Divine Wolf of Nirvana, Lin Tianhao's kiting could no longer be described merely as strong. Only the word absurd could capture Lin Tianhao's current kiting. If this were another game, he might even Lin Tianhao paid no heed to their opinions. He maximized his movement speed, attack speed, and reaction speed. Some ordinary archers, even in the mid to late game, would still make the blunder of canceling basic attacks with poor positioning. In other words, with an attack speed of 5.0, a poor positioning might result in an effective attack speed of only 3.0 or even lower. Additionally, there was the issue of accuracy. Many archers saw their arrow hit rate drop while kiting. Against a massive monster like the blood-eyed dragon turtle, this was not yet apparent. However, just witnessing this kiting made the Divine Wolf of Nirvana realize that Lin Tianhao was absolutely not to be trifled with. Roar! The blood-eyed dragon turtle bellowed, releasing toxic mist from its shell. 648. 648. Damage numbers appeared above Lin Tianhao's head. The Purification Jade Pendant proved its worth, significantly reducing his poison damage. The effect of this poison mist skill on him became negligible. Just then, the blood-eyed dragon turtle roared again. A crimson light flickered around it, signaling that it had entered a berserk state. Lin Tianhao's eyes narrowed. At that moment, he realized he had been outmaneuvered. The blood-eyed dragon turtle had predicted his kiting path. This time it activated its berserk state specifically to kill him instantly. A black water vortex appeared beneath his feet, and his body was immediately drawn into the whirlpool. The vortex had a diameter of over 20 meters, and continuously pulled Lin Tianhao toward its center. Thus, even if he wanted to reposition, it was too late. Simultaneously, a formation materialized above Lin Tianhao's head. Water arrows shot out from the formation. 6,785. 6,789. 6,782. Damage numbers appeared on Lin Tianhao. Without hesitation, he equipped the Tears of the Life Goddess and began to attack furiously. While increasing his health by 20%, Lin Tianhao also recovered 10,000 health per second. Additionally, his damage output and recovery rate were enhanced. The Divine Wolf of Nirvana was highly sensitive to attributes. He instantly noticed the changes in Lin Tianhao's stats. He could not observe his health, but he could infer his attack power and recovery based on his own knowledge. A skill. A talent. The Divine Wolf of Nirvana was uncertain. It seemed to be some kind of damage amplification skill. Lin Tianhao's damage had increased by roughly 20%. He also gained a blessing that restored 10,000 health per second. This enhancement was quite impressive at the current stage. The Divine Wolf of Nirvana had obtained similar amplification skills himself, and some of his subordinates had as well. However, the maximum amplification he had seen was 10%. This was the first time he encountered an amplification of 20% coupled with an automatic health recovery of 10,000. At that moment, the battle continued. Lin Tianhao kept firing while enduring the water arrows. On average, 10 arrows struck him each second, dealing over 80,000 damage. Lin Tianhao tried to break free from the black water vortex, but the blood-eyed dragon turtle would not give him the chance. It opened its massive maw and unleashed a barrage of water orbs. 10,890, 10,893, 10,888. Another series of damage numbers appeared above Lin Tianhao's head. Each water orb also knocked him back. Lin Tianhao was not overly panicked. Simply put, the blood-eyed dragon turtle's damage was not particularly high for him. Its strength lay in area effect skills, but it lacked burst damage. As long as its burst damage was insufficient to kill him instantly, and its crowd control chain was weak with the combined recovery effects of the Tears of the Life Goddess, the Bloodthirsty Necklace, the Nine Harmonies Longbow, and the Revitalized skill, the blood-eyed dragon turtle's damage could not bring Lin Tianhao down. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows tore through the air, and the blood-eyed dragon turtle's health plummeted. It attempted to attack Lin Tianhao, but its output was insignificant compared to his immense recovery. Now the blood-eyed dragon turtle's defeat was only a matter of time. The blood-eyed dragon turtle is done for. The divine wolf of Nirvana was keen in his analysis of the battle. Even before the fight concluded, he had already reached this conclusion. The outcome was without suspense. Ding, you have achieved the first kill of the blood-eyed dragon turtle. A server-wide announcement will be made. Do you wish to hide your name? No. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Snow Emperor for achieving the first kill of the blood-eyed dragon turtle. We encourage all players to strive for greater achievements. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Snow Emperor for achieving the first kill of the blood-eyed dragon turtle. The announcement echoed, and both the Divine Wolf of Nirvana and Shadowkill approached. Shadowkill, with his superior movement speed, reached Lin Tianhao first. Snow Emperor, our team leader, wants me to discuss something with you. Lin Tianhao paid no heed to Yingsha and began looting the corpse. Ding! You have acquired Skill Book 3. Ding! You have acquired Equipment 4. Ding! You have acquired Gold Coins 598. Ding! You have acquired Free Attribute Points 50. Ding! You have acquired Dragon Gall 1. Ding! You have acquired the Blackwater Lake Instance Key 1. A succession of system notifications chimed in. Lin Tianhao first inspected the skill books. What caught Lin Tianhao's eye was the drop of an unstoppable skill. Unstoppable 1 star. Effect: you will be immune to all control effects including knockback for the next 5 seconds. Cost 50 MP. Cooldown 30 minutes. Proficiency 0-100. Note this skill is only learnable by melee classes such as warriors and brawlers. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. This did not surprise him. Whether archer or mage, the only skills they could learn were things like purification. Acquiring persistent control immunity skills like unstoppable was exceedingly difficult. Some priests, however, might possess blessings with similar effects. The remaining 2 skill books were even more useless to him. Bloodthirsty Dragon Armor was also only learnable by warriors and brawlers. Bloodthirsty Dragon Armor 1 star. Effect: 5% of the damage you take will be converted into healing to restore your own health. Cost none. Cooldown none. Proficiency 0-1000. This skill, along with Unstoppable, was perfect for Zhou Xiaopeng. He was practically working for Zhou Xiaopeng. As for the 3rd skill book, Blackwater Whirlpool, which was only learnable by mages, it had nothing to do with him either. The equipment was even less relevant. It was level 45 tank gear that Lin Tianhao could not equip yet. After collecting the loot, Lin Tianhao finally glanced at Futu Shenlang. Futu Shenlang, don't tell me you're here to kill me just like Zhumeng Yanxue. Futu Shenlang quickly waved his hand. No and yes. I wanted to discuss with you whether we could pay a sum of money for you to let us kill you once. For example, 5 million. Lin Tianhao stared at Futu Shenlang as if he were an idiot. Do you think I'd be short on your 5 million if I wanted to make money right now? Futu Shenlang was not surprised by Lin Tianhao's answer. In fact, he had anticipated it. Alright, sorry to bother you. Futu Shenlang said respectfully. But if Senior Shueti ever wants to sell any equipment or skill books, please consider our Futu Guild. The price is always negotiable. Got it. Lin Tianhao waved his hand, his gaze falling on Yingsha, who was not far away. Yingsha, if you're here for the same reason as Futu Shenlang, you can leave too. Yingsha emerged from stealth. Alright, but I have to tell you, someone has their eyes on you. They're strong and not easy to deal with. Lin Tianhao smiled non-committally. Doesn't matter. Was he afraid of players targeting him now? Not at all. At this stage, even players with god-level talents could hardly contend with him. Fine, be careful yourself. Yingsha left and Futu Shenlang departed with him. After they left, Lin Tianhao took out the instance key ready to open the Blackwater Lake instance. However, before he could open the instance, he sidestepped to dodge. An arrow grazed past his shoulder, barely missing him. At this stage, someone actually dared to attack him. As Lin Tianhao thought this arrows continued to whistle through the air ahead. It was a level 15 archer equipped with a full set of gear attacking at a speed that was at least on par with Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao's gaze sharpened as he immediately countered. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows tore through the air. The next moment Lin Tianhao's pupils contracted sharply. His arrows were intercepted by the mysterious archer's arrows. Both were energy arrows. Arrows flew swiftly through the air, yet the opponent precisely collided their own energy arrows with his cannon. This kind of precision strike was easy to describe, but Lin Tianhao knew well that even during the Cataclysm era such skill was exceedingly rare. This opponent was a master. Twisted string shot. Lin Tianhao immediately employed the twisted string shot technique. Arrows flying in an arc might evade the opponent's arrows, preventing his attacks from being neutralized. Yet the moment Lin Tianhao's arrow was released, the opponent's arrow also curved. It was the same twisted string shot. Such skill was terrifying. 5 arrows volley. Lin Tianhao switched tactics again. The opponent did the same, firing 5 arrows, each one canceling out Lin Tianhao's. Lin Tianhao narrowed his eyes. Are you an ancient martial artist? Someone from the Qi family of Tiangong Mountain. In his past life, a group of people had risen abruptly in the game, the ancient martial artists. During the Cataclysm era, ancient martial artists were the backbone of the resistance against the Alat galaxy. Because ancient martial artists possessed formidable combat techniques, they could easily snowball in the game, dealing impressive damage, as long as their talents and classes were not too weak. The archer looked at Lin Tianhao with some surprise. Twisted string shot, 5 arrows volley, chain shot. Your archery skills are exceptional, and you know of our Qi family from Tiangong Mountain. Can you tell me who you really are? It's just a game. Why ask for real identities? Are you afraid you can't win in game and want to gank me in real life? The archer player shook his head. Our Qi family wouldn't stoop to such a lowly act as a real-life gank. However, I'd like to discuss having our Qi family members affiliate with your Gu Shui guild. Oh! Lin Tianhao was somewhat surprised. He had actually considered recruiting some ancient martial artists when forming this guild. He hadn't expected someone to proactively seek him out to join his guild. And it was the renowned Qi family of Tiangong Mountain from his past life. Your Qi family members from Tiangong Mountain are all very skilled. I have no reason to refuse, but I still want to ask, what benefit do I get from having you in the guild? The archer tossed out a skill book. I've watched videos of your battles. Your tenacity is high, but you can't achieve control immunity, nor do you have a purification or control removal skill. This skill book should be a great boon for you. Lin Tianhao caught the skill book, his eyes lighting up. Starlight Purification 1 star. Effect 1 removes control slow and negative buff effects from yourself. This purification is ineffective against knockback and curses. Effect 2D for 10 seconds after use, you gain a 5 increase in tenacity. Cost 50 MP. Cooldown 10 minutes. Proficiency 01000. No proficiency can only be gained when this skill is used while under control slow or negative buff effects. A normal use will not accumulate proficiency. Purification skills are indeed a great asset. Unfortunately, this Starlight Purification cannot dispel knockbacks or curses. For him, it was useful but not particularly significant. Alright. Lin Tianhao put away the Starlight Purification. In truth, even without it, he would not have refused to recruit them into the guild. This was not only because the Qi family of Tiangong Mountain were ancient martial artists, but more importantly, after the cataclysm of the previous life descended. The Qi family of Tiangong Mountain unhesitatingly made public their archery secrets, which had never been passed down outside the family, allowing all archers to learn from them. The analysis by the top players from the Dream Chaser Club earlier was correct. Under normal circumstances, even deliberately practicing floating arrow techniques, one could not even achieve entry-level mastery without 5 years. Lin Tianhao was exceptionally talented, and he honed himself through life-and-death struggles. Yet, even so, these were not the fundamental reasons he could master so many archery techniques so quickly. The core reason was that the Qi family of Tiangong Mountain had published their archery secrets, accumulated over 1,000 years of experience, allowing him to learn the techniques within. Lin Tianhao had no reason to refuse such an ancient martial arts family. The archer revealed his ID, and Lin Tianhao added him as a friend, simultaneously recruiting him into the Lone Snow Guild. Pierce the Heavens. A name that was slightly boastful yet carried a hint of dominance. However, Lin Tianhao was somewhat astonished because Pierce the Heavens was a renowned figure in the previous life. His talent was not particularly extraordinary. It added no damage, no movement speed, no attack speed, and no attributes whatsoever. Although its grade was Saint level, many people mocked it as inferior to Heaven level or even Earth level. Yet, relying solely on that Saint level talent, he perfected the art of kiting as an archer. Even now, Lin Tianhao remembered the description of his talent. Absolute slow level 1. Effect 1. Your basic attacks reduce the target's movement speed by 5 for 5 seconds non-stackable. This effect is absolute and unaffected by tenacity, unyielding purification, or any other control immunity attributes. Effect 2. Your basic attacks reduce the target's attack speed by 5. If the target is a spell-based life form, it will also increase its skill cooldown and casting time by 5 for 5 seconds non-stackable. This effect is absolute and unaffected by tenacity, unyielding purification, or any other control immunity attributes. Proficiency 0-1-0-0-0. This talent was saint level. When it was first revealed, countless people mocked it. But sometimes talents truly depend on the person. In the hands of an ordinary player, this talent was useless, extremely useless. Yet Pierce the Heavens with this talent that seemed inferior even to heaven level delivered a godlike performance during the cataclysm. This was also related to game understanding. They only saw the 5% but overlooked that this talent could be upgraded in stars. Moreover, its effects were absolute and could not be interrupted. Once the talent reached 10 stars, the 50% reduction in movement speed and attack speed along with increased casting time and cooldown for spell-based lifeforms would be terrifying. It was truly horrifying. Unfortunately, a genius like Pierce the Heavens eventually faced the 10 vanguard generals of the Aeltai galaxy alone in a battle to cover the retreat of the human main force. One person could hardly kite 10 experts. In the end, he killed 3 before being slain. That became a tremendous loss for the Dragon Kingdom Warzone. Lin Tianhao pondered many things in that instant. Pierce the Heavens was a man worthy of respect. He'll give you administrator privileges. You can invite all the chief family members into the guild. Pierce the Heavens nodded, subconsciously shocked by the attributes granted by Lin Tianhao's guild. These attributes were immensely beneficial to the chief family. In the early stages, when free attribute points were scarce, archers generally had very low health. Some extreme archers even had only the health provided by their equipment. Yet Lin Tianhao's guild directly added 10,000 health points. Additionally, there were boosts to attack speed, movement speed, critical hit rate, and damage. Every attribute was so useful to them as archers. Snow Emperor, I only wanted a little attribute boost, but I never dreamed your guild would provide so much. Pierce the Heavens looked at Lin Tianhao with gratitude. Although he hadn't played much as an ancient martial artist, he understood how much these attribute enhancements could aid in combat. It's nothing. Lin Tianhao waved his hand and took out the Blackwater Lake Dungeon key. Use. Ding. You have used the Blackwater Lake Dungeon key. The Blackwater Lake Dungeon is now open. Ding. You have successfully opened the Blackwater Lake Dungeon. A server-wide announcement will be made. Do you wish to hide your name? No. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Snow Emperor for successfully opening the Blackwater Lake Dragon Turtle Dungeon. Reward free attribute points 20, gold coins 50. This is a special announcement. We hope all players will continue to strive for excellence. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Snow Emperor for successfully opening the Blackwater Lake Dragon Turtle Dungeon. Reward free attribute points 20, gold coins 50. This is a special announcement. We hope all players will continue to strive for excellence. Farewell for now. I'm going to run the dungeon. Lin Tianhao stepped forward and entered the glowing portal of the Blackwater Lake Dungeon. Once inside, Lin Tianhao immediately allocated all 70 free attribute points to mana, increasing his mana pool from 100 to 450 points. It was still a drop in the bucket, but it was basically sufficient. Hell difficulty. After entering the dungeon, Lin Tianhao as usual selected Hell difficulty. Ding. It has been detected that your level is too low. Hell difficulty for this dungeon cannot be entered solo. Lin Tianhao. In his previous life, he had never attempted to solo a level 45 Hell difficulty dungeon at level 20. Thus he was unaware of this restriction. Nightmare difficulty. Ding. It has been detected that your level is too low. Nightmare difficulty for this dungeon cannot be entered solo. Lin Tianhao was somewhat frustrated. Could it be that he couldn't solo any dungeon with such a large level gap? Would his plan to farm health points using high-level Hell difficulty dungeons be thwarted? Hard difficulty. Lin Tianhao lowered the difficulty again, but the result was the same. Easy difficulty. Yet there was still no change. Do I have to form a party to enter this dungeon? Lin Tianhao sent a private message to Zhou Xiaopeng. Fatty, is your class advancement quest done? Come help me with a dungeon. Not yet. Should I come over first? No need. Lin Tianhao replied and then sent a message to Pierce the Heavens. Still here. If not, help me run a dungeon. I'm right outside the dungeon. Lin Tianhao exited the dungeon, sent a party invitation to Pierce the Heavens and re-entered. Once inside, Lin Tianhao unhesitatingly selected Hell difficulty. pierced the heavens raised an eyebrow but did not show much surprise. After entering they found themselves in a somewhat dim and damp cave where the occasional sound of dripping water could be. Ahead Lin Tianhao spotted more than a dozen bloodback Xiangui. Attack 1598. Skills Bloodthirsty Mystic Armor Water Sphere Technique Water Arrow Technique Magical Water Shield. Hell level dungeon difficulty with no ordinary monsters starting directly with elite ones. Moreover, these attributes are significantly higher than those outside the dungeon. Previously the health bar had nearly doubled and the attack power had also improved considerably. Whoosh! The feather arrows pierced through the air. Lin Tianhao began his slaughter. She Putsangqiong also joined the attack beside him. The first damage was dealt by Lin Tianhao. The second damage was inflicted by She Putsangqiong. Seeing his damage compared to Lin Tianhao's, he felt somewhat numb. Is this still human? His attack on the bloodback Xiangui could only deal a bit of force damage. How could Lin Tianhao achieve such terrifying damage with one arrow? After the bloodback Xiangui was attacked, a large number of bloodback Xiangui surged from behind, densely rushing towards Lin Tianhao and She Putsangqiong. 5 arrows fired simultaneously. Lin Tianhao unleashed his full output, and with the chain damage from lightning jump the bloodback Xiangui began to fall in piles. Even with over 90,000 health points, the bloodback Xiangui would still be killed by Lin Tianhao in a second. Ding you have reached level 16 5 free attribute points. The monsters in this first checkpoint had not been fully defeated when She Putsangqiong had already leveled up. He merely observed Lin Tianhao crazily outputting damage, while the bloodback Xiangui continued to fall. In less than 2 minutes all the bloodback Xiangui in the first checkpoint were eliminated. Next was the second checkpoint. It was quite similar to the layout of the previous hell level dungeon. Here appeared the bloodback Xiangui leader with attributes about 5 times that of an ordinary bloodback Xiangui. Unfortunately, under Lin Tianhao's torrential output, it still met its demise. Ding you have reached level 17 5 free attribute points. Ding you have reached level 18 5 free attribute points. She Putsangqiong did nothing and watched his level rise rapidly. On the leaderboard, he who was originally ranked lower suddenly surged into the top 5 and continued to climb. The third checkpoint. Here the dominant foes were no longer elite bloodback Xiangui but leader-level bloodback Xiangui, along with black iron-level blood eye Xiangui. Overall combat power had risen a notch. If ordinary players were to attempt this, even a 12-member team composed of level 45 players would find it nearly impossible to clear. It would likely require 12 top-tier players with heavenly talents fully equipped, and with some special items to conquer the hell-level difficulty of this dungeon. But Lin Tianhao was now slaughtering solo. 5 arrows fired simultaneously, damage maximized. Occasionally he would trigger the effect of death reincarnation, instantly killing wild monsters. The third checkpoint posed a bit of pressure, yet it still had no effect on Lin Tianhao. However, She Putsangqiong was defeated. Indeed, while Lin Tianhao held the front, he was defeated. The reason was simple. He was only grazed by an area skill from the blood eye Xiangui, and his health bar was completely emptied. She Putsangqiong's attribute points were extremely focused primarily on attack speed and movement speed with very low health and resistance. Without a full set of level 15 equipment, he would have been completely overwhelmed. However, his defeat in the third checkpoint had no impact on Lin Tianhao. He stepped into the fourth checkpoint. Here was the location of the ultimate boss. Blood Eye Dragon Turtle Bronze 45. Health 168500016850000. Attack 27590. Skills Barrage Water Cannon Healing Body Dragon Roar Tsunami 9 Pillar Strike Black Water Whirlpool Bloodthirsty Dragon Armor Water Arrow Array Blood Eye Poison Mist Unyielding Body Frenzy. Lin Tianhao's gaze sharpened. As he anticipated, within the hell-level dungeon, the attributes of the Blood Eye Dragon Turtle had also received a tremendous boost. Furthermore, within the dungeon, the scene is limited, making it unrealistic to kite indefinitely. What Lin Tianhao could do was to avoid control skills as much as possible. Whoosh! Upon meeting Lin Tianhao began his attack. 19,285. 9,849. 2,000. Lin Tianhao. This recovery ability is somewhat abnormal. His true damage dealt resulted in a recovery of over 10,000 health. Yet Lin Tianhao did not feel disheartened. He began to unleash a frenzied attack. Whoosh! Feather arrows flew one after another, but due to the Blood Eye Dragon Turtle's high recovery, each arrow could only deal over 7,000 damage. Based on the Blood Eye Dragon Turtle's health of over 16 million, he would need over 2,000 arrows to defeat it. At present, each arrow could stack 3 points of health, so over 2,000 arrows could stack 7 to 8,000 health. Calculating this way, one could only rapidly stack health points by fighting such high-intensity hell dungeons. Otherwise, with ordinary wild monsters, it would take 2 to 3,000 kills to gain so much health. However, due to the distribution and quantity of ordinary wild monsters, killing them would inevitably require movement and waiting for respawns, which would waste considerable time. The blood-eyed dragon turtle immediately swiped a claw down towards Lin Tianhao. He narrowly dodged and continued attacking. It was not in a hurry, continuing to swipe its massive claw. Its size was even larger than the blood-eyed dragon turtle Lin Tianhao had defeated outside, and its claws were correspondingly larger. Moreover, Lin Tianhao noticed that its speed was more than double that of the outside blood-eyed dragon turtle. As he opened distance again, Lin Tianhao nearly got swiped, but just as he repositioned, a watermark appeared beneath his feet. Not good. Lin Tianhao's expression slightly changed as he realized that the blood-eyed dragon turtle had predicted his movement direction and released its 9-pillar strike skill in advance. Moreover, its 9-pillar strike had a larger area than that of the outside blood-eyed dragon turtle. Boom! Water pillars shot up into the sky. Mystic ice wings. Lin Tianhao knew that his star moon purification could not negate the knock-up effect, so he unhesitatingly used mystic ice wings to create distance. Flying into the air, the blood-eyed dragon turtle became Lin Tianhao's live target. Although the blood-eyed dragon turtle's 9-pillar strike still had 8 strikes left that could reach Lin Tianhao's flying height. However, it was of no use. Lin Tianhao's flying skills were also exceptional. The 9-pillar strike had a delay. First came the watermark, then the strike, allowing Lin Tianhao time to react. Whoosh! In midair, Lin Tianhao continuously shot feather arrows with overwhelming power, steadily depleting the blood-eyed dragon turtle's health. Seeing that its water pillar strike could not hit Lin Tianhao, the blood-eyed dragon turtle let out a furious roar, opened its massive mouth, and began charging a new skill, barrage water cannon. The charging time for the water cannon is relatively short, and its attack speed is even faster. Yet Lin Tianhao managed to evade all the attacks with swift movements, as the water cannon strikes were predictable. The water cannon erupted from the mouth of the blood-eyed dragon tortoise, its trajectory fixed. Lin Tianhao was already maneuvering as soon as the water cannon was fired. Whoosh! 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 While dodging the attacks, Lin Tianhao continued to unleash his own assaults without any mercy. Feather arrows pierced through the air, steadily diminishing the blood-eyed dragon tortoise's health. Roar! The blood-eyed dragon tortoise let out a furious roar, realizing that it was helpless against Lin Tianhao, who was soaring in midair. Lin Tianhao shot his feather arrows effortlessly, outputting damage without any pressure. 5 arrows per second could deal around 40,000 damage, amounting to 240,000 damage in a minute. 5 minutes was enough for Lin Tianhao to reduce the blood-eyed dragon tortoise's health by tens of millions. Finally, just as the blood-eyed dragon tortoise had about 4 million health left, the duration of Lin Tianhao's ice wing came to an end. Even after landing, he continued to unleash his attacks. However, what happened next left Lin Tianhao stunned. The blood-eyed dragon tortoise entered a state of rage, but did not rush to attack. Instead, it released a skill called Healing Body. Immediately after, Lin Tianhao witnessed the blood-eyed dragon tortoise's health rapidly regenerating, and in the blink of an eye it had restored over 11 million health. One skill restored over 600 million health. What the hell is this? Lin Tianhao couldn't help but exclaim. It wasn't that the blood-eyed dragon tortoise was that powerful, but rather that the hell-level difficulty of the blood-eyed dragon tortoise made it formidable. After boosting its health, the blood-eyed dragon tortoise transformed into a streak of light and charged toward Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao furrowed his brow. Such a shell collision larger than a basketball court was beyond what he could evade at this stage. Bang! 51,290. A massive damage number appeared above Lin Tianhao's head. He felt a tingling sensation as his health plummeted drastically. Slap! After landing, the blood-eyed dragon tortoise raised a claw and slapped it down on Lin Tianhao's forehead. Critical hit. 55,895. Another massive damage number appeared. Lin Tianhao immediately shifted sideways, utilizing his previous combat tactics to manipulate the line of sight. However, the blood-eyed dragon tortoise's movement speed and attack speed were clearly faster. It quickly turned and struck down again with a claw. Lin Tianhao narrowly evaded while unleashing feather arrows frantically. The battle between one man and one tortoise became intense. Lin Tianhao relied on his agile movements to dodge most of the blood-eyed dragon tortoise's attacks. The blood-eyed dragon tortoise also realized that continuing this way was not a viable strategy. Its healing ability was formidable, but Lin Tianhao's was equally terrifying. Roar! The blood-eyed dragon tortoise let out a furious roar. In the next moment, waves rippled and water surged to over 10 meters high, rushing toward Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao's gaze sharpened. He had already guessed what the blood-eyed dragon tortoise intended to do. A massive wave accompanied by a black water vortex would complete the control chain. Then he continued to output damage. 29,850. A massive damage number appeared above Lin Tianhao's head. Before he could land, a black water vortex had already formed beneath his feet. Lin Tianhao landed right on the black water vortex. The blood-eyed dragon tortoise, upon seeing this, immediately cast a water arrow array above Lin Tianhao. This entire combo even a level 45 tank would struggle to withstand. Lin Tianhao's health wasn't particularly outrageous either. As soon as he landed on the black water vortex, he quickly cast Star Moon Purification, creating distance and escaping the black water vortex. The blood-eyed dragon tortoise, realizing its attack had missed, let out an angry roar. However, Lin Tianhao completely ignored the blood-eyed dragon tortoise's roar. He was focused on outputting damage, maximizing his damage potential. Feather arrows continuously pierced the air. Lin Tianhao's health climbed, and his damage saw slight improvements. For every 1,000 health gained, his normal attack damage increased by 30. This seemingly insignificant increase became quite considerable at Lin Tianhao's rate of 5 arrows per second. The failed skill set of the blood-eyed dragon tortoise posed minimal threat to Lin Tianhao. Bolstered by its rage, the blood-eyed dragon tortoise struck Lin Tianhao with 2 claws. It dealt a fair amount of damage to him, but that was all. Without a series of skills hitting Lin Tianhao, it could never threaten him. After all, Lin Tianhao's lifesteal ability was genuinely terrifying. The 9 Union Longbow had a 5% lifesteal, allowing each arrow to recover around 1,000 health. With 5 arrows per second, that amounted to around 5,000 health, plus the 9 Union Longbow's inherent ability to restore 100 health per second, totaling 5,001. The Bloodthirsty Necklace provided 1% lifesteal, based on maximum health. With the Tears of the Goddess of Life and the 10% boost from Zhou Xiaopang's passive ability, Lin Tianhao's health had already surpassed 640,000. 1% meant that each arrow could restore 6,400 health. With 5 arrows per second, that was 32,000 health. Not only that, the revitalization skill upon reaching 4 stars could restore 500 health per second. The Tears of the Goddess of Life provided 1,000 health, making Lin Tianhao's total recovery rate 47,600 per second. In other words, as long as the blood-eyed dragon tortoise couldn't control Lin Tianhao or deal extremely high burst damage, its threat to Lin Tianhao could be considered negligible. Most of the blood-eyed dragon tortoise's skills were either continuous or large area attacks. Such skills usually had one major flaw: they lacked sufficient burst damage. Of course, it didn't mean that the blood-eyed dragon tortoise lacked the means for short-term high burst damage. It did, such as the earlier black water vortex. If he hadn't used purification, the next moves would involve the water arrow array and the 9-pillar impact. Such damage Lin Tianhao might struggle to endure, and neither could most of those level 45 elite players. In other words, it could take out any player of the same level in an instant. But there were no buts. Lin Tianhao had purification and significant recovery. The blood-eyed dragon tortoise could only be worn down little by little. In the end, there was no suspense as Lin Tianhao successfully defeated the blood-eyed dragon tortoise. Your team has completed the first kill of the blood-eyed dragon tortoise, and a server-wide announcement is about to be made. Would you like to hide your name? No. Server-wide announcement: congratulations to the player Xue Di, who completed the first kill of the Black Water Lake Dragon Tortoise with a hidden nickname, rewarding Xue Di with 80 free attribute points and 10 free attribute points for the hidden nickname. This is an official announcement encouraging players to continue their efforts. Server-wide announcement: congratulations to the player Xue Di, who completed the first kill of the Black Water Lake Dragon Tortoise with a hidden nickname, rewarding Xue Di with 80 free attribute points and 10 free attribute points for the hidden nickname. This is an official announcement encouraging players to continue their efforts. The server-wide announcement rang out, and Lin Tianhao was already accustomed to it. However, shooting through the sky did not reveal its name. Moreover, because shooting through the sky contributed very little to the first kill of this instance, the free attribute points he received were merely 1/8 of Lin Tianhao's. Additionally, due to the fact that he had already died and was no longer in the instance, there would be no rewards for him from this instance's completion. Next came the tallying of the first clear rewards. You have received 42 skill books. You have received 65 pieces of equipment. You have received 2,200 gold coins. You have received Dragon's Gall 1. You have received. A series of system notifications chimed. For Lin Tianhao, it was yet another bountiful harvest. The equipment levels were insufficient, so he dismissed them. He pondered over the skill books, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Upon reaching the main city, skills and equipment began to be categorized with equipping and learning requirements far stricter than in the novice village. However, as the first clear conqueror of the dungeon, he still had special privileges. For instance, the bloodthirsty dragon armor was originally only learnable by warriors. Yet because Lin Tianhao had cleared the dungeon first, this restriction seemed to have been lifted, allowing him to learn the skill. Learn bloodthirsty dragon armor. Lin Tianhao did not hesitate to learn it. Bloodthirsty Dragon Armor 1 star. Effect 5% of the damage you take will be converted into healing to restore your own health. Cost none. Cooldown none. Proficiency 0.1000. Note this proficiency is 1/10 of the health value you recover using this skill. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. This was great. Leveling up the star rating would be very fast. After all, when Lin Tianhao fought bosses now, he often took tens of thousands of damage. Even at 5%, that was 500 and 1/10 of that was 50. In other words, leveling up this skill was as easy as pie. But this was only for Lin Tianhao. For other players, it wouldn't be so simple. Even for tanks, most tanks between levels 10 and 15 had health pools ranging from 5,000 to 10,000 with very few reaching 20,000. Such players needing to take damage and heal couldn't withstand such high damage. Even if their 15,000 health was depleted, the proficiency gained would be less than 100. Pushing aside his thoughts, Lin Tianhao stored everything in the guild warehouse. The warehouse of a 5-star guild was more than enough to hold his items. Exiting the dungeon, Lin Tianhao checked the time. Zhou Xiaopeng should be arriving soon. But at that moment, a figure instantly appeared behind him. It was a displacement skill. Launch. 295. Not too high a damage. The figure struck, followed by 3 swift thrusts, suspending Lin Tianhao in midair in a stunned state. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. Who was this? Attacking him out of nowhere. Before he could think further, another person appeared. Just as Lin Tianhao was about to land, they grabbed his throat. Chokehold. Then a crushing blow, sending Lin Tianhao flying again. Such high resilience. The player who used the blow was surprised as the knockback effect differed from usual. Yet he didn't pause, striking again. Chain explosive fist. 315. 312. 314. Damage numbers floated above Lin Tianhao's head. As he was about to land, a pillar of flame erupted from beneath his feet, launching him into the air again. Earth Flame Surge. This is a skill that elemental mages can only learn after level 30. Lin Tianhao was astonished. Who was that mage in the distance learning a level 30 skill before even completing their first class advancement? Shattered Stone Palm. The player before Lin Tianhao struck again, repelling him in midair. A warrior beside with a long sword coordinated the attack. They managed to keep Lin Tianhao airborne. Ancient martial artist. Lin Tianhao narrowed his eyes. This aerial repulsion technique mirrored his own floating arrow technique. It wasn't part of the game Ragnarok. It was pure combat skill. Melee aerial combos were easier than ranged ones, but still beyond the reach of ordinary players. To be precise, even the top echelon of professional gamers from major clubs couldn't pull this off at the current stage. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow, in no hurry to use Star Moon Purification. Since Zhou Xiaopeng hadn't arrived yet, he might as well use them to grind proficiency for Bloodthirsty Dragon Armor. Before Lin Tianhao could land, a 4th person appeared. The 4 of them worked together, keeping Lin Tianhao airborne, achieving over 100 consecutive hits in no time. The more hits in an aerial combo, the higher the damage. Their basic attacks against Lin Tianhao initially dealt around 300 damage. As the combo count grew, a single strike could now take over 500 of his health. To maintain the aerial chain, they didn't attack simultaneously, so Lin Tianhao took just over 1,000 damage per second. Yet his Tears of the Life Goddess restored 10,000 health per second. This damage was nothing compared to his regeneration. The 4 noticed this but remained unfazed. If 100 hits weren't enough, they'd go for 1,000. As long as Lin Tianhao had no purification skill, they were confident they could chain him to death. Lin Tianhao was studying their attack patterns, trying to identify their martial arts lineage. Suddenly a thought struck him. In his past life, there was a notorious guild called the Dominator Guild. Its members, relying on impeccable coordination for infinite combos, often ambushed top players to steal their equipment. Under normal circumstances, even without a purification skill, it was hard for a lone player to break their assault. Damn, this guy is way too overpowered. One player grumbled as the combo count had already surpassed. Their damage per second had also exceeded 5,000. But what was the point? Absolutely none. What are you doing? Just then Zhou Xiaopeng arrived. Seeing Lin Tianhao under attack, he immediately activated Savage Charge, barreling toward one of the assailants near Lin Tianhao. Seeing Zhou Xiaopeng charging, the mage's expression shifted. Hold him off, I'll deal with this warrior. With that, she waved her staff and a ring of flame emanated from her body. Repelling Fire Ring. This skill's level surpassed Savage Charge, so it directly interrupted Zhou Xiaopeng's charge. As his charge broke, 3 consecutive fireballs flew toward him. He instinctively sidestepped, but his movement speed was too slow. The mage had predicted his position the moment she cast Repelling Fire Ring, using Chain Fireball, so it hit Zhou Xiaopeng smoothly. 288. 289, 291. 3 consecutive damage numbers appeared above Zhou Xiaopeng's head, but his health bar barely dipped just a minuscule fraction. How? How is this possible? They only knew that Lin Tianhao was formidable, yet they never dreamed that the warrior by his side possessed such an astonishing health bar. Retreat! The other 3 were reluctant. Sister Qi, 500 consecutive hits. We have a chance. I said retreat. The mage's tone grew stern. He waved his staff, summoning flames beneath Lin Tianhao's feet. The flames had a slowing effect meant to hinder Lin Tianhao and provide an opening for their retreat. However, they had underestimated the situation. As Lin Tianhao landed, he raised his bow and loosed a single arrow. With that one arrow, the entire group was annihilated. The lightning jump had triggered. Even with only splash damage, these people could not withstand it. Brother, who are they? Zhou Xiaopeng asked in bewilderment. Lin Tianhao shook his head. Not sure for now. They're probably after the bounty on Demon King. As he spoke, Lin Tianhao picked up the equipment the group had dropped. This bounty on me is a bit of a hassle. Try to kill me now. He said try, because he wasn't sure of Zhou Xiaopeng's current damage output. By the way, these 3 skill books suit you. Lin Tianhao handed Zhou Xiaopeng 3 skill books: Unstoppable Frenzy and Bloodthirsty Dragon Armor. All dropped from the Blood-Eyed Dragon Turtle. Brother, you're incredible. Lin Tianhao gave a non-committal smile and removed all his equipment. There was no other way. If he kept his gear on, Zhou Xiaopeng would have almost no chance of killing him. Come on. Zhou Xiaopeng didn't hesitate. He had already completed his class change, and his path was not that of a shield warrior but a berserker. He reasoned that since binding with Lin Tianhao had already granted him immense health, choosing the berserker class to compensate for his lack of damage was the wisest choice. Combined with his 3 passive skills, he could potentially remain undefeated. A single sword strike landed. 918. The damage was decent. He had previously completed Blacksmith Wang's quest and obtained equipment rewards. Afterward, he had killed Lin Tianhao once, claiming the bounty from the Star Kingdom. Adding to his own accumulated gear, his attack power was now quite considerable. But the moment his damage was dealt, a healing number appeared above Lin Tianhao's head. 46. 500. These came from the Bloodthirsty Dragon Armor and recovery skills. There was no helping it. Lin Tianhao could remove his equipment, but he couldn't remove his skills. Wait, this is too slow. Lin Tianhao went to kill ordinary bloodshell turtles until 5 blood-eyed turtles spawned, then he stopped. The 5 blood-eyed turtles began a frenzied assault on Lin Tianhao. As level 45 black iron bosses, they managed to reduce his health by 1/3 in a short time, even though he didn't fight back. When his health dropped to just over 10,000, Lin Tianhao fled. After disengaging from combat, Zhou Xiaopeng was ready and unleashed a relentless barrage on Lin Tianhao. 919. Stone Splitting Slash. 1258. 1258. The skill triggered the passive double strike, dealing damage twice from a single ability. This was the reason Zhou Xiaopeng could establish an early advantage. Under his storm of attacks, Lin Tianhao was slain. Due to his extremely high infamy, he inevitably dropped to level 1. Upon respawning at the Resurrection Altar, Lin Tianhao's infamy immediately drew many stares. However, they noticed a critical issue. Gravolt's bounty was gone because Lin Tianhao had been killed. As the saying goes, there's no profit in toiling without cause. With no bounty on his head, continuing to harass him would be a waste of time. But while players might not trouble him, the city guards would not be so lenient. Shortly after his resurrection, a squad of city guards rushed over. The Black Wind City does not welcome heinous criminals. Leave at once. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. Being expelled from the main city was entirely within his expectations. Just then, an aged voice rang out. Stand aside. Upon hearing this, the city guard squad leader frowned. The city guard is conducting official business. Bystanders step aside immediately. Hearing this, Clinfus Bird produced a token from his bosom. The moment they saw the token, the city guards immediately knelt in respectful salute. Greetings, Your Excellency. I am taking this man with me. Clinfus Bird stated calmly, then led Lin Tianhao away. The surrounding players watched in astonishment. For most players, the city guards held considerable authority within the main city. They had jurisdiction over many matters. Yet today the city guards had collectively knelt to someone, and afterward they had taken Lin Tianhao away. What happened to Snow Emperor? Where is he being taken? Could he be executed for his high infamy? It doesn't look like it. Based on my experience, Snow Emperor has probably triggered some hidden reward. The surrounding players buzzed with discussion. Meanwhile, Lin Tianhao followed Clinfus Bird into the royal palace. Snow Emperor, you're a clever man. You know what to say when you see His Majesty. I understand. Lin Tianhao nodded. Clinfus Bird led him outside a palace hall. From within, the clinking of cups could be heard. Occasionally voices flattering Princess Leona reached them. Princess Leona, you've truly made a name for yourself. So young and already with a benefactor. Another voice asked, Princess Leona, could you tell us who this benefactor is? The NPCs of Ragnarok were quite astute. Upon hearing the world announcement, they knew that the one who killed Grellerinson was not one of their own. Because according to the rules of this world, only adventurers or their parties would trigger a world announcement upon a boss. Lord Chancellor, I must keep my benefactor's identity confidential. Please forgive me. Leona declined gracefully. Just then, Chancellor Cassino grinned and said, I've heard that our Star Kingdom has an adventurer named Snow Emperor who has risen to fame dominating many world announcements. It's a pity he's a criminal with 1,000,000 infamy points. Otherwise, he could be taken as a protege and nurtured. With these words, Chancellor Cassino paused before adding, Princess Leona, it couldn't be that this criminal Snow Emperor helped you kill Grellerinson, could it? At this remark, Leona's expression darkened. Lord Chancellor, as a seasoned official, you should know better than to speculate on uncertain matters. That is most unseemly. No sooner had Leona spoken these words than the voice of Queen Fioutingyu suddenly rang out. It is indeed inappropriate for the Prime Minister to make baseless conjectures. However, my people have recently met the Snow Emperor, and from what he said, it seems he helped you slay Grellerinson, the Demon Prince. The Queen's words stirred up a storm. Upon the throne, King Abra looked at Leona with interest. Leona, is what the Queen said true? Leona's face darkened. She knew she was about to be exposed. This was exactly what she and Lin Tianhao had planned. If she denied it now, it would be a crime of deceiving the sovereign. Father, Mother, I did promise to keep the identity of the one who helped me a secret. If you have evidence, Mother, please present it. Leona's words did not constitute deception. Instead, they made her appear loyal and righteous. Yet these very words made them sense something amiss. If it weren't the Snow Emperor, a simple denial would suffice. There was no need for such elaboration. But Leona's lengthy reply only made the matter seem suspicious. Queen Fioutingyu smiled and said, What a coincidence. My people have brought the Snow Emperor here. Right and wrong can be determined by calling him up for a face-to-face confrontation. What do you say? Hearing this, Leona's expression turned grim, although she already knew she had to go through with the act. King Abra raised an eyebrow. In that case, summon the Snow Emperor for a confrontation. Clinfus Bird led Lin Tianhao into the Grand Hall. Many turned their heads at the sight of him, given his 1,000,000-point red name value. Such a value had not been seen in the Star Kingdom for many years. Those who once bore it were universally heinous villains. To them, Lin Tianhao was no exception. Snow Emperor, the Queen claims you slew Grellerinson. Is this true? King Abra demanded. Lin Tianhao nodded. Indeed, it was I who slew Grellerinson. At these words, Leona immediately retorted, Snow Emperor, think carefully before you speak. Do not spout nonsense here. King Abra raised his hand, signaling Leona to be silent. Snow Emperor, if you claim to have slain Grellerinson, can you tell me precisely how you did it? Lin Tianhao produced the treasure prepared for him by Clinfus Bird. This item allowed me to bypass the formation and enter the Well of Shattered Stars. Upon hearing this, King Abra fixed his gaze on the artifact in Lin Tianhao's hand. Lin Tianhao had not concealed its attributes, so everyone present could see them. Even so, did you have enough damage to kill Grellerinson? The king pressed. At your current level, frankly, you couldn't even breach his defenses. Lin Tianhao was supremely confident. What if my damage is true damage? Abra narrowed his eyes. Guards! Immediately, a general clad in golden armor stepped forward. Strike him with your true damage. Swish! Lin Tianhao raised his hand and loosed an arrow. 20,598. A massive damage number appeared. Abra was slightly taken aback. Leona, however, continued to argue. Father, this only proves the Snow Emperor has the strength to kill Grellerinson, but not that he was the one who did it. Leona's rebuttal was logical and seemed sound. Yet the Queen's next words made Leona's expression turn extremely ugly. Your Majesty, if Leona's partner is not the Snow Emperor, then who is it that she is so desperately trying to... King Abra also turned to Leona. Leona, at this point, the only way to prove your innocence is to name the one who helped you kill Grellerinson. Hearing this, Leona fell silent. After a moment, she sighed. Father, I promised that adventurer I would not reveal his identity. If that is the case, I will revoke your reward for slaying Grellerinson. Do you have any complaints? Leona's heart bled. The position of helmsman of the Star Chamber, a role King Fuyan and Dixuagen would kill to obtain, was slipping through her fingers. Father, I have no complaints. As a princess of the Star Kingdom, if I lack such integrity, how can I command respect? Leona's words were forceful, earning her a second look from some of the nobles present. To abandon the Star Chamber and keep her promise. Such people were rare. Of course, some believed Princess Leona was merely making excuses, and that the real killer was the Snow Emperor. Her current actions were all just a ploy to evade blame. Additionally, some perceived that this was Queen Fiaoting Ye's scheme to frame her. Regardless, in this court, a small number had already begun to lean toward Princess Leona in their hearts. This was precisely the effect Lin Tianhao had sought to achieve with his plan. Turning the tables, he could reap benefits while gaining the Queen's trust. A win-win. Princess Leona seemed to have lost the Star Chamber, but she had won the recognition of some ministers. As for the Star Chamber, they could find a way to contend for it later. Snow Emperor, do you have any evidence of your cooperation with Princess Leona? Lin Tianhao shook his head. The current outcome was already optimal. No, because Leona only gave me a verbal promise without any tangible benefits. King Abra's eyes sharpened as he stared at Lin Tianhao. Snow Emperor, you are a criminal. Aren't you afraid I'll have you arrested for coming here? Your Majesty, I have not killed anyone in the main city. You can banish me. Abra sneered. I am the king of the Star Kingdom. Besides banishment, I can also imprison you for half a month. You adventurers seem to be racing against time to grow stronger. If I lock you up for half a month, it should significantly slow your progress, shouldn't it? Lin Tianhao said nothing. He waited for Queen Fiaoting Yu to speak. Having come here, he was not afraid of imprisonment. Because the Queen had to protect him, or else, he would not hesitate to drag her down with him. She was well aware of this. After a moment's deliberation, she said, Your Majesty, I brought him here. As you can see, his red name value has already dropped by 100,000, showing he is actively reforming. Why not give him a chance to turn over a new leaf? Oh! Abra looked at the Queen. What kind of chance do you have in mind? Open the instance, the footprints of the snow corpse for him. If he can clear it, his red name value will surely decrease significantly. Upon hearing Queen Fiaudinia's words, the nobles in the Great Hall all subtly changed their expressions. Clearly, they were all aware of the footprints of the snow corpse dungeon. Lin Tianhao was also somewhat surprised. After collecting the corpse energy earlier, he had received the quest to raid the snow corpse dungeon. Yet, even with his past life memories, Lin Tianhao had never known where the footprints of the snow corpse dungeon originated. Now he finally understood. The footprints of the snow corpse dungeon could only be unlocked by King Abraham, which explained why he hadn't known about it in his past life. However, he also noticed the subtle shifts in the expressions of the surrounding nobles. From their changing faces, he could tell that this footprints of the snow corpse was no simple matter. Snow Emperor, since the Queen has interceded on your behalf, you may choose your own path. 15 days of imprisonment or clearing the footprints of the snow corpse ruins. Hearing this, Lin Tianhao's expression grew solemn. He had no choice left. He had been set up by Queen Fiaoting. The footprints of the snow corpse was definitely problematic. It might even be a legendary dungeon where one respawns on the spot or at a fixed point within the instance. In his past life, some secret realms were extremely bizarre. Upon death, players wouldn't respawn in the main city but would revive on the spot within the dungeon or return to its first stage. In other words, one could only leave the dungeon alive by clearing it. A team of players had once encountered such a dungeon and were trapped inside, unable to escape. They only succeeded after thoroughly studying the dungeon and employing a war of attrition. Dungeons typically had a trait: before being cleared, the monsters wouldn't continuously respawn. For instance, if Lin Tianhao cleared the first stage and entered the second, no matter how long he spent in the second stage, the first stage's monsters wouldn't respawn. Thus, that team used a war of attrition, never allowing a total party wipe. Whenever a player died, another would rush from the dungeon's first stage to continue the fight. Such a dungeon would be a nightmare for other players. But for Lin Tianhao, wasn't this a blessing? Exactly. That was truly his thought. Since he could infinitely stack his health points, the higher the dungeon's difficulty, the better. It would be his paradise for accumulating HP. Moreover, he already had a quest that required him to enter the footprints of the snow corpse dungeon. For him, this was killing two birds with one stone. All right, Your Majesty, I choose to enter the footprints of the snow corpse dungeon. Hearing this, Queen Fiaoting breathed a sigh of relief. King Abraham also smiled and nodded. Good Snow Emperor. I look forward to your clearing of the footprints of the snow corpse dungeon. Lin Tianhao's gaze fell upon the Clinfist bird. The Clinfist bird understood Lin Tianhao's intention. Ding, you have completed the Clinfist bird's quest. Quest rewards: free attribute points 300, skill space blink 1. Space blink 1 star. Effect blink 5 meters in any direction, capable of passing through obstacles. Cost none. Cooldown 5 minutes. Proficiency 01000. Lin Tianhao was slightly surprised. This was unexpected. Not only could this skill bypass obstacles, but it also consumed no mana. If its star rating were increased, the benefits would be top tier. Snow Emperor, I am about to open the dungeon footprints of the Snow Corpse for you. Are you prepared? Lin Tianhao nodded. I am ready. King Abraham waved his hands, chanting a complex incantation of runes. Then a radiant portal appeared before Lin Tianhao. Indeed, this dungeon could only be unlocked by King Abraham. Lin Tianhao stepped forward and entered the dungeon. There were no level prompts, but the difficulty options were the same as always. Hell difficulty. Lin Tianhao, as usual, chose Hell difficulty. Ding, friendly reminder, this is a special dungeon. Once inside, you cannot leave unless you clear it. Lin Tianhao was somewhat surprised that the dungeon had such a warning. Enter. Since he had come this far, there was no turning back. He also wanted to see what made this dungeon so special. The next moment, Lin Tianhao appeared before a dilapidated village. The land was frozen and snow-covered. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but white snow. In the later stages of his past life, Lin Tianhao had entered similar small-world dungeons, and this one felt somewhat alike. From the outside, nothing seemed amiss. It looked just like the outside world. But in reality, this was an independent, self-contained small world. Ding, you are affected by the ice and snow. Movement speed reduced by 5. Attack speed reduced by 5. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. He didn't pay it much heed and walked into the snow-covered village ahead. Here Lin Tianhao saw only desolation. The monsters he had expected were nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, a window in one of the village houses was blown open by the wind and snow. A woman, her face panicked, quickly closed it. But at that moment, a monster emerged from the snow. The monster charged toward the middle of the snowfield. Lin Tianhao immediately nocked an arrow and drew his bow. In his past life, he had encountered quests to protect natives. If a native was killed by a monster, it would result in quest failure or reduced clearance rating. So the moment the monster made its move, his attack was already in flight. Whoosh! Twisting string arrow technique. The immense impact force instantly struck the monster midair. The monster was knocked down, and Lin Tianhao finally got a clear look at its attributes. Frost Wolfman, Black Iron, level 50. HP 900000090000000. Attack 3999. Skills? Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. It seemed this dungeon was truly interesting. His arrow had clearly dealt over 20000 damage to the Frost Wolfman. Yet the moment it landed on the snow, its health instantly returned to full. Could it be that this snowfield acts like a fountain of youth, granting infinite regeneration as long as one is on the snow? At this moment, Lin Tianhao realized the dungeon's true difficulty. The real challenge wasn't the monsters inside, but this special effect. However, wasn't this exactly what Lin Tianhao wanted? He had always felt that monsters were too fragile, preventing him from stacking much health. But now it seemed this dungeon was tailor-made for him. Infinite regeneration. If Lin Tianhao couldn't kill them, he could keep stacking health indefinitely. Whoosh! 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 Lin Tianhao's arrows continuously pierced the air. As he had anticipated, the Frost Wolfman's infinite regeneration on the snow made him ecstatic. He attacked relentlessly. Each strike was the twisting string arrow technique, which carried a knockback effect. The Frost Wolfman roared in fury, but could never get close to Lin Tianhao. HP 3. HP 3. Lin Tianhao was stacking with great delight. But at that moment, a second Frost Wolf appeared charged. Lin Tianhao's expression shifted. Unknown was still enjoyable, but the emergence of the second Frost Wolf brought a subtle change to the battle. Lin Tianhao continued to unleash his twisted string arrow technique, while testing whether his lifesteal could withstand the damage from the other Frost Wolf. With a swoosh, the second Frost Wolf lunged and struck Lin Tianhao twice, dealing 3999 damage each time. True damage. Lin Tianhao's gaze sharpened. He suffered 599 damage, then 599 more. Bleeding. His pupils contracted abruptly. The Frost Wolf's basic attacks had inflicted a bleeding effect, which was extremely rare under normal circumstances. However, his lifesteal could still hold up, so he remained unafraid. He kept firing arrows frantically, his health points stacking up little by little. Yet before long, a third Frost Wolf appeared. Lin Tianhao knew he might not be able to endure. The Snow Wolves dealt true damage with bleeding effects. He could handle one Frost Wolf's attacks, but more proved too much. Sure enough, Lin Tianhao's health bar began to drop steadily. Lifesteal alone could no longer sustain him. His attack speed was fast, but the Frost Wolves were equally swift. With bleeding and occasional skill strikes, Lin Tianhao found it impossible to maintain distance. Yet he remained indifferent, for his health was steadily increasing. As for his level, he was only at 1. Death would have little impact. After stacking over 5,000 more health points, he finally succumbed to the Frost Wolf's claws. The moment he died, Lin Tianhao's pupils shifted dramatically. He discovered an absurd truth: his attributes had been reset. He had returned to the attributes he had upon entering the dungeon. The health he had painstakingly stacked was gone. This was terrifying. Lin Tianhao gasped. His talent was super divine, and though not fully awakened, it might only rival a strong divine talent. Yet it should not be so easily reset by a dungeon. Time reversal. Lin Tianhao shook his head. That probability was unlikely. Time reversal was too overpowered, even gods might not achieve it. Thus there was only one answer: this dungeon was left by a demigod, a false god, or even a true god. A divine dungeon resetting his attributes was no surprise. No matter how heaven-defying his talent, it remained merely a talent. According to past life knowledge, a divine talent only meant potential to become a god, still worlds apart from a true. He had underestimated this dungeon. Moreover, Lin Tianhao noticed that his death cycle had not triggered even once. He knew the reason: likely the suppression of the divine dungeon and level suppression. In Twilight of the Gods, level suppression didn't manifest clearly in attribute values, but Lin Tianhao knew it affected probabilistic outcomes. For instance, his death cycle had a 1% chance, but facing a boss 14 levels higher, the actual trigger probability might be below 0.01%. Coupled with his low luck attribute, the probability dropped further. Additionally, rank disparity created suppression, reducing the chance even more. If so, there's no choice but to kill the Frost Wolves, he mused. Alternatively, the dungeon might have other strategies like leveraging the power of local inhabitants. Either way, Lin Tianhao felt some concern. With that thought, after respawning and storing his equipment in the guild warehouse, he messaged Zhou Xiaopeng. "Fatty, take some equipment from the warehouse and exchange it for money. We need to upgrade to nutrient pods." Nutrient pods were more expensive than ordinary gaming pods, costing over 100,000. They required regular nutrient fluid refills, allowing offline periods of about 2 weeks. The fluid wasn't cheap either, costing around 10,000 for half a month. Unaffordable for average families. But Lin Tianhao didn't mind. Without a nutrient pod, tackling small world dungeons that took half a day or more in the mid to late game would be unbearable on an empty stomach. As for Zhou Xiaopeng selling weapons, Lin Tianhao needed that wouldn't happen. Items in the guild warehouse could only be taken with the guild leader's permission. Otherwise, they were merely viewable. After assigning tasks to Zhou Xiaopeng, Lin Tianhao logged off to eat. He needed a full stomach before tackling the dungeon again. If he got too hungry midway and had to log off, restarting would waste too much time. After eating his fill, Lin Tianhao re-entered the game. He knew the upcoming battle would be tricky. He had to stay fully focused to maximize gains. Upon re-entering the game, he was still in the dungeon. As before, he entered the village and the storyline remained unchanged. The same window of that household blew open and the woman hurriedly closed it. The Frost Wolf appeared, charging toward her with lightning speed. Lin Tianhao struck the moment the Frost Wolf leaped into the air. The arrow pierced the air, still employing the twisted string arrow technique. While interrupting the Frost Wolf, Lin Tianhao unleashed the floating arrow technique. Just as I thought. Every dungeon had a solution. No dungeon was absolutely unsolvable. In its floating state, the Frost Wolf didn't regenerate health. It only healed when on the snow. If so, things became much easier. With his current attack speed, keeping the Frost Wolf airborne was simpler than before. Lin Tianhao whittled down the Frost Wolf's health by over 5 million points in the air. With a furious roar, the wolf activated its unstoppable stance, canceling the float and landing on the snow. Lin Tianhao noticed then that the Frost Wolf didn't heal instantly, but at a rate of 100,000 per second. In other words, his damage could suppress its regeneration. He only needed to stall until the unstoppable stance ended and knock it airborne again. Upon landing, the Frost Wolf dashed toward Lin Tianhao like a blur. He rolled sideways to dodge while maximizing his attack speed and continuing to strike. Since he could withstand one Frost Wolf's damage before, it was no issue now. Once the unstoppable stance ended, he promptly used the floating arrow technique to launch the wolf into the air. This time, without a skill to break control, the Frost Wolf could only roar in vain before being slain by Lin Tianhao. A chime announced the kill, but no experience was gained. Lin Tianhao's pupils contracted again. Damn, this was the most absurd dungeon he had ever encountered. Killing monsters yielded no experience. Thus, ordinary players couldn't level up to escape. Lin Tianhao now understood the changing expressions of the nobles in Starfall Kingdom. He also grasped why Queen Feodora had recommended this dungeon. If he was trapped here, no one would know of her collusion with the Nether clan. But hadn't she overlooked a crucial detail? Adventurers could communicate with each other. Still, that no longer mattered. He was now even more intrigued by the Snow Corpse's Footprints dungeon. With no experience rewards and such difficulty, what would he gain upon completion? However, Lin Tianhao had no time to ponder further. The second Snow Wolf had appeared. Following the same pattern, he replicated the tactic Knock It Airborne Infinite combo. Even when it landed with unstoppable stance, it faced relentless attacks, suppressing its health. Once the stance ended, the Frost Wolf was launched again. With each arrow dealing over 20,000 true damage and the wolf having 9 million health, he needed over 400 arrows to kill it. Accounting for kiting during the unstoppable stance, each Frost Wolf required about 600 arrows, stacking 2,000 health points for Lin Tianhao. And then Lin Tianhao seemed to have unleashed a frenzy of farming health points. He slew 9 Frost Werewolves in a row, amassing over 17,000 health points. With the 10% passive boost from Zhou Xiaopeng's talent, and the 20% health increase from the Tears of the Life Goddess, the 17,000 health points Lin Tianhao gained actually provided him with over 22,000 health. However, this increase in health points was far from enough for Lin Tianhao. Then something unexpected happened. When the 10th Frost Werewolf appeared, it was not a single one. Instead, there were 2. Is this the Hell difficulty dungeon? Lin Tianhao's gaze grew solemn. He stuck to his strategy, killing one in midair while kiting the other. His health increased by over 22,000 and his basic attack damage rose by more than 600. Given Lin Tianhao's current attack speed, his damage per second increased by over 3,000. Still, dealing with a Frost Werewolf with a 9 million health bar was somewhat challenging. Yet Lin Tianhao showed no fear. He attacked with ferocity, maximizing his limited output. Facing 2 Frost Werewolves, Lin Tianhao remained in control. He could withstand their damage, and his life steal allowed him to recover the health he lost. After defeating the first Frost Werewolf, he moved on to the second. His tactics remained unchanged and no issues arose. This time Lin Tianhao killed 18 Frost Werewolves in one go. Next, it shouldn't be 3 Frost Werewolves, right? Although killing these 18 Frost Werewolves had added over 40,000 health points to Lin Tianhao, withstanding the attacks of 2 Frost Werewolves simultaneously was still somewhat difficult for him. To Lin Tianhao's relief, no more Frost Werewolves appeared. It was the same household as before. The woman inside opened the window a crack, and only after confirming that no Frost Werewolves were outside did she boldly open the door. Brave adventurer, I am so grateful to you. If not for you, this winter would have been unbearable. Lin Tianhao looked at the speaker. Villager Ant Chun, level 50. Health 100,000,000,100,000,000. Attack 985. Skills. Note she is a villager living here. Perhaps she can offer you unexpected rewards. Lin Tianhao was somewhat surprised. Not by Aunt Chen's health bar or attack, but by her name. With 5 years of gaming experience from his past life, Lin Tianhao knew that in the Star Kingdom there were almost no NPCs with Dragon Kingdom characteristic names. To put it bluntly, Lin Tianhao was unaware of the existence of such an NPC. In his past life, people had criticized this, as servers in other countries generally had settings that reflected their own cultures. In the Dragon Kingdom, except for the gods and entities associated with them which retained Dragon Kingdom characteristics, everything else was entirely westernized. Now in this dungeon, Lin Tianhao unexpectedly saw an Eastern-style name, which stirred a surge of excitement and a sense of familiarity. As they say, draw your sword to help when you see injustice on the road. This is what I ought to do, Lin Tianhao said with a smile. Regardless, you've done me a great favor. To thank you, let me prepare a hearty dinner for you, all right? Lin Tianhao, still unfamiliar with the dungeon's mechanics, decided to take things one step at a time. All right. Lin Tianhao followed Aunt Chun into her home. Her house was somewhat modest, with over a dozen pieces of smoked meat hanging in the kitchen. They looked excellent, reminiscent of authentic Sichuan-style cured pork. She busied herself in the kitchen, asking Lin Tianhao to wait a moment. However, that moment stretched into over half an hour. Having lived 2 lives, Lin Tianhao possessed greater patience than most. He waited quietly to see what plot would unfold. Before long, 3 dishes and a soup were served: cured meat, spicy and sour shredded potatoes, egg drop soup, and sweet and sour spare ribs. Try them. My cooking skills are average. If it's not good, please forgive me. Lin Tianhao smiled and waved his hand. They look delicious. Besides, having a hot meal in this icy weather is already a blessing. Lin Tianhao picked up a piece of cured meat and ate it. Ding, attack 5. Lin Tianhao was stunned. Eating food increases stats. He took a small bite of the shredded potatoes. Ding, attack speed 0. 02. Lin Tianhao perked up. This was incredible. A skyrocketing start. To confirm the stats these dishes provided, Lin Tianhao tried the egg drop soup and the sweet and sour spare ribs. Sweet and sour spare ribs. Ding, critical hit 1. Egg drop soup. Ding, movement speed 0. 1. Lin Tianhao grew excited. Critical hit and attack weren't priorities. Attack speed and movement speed suited him best. He began to devour the food, but soon he regretted it. He regretted having eaten before tackling this dungeon. He had worried about tackling the dungeon on an empty stomach, but now he had ruined it. Although in-game food didn't provide real energy, the feeling of fullness was genuine. Lin Tianhao ate as much as he could. He finished all the shredded potatoes, which boosted his attack speed by 1 point. But when it came to the egg drop soup, Lin Tianhao could only manage half of it. Any more and he felt it would surge back up from his stomach. As a result, his movement speed increased by 3 points. As for the remaining food, Lin Tianhao simply couldn't eat any more and had to give up. What a pity. Otherwise his movement speed could have increased further. However, since his movement speed had already exceeded 10 points, the boost was halved, effectively increasing it by only 1. 5. Thank you for the wonderful hospitality. Lin Tianhao wiped his mouth and said politely, "You're such a kind adventurer. You left me so much meat. What can I say?" Aunt Chun seemed a bit embarrassed. To express her gratitude, she rummaged through the inner room for a while. After a long moment, she emerged with a token in her hand. "Young man, you are very skilled. This was left to me by a powerful adventurer I once took in. I hope it can be of use to you." Lin Tianhao instinctively took the token. Frost command, token special equipment. Requirement none. Affect your attacks, reduce the target's attack speed and movement speed by 20 for 5 seconds. Durability 100. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. This was a great item, but then he realized a serious problem. In this dungeon, it seemed he couldn't use it at all. The reason was simple here: he needed knockback or heavy injury effects or high health increasing attributes. Slowing down. It was useless. But it's useless here. If taken outside, it would undoubtedly be a kiting tool. Reducing either attack speed or movement speed alone is already formidable, but reducing both simultaneously is truly overpowering. Especially for certain warrior classes whose attack and movement speeds are already slow. Once reduced by 20%, they become mere sitting ducks. The same applies to monsters. However, the description doesn't specify whether this effect is irresistible, so it can likely be removed through purification. But still, it's useless anyway. Since it triggers with basic attacks, Lin Tianhao only needs to keep attacking, rendering the opponent's purification ineffective. He withdrew his thoughts. A knock echoed at Aunt Chen's door, followed by an aged voice from outside. "Aunt Chun, is that adventure?" "Yes, village chief." Aunt Chun opened the door, revealing a short, white-haired old man. "Village? Health? Attack? Skills?" All were question marks. Lin Tianhao felt a chill run down his spine. "Brave adventurer, I am truly grateful for your help, but merely slaying those frost werewolves is far from enough. This place was once peaceful, but when a deity passed by from the west, heavy snow began to fall, lasting for an entire 6 months. Since then, half of each year is blanketed in snow and monsters emerge when the snow arrives." Lin Tianhao realized he had triggered the quest for this dungeon. "Village chief, is there anything I can do to help? We all wish to restore this place to its former state. If you can destroy the traces left by the snow corpse and bring peace back to our village, we will offer you our most precious treasure. Ding Village Chief Li has issued a quest to you. Do you accept? Quest objective: destroy the snow corpse's traces and restore peace to the village. Quest penalty none. Quest reward: weapon evolution scroll 1. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. This was definitely something valuable. A weapon evolution scroll could evolve a weapon. Imagine what attributes would change if the Book of Life and Death were evolved once. Just the thought filled Lin Tianhao with uncontrollable excitement. After all, this was an unexpected boon for him. "Rest assured, Village Chief, I will give it my all." Upon hearing this, Village Chief Li's face broke into a satisfied smile. "Brave adventurer, do your best." Lin Tianhao nodded and stepped out of Aunt Chen's house. "With that, I'll take my leave." He was ready to continue his battle. As he walked through the village, many eyes watched him from behind windows. Yet not a single person emerged. They merely observed from afar, as if fearing more monsters. He pressed forward, still surrounded by endless white snow with no end in sight. Suddenly Lin Tianhao kicked something beneath his feet. Brushing away the snow, he uncovered a stone tablet. Lin Tianhao swept the thick snow off the tablet and read the inscription. "The Eastern Ancient Kingdom rests here." These simple 8 words sparked a flood of thoughts. Players from the Dragon Nation, upon entering Twilight of the Gods, should have descended into this Eastern Ancient Kingdom. Yet for some unknown reason, this kingdom lay dormant here. This was why Dragon Nation players ended up in the westernized Star Kingdom. As he moved forward, Lin Tianhao felt an inexplicable oppression, as if some force weighed on his heart, accelerating its beat. This is divine might. Even in his past life, Lin Tianhao had rarely felt divine might, yet now, He sensed it within this dungeon. Ding, you are affected by divine might. All attributes decreased by 10%. Crack. Suddenly Lin Tianhao's expression shifted drastically, because a crack appeared on his Purification Jade Pendant. In an instant Lin Tianhao stowed it away. Purification Jade Pendant Special Equipment. Equip requirement only wearable by those to whom it is voluntarily transferred. Cannot be dropped, seized, or worn by others unless willingly given. Effect immune to 80% of control, slow, curse, poison, burn, freeze, paralysis, and other negative buffs. Durability 80. Despite Lin Tianhao's quick reflexes, the pendant's durability had dropped by. As special equipment, it was usually hard to damage. Yet this divine might had impaired it. Ding, you are affected by divine might. All attribute reduction increased to 50%. Ding, affected by the snow, movement speed and attack speed reduction increased to 25%. Lin Tianhao gasped. Indeed, without the Purification Jade Pendant, his attributes suffered greatly. His original attack speed of 6.73 plummeted to 1.68. Damn. A 75% reduction was absurd. Lin Tianhao felt a shiver run down his spine. His movement speed and health were also heavily impacted. In other words, his damage output would drop significantly. This was terrifying. The dungeon's difficulty was already extreme, and now he faced such severe pen. It seems my earlier success gave me false confidence. This dungeon's hellish difficulty is far more daunting than I imagined. Lin Tianhao pressed on, enduring the divine might. Suddenly Lin Tianhao sensed something moving beneath the snow. Before he could react, a massive ice serpent burst forth, jaws wide, lunging at him. Lin Tianhao quickly rolled aside, releasing an arrow from his hand. Ice Serpent, Bronze, LV 50. Health 30000003000000000. Attack 10,010. Skills? A bronze boss. And a serpent. As everyone knows, snakes have sleek bodies, making it extremely difficult to launch them into the air. If his attack speed hadn't been affected, Lin Tianhao could manage it, but with an attack speed of 1.68, achieving that was nearly impossible. Lin Tianhao still had 380 free attribute points. If he allocated them all to attack speed, it would reach 12.15. However, that was the unaffected speed. Deducting the 75% reduction, his attack speed would drop to 3.03. Extremely low. Yet, if he controlled his attack rhythm well, infinite juggling might not be entirely out of reach. After brief consideration, Lin Tianhao invested all 380 points into attack speed, bringing his attack speed to 12.15, effectively 3.03. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Tianhao kite, continuously unleashing his twisting string arrow technique. 11,023. 11024. Due to the 50% attribute reduction, Lin Tianhao's damage output had significantly decreased. Yet Lin Tianhao remained undaunted, and upon sensing the difficulty of this instance, he did not even consider clearing it in one go. For now he would charge in as much as possible, treating it as a chance to familiarize himself with the instance and understand its mechanics. Previously, when he faced the ice and snow werewolves, his speed was swift. If he slowed down his attacks, he could potentially stack an additional 50 to 100,000 health points. This way, both his normal attack damage and health cap would see an increase. Perhaps the immediate enhancement wouldn't be substantial, especially as the effects of divine might would diminish here, but even a mosquito's leg is meat. Every little bit counts. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrows continued to pierce through the air. Lin Tianhao finally sent the ice and snow giant snake flying. The difficulty was dozens of times greater than sending a regular wild monster flying. The mental strain on Lin Tianhao was immense, but there was no other choice. He had to withstand the pressure, or otherwise he would face calamity. With 30 million health points, the ice and snow giant snake would lose over 30,000 health points per second, and in 1 minute he could only deal around 190,000. If the ice and snow werewolves followed their script and it activated its invulnerability, what would happen? It would quickly regenerate health. In other words, with his damage output, it would take nearly 40 minutes to kill one ice and snow giant snake. This is without accounting for mistakes or the appearance of a second ice and snow giant snake. Just thinking about it made Lin Tianhao's scalp tingle. However, looking at it from another angle, it was not impossible. Stacking 9 health points per second would yield 540 health points in 1 minute, and in 40 minutes that would amount to 21,600. By killing one ice and snow giant snake, he could stack that much health and his damage would rise correspondingly. Of course, these were just calculations made by Lin Tianhao. Whether there would be unforeseen circumstances remained unknown. But sometimes surprises strike unexpectedly. After pulling the ice and snow giant snake for half an hour, Lin Tianhao was on the verge of success when a second ice and snow giant snake appeared. Damn it! This is problematic. Lin Tianhao's movement speed was severely affected and relying on positioning to kite was nearly impossible. Aside from that, Lin Tianhao had one trick left to kite, which was the dual dragons playing with pearls. With this technique, he could shoot 2 arrows simultaneously. This was different from firing dual arrows at once because the 2 arrows in the dual dragons playing with pearls technique were launched using a twisting bowstring method, giving them a certain repelling effect. Yet, even with Lin Tianhao's skills, he could not send 2 ice and snow giant snakes flying simultaneously. Perhaps it would work on 2 regular wild monsters. The conditions for knocking back snake-type wild monsters were too harsh. However, if he only aimed to send one flying while kiting the other, that was still achievable. As anticipated, 41 minutes later, the first ice and snow giant snake fell. Immediately after the second ice and snow giant snake appeared, the same strategy applied: send it flying and follow up. But this time Lin Tianhao had only fought for 20 minutes before a third ice and snow giant snake emerged. Lin Tianhao had a clear understanding of the situation now. An ice and snow giant snake appeared every half hour. He could only continue to kite. The previous one stacked 22,000 health points, and with the second one appearing 11 minutes early, he had stacked a total of 28,000 health points. With the tears of the goddess of life and the enhancement from Zhou Xiaopang's talent, the additional health reached over 36,000. However, affected by the halved attributes, it was actually just over 18,000. In other words, only this 18,000 could deal damage. Each normal attack's damage increased by over 500 and his damage per second rose by over 1,600. This increase was truly insufficient when faced with an ice and snow giant snake's 30 million health points. In the blink of an eye, when the second ice and snow giant snake was killed, 20 minutes had passed since the third one appeared. In other words, there were still 10 minutes until the fourth ice and snow giant snake would appear. For now, he could still hold on. But what if he had to face 3 ice and snow giant snakes at once? Lin Tianhao felt his scalp tingle. Facing 3 ice and snow giant snakes simultaneously meant he would have to withstand the damage from one. This would put immense pressure on him. Yet now that it had come to this, Lin Tianhao could only take it step by step. After killing the second ice and snow giant snake, his normal attack damage increased by over 1,900. Combined with the over 1,600 damage increase, when killing the first ice and snow giant snake, Lin Tianhao's total damage had increased by over 3,500. Over 3,500 per second translates to 211,000 in 1 minute. In 10 minutes, he could only deal an additional 210 million damage. This damage increase still seemed too low compared to the ice and snow giant snake's health. Lin Tianhao unleashed all his firepower and finally killed the third ice and snow giant snake. Next, the real nightmare arrived. Facing 3 ice and snow giant snakes at once, Lin Tianhao continued with his usual strategy: dual dragons playing with pearls. In fact, with Lin Tianhao's skills, he was now able to shoot 3 arrows using the twisting bowstring technique. However, that would mean he couldn't send any ice and snow giant snakes flying. He wouldn't be able to knock even one back. Now Lin Tianhao could only pray he could withstand the damage from 1 ice and snow giant snake. 10000 9998. Lin Tianhao began to absorb damage, and for now he could still endure it. Although the ice and snow giant snake had a higher attack power than the ice and snow werewolves, its attack speed was slightly lower, and it lacked the bleeding effect. However, he was uncertain whether the ice and snow giant snake had any particularly outrageous skills. As Lin Tianhao continued to kite, the airborne ice and snow giant snake activated its invulnerability and descended. At this moment, Lin Tianhao unhesitatingly chose to fire 3 arrows at once, kiting 3 ice and snow giant snakes alone. This method of kiting significantly reduced the damage he had to endure. At this time, the 20% slow effect from the ice command came into play. In this 2-4, while Lin Tianhao's speed was compromised, their speed was also severely affected. Additionally, with 1 against 3, Lin Tianhao did not need to consider knocking them back, making it much easier to fight. As long as he could rhythmically use the twisting bowstring method to repel, he could maintain an invincible stance. In this rhythm, Lin Tianhao briefly contemplated but ultimately abandoned this strategy. He sent one of the ice and snow giant snakes flying to maximize his damage output. Once the invulnerability of the ice and snow giant snake ended, he would continue attacking it to kill it, then turn his focus to the 5th ice and snow giant snake, which had just lost some health. Due to the snowfield's healing effect, the 5th ice and snow giant snake had recovered quite a bit of health, but ultimately it had not fully healed. This feeling was genuinely about maximizing damage. Otherwise, if he was not careful, he could end up losing himself. As it stood, he could still handle 1 or 2 ice and snow giant snakes under extreme kiting. If it were 4 based on Lin Tianhao's calculations, he could still kite. It would just be an incredibly taxing. However, judging by Lin Tianhao's output progress, for now he could still withstand it. Moreover, because he was simultaneously fighting 3 frost serpents, his health was stacking at a faster rate. He could stack 27 health points per second. Even with the interweaving of the twisting string arrow technique, the health stack per second was still 15 points. That amounted to 900 points per minute. The damage was slowly increasing. It wasn't particularly high, but it was steady. After Lin Tianhao killed the 7th frost serpent, he found himself facing 4 frost serpents at once. The pressure began. Moreover, Lin Tianhao could already foresee that the ensuing battle would be extremely unfavorable for him. The reason was simple. Now 2 frost serpents were spawning simultaneously. Just like the frost werewolves after 9 had spawned, they began to appear in pairs. However, at this point Lin Tianhao's damage was far from sufficient to quickly eliminate the frost serpents, and continuing the fight offered no way to break the deadlock. Therefore Lin Tianhao simply put away his weapon and waited for death. He had already thought of a way to break the situation. The frost werewolves were his greatest opportunity. If he used them well, he might be able to defy fate. He might even be able to use the characteristics of this instance to stack his health to an astonishing level. Without Lin Tianhao resisting, even with the damage absorption and life-stealing abilities of the bloodthirsty dragon armor, he was killed in a short time. After all, these were all level 50 bronze bosses, and their damage was unquestionable. After Lin Tianhao died, he returned to the place where he had first entered the instance. Everything was completely reset. The frost command he had obtained was gone, the health he had stacked had returned to its original point, and the attributes gained from eating were also lost. Even the free attribute points he had added had returned, becoming 380 free attribute points displayed, as they were before any points were allocated. Most notably, the damaged purification jade pendant had its weariness restored to 100 and was repaired. This was a time reset. Initially Lin Tianhao thought death was an attribute reset, but now it seemed it was a time reset. Since that's the case, I can now attempt my plan from earlier. Lin Tianhao directly allocated all his free attribute points to attack speed, raising it from the original 573 to 1165. The subsequent plot did not change. The first frost werewolf appeared. Lin Tianhao executed the twisting string arrow technique, knocking the airborne frost werewolf down. Then, unlike before, he did not use the floating arrow technique, nor did he equip the tears of the life goddess. He simply attacked the frost werewolf like that. The frost werewolf regenerated 100,000 health per second in the snow. With Lin Tianhao's attack speed just over 11, even without the tears of the life goddess, he could still deplete the first frost werewolf's health by 180,000 per second. Therefore, Lin Tianhao deliberately slowed down his attack speed to prevent the first frost werewolf from being crippled too quickly. Then came the second one. The third one. Lin Tianhao fired 2 arrows simultaneously, then 3 arrows. But he refrained from killing the frost werewolves. It wasn't until the 5th frost werewolf appeared that Lin Tianhao began to deal with the first one. Because for now, firing 5 arrows simultaneously was the limit he could achieve. A faint smile curled at the corner of Lin Tianhao's mouth. Everything was developing as he had anticipated. When the first frost werewolf was killed, the 6th one appeared just in time, leaving 5 frost werewolves on the field. Lin Tianhao continued to fire 5 arrows, simultaneously maximizing the efficiency of health stacking. He timed it so that just before the next frost werewolf was about to appear, he selectively killed one. This was immensely satisfying. This bug-like method allowed Lin Tianhao's health to soar rapidly. With 5 arrows fired simultaneously, each hit added 15 health points. Even with controlled output, the average number of normal attacks per second was over 6. That meant 90 health points stacked per second. 5,400 per minute. In 1 hour, he could stack 324,000 health points. Although as Lin Tianhao's health increased, his damage would also rise, affecting the progress of health stacking to some extent. However, Lin Tianhao was not worried about the degree of this impact. When the spawns later came in pairs, his strategy remained the same, keeping 5 frost werewolves on the field at all times. When the final 5 appeared, Lin Tianhao simply stopped killing them. He entered a mode of frenzied health stacking. The infinite health regeneration in the snow meant infinite health stacking for him. Although firing 5 arrows simultaneously consumed a great deal of mental energy, and as time passed, Lin Tianhao's damage increased, reducing the health he could stack each hour. After all, with his damage rising to avoid killing these frost werewolves, he had to lower his attack frequency. And so, Lin Tianhao persevered for over 7 hours, mainly because the mental drain of firing 5 arrows simultaneously was immense. This was his limit. Over these 7+ hours, Lin Tianhao stacked a little over 1.5 million health points. If the bonuses from the Tears of the Life Goddess and Zhou Xiaopang's passive were included, the actual health boost Lin Tianhao received reached 2 million. With an additional 2 million health, even under the influence of Divine Might, which reduced attributes by 50%, he would still have a boost of 1 million health. The true damage from a single normal attack would increase by 30,000. Even if his attack speed was reduced to 3.0, his damage per second would still increase by 90,000. This 90,000 was an explosive increase in damage. Furthermore, Lin Tianhao was contemplating whether there was a way to obtain more things within the village. While Lin Tianhao was pondering this, Aunt Chen, a villager, appeared. Lin Tianhao was familiar with the plot and proceeded with ease. However, during the meal, Lin Tianhao sighed and said, "These monsters recover too quickly in the snow, or otherwise I could easily kill them." Hearing this, Aunt Chen replied, "Indeed. But there's a traveling doctor in our village who seems to have developed a method to counteract these monsters' health regeneration." Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. As expected, the village had other rewards that he hadn't yet uncovered. "All right, Aunt Chen, could you introduce me to this Dr. Lu later?" Aunt Chen nodded and said, "Of course, no problem. You are our village's hero. I'm sure Dr. Lu will be willing to help you." Lin Tianhao was somewhat surprised. After triggering Dr. Lu, village chief Li did not appear. Could it be that only 2 rewards could be triggered in the newbie village? For now it was uncertain. The reward mechanism within this instance still required careful exploration. However, Lin Tianhao already had a guess. In the newbie village, the most useful thing should be something to counter divine might. Therefore, Lin Tianhao prepared to try a new approach. That was to flee back for help without hesitation upon encountering the divine might. In the village, there was a high probability that someone could stand against the divine might. Otherwise, with this hellish difficulty of the divine might, he couldn't pass it, and neither could any other player. Before the second-class advancement, even those players with god-tier talents would find it incredibly difficult to conquer this dungeon. Therefore, the means to counter the divine might were the most crucial. It should also be the best hidden reward in the beginner village. As he pondered these thoughts, Lin Tianhao had already spotted this Dr. Lu. He was a half-century-old elder over 1.8 meters tall with a somewhat robust build. His hair was graying, and he had a long beard more resembling a village chief than a doctor. Dr. Lu, this adventurer, helped us slay the frost werewolf. He plans to venture deeper, but the frost monsters have too strong a regeneration ability in the snow. He wishes to ask if there is any way to reduce their health recovery. Dr. Lu raised his eyes to glance at Lin Tianhao, pondered for a moment, then said, "Brave adventurer, your valor exceeds my imagination, yet I find it hard to believe you can handle those accursed frost monsters. Unless you can go forth and slay some frost serpents, I will reward you based on the number of frost serpents you kill." A chime sounded. "Dr. Lu has issued you a quest. Do you accept?" Quest requirement: slay frost serpents. The more the better. Quest penalty: none. Quest reward: 1 heavy wound potion per frost serpent slain. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. He seemed to have discovered something intriguing. That was that he didn't need to slay all the frost serpents before retreating. In other words, when facing the frost serpents, there was no need to fight to the death. If that were the case, then the frost serpents must have an aggro range. For instance, the divine might's coverage. As long as he stepped out of the divine might's range, would the frost serpents cease their pursuit? Based on current observations, this possibility was quite high. "Very well, rest assured, Dr. Lu. I will do my utmost to slay as many frost serpents as possible." Lin Tianhao took his leave. Due to the previous battle, he had consumed all the dishes that boosted attack. Thus, this time, he gained 1 attack speed and 6 movement speed. This improvement was incredibly formidable. He arrived once again at the snow-covered stone tablet. The Eastern Ancient Kingdom rests here in eternal slumber. Lin Tianhao paid it no mind, stepped past the stone tablet, and continued forward. The divine might descended. Lin Tianhao still ignored it until the first frost serpent appeared. Lin Tianhao began to fight while retreating. When he stepped back beyond the boundary of the stone tablet, the divine might vanished and the frost serpent disappeared as well. So that's how it is. It seems my speculation was correct. The frost serpents here might also possess a time reset ability. As long as he retreated, everything within would reset. For Lin Tianhao noticed that the health he had accumulated by attacking the frost serpent had also vanished upon stepping past the stone tablet's boundary. Another reset, yet it was different from the previous resets. At this time, only the attributes gained from attacking the frost serpents were reset. He pondered briefly. Lin Tianhao did not step in again, but instead went back to find Aunt Chen. "Aunt Chen, the area ahead is shrouded by the divine might. Once I step in, all my attributes are halved, which greatly impacts my upcoming battles. Is there any way to counter the divine might?" Aunt Chen shook her head repeatedly. "The divine might is left by the gods. How could we mortals possibly counter it?" Lin Tianhao was not disheartened. He went to consult Dr. Lu. Dr. Liu's reply was similar to Aunt Chen's. A flat refusal stating that the divine might could not be countered. Lin Tianhao refused to believe it. The one who knew how to counter the divine might was likely the old village chief or someone else. But the way he had triggered events so far was incorrect, and he hadn't encountered this key figure. At that moment, Zhou Xiaopeng sent a message saying the nutrient pod was ready. Lin Tianhao smiled and logged off to switch to the nutrient pod. This nutrient pod solution could sustain him without food or drink for up to half a month. After logging in with the nutrient pod, Lin Tianhao's confidence grew. With the ability to stay online continuously for half a month, he was certain he could conquer this dungeon. Stepping past the stone tablet's boundary, once more under the influence of the divine might, and without the support of the purification jade pendant, Lin Tianhao's attributes plummeted. In particular, his attack speed and movement speed were reduced by a staggering 75%. This was exceptionally severe regardless of the stage of the game. When the first frost serpent appeared, Lin Tianhao did not attack with arrows first, but chose to use the Book of Life and Death. Just as I thought. A smug smile spread across Lin Tianhao's face. As he had guessed, monsters with a unified name like Frost Serpent could still be locked onto using the Book of Life and Death. As long as it was within his line of sight, he could use the Book of Life and Death to lock onto it, causing continuous health loss. Here all of Lin Tianhao's attributes were halved, yet even so his damage per second exceeded 23,000, because the fixed 10,000 damage was unaffected by the divine might. Subsequently, Lin Tianhao continued his relentless assault. It was the same strategy: knock it airborne, then keep up the damage. Thanks to the extra health accumulated from the Frost Werewolf encounter, Lin Tianhao's damage was even higher. Each basic attack dealt around 40,000 damage. That was 120,000 per second, plus the 23,000 from the Book of Life and Death, bringing Lin Tianhao's total damage per second to 143,000. Over 1 minute, his damage output reached 8,580,000. Under the airborne state, he could deal 30 million damage in 4 minutes. Even accounting for health recovery during the unstoppable state, he could finish off a frost serpent within 5 minutes. This damage output was nothing short of terrifying. Compared to the previous 40 minutes it took to slay a single frost serpent, the time required now was directly reduced to 1/8. Moreover, the actual time was even faster than Lin Tianhao had estimated, as the frost serpent was nearly slain in just 4.5 minutes. However, this sparked a cunning idea in Lin Tianhao. He was in no hurry to kill the frost serpent. Let it land. This was going to be interesting. Once the frost serpent landed, Lin Tianhao continued to unleash his full power, stacking 9 health points per second, which amounted to 540 health points per minute. What lay ahead was uncertain to Lin Tianhao. But one thing was certain: the higher his health stacked, the greater the benefit to him. A second frost serpent appeared. Lin Tianhao couldn't help but frown. The previous 7+ hours of high-intensity 5-arrow volleys had taken a heavy toll on his mental energy. Even firing 2 arrows simultaneously now felt somewhat overwhelming. With no other choice, Lin Tianhao had to first slay the first frost serpent before attacking the second. To maximize his health accumulation, Lin Tianhao deliberately waited until the half-hour respawn point before slaying the frost serpent before him. Moreover, Lin Tianhao refrained from using the Book of Life and Death this time, foregoing reduced damage to increase his output frequency. Even so, his damage per second still exceeded 120,000. Even though the frost serpent regenerated 100,000 health per second in the snow, Lin Tianhao still managed to chip away over 20,000 health. In 1 minute, he dealt over 1.2 million damage, and in half an hour his output reached over 36 million. Thus Lin Tianhao had no choice but to remove the tears of the life goddess as well. By reducing his damage by 20%, he could achieve a perfect balance. He only needed to intersperse his attacks with critical strikes on weak points to time the kills precisely on. With his current attack speed, Lin Tianhao could accumulate 9 health points per second, 540 per minute, and 16,200 in half an hour. Thus slaying 1 frost serpent granted Lin Tianhao an additional 16,200 health. As his damage increased, the health he could accumulate would also be affected. Yet even with the 8th and 9th frost serpents, he still gained around 15,500 health each. After the first 9 were slain, the serpents began to respawn in pairs. Lin Tianhao attempted dual arrow shots and barely managed it, but it was unnecessary. He needed to recover his spent mental energy for the battles ahead. Re-equipping the tears of the life goddess, Lin Tianhao returned to his full output routine. He even employed the Book of Life and Death, aiming to slay 1 frost serpent in about 15 minutes. Since the floating arrow technique also consumed mental energy, Lin Tianhao adopted a lazy approach to give himself time to recover. With a base damage of just over 120,000 after slaying the first 9 frost serpents, he accumulated an additional 142,000 health. Coupled with the tears of the life goddess and Zhou Xiaopeng's passive talent, his actual health increase was around 185,000. Even with the divine might suppression having it remained over 92,000. Each normal attack now dealt over 2,700 true damage and over 8,000 per second. Combined with the Book of Life and Death's 1% max health boost, Lin Tianhao's damage per second now approached 152,000. When going all out against a frost serpent, even without knocking it airborne, subtracting its 100,000 health regeneration per second, he still chipped away over 52,000 health. In 1 minute, that was over 3.1 million, allowing him to slay a frost serpent in under 10 minutes. Yet, as before, he chose to maximize health accumulation. By killing the first in about 15 minutes, and the second in another 15, Lin Tianhao rapidly stacked health using this combat method. Even with deliberately controlled output, slaying 2 frost serpents still netted him around 15,000 health. With 9 groups total, this added over 130,000 health. When only the last frost serpent remained, Lin Tianhao hesitated. He removed the tears of the life goddess and refrained from using the Book of Life and Death. This dropped his normal attack damage to just over 37,000 with a DPS of over 110,000. If he maintained high-intensity output, the frost serpent would still lose over 10,000 health per second. To continuously farm health from the last frost serpent, he had to avoid knockbacks and critical hits and carefully control his attack rhythm. After a brief moment of deliberation, Lin Tianhao decided to pause and farm a bit longer, stacking as much health as possible. Under his control, Lin Tianhao accumulated about 28,000 health per hour. Though modest, it required only normal attacks, consuming little mental energy. Thus, Lin Tianhao persisted for over 3 hours before stopping. He accumulated nearly 90,000 health. In total, from this frost serpent hunt, his base health increased by around 460,000. With the boosts from the life goddess and Zhou Xiaopeng's talent, his actual health gain reached a staggering 600,000. His total health now exceeded the 3 million mark. Though this dungeon is tough, the health stacking is truly insane. At this rate, by the time I clear it, my health might break 10 million. Thinking this, Lin Tianhao retreated. As he expected, after slaying these frost serpents, returning to the village did not reset the time. That was quite considerate. After a moment of silence, Lin Tianhao returned and found Dr. Lu to submit the quest. Adventurer, you are truly formidable, having slain all the frost serpents. Here is the reward I prepared for you. Dr. Lu placed bottle after bottle of potions before Lin Tianhao. 27 in total. Grievous Wound Potion Special. Effect for 5 seconds after damaging an enemy unit, reduces their health regeneration by 50% for 1 hour. Note this potion is single use. Lin Tianhao raised an eyebrow. This Grievous Wound Potion was more potent than he had imagined. A 50% Grievous Wound effect lasting an entire hour. At this stage, conventional Grievous Wound attributes likely did not exceed 20%. For potions, the maximum duration probably would not exceed 15 minutes. These potions offered 50% and lasted a full hour. Lin Tianhao was not entirely satisfied with the potions. He wanted more, like a way to counter the Divine Might. The Divine Might suppression severely hampered his combat strength. So Lin Tianhao asked Dr. Lu, Dr. Lu, do you know where the village chief is? Dr. Lu nodded. Brave adventurer, if you wish to see the old village chief, I can take you. As a middle-aged man pushed the door open. It was none other than village chief Li. Seeing Lin Tianhao, a thrilled smile spread across his face. Brave adventurer, your strength has exceeded my expectations. You swept through those frost serpents without even using the Grievous Wound potions. In you, I see hope for saving our village. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. Had he triggered a hidden mechanism? Village chief, if I can help the village, I would be delighted. Hearing this, village chief Li smiled. Good, you are admirable. But the dangers ahead may be greater than you think. Especially that overwhelming divine might. Truly hard to withstand.